Introduction. After traversing through time, Ye Nan became the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton, known as Pike Bolton. He not only perfectly inherited the coldness and cunning of the Bolton family, but is also well acquainted with the trajectory of the entire storyline. Thus, his bloody journey from the Lord of the Dreadfort to the Master of the Iron Throne commences at this moment. The first challenge lies in confronting his half-brother, Ramsay Bolton, known as Reek. Chapter 1. The Blacksmith. The biting cold wind pierced like a blade. Despite standing before the blacksmith's forge, Pike Snow could not help but shiver. "Hurry up, you sluggish fool." At that moment, the blacksmith Raymond seized a glowing sword blank and began to hammer it. Upon hearing this, Pike swiftly swung the hammer, starting to shape the unformed dagger. Since Ye Nan had crossed into the body of this illegitimate son named Pike Snow, he had served as an apprentice in Raymond's blacksmith shop. Though an orphan, he possessed a remarkably strong physique, reminiscent of the legendary sword Arthur Dane. The streets were eerily quiet, with only a few frail and intoxicated souls occasionally passing by the front of the forge. In 3 days, the Baron will send someone to collect the weapons. If we fail to deliver, it will be our heads. Raymond, a slightly balding elder, though over 60, still retained a muscular build. He urged Pike while accelerating the hammering of the sword blank. "I know, isn't it just Robb Stark seeking revenge for his noble father against that old line of Lannister?" Pike yawned, responding with impatience. Before his crossing, he had watched the television series and read the novels countless times. "You fool, do you wish for your life to be cut short? How dare you speak so recklessly?" Upon hearing Pike's words, Raymond's forehead glistened with sweat, and he quickly glanced around to ensure no one overheard, letting out a sigh of relief. Just as Pike was about to reply, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached his ears, and before he could gather his thoughts, a pink banner came into view. Didn't they say they were coming in 3 days? Why are they here so early? Pike set down the hammer, perplexed. "Oh no, it's the Bolton family. I recognize that banner." Raymond's expression turned ghostly, his voice trembling. At that moment, the rider at the forefront of the procession reined in his horse, and Pike discerned the bloody, flayed body depicted on the banner. The banner of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort. Pike recognized the emblem, his mind racing with thoughts. After a few barks, 3 ferocious hunting dogs emerged from behind the rider, sniffing vigorously at the snow-covered ground, while their master, mounted on horseback, approached leisurely. He had dry, black curls, a face adorned with red spots, and peculiar pale pupils, his lips pressed tightly. By the gods, Ramsay Bolton! Although the bastard on horseback did not recognize him, Pike was all too aware of the sadistic nature of this creature. "My Lord Bolton." Clearly, Raymond also recognized Ramsay and hastily knelt before the horse's hooves. Seeing this, Pike followed suit, kneeling beside Raymond, realizing that his foremost priority was survival. "I am here to find a boy named Pike Snow. I wonder if you could assist me?" Ramsay's cold gaze scrutinized Pike, revealing a cruel smile. Pike felt a chill run down his spine, but fortunately, Raymond, though trembling, remained silent. "We have ridden all the way from the Dreadfort. My good hounds have not eaten for days. If you fail to cooperate, I will let them gnaw your bones clean and burn your house to the ground." Ramsay spoke calmly to Raymond, and the 3 dogs began to bark furiously again. "My Lord Bolton, the person you seek is me." With no other choice, Pike Snow lifted his head and replied to the future lord of the Bolton family. "Very well." Ramsay paused slightly, scrutinizing Pike before continuing. "I need you to accompany me to the Dreadfort. My father awaits us there." "Are you out of your mind?" That was the first thought that sprang to Pike's mind. He knew well that the lord dwelling in the Dreadfort, Roose Bolton, was hardly more sane than this Ramsay. "At your service, my Lord Bolton." Having received kindness from Raymond, Pike respectfully bowed to Ramsay Bolton, then mounted the horse prepared for him by Ramsay. After bidding farewell to Raymond, the group galloped down the tree-lined path, leaving the village behind. Ramsay instructed his hounds to scout ahead, while his cold eyes remained fixated on Pike. Fortunately, Ramsay did not harm him during the journey. Days later, as they rode to a high knoll, Pike caught sight of the Dreadfort nestled among the snow-laden cedars. The castle boasted sharp crenellations, and the towering walls displayed the Bolton family's chilling banner. "Welcome to the Dreadfort." Ramsay grinned maliciously at Pike. As the sun began to set, the wind picked up ferociously. Pike gazed at the foreboding castle ahead, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. Though the Bolton family could not be described as honorable, they were certainly more beastly than human. Yet he understood there was no turning back now, and he steeled himself to enter the Dreadfort alongside Ramsay. Within the Dreadfort, a flurry of activity ensued. The North's young wolf, Robb Stark, was rallying his vassals to demand vengeance from the Lannisters. Knights and infantry, archers and spearmen. The Bolton family prepared to answer their lord's call, gathering troops to join the war against King's Landing. Ramsay led Pike directly into the heart of the Dreadfort, where the cold, moldy walls bore an array of swords and armor. As they traversed the narrow, dim corridors, Pike could hear the anguished cries of prisoners enduring torment. Ultimately, Ramsay brought Pike to a spacious hall, brightly lit, where an elongated dining table was laden with an assortment of delectable dishes. At this moment, the lord of the Dreadfort, the head of the Bolton family, sat rigidly, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching Ramsay and Pike. "Father, I have brought him back," Ramsay reported softly to Roose Bolton, as if he were coaxing his obedient hounds. "Well done, Ramsay, you may go and rest." Roose Bolton's voice was barely audible, requiring Pike to strain to hear his words. Ramsay appeared poised to say more, but upon seeing his father's gesture, he reluctantly cast a lingering glance at Pike before silently exiting the brightly lit, warm hall. "Step forward, child." Once Ramsay had departed, Lord Bolton beckoned Pike forward. Paymon stepped into the lord's line of sight. Chapter 2. The Bastard. As Paymon approached, he finally beheld the true visage of the dread lord of the terrifying fortress. His complexion was unnaturally pale, his hair fine, and his eyes possessed an unusually light hue, fixating intently on Paymon. Lord Bolton, as an apprentice blacksmith, Paymon had never encountered such an esteemed figure, leaving him uncertain whether he should kneel before the lord. "What is your name?" Roose Bolton nodded, his voice soft yet piercing as his gaze remained locked on Paymon. "I am Paymon Snow, my lord," Paymon hastily responded. "What your mother? What does she do?" The old skin peeler's expression remained inscrutable as he continued his inquiry. Paymon was baffled by the old man's intentions, but felt compelled to answer truthfully. "My mother is Tina, a vegetable farmer from Limestone Village." "Then you are the one I seek. You bear the blood of the Bolton family. You are my son, a member of the skin-peeling clan of the terrifying fortress." Upon hearing Paymon's reply, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Roose Bolton's face before vanishing. Paymon's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts, for while the Bolton family wielded significant power in the north, their notoriety was such that even dogs would shake their heads at the mention of them. He could hardly fathom the reaction of the little skin peeler should he learn of his newfound half-brother. "Lord Bolton, I believe you are mistaken. My mother has long since passed, and I am merely a blacksmith's apprentice," he quickly clarified. "Impossible. Look at your eyes. They inherit our family's dim pupils. You're just like Rams, my blood." Roose Bolton, visibly agitated by Paymon's skepticism, rose from his seat and grasped Paymon's shoulders, declaring earnestly, "My dim pupils are merely a result of a vitamin C deficiency. And you, old man, are drained dry by leeches." Paymon was reluctant to accept his Bolton lineage, fully aware of the nefarious deeds committed by the skin peelers of the terrifying fortress. Yet, recognizing the need for self-preservation, he feigned excitement and nodded. "Lord Bolton, if I may speak candidly, I doubt Lord Rams would welcome the existence of a brother like me." With this performance of father-son affection concluded, Paymon seized the opportunity to address the lord. "Rams is a cruel and deranged madman. I know well what he is capable of, or I would not have gone to such lengths to find you. Yet, he is still my son," Roose Bolton replied. "Rest assured, I will assign one of my most loyal subordinates to ensure your safety." "Thank you, Lord Bolton." With his objectives accomplished, Paymon expressed his gratitude to the lord. "Since you are my son, you need not address me as Lord Bolton any longer." Paymon understood the implication. Given his precarious situation amid the impending war, having a lord's protection was indeed a boon. "Yes, father." Roose Bolton nodded in satisfaction at the boy's quick comprehension. "Tomorrow at dawn, I shall lead my troops to rendezvous with Lord Robb Stark's forces in response to the call of the young wolf. However, I have my doubts about his capabilities, for he seems but a mere inexperienced boy, unlikely to shoulder any significant responsibilities." Thus, Roose Bolton paused, feigning a cough, as if recalling something he did not wish to continue discussing. Paymon understood well that, despite the old skin peeler's claims, he would harbor doubts about this newly discovered bastard son. However, Paymon was undeterred. He knew the old man's every scheme and every forthcoming action. "To prevent any mishaps, I will keep Rams at the terrifying fortress, and you shall remain here to keep an eye on him." The old skin peeler elaborated on his plans while scrutinizing Paymon's reactions. "You detestable old man, do you wish for my demise?" The very thought of being left alone with the twisted Ramsay Bolton sent chills down Paymon's spine. I have assured you that I will leave a trustworthy person with you. You will be safe. The old skin peeler, sensing Paymon's unease, hastily reassured him. I shall adhere to your arrangements, father. Paymon had inherited the Bolton family's ruthlessness, embodying the same patient menace as the old skin peeler. Very well, I have arranged for food and a room for you. You may go and rest. At last, Luz Bolton spoke. Paymon, relieved to have escaped the presence of the cunning old fox, took his leave. Upon entering the dining hall, he found black bread and mushroom soup already prepared, and after a satisfying meal, he leaned back in his chair to rest. At that moment, he felt a pair of cold, rigid hands on his shoulder. Paymon jumped in fright and quickly stood up from his chair. Why so tense, my dear brother? After all, we are both sons of our father. Ramsay Bolton greeted Paymon with open arms, his face alight with cheer. Who would claim kinship with a madman like you? Paymon thought quietly to himself, fully aware that Rams was merely attempting to draw him into a trap. I don't understand what you're saying. Paymon Bolton neither acknowledged nor denied, instead choosing to feign ignorance. Well, you truly sadden me, my dear brother. Seeing Paymon's lack of recognition, Rams dropped the pretense, whistling as 3 ferocious hounds emerged from behind him, growling ominously. I believe you will come to appreciate my hounds. The little skin peeler glared at Paymon, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes as he growled menacingly. I certainly do not fancy your hounds, and I suspect you shall not enjoy them in the end either. Paymon Bolton knew that even if he were to submit or grovel, Rams would not relent. Thus, he retorted defiantly. You have some guts, but I imagine the owner of that blacksmith shop will be begging for mercy before being skinned. Ha ha. Rams replied coldly. I have already sent someone to pay your old friend a visit. Chapter 3. Horseface Horn. Paymon was momentarily tempted to raise a chair and strike little Peeler, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Do not presume that your actions go unnoticed. Ramsay Bolton, shall I remind you of your deeds towards Dominic Bolton, the true heir of the Dreadfort? Did he truly succumb to a mere stomach ailment? Paymon retorted coldly, causing little Peeler's expression to shift, though he quickly masked it. Father will lead his men into battle come morning, and then we shall reminisce, brother. With that ominous declaration, Ramsay departed the dining hall, accompanied by his pack of hounds. Upon returning to the chamber prepared for him by his servants, Paymon secured the door and meticulously checked it before collapsing onto the bed in exhaustion. The illegitimate son of Roose Bolton, the benevolent Ramsay Bolton's half-brother. The weight of this identity pressed heavily upon Paymon, for he was acutely aware that Ramsay was responsible for the demise of Roose Bolton's true son. And should old Peeler venture forth from the Dreadfort come morning, a similar fate awaited him. As Paymon lay in contemplation of how to confront little Peeler, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Who goes there? He extinguished the candle from the candelabrum, gripping it like a weapon as he approached the entrance. My lord Paymon. It is Horseface Horn, sent by your father, Lord Bolton, to ensure your protection, came the unexpected reply. Despite this assurance, Paymon, being a member of House Bolton, had inherited their cunning and caution. Fearing a trick from little Peeler, he tightened his grip on the candelabrum and cautiously opened the door. Good evening, my lord Paymon. Horseface Horn greeted with a bow, and as the door swung fully open, Paymon beheld the knight's countenance. True to his name, Horn possessed an exceptionally elongated face, marred by scars and freckles, with unkempt facial hair from which a few white strands emerged amidst the black. Clad in fitted armor and bearing a sword at his waist, he stood solemnly, awaiting Paymon's command. Horn, I do not recall that name, Paymon mused, rummaging through his memories to no avail. Let us speak inside, he commanded, glancing around to ensure they were alone, though the haunting cries from the depths of the corridor lingered in the air. Once inside, Paymon instructed Horn to secure the door before taking a seat. What is that sound outside? He inquired. It is Lord Ramsay. He is interrogating a prisoner. And those are the cries of his hounds, Horseface Horn replied in a monotone. Are you certain that is a prisoner and not merely his own sadistic pleasure in tormenting others? Paymon scoffed, countering with a cold smile. The esteemed Lord Paymon and Lord Ramses each possess their own thoughts, and I dare not speculate, Horn replied, somewhat awkwardly. His response was indeed within Paymon's expectations. Yet it served its purpose. You just mentioned that my father entrusted you with my protection. If Ramses were to wish me harm, what would you do? I shall fulfill Lord Bolton's command, regardless of who seeks to harm you. My sword shall not allow it. Horn placed his hand firmly upon the hilt of his sword, his expression solemn as he delivered his answer. I have complete faith in your loyalty and your honor as a knight, Horn. Having achieved his objective, Paymon earnestly patted the knight's shoulder, leaving the astonished Horn eager to undertake any peril for Paymon. Knight Horn, I believe it's still early. Would you be so kind as to show me around this terrifying fortress? Paymon mused that if he wished to ensure his safety, making his identity known to the inhabitants of the fortress would be a prudent strategy. Naturally, Horn could not refuse, and thus, under his watchful eye, Paymon began his tour of the Bolton family's castle. The fortress was as ominous as its name suggested, filled with an air of dread and the scent of iron and rust. What purpose does this room serve? Paymon inquired as they passed a door secured with iron locks. This room is where Lord Bolton collects human skins, dear Paymon. After executing the enemies of the fortress, Lord Bolton stores the spoils here, Horn replied casually, a hint of pride in his tone. Goodness, a truly deranged family, Paymon thought to himself, merely nodding as he continued onward. By the time they completed the tour of the castle, night had fallen. Horn stood guard outside Paymon's room, vigilant. Nevertheless, cautious Paymon placed a chair behind the door, ensuring he would awaken at the slightest disturbance. Fortunately, the chair remained undisturbed throughout the night, and at the break of dawn, Paymon arose, allowing Horn to rest at the door for a moment, in case Lord Bolton's departure from the fortress was followed by an ambush from Little Skinner. As morning broke, the fortress came alive with activity. After breakfast, the Lord set out with the soldiers gathered from the fief. It was a dark and chilly winter morning, and as the pink banners of the Bolton family disappeared from Paymon's view, he knew the true test awaited him. Ramsay, accompanied by his lackeys, approached Paymon with an aggressive demeanor. With a clang, Knight Horn drew his sword. Stand aside, Horn, or I shall command my hounds to devour your face, leaving not a bone behind. Little Skinner glared menacingly, a sinister grin spreading across his features. My Lord Ramsay, it is my duty as a knight. Lord Bolton has commanded me to ensure Lady Paymon's safety, Horn stated firmly, positioning himself protectively in front of Paymon. It seems you no longer wish to be my friend? We shall see. With the surrounding servants and the soldiers stationed at the gates watching intently, Ramsay was compelled to retreat momentarily, casting a glance at his minions before departing. Horn, I require a sword, a fine sword. Once the others had moved away, Paymon turned to the horse-faced Horn and made her request. But, my Lady Paymon, Lord Bolton mentioned that you were a blacksmith. Do you know how to wield a sword? Horn inquired. I wish to give it a try. Having an additional weapon for self-defense can never be a detriment. Paymon replied with a smile. Chapter 4. The long night Horn escorted Paymon to the armory, where he procured a sharp rapier for her. Paymon unsheathed the blade and practiced a few moves in front of Horn. By the 7, my Lady Paymon, your swordsmanship is not at all inferior to that of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, Horn exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Perhaps one day I shall engage in a few bouts with the illustrious son of Tywin. But before that, let us dine, Paymon said, sheathing the sword once more. When they arrived at the dining hall, Ramsay Bolton was indulging in sausages from his plate, surrounded by his vicious hounds that were gnawing on the discarded bones at his feet. Paymon thought to herself, so this twisted man has long harbored such a penchant. She approached and took her seat, already prepared by the servants. Observing the grilled eel and bread on her plate, Paymon seized the knife and fork beside her. She cut a piece of eel and slowly brought it to her mouth, prompting Ramsay to reveal a knowing smile, which Paymon noted with keen awareness. Horn, fetch the cook who prepared this meal, Paymon instructed, placing her fork down. When Horn brought the trembling cook into the dining hall, Paymon ordered him and every servant who served the meal to taste the eel on their plates. What? Are you afraid someone might poison your food? Ramsay derisively mumbled through a mouthful of sausage. Indeed, much like what you once did to your own flesh and blood, Paymon retorted sharply. Once the cook and the servants had each sampled a small piece of the dish, Paymon felt reassured enough to begin enjoying her meal. Do not revel too soon. My dear brother, tonight, my people shall return, and they will bring you a gift. Ramsay's gaze was dark and malevolent, his eyes calculating as they fixed on Paymon. You beast. Paymon, falling for Ramsay's bait, stood up in fury from her seat. Rams blew his whistle, and 3 hounds along with his loyal lackeys immediately advanced towards Horn and Paymon. Yet, a greater number of sentinels stood by, observing the tense standoff between the 2 illegitimate sons. I shall have someone slice open the skin atop his head, and then, drop by drop. How pitiable that old man in the smithy appears. Little skins, akin to a hunting viper, fixated on his prey, poised to seize any flaw and deliver a fatal strike to his adversary. Paymon's hand gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles blanching, ready to unsheath his blade and strike at Ramsay Bolton across from him. My Lord Paymon, he is deliberately enticing you. Do not fall into his trap. Horse-faced Hog stood in front of Paymon, equally prepared to draw his sword for battle. Observing Ram's relentless advance, Paymon understood all too well that this malevolent bastard was coercing him into making the first move, thereby providing justification for his execution. With this thought, Paymon calmly released his grip on the hilt, instead offering Rams a serene smile. Come now, eliminate your other brother just as you did with Dominic Bolton. Others may remain oblivious to this secret, but Paymon was acutely aware of it. Little Skin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that many eyes were upon him. He understood that if he acted now, should Loras Bolton return alive to the city, he would certainly not spare him. At present, their father was leading troops into the war against King's Landing, and the two brothers should surely unite as one. Rams, having noticed the peculiar gazes surrounding him, could only force a smile. Though he was a cruel deviant, he possessed a cunning patience. That day dragged on interminably for Paymon, until at last, the sun dipped below the horizon. After dinner, Nighthorn still stood guard with his sword at Paymon's door. He knew this night would not bring tranquility. Indeed, at the stroke of midnight, a flurry of barking echoed from the corridor outside. Shortly thereafter, Paymon heard hurried footsteps. The moonlight that night was dim, and with the curtains drawn in his chamber, he observed several shadows flickering at the door. Stand aside, or you shall die a most gruesome death. Paymon heard Ram's grating voice from beyond the door, followed by the ominous sound of metal scraping against metal as swords were drawn. Taking a deep breath, Paymon opened the door and stepped outside. Still awake, you filthy cur? Awaiting my gift, are you? With only his henchmen remaining around him, Rams finally revealed his true nature. He tossed a bloodied human skin at Paymon's feet. On behalf of the Bolton family, I extend my sincerest greetings to your Raymond. You beast. Enraged, Paymon drew his sword with a metallic clang, while Horse-faced Hog had already gripped his own weapon. Rams let out a sharp whistle, prompting his hounds to spring into action. The three hunting dogs lunged forward in unison, viciously bringing down the knight, Horn, and began to savage him. Everyone witnessed the initiation of this chaos. It was you who struck first. Ram stood leisurely at a distance, observing the commotion with a sense of glee, calling out to Paymon. Paymon's sword danced, creating brilliant arcs of light, with each clash of metal resonating like thunder. After a few muffled groans from Horn, who was being mauled by the three hounds, silence fell. Paymon severed the palm of the unfortunate soul at the forefront, causing the soldier's sword to clatter to the ground. Followed by a piercing scream, he fought while retreating toward his chamber. Alive, I want to skin him alive. Rams, seeing that Paymon had not fled but had instead taken refuge indoors, excitedly commanded his minions. Even after dispatching two of Ram's subordinates, Paymon felt his strength waning. The little Skinner, sensing the opportune moment, called for his hounds and drew his sword, charging into the room. Rams, you have already murdered Dominic Bolton, our brother. What more do you intend to do? Paymon, now a lamb awaiting slaughter, defiantly questioned the little Skinner. Indeed, anyone who dares to obstruct my path to lordship must perish. Blame yourselves, for you are no different from that short-lived fool. Ram's eyes blazed crimson as he signaled to his remaining henchmen to subdue Paymon collectively. Chapter 5. My blade still sharp at that moment, a cold breeze stirred the curtains, and Ramsay Bolton finally sensed something amiss. He immediately raised his hand, signaling his minions to halt their advance. Cunningly, he noticed a pair of leather boots beneath the curtain. Indeed, as the curtain was drawn back, the pale and serene face of Lucius Bolton was revealed, flanked by guards poised with crossbows. Seeing the ashen complexion of the little Skinner brought a sense of vindication to Paymon. Father, Ram's freckled face flushed crimson as he sought to explain himself to Lucius Bolton. The lord of the terrifying fortress continued to regard his illegitimate son with calmness, and the mere intensity of his gaze robbed Rams of the courage to articulate his defense. The informant you placed beside me has already been executed. Do you wish to remain here, or shall you return to your beds for a restful slumber? Lucius Bolton inquired, his calm demeanor fixated on Rams and his minions. After exchanging glances, the ragtag group sheathed their weapons and retreated from the room. Come back, you traitorous lot. Whoever dares to leave, I shall flay alive. Paymon observed Rams and his hounds, now utterly deranged, as the three dogs echoed their master's frantic barking. The lord nodded to the soldiers beside him, and with a volley of crossbow bolts, three hunting hounds were simultaneously struck by multiple arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Father, why do you treat me this way? I am your son, and he has only just arrived here. Why? Ramsay, still unwilling to accept his fate, shouted hysterically at the old flayer. Shall I remind you once more, Ramsay? You have murdered your own brother, my flesh and blood. Lord Bolton's voice finally trembled with uncontainable fury as he evaded the crossbow held by a soldier and aimed it at Ramsay. Father, that was merely a result of his treachery. I spoke in a moment of heated folly. How could I possibly? Ramsay could utter no more, for an arrow had plunged deeply into his knee. Skin him and hang his hide beside my son's gravestone, but do not hasten the task. Bolton commanded coldly to the nearby guards. Like a stricken dog, Ramsay was dragged away by fully armed soldiers, cursing Roose Bolton in the name of Pycelle. Pycelle, I have now lost another son. In the future, you shall be the Lord of Harrenhal. The old flayer fixed his gaze upon Pycelle, scrutinizing his reaction. Tonight, I wish for you to exercise the lordship on my behalf and eliminate Ramsay's minions. But just moments ago, Father, you decided to spare them, Pycelle questioned in bewilderment. Do you remember our family creed? Lord Bolton did not respond, but instead posed a question. My blade is ever sharp. Pycelle answered without hesitation. Indeed, my blade is ever sharp. Once we show weakness or a hint of mercy, our enemies will seize the opportunity, much like Ramsay's pack of hounds, to tear us apart. The Lord imparted a meaningful pat on Pycelle's shoulder, imparting a lesson. Is it not better to rule our domain with both grace and terror? Ned Stark once held a similar belief before that madman Joffrey beheaded him. Roose Bolton shook his head, clearly disagreeing with Pycelle's perspective. Our family has endured in the north for a millennium, not through your notion of grace and terror, but by instilling fear deep within the hearts of our enemies. One day, you will succeed me as the Lord of Harrenhal. Always remember, we are the most feared family in the north and across the continent. I hope you possess the wit of Tywin Lannister and the strength of Jaime Lannister. The old flayer patiently instructed his only remaining heir. If I were like Tyrion, I fear for your future, old man. Pycelle glanced at the crossbow in the soldier's hands, feeling a twinge of restlessness. Yes, father, I shall heed your teachings. To prevent Lord Bolton from becoming a solitary elder, Pycelle obediently acquiesced. After imparting a few final words, Luspaton left behind some loyal subordinates and a contingent of soldiers, before leading the remaining personnel away from the Fortress of Terror. As the last surviving son of the Lord, Paymon Bolton naturally assumed the role of the temporary regent of the fortress. With still some time before dawn, Paymon dispatched individuals to bury the body of the unfortunate Horn. He then commenced a search within the castle for Ramsay's minions. Lord Paymon, please spare me. Lord Paymon, I have a wife and children. Lord Paymon, didn't Lord Bolton already forgive us? As those trembling souls were dragged from their beds, most shook with fear, their teeth chattering and legs quaking as if they were caught in a storm. One elderly man was so terrified that he soiled himself. Yet, as Paymon watched them being hauled into the dungeons, his heart remained untouched by any ripple of emotion. He did not even send anyone to ascertain whether Raymond was alive. Standing alone in the water prison, gazing upon the dismembered remains of Ramsay Bolton, stripped of flesh and reduced to sinew and bone, he felt neither fear nor revulsion. In that moment, Paymon transformed into a true Bolton, a veritable harbinger of dread, a skinning fiend. That night, as he lay in bed tossing and turning, Paymon realized he had not truly slept since Luspaton had found him and declared him his illegitimate son. Despite having eliminated Ramsay, a lingering worry gnawed at him. Would he, too, one day end up like the little Skinner, merely a blood-soaked corpse devoid of skin? As dawn broke the following day, the sun gradually rose from the depths of the valley, casting its cold rays upon the snow in the courtyard, which reflected a chilling light. Paymon first conducted a thorough inspection of the entire fortress and then reinforced its defenses with additional troops. Simultaneously, he dispatched sentries to gather intelligence from the outside world. From the fearful glances exchanged among the soldiers and servants nearby, Paymon discerned their profound dread of him. He understood that, in their eyes, he was merely another Ramsay Bolton, perhaps even more deranged and ruthless than the little Skinner. Contemplating this, Paymon promptly ordered the assembly of everyone within the castle in the Great Hall. As the anxious crowd gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, Paymon appeared, flanked by guards. "Silence! Silence!" commanded one of the guards, and the hall fell into a grave stillness. Paymon Bolton cleared his throat and commenced his address. Chapter 6. The Scoundrel. I believe some of you may already know my name. I am Paymon Bolton, the son of the Lord of the Fortress of Terror. Though some were indeed aware of this revelation, shock rippled through the crowd, prompting hushed whispers. I am a Bolton. Paymon raised his voice to drown out the murmurs, but I am not Ramsay. I shall not permit any individual to engage in reckless behavior within the confines of the terrifying fortress. The words of Paymon Bolton garnered a round of applause from the crowd, after which Paymon commanded everyone to return to their respective posts. He, however, ventured alone into the dungeon of the Bolton estate. Upon the guards opening the cell door, a foul stench assailed Paymon's senses. Yet he steeled himself and bravely entered the prison. Lord Paymon, I have spent these days repenting for my sins. I beseech you, do not take my life. The noxious odor emanated from the wretched creature suspended from above, reeking of decay. Stinking heck, loyal hound of Ramsay Bolton. Do you know why I have refrained from flaying your skin? Paymon asked, pinching his nose as he addressed the grotesque figure. Because I possess many of Ram's secrets, my lord. And should you spare me, I could serve you faithfully, the wretch hastily replied, seeking to curry favor. I am aware of everything you know, and even that which you do not. However, you are correct. Sparing your life could indeed prove advantageous, Paymon remarked, casually grasping the skinning knife that hung from a rack. Approaching the unclad wretch. Please, my lord, I implore you, grant me mercy. The stinking creature, paralyzed with terror, lost control of his bodily functions, intensifying the foul atmosphere of the cell. I can spare your miserable existence, yet in return, I require you to fulfill a certain task for me. Paymon weighed the knife in his hand, coldly threatening the wretch. Speak, my lord. Whatever it is that stinking heck can accomplish, I shall obey your command. Paymon nodded in satisfaction and then disclosed his plan to the wretch. Upon hearing the details, Heck hesitated. He had previously regarded his master Ramsay Bolton as a cruel sadist. Yet he now realized that this new, illegitimate scion of the Bolton family was even more deranged. Are you saying that I am to wait near the Twin River, and you will later smuggle me into the Fry family's banquet? Heck asked, bewildered, uncertain of his new master's intentions. Precisely. The remaining details of the plan will be revealed once we rendezvous at Green Fork River. Remember, should you dare to flee or disclose this matter to another soul, I shall flay your scalp and force you to consume it. Paymon's words sent tremors of fear through Heck, who nodded vigorously in agreement. Paymon resolved to wait until the night deepened, then grant Heck a horse to escape the city. Until that moment, he needed to find a suitable wretch of his own. With this thought in mind, Paymon approached the sentry on guard. Lord Paymon. The sentry greeted him hastily upon sighting him. Among the soldiers stationed at the terrifying fortress, who possesses the greatest skill? Paymon inquired. It must be Black Spear Marwyn, though that fellow possesses a sharp tongue and a foul temper. Were it not for his remarkable skill with a long spear, Lord Bolton would have severed his tongue long ago. The sentinel responded without a hint of hesitation. Where might I find this Black Spear Marwyn? Lord Bolton had assigned him to guard the drainage outlet of the Terror Fortress, fearing that someone might sneak into the city through there. The soldier displayed a scornful smile and replied, he seems to be quite an unwelcomed character. I am curious to witness what manner of person he truly is. With this thought in mind, Paymon immediately set out with several guards to locate the man known by the moniker of Black Spear. Upon reaching the drainage outlet, Paymon found Marwyn standing resolutely with a few subordinates. Had it not been for the foul stench and oppressive atmosphere, he might have mistaken them for sentinels stationed outside the city of King's Landing. Are you Black Spear Marwyn? The man was unmistakable. He was as dark and towering as the spear he wielded, with hair as unruly as steel needles, and a patch of vitiligo graced his neck. You are the esteemed companion of Ramsay Bolton, are you not? Paymon, my lord. Marwyn addressed the young man, barely in his 20s, who had just arrived at the Terror Fortress, with unrestrained bluntness. To be succinct, I require you and your men to accompany me on a hunt outside the city. Paymon Bolton declared, laying bare his intentions. You might as well say you want us to be your lackeys, my Lord Paymon. Without the command of Lord Bolton, none of us dares to abandon our posts, Marwyn countered, shaking his head resolutely. At this moment, Paymon realized that to win over this obstinate fellow, he would need to employ a more compelling argument. I am not seeking to hunt mere elk or wild boars. I am after a sea monster. Paymon boldly proclaimed to Marwyn and his soldiers. A sea monster? The ocean is quite a distance from our Terror Fortress. If we venture that far without orders, who shall bear the blame when Lord Bolton returns? Despite his curiosity towards Paymon's words, Marwyn remained steadfast in his position. Before leaving the Terror Fortress, my father entrusted me with the authority of the Lord, Paymon asserted imperiously, casting a commanding glare at Marwyn and his men. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Leaving Black Spear, Marwyn momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, and you will bring your men. I will assign other soldiers to guard this location. After uttering these words, Paymon took his leave. Once back in his chamber, Paymon meticulously examined the map brought to him by a servant and calculated the timing of the unfortunate arrival of Theon Greyjoy. Ultimately, he devised a cunning and covert plan. Satisfied with his preparations, he carefully stored the map and reclined upon his bed to rest. As she was on the brink of slumber, Paymon was abruptly roused from her dreams, plagued by a dire concern. The granddaughter of Vault Fry, commonly known as the corpulent Wotten Fry, was presently ensconced within the dread fortress. Paymon found it nearly impossible to fathom the catastrophic consequences that would ensue should Wotten bear offspring for Robb Bolton. Although this formidable woman from the Fry lineage posed a considerable challenge for him, Paymon Bolton was, after all, not as deranged as Ramsay. Thus he resolved to meticulously execute his plan. Within this scheme, the woman of the Fry family would assume a pivotal role. Chapter 7. The Hunt for the Sea Monster. That night, Paymon released the foul-mouthed Heck and cautioned him to adhere strictly to his orders. The following day dawned bleak and frigid, a typical winter's morn. After partaking in breakfast, Paymon led a group, including the formidable Maven, out of the city on horseback. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and the biting wind howled across the barren landscape. Upon exiting the city, they rode westward along a broad and well-trodden path. Although blanketed in snow, it was not arduous to navigate. "My lord Paymon, may I inquire what quarry we are pursuing?" Maven, astride a robust stallion, bore his lance upon his back. "We are to hunt the sea monster, Euron Greyjoy, from the Iron Islands," Paymon Bolton replied. "Euron Greyjoy? The son of Balon Greyjoy? Is he not a hostage in Winterfell? Where do you intend to hunt him?" Maven queried, a sense of trepidation creeping into his voice. "My lord Paymon, you do not mean to assault Winterfell, do you?" "No, we certainly cannot launch an attack on Winterfell. Such an action would invite scorn from all the Northmen. Only a fool like Ramsay Bolton would entertain such madness. We shall locate Euron, and he will assist us in taking Winterfell. Just remember, we are not from the Dreadfort, but rather members of the Brotherhood without banners." Though Paymon may not match the cruelty and depravity of the little flayer in cunning and treachery, he was not inferior to his bastard brother, Euron Greyjoy, that accursed sea monster, to aid us in conquering Winterfell. Maven nearly toppled from his mount at Paymon's words, unsure if he had lost his wits or if the young lord of the Dreadfort had truly lost his mind. "Indeed, you must remember, from this moment forth, you are to address me solely as Paymon. When we encounter that young scion of House Greyjoy, all shall proceed according to my design." With Maven's incessant questioning drawing to a close, Paymon resolutely responded, and Maven fell silent. Their party continued onward towards the Iron Islands, the once broad and even path gradually steepening, with low shrubs beginning to emerge along the sides. Although the sun shone in the afternoon, the winter day darkened swiftly. Before the sun had fully set, the encroaching darkness swept over the land, casting colossal shadows from the distant mountains that extended down to their feet. Once night fully enveloped the surroundings, they were compelled to pause for rest. After seeking a sheltered spot, Paymon commanded the gathering of a firewood pile, and after a hasty dinner, the group congregated around the flames for warmth. It would not be long before the ice wolves of the north would clash with the Lannister lions of King's Landing. One could not help but wonder if our young wolf lord could withstand the cunning of Lord Tywin's old lion. Alas, we can only blame our benevolent king, the compassionate Emperor Joffrey. Were it not for his madness in severing Lord Eddard Stark's head, our young wolf lord would not have rallied his forces and marched south, lamented Marwyn, as he downed a swig of strong liquor. Another of Marwyn's men stirred the fire, derisively commenting, "Lord Paymon, who do you suppose will ultimately emerge victorious in this conflict among the kings?" Marwyn secured the cap of the wine jug, gazing into the flickering embers as he awaited Paymon's response. "If I had to choose a house that might endure to the end, I would wish for our formidable Bolton family from the Dreadfort. After all, winter is coming, and may our flaying knives easily rend our enemies, securing our victory." Paymon replied with a smile. As dawn broke the next day, they continued their journey westward until they entered a lush, verdant spruce forest. The scout who had ventured ahead returned, breathless, reporting the sighting of a group of several dozen individuals not far off. They bore no banners or insignia, yet appeared to be hastily on the move. They seemed to be in a rush, the scout gasped to Paymon. Nodding in acknowledgement, Paymon and his companions paused, awaiting the arrival of Theon Greyjoy into the woods. Soon, the sound of heavy hooves resonated, accompanied by the churn of mud and melting snow. As the notorious Theon Greyjoy appeared, leading the Ironborn from the Iron Islands before Paymon and his company. "Who are you?" Theon Greyjoy, at the forefront of the group, rode with his dark skin and ash-black hair, his blue eyes scanning Paymon and the others with apprehension. "We are mercenaries of the Brotherhood without banners, my lord. We humbly seek to join your ranks, in exchange for a meager meal," Paymon replied quickly. "Make way. We have no desire to associate with you filthy vagabonds," Theon retorted, his sturdy bow slung across his back and a fine sword at his waist. Seated atop his horse, he shouted at Paymon with fervor, "Had I not dealt with that perverse Ramsay on your behalf, you would find yourself in dire straits upon reaching Winterfell. It seems I shall have to repay you for the misdeeds inflicted by the little flayer. Paymon glared at the smug young sea monster, yet ultimately swallowed his indignation. In light of this, might I implore you, esteemed sir, to kindly direct us on the path to Winterfell? Paymon pondered briefly before articulating this inquiry. I would advise against such a venture, for it must be said that this question indeed confounded the arrogant Greyjoy. You intend to seize the opportunity and capture Winterfell. Paymon was acutely aware of what Shaun was scheming, yet refrained from exposing him directly. Very well, we shall proceed toward Winterfell. We can accompany one another for safety along the way. To avoid unnecessary complications, Shaun resolved to first stabilize Paymon and his companions, probing further during their journey. If the situation appeared unfavorable, he could eliminate them at his convenience. Should they prove useful to him, that would be even more advantageous. Observing Shaun ensnared in his own trap, Paymon readily agreed. Thus, they joined forces with the Ironborn and altered their course towards Winterfell. Since you are members of the Brotherhood without banners, why do you find yourselves in this forest rather than among your kin? Shaun, though blindly arrogant, sensed a hint of discrepancy. Paymon discerned that this query was a test and a trap. A misstep in his response could lead to slaughter at the hands of Shaun and his kin. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. Chapter 8. Winterfell. Some among us betrayed the Brotherhood without banners, aligning themselves with the young wolf, Robb Stark, while others remained loyal to the Lightning Lord, battling bandits and marauders in the woods. And what of you? Which side do you take? Shaun Greyjoy scrutinized Paymon with uncertainty, testing him. We have grown weary of warring against brigands, yet we have no desire to join the Stark forces and meet our demise in the south against the Lannister soldiers. After all, the Lannisters must pay their debts. Paymon responded almost instinctively. As far as I know, the Brotherhood without banners is not a staunch ally of House Stark. Why do you not wish to join Robb's army? The young sea monster of House Greyjoy, intrigued, pressed further. In my view, there are many families in the north more suited to safeguard this land than those stubborn and unyielding direwolves. Paymon finally seized the moment to voice his thoughts. Shaun was momentarily taken aback, a grin of suppressed delight emerging on his lips. Oh, is that so? Pray elaborate. The Bolton family of the Dreadfort has stood resolute upon the harsh, frozen soil of the north for millennia. The Starks have never truly conquered that band of skin-changers. Moreover, the Ironborn of the Iron Islands, descendants of the Grey King of the heroic age, command a formidable fleet capable of navigating to the world's edge. They are, indeed, more valiant and better suited to govern the north than the Starks, as Paymon extolled with fervor. His words struck a chord with Theon Greyjoy, who envisioned the sight of the Kraken banner proudly displayed above Winterfell. The brutish skinning men of Harrenhal need not be mentioned. They are merely a family of cruel, bloodthirsty deviants. Old Roose Bolton delights in using leeches to drain his own blood, while his illegitimate son, rumored to be a madman who revels in the torment of others, is one I would gladly shoot with an arrow if I were to encounter him, then strip the skin from his body as a gift for his father. After absorbing Paymon's flattery, Theon Greyjoy scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain. Should you encounter him, you would find yourself rendered speechless, for before you could skin him, he would have already sliced off your sausage to consume. Paymon, upon hearing Theon's words, stifled a laugh. As for your assessment of the Iron Islands and the Ironborn, I wholeheartedly concur. We are indeed descendants of the Grey King, and the longships crafted by the Ironborn can brave the most treacherous of tempests. Theon, brimming with pride, was blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently revealed his identity. So, you hail from the Iron Islands, Ironborn? Paymon Bolton inquired languidly. Upon hearing this, Theon Greyjoy's expression shifted from pale to flushed, realizing his misstep. Indeed, we come from the Iron Islands. If you would join my cause, I promise you ample rewards upon our success, for debts must be repaid, and it is not solely the Lannisters who owe. With his identity now exposed, Theon, in a fit of urgency, made his request plain. We seek only shelter and sustenance. Paymon feigned humility as he addressed Theon. Naturally, once you assist me in achieving success, Winterfell shall be ours. Theon felt emboldened by Paymon's response and hastily pledged his assurance. Theon, they are merely strangers, and not Ironborn. They are hardly worthy of our trust. At that moment, a fellow Ironborn trailing behind coldly cautioned Theon Greyjoy. You have scarcely set foot on this land. Yet I have been confined within Winterfell for many years. Do you truly believe you know the North better than I? Feeling his authority challenged, Theon roared in anger at the Ironborn who had warned him. You are the son of Lord Balon Greyjoy, the foster son of Lord Ned Stark, are you not? Paymon, having followed their revelation, exposed the true identity of the Greyjoys. Blackmire, Mervyn, and the others stood in stunned silence at Paymon's performance. Yet they dared not utter a word. Indeed, I am the son of Balon Greyjoy, not a foster child of House Stark. The deceased do not perish. They shall rise again, even more formidable. Theon Greyjoy lifted the seawater from the pouch above his head and poured it over himself. The cold wind dispersed the white mist, and Theon solemnly embraced the baptism of the sea. When they paused to rest, the Ironborn remained huddled together, and seizing the opportunity, Theon discreetly revealed to Paymon his plan to launch a nocturnal assault on Winterfell. Should we succeed in conquering that city on your behalf, my lord Theon, it would be splendid if you could reward my men with some silver stags. Paymon, feigning gravity, proposed his terms after hearing Theon's scheme, knowing that a refusal to negotiate would only raise Theon's suspicions. Rest assured, once we seize Winterfell, I shall fill a chest with silver stags for you to take. Theon pledged generously. However, to leave Winterfell after its conquest would not be so simple. Paymon pondered internally, yet outwardly expressed his gratitude for Theon's generosity. With Paymon and his band joining their ranks, coupled with Theon's eagerness to prove himself to his father, King Balon, they journeyed forth with determination. The air grew increasingly frigid, and snowflakes began to fall gently from the sky. To reach Winterfell before the heavy snow obstructed their path, Theon even commanded his company to minimize their rest, stopping only when the horses could run no more. After days and nights of arduous travel, they finally beheld the towers and keep of Winterfell from a distance on a winter evening. As twilight descended, flocks of crows soared above the town outside Winterfell. Snow fell in a flurry, shrouding the surroundings in silence, broken only by the mournful sound of the cold wind rustling through the treetops. We shall wait until darkness envelopes us completely before we proceed. After casting one last glance at his former home, Theon retreated into the woods on horseback. Remember, once we breach the castle ahead, seek out Ned Stark's sons, Bran and Rickon. As Theon entered the forest, Paymon lowered his voice, giving orders to Mawyn and his men. After seizing Winterfell, why do you require those two boys, my lord? Mawyn inquired, somewhat perplexed. This is the Lord's command. You need not know the reasons. You must capture those boys and bring them before me. Paymon commanded with an air of authority. Mawyn nodded solemnly, having unsheathed his black spear, gripping it tightly. The company followed Theon into the black pine forest, biding their time until nightfall to strike Winterfell. Chapter 9. The Assault. When night fell, the snow finally ceased, and a slender crescent moon ascended in the night sky. Theon ordered the extraction of bows and arrows, distributing the grappling hooks intended for the siege among Paymon's forces. Paymon Bolton quickly discerned that Theon Greyjoy was not a fool. Rather, he intended to have his men serve as vanguards to mitigate the casualties among the Ironborn. Once we seize Winterfell, the entire North will sing praises of your glorious deeds. From the shores of Dragonstone to the Isles of the Iron Islands, and from Dorne to the free cities, the maidens will eagerly vie for your hand in marriage. Theon Greyjoy struck his sword against his shield, fervently rallying his comrades. It seemed his penchant for oratory was unlikely to be quelled. Paymon whispered a complaint to Marwyn at his side, yet the latter failed to grasp his meaning. Following the conclusion of the speech, the group advanced under the moonlight, Paymon gripping a grappling hook, marching alongside Marwyn and the others. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the crunch of snow beneath their feet. To avoid attracting the guards' attention, they circumvented a collapsed battlement. Once the archers among the Ironborn were poised, Theon issued the command to attack. Thwack, thwack, thwack. A volley of arrows rained down, decimating the guards patrolling the walls, and the few survivors quickly recognized the enemy assault on Winterfell. Eliminate that man. Paymon spotted a soldier attempting to sound the alarm and shouted to Marwyn. In an instant, Marwyn darted forth from the shadows, launching his spear with precision. The dark spear soared like a brilliant comet, piercing the soldier's chest, causing his horn to clatter against the battlements. Ascend the walls. Any who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Paymon commanded decisively. The group cast their grappling hooks, scaling the heights of the walls, while Theon's archers commenced another round of fire. As the guards on the battlements were nearly subdued, Paymon suddenly recognized a critical dilemma. The walls of Winterfell loomed high, and Theon's grappling hooks could not reach such heights. At that moment, Paymon approached Theon Greyjoy and articulated his plan. Is this approach not a trifle dishonorable? Theon, after hearing him out, inquired uncertainly. If you disapprove, we may withdraw and you can return to Pike to inform King Balon of the events transpiring here. Seeing Theon still hesitating, Paymon resorted to threats. Reluctantly, Theon acquiesced to Paymon Bolton's scheme. Paymon, along with Marwyn and the others, continued to feign an assault on the guards atop the walls, while Theon led the remaining Ironborn toward the gates. "I am Theon Greyjoy. Let us enter the city. We have been beset by bandits." Upon reaching the main gate, Theon waved vigorously at the guards atop the wall, calling out loudly. Though uncertain of the circumstances outside, the panicked defenders, having seen that Robb Stark had taken nearly all of Winterfell's elite forces, chose to open the gates upon recognizing Theon. The sea monsters from the Iron Islands descended upon Winterfell like lions upon a flock of sheep, unleashing a massacre upon the guards within the city. Enter Winterfell through the city gates. Upon seeing the Stark family's doors wide open, Paymon immediately called out to Marwyn and the others. Following the command, Marwyn and his companions entered through the gates of the Lord Stark, accompanied by the bastard of House Bolton. Paymon and Theon, familiar with Winterfell, navigated through the castle with ease. In no time, they dispatched all soldiers loyal to House Stark, and those who remained chose to surrender unconditionally. Theon commanded the Ironborn to gather all inhabitants of Winterfell, particularly the Starks, leaving no one behind. He stressed this point to the men assigned to search the castle. However, the astute Theon Greyjoy failed to notice that Paymon's men had already dispersed to seek out Rickon and Bran Stark. When the Ironborn assembled everyone in the Great Hall of Winterfell, Bran and Rickon were conspicuously absent, leaving Theon feeling a pang of disappointment and frustration. "Theon, you are a good man. How could you commit such treachery against House Stark?" Master Lewin, amongst the crowd, gazed at Theon with disappointment, sighing as he spoke. His diminutive frame was hunched, adorned with gray hair and a beard. "Silence, you Stark's midwife. Don't think for a moment that your scant knowledge makes you immune to my wrath," Theon retorted furiously at the reproachful scholar. The rest of the assembly were mostly familiar faces to Theon Greyjoy, and Paymon could hardly fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of the once-adopted son of Lord Stark. "I am not a captive of Winterfell or House Stark. I am a true Ironborn, the legitimate son of Balon Greyjoy, and from this moment forth, I am the master of Winterfell. You shall all grovel at my feet." Years of suppressed emotion erupted at this moment. Theon's eyes burned red, fueled by a mix of anger and exhilaration. Before long, Marwyn and his companions returned to Paymon Bolton's side, nodding to their lord. Paymon understood that Rickon and Bran had become pawns of House Bolton. "Those who oppose me shall have their heads severed and displayed upon the walls of Winterfell." Theon unsheathed his sword with a metallic clang. "Now, who among you can tell me where Bran and Rickon are?" His cold gaze swept across the assembly, met only with a dreadful silence. "No one is as despicable and shameless as you, Theon Greyjoy. You are right. You do not deserve, and will never become, a Stark." Master Lewin stepped forward from the crowd, unwavering as he met Theon's brutal gaze. "Very well, you old fool. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you." The words of Bachelor Ruin utterly breached Theon's defenses. He sheathed his arrow, drew his bow, and aimed it at Ruin. Paymon Bolton stood silently to the side, observing the unfolding scene. The extensive efforts he had made were solely to avoid bearing infamy, to escape becoming a thorn in the side of the Stark vassals of the North. Theon's actions, however, aligned perfectly with his own machinations. "You shameless traitor." Thud! The arrow sank deeply into Ruin's eye socket, and amidst the crowd's gasps and screams, the old man collapsed into a pool of blood. Chapter 10. Bolton's Conspiracy. The crowd glared at Theon with eyes filled with rage and hatred, unable to fathom that this foster son of House Stark would commit such an act in the hall of Winterfell. "Anyone who dares defy me will meet the same fate as this old fool," Theon proclaimed, pointing at the deceased Bachelor Ruin. After pressing for the whereabouts of Bran and Rickon several times, and receiving no response, Theon Greyjoy ordered the captives to be imprisoned. At that moment, Paymon approached Theon. "Rest assured, I will honor my promise and reward you with a full chest of silver stags. But before that, I must first locate my two dear brothers." Theon expressed his agitation upon Paymon's arrival. They stood within the warm castle of Winterfell, while outside the cold winds howled, yet Paymon felt comfortably warm. "My lord Theon, I am not in haste for my reward. Rather, I believe that seizing Winterfell may not be the wisest choice for you." Having already claimed Winterfell under the banner of House Greyjoy, Paymon finally revealed his true nature. "This is precisely what I am owed, and I must prove myself to my father and sister. I am not merely a foster son of the Starks, but a true Ironborn, a descendant of the Grey King who conquered the seas." Theon roared at Paymon, oblivious to the lurking danger surrounding him. Paymon merely smiled gently, contemplating whether to repeat Ramsay's treatment of Theon. "The strength of the Ironborn is rooted in the sea. Your souls belong to longships and storms. Winterfell is deprived of resources and far from pike. Moreover, what will the Stark vassals do once they learn of this?" The young bastard of the Dreadfort calmly analyzed the situation for Theon. At this moment, Theon Greyjoy finally regained some composure, yet he felt utterly lost. His plans had only accounted for seizing Winterfell, never considering the concerns Paymon had raised. I will send word to my father and sister. Once they learn of my conquest of Winterfell, they will surely dispatch reinforcements at once. Just then, a cold gust swept into the hall, and Theon stared vacantly at the flickering candles. Upon hearing Shien's words, Paymon merely displayed a faint smile, aware that further persuasion might arouse the suspicions of this sea creature. To Shien, Winterfell was already within his grasp, and he would hardly relinquish it so easily. Since you, my lord Shien, have your plans in place, I shall refrain from further commentary. My people and I shall wholeheartedly support you. Paymon understood that the time was not yet ripe, so he redirected the conversation. Although he recognized that even the Ironborn brought by Shien from the Iron Islands had very few who were truly loyal to him. Very well. If you can vow your loyalty to me, then you shall be rewarded with endless silver stags and women. Paymon had to concede that Shien was indeed a master at painting enticing visions. Thus, Paymon knelt, and as Shien Greyjoy drew his sword and placed it upon Paymon's shoulder, Paymon swore his allegiance to Shien. At this moment, the most pressing concern was to locate the two Stark wolf cubs. The prolonged absence of Bran and Rickon left Shien feeling increasingly exasperated. If my lord permits, I shall lead my men to search at once, Paymon suggested opportunely. Naturally, Shien had no reason to refuse. There were far too many matters weighing on his mind for him to dwell on anything else. After departing the hall, Paymon promptly followed Black Spear Mervyn to an abandoned tower within the city. Before him stood Bran, a brooding youth with the chestnut hair and brown eyes of House Tully. As for Rickon, he was currently toying with a few walnuts, gazing vacantly at Paymon as he approached. Ajo, Bran's servant, Ajo, was watching Paymon with a wary expression. Who are you? Bran, seated in a wheelchair, regarded Paymon with suspicion. I am Paymon Bolton, son of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, Paymon declared, revealing his identity. The Dreadfort? The Skinning family? Upon hearing Paymon's lineage, Bran's expression shifted from mere skepticism to palpable fear. Indeed, my father has already led the soldiers of the Dreadfort to join Lord Robb Stark's army. The Bolton family is a loyal vassal of House Stark. Noticing Bran's disbelief, Paymon continued, given that, what brings you to Winterfell at this moment? Should you not be among the southern-bound armies or stationed at the Dreadfort? Bran, unlike Shien, was not easily swayed by others' words. My men discovered Ironborn landing in the forest, a phenomenon as rare as sharks swimming atop a mountain. So we tracked their movements to this place. However, the Ironborn are numerous. I seek an opportunity to escort you back to the Dreadfort, after which I shall lead my forces to reclaim Winterfell. Paymon had meticulously devised this plan prior to their departure. Thus Bran's inquiries posed no challenge to him. Ajo. From Ajo's gaze, Paymon discerned that he had gained the trust of several among them. When shall we exit the city? Are there walnuts within the terrifying castle? Rickon inquired at that moment. All that lies within are the frigid walls of the castle and the flayed skins of men. Black Spear Mervyn grimaced, attempting to frighten Rickon. Alarmed, the Walnut Emperor hastily sought refuge behind the broad back of Odair. We must circumvent Theon Greyjoy and his informants at the earliest opportunity. I shall lead you to safety, Paymon assured Bran, disregarding Mervyn's antics. Though skeptical, Bran found himself devoid of better alternatives and thus nodded in agreement. Paymon organized a guard to watch over Bran and the others before departing the tower with Mervyn and his entourage. My lord Paymon, with all due respect, I believe that under the current circumstances, even a fool like Theon Greyjoy would not readily permit our escape from the city, Mervyn expressed with concern. Fear not. In a matter of days, he shall implore me to leave this place. A shadowy smile crept across Paymon's face. This time, Mervyn refrained from further comment, feeling a sense of dread towards the young proxy lord before him. Ramsay Bolton, though brutal and deranged, did not evoke the same level of fear as this calculating Bolton. Indeed, in the days that followed, Theon scoured Winterfell with his Ironborn, yet still failed to uncover any trace of Bran or Rickon. This increasingly awkward predicament rendered Theon more irritable and eventually drove him to madness. Chapter 11. A proposal. As Paymon observed Theon pacing like a restless ant atop a hot skillet within the sacred woods of Winterfell, he recognized that the moment had arrived. My lord Theon, we have thoroughly searched Winterfell, yet found no sign of those two wolf pups. Perhaps it is time to consider alternative measures? Paymon suggested as he approached Theon. The people of Winterfell await my humiliation. Even the Ironborn who accompanied me here hold me in disdain. Theon, seething with anger, struck a nearby tree trunk with his fist, as the ancient, silent faces of the woods bore witness to their exchange. If it pleases you, I may have a solution. Paymon rubbed his frostbitten nose, addressing Theon. Who are you, truly? Theon turned, fixing his piercing azure gaze upon Paymon, demanding an answer. I was once the lieutenant to the Storm King, Beric Dondarrion, and I am considered the hand of the king within the Brotherhood without banners. To allay Theon's suspicions, Paymon smiled as he explained his current lack of personnel, which precluded him from engaging directly with the Ironborn from Pike. Speak, then. Theon, cornered and desperate, reluctantly conceded. We can strip the skins from those soldiers who entered the city, cut a portion to hang outside the city walls, and then announce to everyone that Bran and Rickon are dead. Theon Greyjoy pondered carefully over Paymon's proposal and, after a prolonged silence, nodded gravely. For the present moment, this could be deemed a viable strategy, as Paymon Bolton complied with Theon's orders, preparing the skins to be hung on spears. An impatient Theon ascended the tower and loudly proclaimed the news of Bran and Rickon's demise to the crowd below. Paymon concealed himself in the shadows of the tower's peak, calmly observing the unfamiliar faces beneath him. Among them were expressions of anger and anguish, as curses and invectives surged through the throng. Meanwhile, Theon Greyjoy, eager to prove himself, stood upon the battlements, relishing the vitriol and malevolent curses directed at him. The North never forgets. Once word of this spreads, the loyal bannermen of House Stark will undoubtedly unite to sever all of his tentacled connections. Black-browed Marwyn observed Theon's reckless gambit and sighed. Chaos is a ladder, Marwyn. It is only amidst chaos that we find our opportunity for strength and conquest. Paymon Bolton flashed a cruel smile and remarked to the oblivious Theon Greyjoy that evening. To celebrate this monumental success, Theon commanded the cooks to prepare a lavish feast, of course under the watchful eyes of the Ironborn, for he feared the possibility of poisoning. The Ironborn appeared disinterested in the banquet spread before them, while Marwyn and his men greedily indulged in roasted goose and crispy pig. Paymon, however, abstained from the wine, fully aware that he must remain vigilant. A single misstep in his inebriation could lead to his head rolling at the hands of the ferocious Ironborn. Relieved, Theon soon found himself intoxicated, loudly recounting his past exploits in Winterfell, as if he were the true master of the castle at that moment. Paymon merely smiled and nodded, yet his mind was already calculating the next moves. Indeed, just as Paymon had anticipated, Theon Greyjoy's fortunate days were short-lived. The scouts he dispatched returned with alarming intelligence. Several families in the north, situated close to Winterfell, had learned of Theon's treachery against Bran and Rickon and the surprise assault on Winterfell. Instantly, Theon's elation and arrogance faded like a wilted flower, his brow furrowing in concern. This time, Paymon did not need to seek out Theon. Rather, the Lord of Winterfell sought him out, inquiring about his perspective. My Lord Theon, Paymon replied, I have long warned you that you are a descendant of the Grey King, and the strength of the Ironborn is rooted in the sea. Yet here we are, far from Winterfell, and I fear that Pike Island cannot offer you any substantial aid. In order to compel Theon to heed his words, Paymon Bolton deliberately withheld his opinions, opting instead for an air of mystery. However, having successfully captured Winterfell, returning to the Iron Islands in disgrace was not an option. If it came to that, he would prefer to perish at the hands of the Stark vassals. Upon hearing Paymon's statement, Theon was instantly consumed by anxiety. Is there a solution? It is not impossible, he replied, his urgency palpable. But what do you mean by not impossible? Speak plainly. Whether it be silver stags or anything else, I shall provide whatever you require. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Theon hastened to assure him. I can depart Winterfell to seek reinforcements, while you, my lord, must immediately send word to Pike Island to request their assistance. Once I return with troops, we can hold our ground, and as long as we endure until the Iron Men arrive, the situation will turn entirely in your favor. Paymon outlined a meticulously crafted plan that, while seemingly flawless, was, in truth, a grand deception and trap. Yet, Theon hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. What if, he began but trailed off. I will station all my men in Winterfell to assist you in repelling the enemy, Paymon interjected, understanding that Theon feared he might flee as soon as he left the city. Theon did not immediately acquiesce to Paymon's proposal, requesting time to ponder it. However, when scouts reported that Sir Roderick's forces were fully prepared, the beleaguered sea creature could no longer maintain his composure. He promptly sought out Paymon, insisting he leave that very night in search of reinforcements. I am at your service, my lord. But it would be even better if you could provide me with a cart to transport some soldiers' bodies, Paymon humbly requested. What need do you have for soldiers' corpses? Wouldn't that only slow your progress? Theon regarded Paymon with astonishment, finally recognizing the depth of the boy's cunning nature. Yet it was too late. He had already ventured too far to retreat. The sorrows of Mill were closely tied to the Storm Lord, and the Red Priest possessed the ability to raise the dead. My Lord Theon, imagine if we had an army of the undead, akin to the White Walkers beyond the wall. What might transpire? Paymon eloquently persuaded. Very well. Let it be as you say. Tonight, you shall lead your men out of the city, and be sure to return swiftly with this army of the undead. Theon, once despondent, now rekindled his hope, clapping Paymon on the shoulder. Chapter 12. As evening fell, light snow began to fall. By the time darkness enveloped the land, Paymon had commanded Blackbow Mervyn to load the bodies onto the cart in preparation for their departure. Theon bestowed upon Paymon a handful of silver stags, promising that upon his return with reinforcements, he would settle the remaining debt in full. The deceased do not truly perish. They shall rise again, their force even more formidable. As Paymon and Mervyn drove their carriage, drawn by 3 splendid steeds, through the city gates, Sheehan Greyjoy stood in the cold wind, his countenance grave as he addressed Paymon Bolton. Observing the serious demeanor of the sea beast, Paymon, before laughter could escape him, hastily urged Mervyn to depart from Winterfell. Once the snowfall ceased, the vast expanse was left with only the moonlit snow, while the trees along the roadside swayed their branches in the chilling breeze, enveloped in darkness. My Lord Paymon, my men remain within Winterfell. We shall return, shall we not? Mervyn, the Black Spear, inquired with a hint of concern as he steered the carriage. Indeed, the North still harbors many families loyal to House Stark. The infamy of ambushing Winterfell must not fall upon the Boltons. Yet, despite our struggles, we shall never relinquish Winterfell without a fight. Paymon spoke in hushed tones, low enough that only Mervyn could discern his words. It is only the 2 of us here. My Lord Paymon, are you afraid those corpses behind the carriage might overhear? Mervyn questioned, perplexed by Bolton's peculiar behavior. Paymon remained silent until Mervyn guided the carriage to the bank of a frozen river, at which point he commanded Mervyn to halt. The moonlight was gentle as gossamer. Despite the frigid air, the river had not fully frozen, with floating shards of ice reflecting the cold luminescence. Discard the bodies into the river. This will hasten our departure, Paymon Bolton ordered, alighting from the carriage and standing upon the withered grass. But my Lord Paymon, are we not to take these corpses to seek the resurrection from the sorcerer of Meereen? Do you truly intend to conjure forth a horde of whites? Mervyn queried, bewildered. You need only follow my directives. I have my own plans, Paymon replied, rubbing his frozen, stiff hands. Together, they cast the corpses from the rear of the carriage, one by one, into the icy waters. The deceased soldiers, clad in heavy armor, quickly sank into the inky depths of the river. After relieving himself on the riverbank, Paymon re-entered the carriage, while Mervyn continued to drive towards the Dreadfort. Once the bodies within the carriage were cleared, Mervyn discovered a wooden chest hidden beneath the corpses. He vaguely surmised its contents, but remained silent. To avoid encountering lords and soldiers heading towards Winterfell, they intentionally circumvented the broad King's Road, navigating instead through overgrown, muddy woodland paths. As Mervyn steered the carriage through the gates of the Dreadfort, Paymon's anxious heart finally found solace. Upon halting the carriage, Paymon Bolton stood upon the soil of the Dreadfort, while behind him, Adu carried the disabled Bran, his other hand grasping that of the young Emperor Rickon. As they disembarked the carriage, Maven of the Black Spear gazed in astonishment as they descended from the carriage. Although he harbored a vague suspicion regarding the contents of the chest, the arrival of the Stark children at the Dreadfort still struck him as incredulous. Prepare some provisions for them and arrange their quarters, commanded Lord Pike to his servants. Lord Pike, did you not intend to return to Winterfell? My men have been callously abandoned there, accompanying that fool Theon Greyjoy to his doom, Maven exclaimed, a surge of emotion finally illuminating the entirety of the Bolton bastard scheme. Maven, winter is coming, and soon you shall comprehend that what is to unfold will be even more ruthless and cruel. We shall undoubtedly return to Winterfell, but certainly not at this moment. After all, we have attained what we desired, and that fool Theon Greyjoy will serve to delay the Northmen's onslaught for a time. But, Lord Pike, Maven began, only to be interrupted as Pike raised a hand, silencing his inquiry. I am the acting lord of the Dreadfort, and your task is to execute my commands. Faced with the inevitability of the situation, Maven could utter no further protests, bowing respectfully to Lord Pike before taking his leave. Upon returning to his chambers, Pike collapsed onto the bed, too weary to even remove his clothing, the incessant toil of recent days swiftly lulling him to sleep. When he awoke, it was already time for the midday meal, and at the dining table, Lord Pike finally laid eyes upon his mother, Wyman Fry. True to the rumors, she appeared round as a pink ball, her fingers, encumbered and bloated, greedily indulging in the food before her. As Pike glanced at Wyman's belly, he found himself unable to discern whether she was with child, a realization that filled him with a sense of helplessness and frustration. "Are you Pike Snow, the bastard from the smithy?" Wyman Fry inquired through a mouthful of food, her words barely intelligible. "Indeed, my lady mother, I am Pike Snow, the apprentice blacksmith," he replied with a sycophantic smile, though the presence of this granddaughter of old Fry evoked nothing but disdain within him. "Do not presume I am unaware of your schemes. I tell you, I am already with child by Lord Bolton, and the future of the Dreadfort and the Bolton lands shall rightfully belong to the true Bolton within my womb," Wyman Fry announced with evident disdain for the bastard before her. Pike struggled to conceal his deep-seated loathing for one who had prospered through the tolls of bridges. "That is well, but I do hope the child you carry does not resemble his great-grandfather, the late Lord Wyman Fry, in tardiness," he retorted coldly. Wyman Fry flushed with anger at Pike's mockery, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for a response. After all, when Robert Baratheon raised the banner of rebellion, Walder Fry, the cunning old fox, remained inactive until the tide had decisively turned, earning him the ironic nickname of Late Fry. "Once the child within me is born, your life, you bastard, will be rendered utterly worthless. We shall see." With these venomous words, Walter Fry stormed away in fury. Paymon, slicing into the pork chop on his plate, felt a burgeoning desire to eliminate Walter Fry, yet he understood that the time was not ripe. Keeping this detestable Fry woman around still held significant utility. Chapter 13. The Red Wedding. The phrase Red Wedding weighed heavily, even for Paymon. As the days passed, he recognized the approach of this gruesome and despicable massacre drawing ever closer. His heart endured an unprecedented torment, although he did not pride himself on being virtuous. The slaughter of pregnant women and unarmed soldiers, in blatant violation of the ancient customs of Westeros, was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet, on the other hand, the carnage that would unfold at the wedding promised immense benefit for House Bolton. The Starks were the liege lords of the Boltons, but deep down, these skinning fiends had never truly submitted to the rule of Winterfell. Once they eliminated this troublesome foe with the help of that weaselly Walder Fry, House Bolton would clear all obstacles in the north, facing no rivals. In the game of power, one either wins or faces certain death. Ultimately, Paymon recalled the words of Cersei Lannister. Although that woman was remarkably foolish, he still yearned for an opportunity to meet her. Half a month later, Paymon received the news of Theon Greyjoy's demise, accompanied by a letter from his father, Roose Bolton, delivered by Raven. The letter instructed Paymon to escort old Frey's granddaughter, Walta Fry, to the wedding in the Twins, specifically reminding him to ensure the safety of his wife en route. Placing the letter above a flickering candle flame, Paymon gazed intently at the dancing fire. It seemed that the plump woman from House Fry had not lied. She was indeed carrying Roose Bolton's child. That unborn infant undoubtedly posed a significant threat to Paymon Bolton. The following morning, Paymon ordered a messenger to inform Walta Fry to prepare for their departure to the Riverlands that afternoon. "You should have informed me sooner. This would have given me ample time to prepare." Upon learning of her imminent return to the Twins, Walta, maneuvering her ample form, stormed angrily towards Paymon. "I only just received my father's command and dispatched word to you immediately," Paymon replied dismissively, uninterested in Walta's tantrum. "When we arrive at Fry territory and meet Lord Bolton, I shall ensure he properly disciplines you, you uncouth fool," Walta Fry declared, hands on her hips, breathless as she pointed an accusing finger at Paymon. Paymon's smile deepened, yet it bore the sharpness of a knife, leaving old Frey's granddaughter feeling a chill run down her spine, prompting her to hastily seek an excuse to depart. Before setting off towards the Riverlands, Paymon specifically sought out the steadfast Marwyn, instructing him to vigilantly guard Bran, Rickon, and of course, the towering Adair. The caravan from the terrifying fortress embarked in the afternoon, as the winter gloom lifted, allowing the sun to cast a gentle warmth upon the day. Paymon commanded the scouts to ride ahead, followed closely by riders brandishing the Bolton family banner, with Paymon leading a contingent of fully armed knights in their wake. The rotund Fry sat in the spacious carriage, incessantly bellowing his grievances, while at the rear trailed the mercenaries and free riders loyal to House Bolton. The procession moved grandly towards the Riverlands, resembling a serpent coiling gracefully upon the earth. Seizing a moment while Walton Fry rested and dined within the carriage, Paymon identified a suitable individual, commanding him to ride ahead and notify the scoundrel Heck, who awaited near Twin Rivers City. As the figure of the messenger vanished into the forest, Paymon's countenance brightened with satisfaction. Only in this manner could he ensure the scoundrel would evade the watchful eyes of Walton Fry and the others. Approaching the Riverlands, in a place called Algae Town, The man sent to inform Heck returned to the camp under the cover of night. The stench upon you is utterly offensive, likely to attract unwanted attention. Proceed westward. There lies a river not yet fully frozen. Go there and cleanse yourself. Paymon commanded the soldier accompanying Heck to the riverbank for a bath. Just before the soldier turned away, Paymon gestured a throat-cutting motion towards Heck. Initially perplexed, Heck's expression morphed into a cruel smile. After some time, Heck returned clad in the soldier's armor and shoes, drenched and shivering, his teeth chattering and legs trembling. Thankfully, the foul odor had finally been washed away. Do not fret, shortly I shall have you nestled beneath Watton-Frey's blankets to warm yourself. What say you? Paymon inquired, feigning warmth as she draped an arm around Heck's shoulders. My lady Paymon, I would never dare. I have no thoughts of betraying you. Heck exclaimed, dropping to his knees before Paymon, bowing his head fervently. From this moment forth, don your mask. Otherwise, I shall skin you alive and use your hide for warmth. Paymon, embodying the authority of a true lord, commanded Heck sternly. With no recourse for defiance, Heck hastily complied. Sensing the moment was ripe, Paymon divulged the subsequent plans to Heck. My lady Paymon, I beseech your forgiveness for my audacity, yet I must confess. Your scheme is exceedingly audacious. Once I comply with your instructions, will you truly grant me a reprieve? The wretched man trembled uncontrollably after hearing Paymon's words. Whether from the biting cold or sheer terror was uncertain. You fail to comprehend my nature. I am far more steadfast in my commitments than Lord Tywin of the West. Paymon vowed earnestly to the wretched Heck, a debt must be repaid. As dawn broke, Vatanfra eagerly urged the party to commence their journey. Paymon, however, declined her demand, provoking a torrent of invectives in response. You wretched bastard, I shall see to it that you are thrown into the blacksmith's furnace until nothing remains but ashes. Vaeton's voice was piercing, and every ear present caught her venomous words. At times, Paymon found herself questioning whether the woman feigned ignorance, for the more vehemently Vaeton berated her, the less inclined Paymon felt to retaliate. For once they reached Twin River City, her esteemed father, Lord Leech, would not be easily trifled with. After several arduous days of travel, they finally arrived at their destination. It was the heart of winter, and the walls and stone piers of the bridge were still encrusted with withered water plants and moss. A white mist wafted over the surface of the water, and soldiers atop the tower spotted the approaching convoy from the dreaded fortress, quickly signaling them to halt. Seeing this, Vaeton Frey immediately lifted the curtain of her sedan chair and waved her hand to identify herself to the city guards. Only then did the sentinels gesture for them to proceed, the heavy chains creaking as they were drawn up, emitting a series of dismal clangs. As Paymon rode towards the bridge, he seemed to catch a whiff of the sanguine scent that lingered in the air. Chapter 14. Nightmare. Before they had traversed halfway across the bridge, the limping Rosafrey led a throng of Freys out in a single file. Among the crowd, Paymon recognized the black-haired Walder Frey and the grotesquely featured Peter Frey, along with a multitude of unfamiliar faces. The old Frey had proliferated like a herd of swine, his progeny nearly filling the entirety of Westeros. The limping Rosafrey was a stout man, his disheveled black hair resembling a tangled mess, and his eyes were narrow and elongated, exuding an air of cunning and calculation. After the Freys arranged themselves to receive the newcomers, the limping man approached with a noticeable limp. Welcome to Twin River City. I am the steward, Rosafrey. Rozoff observed Paymon's unfamiliar visage with a wary gaze, for he had never before encountered the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton. Paymon, sensing the scrutiny, hastily dismounted and was about to greet the limping steward when the portly Vaeton, impatient, alighted from the carriage. Uncle Rozoff, allow me to introduce you to this remarkable individual standing before you. He is the illegitimate son from the blacksmith's forge, the future Lord Paymon. In the presence of numerous Freys and their loyal vassals, the rotund Vaeton deliberately raised his voice, ensuring that all within earshot could hear. Paymon felt as though he had been publicly slapped, the painful sensation lodged in his throat causing him to momentarily freeze. Lord Rosso, I have been tasked with escorting Lady Vaeton here to attend the wedding. He composed himself quickly and greeted Rosso Frey before him. It must have been quite a taxing journey. You see, we have thoroughly spoiled Vaeton. The limping steward displayed a perfunctory smile. Yet his gaze incessantly scanned the entourage Paymon had brought, for he must remain exceedingly cautious regarding the events that were soon to unfold. Have Lord Robb Stark and my father not yet arrived? Paymon, concerned that the observant steward might uncover something amiss, hastily interjected. They will arrive by tomorrow evening. Why not enter the city now? Rosso urged the assembly, and Paymon's entourage followed a throng of Freys towards the castle of Twin Rivers. In accordance with protocol, the limping steward first led Paymon into the hall of House Frey. As he entered, The aged Walder Frye sat regally in a black wooden chair, his lecherous and greedy eyes fixed upon the Bolton who had crossed beneath Frey's roof. "You are the lad from House Bolton? The bastard son of Lord Roose Bolton?" The old Frye inquired haughtily, addressing the boy standing before him. "Indeed, I am Paymon Bolton, but you are correct. I once served as an apprentice blacksmith." "You may also refer to me as Paymon Snow," Paymon replied, gazing at the ancient figure before him, whose face was marred by grotesque spots, hair appearing soft and fine. Yet his eyes were remarkably shrewd. "Is Lord Roose Bolton truly so senile as to send a bastard of unknown origin to my domain to appease me? If he had a lineage as abundant as mine, perhaps he would not endure such vexations." The old Frye plucked a grape from a fruit bowl and savored it meticulously. "Indeed, but I believe, Lord Frye, you are so hospitable that even towards a bastard such as myself, you would not view me with disdain." Paymon remarked to the old Frye in a tone rich with irony. "Silver-tongued fool, wretched and unruly spawn, be gone from my sight." Walder Frye was as sensitive and arrogant, cruel and unyielding as Paymon had anticipated. As Paymon sought an excuse to distance himself from the loathsome old man, he swiftly retreated from Walder Frye's hall. Subsequently, Paymon sought out the limping Rosso once more, inquiring about the arrangements for the wedding the following evening. "Fear not. You shall not have traveled from the Dreadfort to Twin Rivers in vain. The chef will prepare an abundance of delectable fish and shrimp," Rosso promised generously. "Will there be a band to provide entertainment?" A shadow of a smile crept across Paymon's face as he inquired tentatively of the steward. Rosso's demeanor suddenly turned frantic. In his view, a person as seasoned and cautious as Lustbarton should never disclose such a significant plan to his illegitimate son. However, from the expression of the limping Rosso, Paymon discerned that this cruel individual had indeed orchestrated everything in advance. Naturally, when the time comes, the band will play lively tunes, and the young men will have the opportunity to invite the girls they fancy for a dance. "If you have your eye on any of the Frye girls, I would be delighted to make the introductions," Rosso replied nonchalantly, though he was quite tight-lipped. "That would be splendid, Lord Rosso." Paymon sensed a tension in the atmosphere, smiled, and addressed the limping steward. It was then that Rosso Frye felt a sense of relief and arranged accommodations for Paymon and the guests from the terrifying castle. That evening, the Frye family commenced their bustling preparations. Watching the Frays scurry about like industrious ants, Paymon couldn't help but feel a chill creep into his heart. At that moment, only Paymon Bolton understood the gruesome and dark secrets lurking behind the seemingly joyous and grand wedding feast. That night, Paymon hardly slept, as the Frays outside continued their raucous chatter. When the din finally subsided, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. They had been assigned a campsite near the Trident River for the night, and with the gentle sound of the river lapping against the banks, the weary Paymon finally succumbed to a heavy slumber. In the depths of his dreams, piercing screams echoed in his ears. Initially, the sound seemed distant, but it grew closer and clearer. Then, a ghastly banquet composed of corpses and blood unfolded before him. Tables lay shattered and chairs broken, with fragments of plates scattered everywhere, while disembodied hands clutched wine goblets tightly. Pale faces lay sprawled across the halls of House Frye, their vacant eyes silently accusing the massacre that had transpired beneath the Frye roof. Soon after, Paymon beheld the young wolf lord, Robb Stark, adorned with a wolf's head sewn onto his attire, seated high upon a throne, wearing a crown that dripped with irony. The Trident River was awash with bodies, the entire river stained red by the blood of Stark soldiers. In the final moments of the dream, the cunning and cruel visage of old Frye materialized before Paymon, jolting him awake, his eyes flying open. Daylight had already broken. The morning rays filtered through the gnarled branches of the trees, casting shimmering golden reflections upon the river's surface. Crows perched atop the treetops, emitting ominous caws. And in this rare, splendid weather, a blood-soaked wedding was about to unfold in the City of Twins. Chapter 15. Crossbow. As night fell, Paymon Bolton heard the horn sounding from the tower on the opposite bank. The call reverberated across the Trident River, igniting a lively commotion throughout the City of Twins. The banner of House Stark, depicting the running wolf, flapped vigorously in the cold wind. Shortly thereafter, Paymon beheld the young wolf lord, Robb Stark, accompanied by his mother, Catelyn Tully. The groom, Edmure Tully, followed solemnly on horseback behind Robb Stark. The hobbled Lord Roose Bolton, alongside the heir of Riverrun, Lyman Frye, ventured forth from the city to welcome them. From a distance, Paymon discerned that the Duke of the Running River, the archer Edmure Tully, harbored little fondness for the Frays. The soldiers of the Stark and Tully houses entered Riverrun in grand procession, and at the rear of the throng, Paymon spotted his father, the Lord of the Dreadfort, Roose Bolton. However, The Lord of the Leech merely nodded at his illegitimate son before joining Robb and the others as they entered the Fry castle. Before the wedding commenced, as the guests gradually took their seats, Roose Bolton sought out Paymon. The father and son retreated to a secluded spot, where the cautious Lord Bolton finally spoke. "You attacked Winterfell with the Black Spear, without my authorization?" His tone bore a hint of reproach as he awaited a satisfactory explanation from Paymon. "It was Theon Greyjoy who ambushed Winterfell, my lord. There is no evidence linking House Bolton to this attack," Paymon replied earnestly, gazing into Roose Bolton's dim eyes. "You are too clever for your own good. This will ultimately be your undoing. Once Robb Stark returns to Winterfell and discovers that his two brothers are dead at the hands of another, he will surely uncover the true culprit," Roose Bolton expressed, disappointment lacing his voice as he shook his head at Paymon. As Roose's illegitimate son, Paymon felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the depth of the Lord of the Leech's cunning and caution. This inquiry not only tested Paymon's loyalty, but also sought to ascertain his knowledge of the impending events. "I have brought the two Stark children back to the Dreadfort, and when Robb Stark returns to Winterfell, Theon Greyjoy's corpse will suffice to quell his wrath," Paymon contemplated before articulating his response. Roose Bolton's expression softened slightly, and after a moment's reflection, he deemed it necessary to impart a caution to his illegitimate son. "When the wedding begins, should I rise to relieve myself, you are to leave the hall with me and not return." Even now, Roose did not wish to divulge all his plans to Paymon. "As you wish, my lord. I shall fully comply with your commands," Paymon replied, finding this arrangement agreeable. "You have endured much on this journey, Paymon. Lady Bethany has not been displeased with you, I trust?" Upon receiving Paymon's nod, Bolton continued to probe his illegitimate son regarding his lady's pregnancy. "My lady mother is with child. Even if she were to express displeasure, I would completely understand," Paymon replied with a profound expression. Both he and Lysbadin were acutely aware that once the child within Watanfra was born, Paymon would inevitably become a pawn. "Even if Wotton bears a child for me, you will always be my son, and will forever remain a part of the Bolton family," Lysbadin assured him, grasping Paymon's shoulder. Paymon conveyed his gratitude to his father, as the sounds of laughter began to fill the hall, signaling that the wedding was about to commence. As Lysbadin took his seat alongside Paymon, the guests had already settled into their respective places. Servants presented an array of sumptuous dishes upon the tables, while attendants filled the goblets of the seated guests with fine wine. At that moment, melodious music filled the air. Paymon turned to discover the infamous Heck, mingling among the musicians on the second floor. Although he could not play the organ in his hands, Paymon was well aware that among the musicians above, few were genuine. Most were but disguised executioners. Before long, Fry clinked his fork against his wineglass, and as the raucous guests quieted, Walder Fry commenced his hypocritical performance. The city of Riverrun shines brightly with the esteemed presence of House Stark and House Tully. The Fry family shall be a loyal friend to Lord Robb Stark. Though the Fry family has suffered shame due to Stark's betrayal, let us cast aside the past. Tonight, let us raise our glasses in celebration of Edmure Tully and the charming Fry family. Walder Frey's speech was met with cheers and applause. Yet Paymon could only feel revulsion at the old man's insincerity. The music swelled to a more uplifting crescendo as the guests began to partake in the feast and fine wine, the clinking of goblets creating a symphony of sound. The Boltons, however, partook of none, observing the revelry of the northern guests with the same cold detachment as the patient old Fry. As the wedding reached its midpoint, most of the Stark and Tully soldiers had imbibed to the point of inebriation. In this delicate moment, Lysbadin exchanged a knowing glance with Paymon. Understanding the signal, Paymon rose, noticing several skilled Boltons and some Freys departing the wedding scene as well. The air outside was bitterly cold. Lysbadin found a secluded corner, donned his iron armor, and concealed a dagger in his sleeve. "Stay here, do not move," Lysbadin commanded before returning with the Bolton soldiers to the Fry Hall. As the rains of Castamere began to fall, Paymon felt his heart race violently, his palms drenched in sweat. The brightly lit hall erupted with terrifying screams. Shadows flitted about within, while simultaneously, the northern soldiers stationed along the banks of the Trident were subjected to a combined massacre by the Boltons and Freys. Amidst the chaos and cries, Paymon slipped into the darkness towards the riverbank. Time seemed to pass with an unusual slowness. After a prolonged wait, Paymon observed the bodies of northern soldiers being removed from the barracks and unceremoniously tossed into the frigid waters of the river. When the foul-smelling Hecht appeared before Paymon, he promptly led him to a secluded corner. "Have you accomplished the task I assigned you?" Paymon inquired directly. "According to Lord Bolton's orders, I have executed it flawlessly," Hecht replied with a sense of pride. "Excellent. Now hand over your weapon to me," and you may leave." Paymon nodded in satisfaction. Once Hecht, trembling, extended the crossbow towards him, Paymon signaled for him to depart. As Hecht turned, still in disbelief, and took a few steps away, Paymon retrieved a hidden bolt from his cloak, drew it back, and pulled the trigger aimed at Hecht's retreating figure. After laboriously pushing the stinking, rigid body of Hecht into the rushing waters, Paymon returned to the place where Lord Robb Bolton had instructed him to hide. Chapter 16. Murder. After waiting for an extended period, Robb Bolton still had not appeared before Paymon. Ultimately, he resolved to enter the grand hall where Fry was hosting the guests to ascertain the situation. Bolton and the soldiers of House Fry were preoccupied with clearing away the corpse of the murdered Stark, hauling buckets of river water to wash away the bloodstains that marred the floor, amidst discarded helmets and shattered goblets strewn about. A throng had gathered before the seat of old Walder Fry, their faces a mask of feigned sorrow and indignation, while the limping Rosso passionately cursed the perpetrator of this heinous crime. The executioner, who had recklessly slaughtered guests without regard for their rights, had ultimately met his end at the hands of some unseen archer. What a poetic symmetry this was, Paymon mused as he squeezed through the crowd to the front. Among them stood his father, Robb Bolton, gazing with an inscrutable expression at the deceased Walder Fry. The old Marquis's death was far from dignified. An arrow had been deeply embedded in his eye socket, and the once cunning eyeball now lay shrouded beneath congealed blood. His withered hand hung limply, a shattered goblet at his feet, and a pool of urine spread around him, with half-eaten roast duck set before him. I must unearth the mastermind behind this crime, and personally see to his execution. Lyman Fry pounded his chest, consumed by grief. Yet Paymon understood well that, as the heir of Riverrun, this man likely longed for the old Frey's timely demise. What brought Paymon the most amusement was the sight of Lady Wotten Fry, weeping inconsolably, her plump fingers incessantly wiping away her flowing tears, her lips twitching in a ridiculous manner. "This is a dreadful murder." Robb Bolton spoke softly, fully aware that, regardless of his current stance, the Bolton family bore significant suspicion. "Lord Bolton, have you uncovered any clues regarding the murderer?" The limping steward suddenly directed his gaze towards Lord Robb Bolton, asking candidly. In the chaos we just witnessed, no one could discern from where or by whom the Marquis of Fry was shot. Lord Bolton remained remarkably composed in the face of the steward's pointed inquiry. "Indeed, it could very well be a spy planted by the Starks," he mused. Lyman Fry, seeking to bring an end to this seemingly endless suspicion, commanded the guards to clear the body of Lord Walder Fry and prepare for his burial on the morrow. By the time they exited the Fry Hall, the night had deepened. The mist that had enveloped the trident was dissipating, revealing a sparse scattering of stars as the river flowed steadily. "Paymon, what are your thoughts on the death of Walder Fry?" Lord Bolton inquired, gazing at the surging waters before him. "Every mortal must meet their end," Paymon replied. "The demise of the Marquis is a dreadful tragedy. However, I suspect that the moment Lord Walder fell to the arrow, the Fry family's discord was set into motion. This seemingly unbreakable house is rife with ambition, each member vying to replace the deceased lord and claim the mantle of leadership. Is this not precisely what you wish to witness? Paymon, I have long warned you that cleverness can lead to self-immolation. I have my own designs for all matters. Why do you persist in thwarting my plans?" Although Lord Bolton's words were veiled, their meaning was unmistakable. He felt both alienated and threatened by the ambitious bastard before him, who appeared not only driven but even more cunning than himself. "Father, everything I do is for the preservation of House Bolton's interests. With Walder Frey's death, the Fry clan will soon splinter, and Harrenhal shall rise as the most powerful force in the north." Paymon, acutely aware of the chill emanating from Lord Bolton, hastily sought to clarify his intentions. "Very well, then. Speak of your forthcoming plans. How shall we contend with these leaderless Freys?" Lord Bolton sighed, his mind already calculating how to deal with Paymon once the lady had delivered her child. "I have yet to determine this. Please guide me, father." Although he had orchestrated everything, Paymon understood well that, in his current state, he could only serve as a pawn for Lord Bolton. The path to truly commanding the game was still long ahead. Furthermore, Lord Bolton had repeatedly cautioned him that excessive cleverness could be a double-edged sword. "We shall remain patient, observing as the old Fry progeny turn upon one another. When their strength is sufficiently depleted, we will select the most malleable Fry to fully align with Bolton, thus establishing our puppet in control of the twins." After listening to Lord Lusburton's words, Paymon finally believed himself to be the illegitimate child of the lord before him. Their thoughts and plans seemed to be cast from the same mold. Paymon promptly bowed respectfully, expressing his complete submission to Lusburton's strategies and commands. "From this moment forth, you must heed every word I utter, Paymon. You shall act only upon receiving my orders. Furthermore, I do not wish to see Lady Wotton threatened by anyone." At the conclusion of their conversation, Lustburton issued a warning to Paymon. That night, Paymon distinctly sensed the undercurrents stirring within Twin River City. While the late Marquis Wade had lived, he could still instill fear in his ambitious progeny. However, after his demise at the wedding, the Freys immediately began to stir, eager to usurp Wade Fry and claim the lordship of Twin River City for themselves. According to Lustburton's arrangement, in order to ward off any unforeseen events, the soldiers of Terror Castle remained clad in armor, weapons in hand, throughout the night. Paymon understood clearly that while they plotted against the Freys, the latter might also be devising means to uproot the Boltons entirely. Fortunately, dawn arrived without further bloodshed from that bloody night. The hall within the castle had been scrubbed multiple times, yet traces of blood were still visible on the floor. The entire Trident River exuded a heavy metallic scent, mingling with the biting cold air, invading Paymon's nostrils. Upon hearing that Lustburton intended to return to Terror Castle, the limping Rosso Fry and Lyman Fry appeared unfazed. However, before that, my Lord Bolton, there is an important figure I wish for you to meet. Rosso Fry hobbled forward with great effort to stand before Lustburton. Who is it? Lustburton inquired, as a strong sense of foreboding surged within Paymon's heart. Chapter 17. The Sorcerer. Of course, when the blue-lipped, emaciated man was brought into the hall, it instantly caused a stir among the crowd. Paymon Bolton gazed at the blue-lipped sorcerer and immediately deduced his identity. This is the sorcerer I commissioned the slave trader to bring back from Corse. He has long been imbibing nightshade water, granting him the ability to foresee the future in the shadows. The limping steward Rosso Fry trembled with excitement, his plump fingers gesturing animatedly towards the Corse sorcerer. Subsequently, Lady Wotton Fry was brought into the hall by her maid. Paymon's heart leapt to his throat, fearing that the Fry family would initiate a new round of slaughter. Lord Rosso, I do not wish for my wife to be frightened by your so-called sorcerer, especially since she carries a child that belongs to both the Bolton and Fry families. Lustburton's icy gaze seemed sharp enough to strip the skin from Rosso's body. Rest assured, Lord Bolton, Wotton is not only the wife of Bolton but also of Fry. No one can harm her within Twin River City. At this moment, Lyman Fry stepped forward, scrutinizing Paymon with his lecherous gaze. We merely wish for this sorcerer to ascertain whether the child in Wotton's womb is a boy or a girl. Upon hearing Lyman's words, Paymon felt as though he had plummeted to the icy depths of the Trident River. He was uncertain whether this was merely a trick devised by the Freys, or if his father, Lustburton, sought to eliminate him through the machinations of the Fry family. The child within your belly shall be born amidst destruction and ashes. I have witnessed crumbling walls and raging flames. The birth of this boy will herald both a new beginning and a terrifying death. The sorcerer, with his eyes capable of glimpsing into the future, fixated on the swelling belly of Wotton Fry, uttering his cryptic words. This proclamation pierced Paymon's heart like a sharp arrow, shattering his remaining hope in an instant. He felt that the sorcerer's prophecy was rather conservative, for even before the child was born, it had already brought about a devastating outcome for him. Lord Bolton, did you hear the wizard's words? Wotton is about to give birth to the heir of Terror Castle. For the stability of the alliance between the Bolton and Fry families, I see no need to retain this blacksmith apprentice. Though crippled, the malicious Rosso Fry cast a dark glare at Paymon, suggesting to Lustburton. The moment Paymon heard this, he yearned to rend this accursed steward into 1,000 pieces. Yet at that moment, he understood that his very life hinged entirely on Lustburton's current stance. Do you truly believe that I would eradicate my own son based solely on the ramblings of a blue-lipped sorcerer? Lustburton perceived this as an affront to both himself and Terror Castle. He came to agree with Paymon's earlier assertion that since the death of the elder Ward Fry, the Fry family had become a collection of self-important fools. Lustburton's words sent a chill deep into Rosso Fry's bones. The Lord of Terror Castle, known for skinning his enemies alive, now exuded an undeniable authority. Paymon then exhaled in relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The alliance between Bolton and the Fry family was crucial for both Terror Castle and the Riverlands. Lord Bolton, we have more pressing matters at hand. After all, that obstinate blackfish still lurks within the city of Flowing River. Observing the tense standoff between Lustburton and Rosso Fry, Lyman hastily sought to mediate. Lord Lyman, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall send my son Paymon Bolton to join you in assaulting Flowing River. Despite being situated in the Fry territory, Lustburton opted for a temporary retreat, even though his soldiers were stationed at the Trident River. This cunning stratagem of Lustburton was exceedingly insidious, causing Paymon to mentally curse him hundreds of times. This approach would not only secure the Fry family's peace, but would also serve to discreetly remove Paymon from the equation, allowing Bolton to devise his plans once Watton Fry had given birth. Yet, the thought of unwittingly stepping into the Fry's den of serpents left Paymon in a state of profound melancholy. Despite his cunning and astuteness, it was impossible for him to contend with so many Frays simultaneously. That afternoon, Lord Roose Bolton prepared to return to his family's fief with his lady. Before departing, he summoned his illegitimate son, Paymon Bolton, for a private audience. I shall take the elite forces of the Dreadfort back to our lands, leaving the Blackfish Brynden Tully isolated within Riverrun. You must march north with Lyman Fry and join forces with Ser Tywin Lannister, offering him your support. Remember, do not be overzealous or act without my command. Lord Roose instructed Paymon, recognizing he had no right to refuse. Paymon viewed this as a rare opportunity for growth and expressed gratitude for his father's trust, vowing to meet Lord Bolton's expectations. Lyman Fry departed Riverrun nearly alongside Roose Bolton. While the combined forces of Bolton and Fry, under the leadership of Lyman Fry and Paymon Bolton, set forth towards Riverrun. Lyman Fry, a portly man prone to sweating, was always drenched in perspiration, even amidst the harsh winter chill. His nose, resembling a red date, gave him an irritable and eccentric demeanor. You are Lord Bolton's son, Paymon Bolton? Queried a pale, frail man who had seemingly appeared on horseback beside Paymon. He bore the dark hair of House Fry, his thick brows contrasting with a somewhat amiable visage. And you are? Paymon inquired, puzzled by the unfamiliar face beside him. I am Edwin Fry, the eldest son of Lord Lyman Fry, commander of this campaign. The man introduced himself. Isn't this operation under the command of Tywin Lannister? We are merely his auxiliary troops, Paymon retorted, clearly unconvinced by Edwin's assertion. The Lannisters are a self-important lot, with the exception of the true lion, Tywin Lannister. Edwin replied, his disdain for Tywin Lannister evident. Jaime Lannister could easily best you with one hand, and the true lion is not solely Tywin. In my view, Tyrion deserves the title of true Lannister lion. A cold gust of wind swept through Paymon, causing him to uncontrollably pass gas. That is indeed true. The Kingslayer can dispatch foes with but one hand, for he cannot spare the other. Edwin laughed heartily, adding, as for that ridiculous dwarf Tyrion, if he can be called a lion, then the Lannisters are truly in dire straits. Though Paymon harbored a deep-seated dislike for Edwin, he suddenly realized that this man held considerable claim to Riverrun, prompting him to continue the conversation. Chapter 18. Littlefinger. They marched along the wide King's Road, the terrain around them becoming open and level, while Edwin Fry incessantly chattered in Paymon's ear. Fortunately, it was not long before they rendezvoused with Ser Tywin Lannister's forces along the banks of the Blue Fork. Under the fierce midday sun, Ser Tywin, sporting an exaggerated beard that nearly merged with his long hair, was a robust and solemn Lannister clad in armor emblazoned with the sigil of a lion. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Lyman Fry, Ser Tywin turned his gaze toward Paymon Bolton. Why is Lord Roose Bolton not present? Does he, like your phrase, also have a penchant for tardiness? Ser Tywin inquired, his tone dripping with derision and oblivious to the discomfort etched across Lyman and his son's faces. Allow me to introduce you, Ser Tywin. This gentleman before you is none other than Lord Roose Bolton's son, authorized to lead troops in this siege. Lyman Fry interjected. It seems Lord Bolton is indeed a loyal ally of the twins, mirroring the Fry family's inclination to procreate. The passing of his father weighed heavily on Tywin, casting a pall over his demeanor and rendering his words acerbic. Paymon observed Lyman trembling with rage, but restrained his own ire, mindful of the formidable power the Lannister family wielded at that moment. Ser Tywin, I propose we expedite our journey and bring this conflict to a swift conclusion, Edwin suggested. Tywin, seeing the situation, offered no further commentary and commanded the troops to advance toward Riverrun. As the coalition reached the outskirts of Riverrun, Ser Tywin refrained from an immediate assault, instead ordering his forces to encircle the city completely. When Blackfish is reduced to catching rats within the walls, he shall have no choice but to surrender. Moreover, this Lannister knight commanded that the captured Edmure Tully, the Riverlan's famed archer, be tied to a war chariot, threatening the beleaguered Blackfish inside the city that if he did not open the gates and yield, the unfortunate Edmure would be hanged. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Blackfish Tully showed no inclination to surrender. Days passed in this manner, and Paymon, watching the pitiable Edmure Tully appear to become their banner, hoisted high in the morning and lowered at sunset, could not help but find it somewhat amusing. Is it possible that we are simply too far from the walls, and those within cannot discern who is suspended? Eventually, Paymon could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question to Edwin Fry. That is utterly implausible. Even if the imp Tyrion were hoisted to such heights, those atop the walls would see him clearly, young Fry countered, shaking his head in refutation. Let us not allow those Lannisters to overhear such thoughts. Paymon hastily cautioned young Fry. After being besieged in the city of Riverrun for several months, Paymon felt that time was dragging on interminably. Meanwhile, Lyman Fry spent his days cooped up in his tent, cavorting with a cadre of women who seemed to have materialized from thin air. To exacerbate matters, Paymon could clearly sense that the Lannisters, Freys, and the Bolton family were all harboring ulterior motives, calculating how to reap substantial rewards with minimal losses. As time passed, Devon grew increasingly irritable and convened a meeting, yet Lyman Fry was conspicuously absent, replaced instead by his son, Edwin. This turn of events transformed the tardy Fry into a non-attendant Fry. Sir Devon Lannister remarked with a tone laced with irony, and to top it off, "There's a Bolton who has appeared from nowhere. I must truly be cursed by the gods. You have persistently insulted my father and the Fry family since our first meeting, Sir Devon. Are all Lannisters as arrogant and disrespectful as you?" Young Fry's pent-up rage erupted as he growled his inquiry at the Lannister. "I dare say our Sir Devon will remain besieging Riverrun until the storm topples its walls." At that moment, Paymon also spoke up. Although he held no fondness for young Fry, he was even less inclined to associate with the disdainful Lannister. Upon hearing this, Devon began to unleash a torrent of curses, and Paymon, witnessing the meeting devolve into a heated argument, promptly exited alongside young Fry. In the ensuing days, they continued to repeat the same monotonous tasks, and just as everyone was on the brink of numbness, a turning point finally arrived, when the noble and valiant Jaime Lannister, clad in a crimson cloak and accompanied by the soldiers of House Lannister, arrived at the camp with an imposing presence. Paymon couldn't help but steal glances at the Kingslayer. He was indeed as tall and striking as the rumors suggested, with golden hair, piercing blue eyes, sharp features, and a cold smile. However, the golden prosthetic limb appeared somewhat comical to Paymon. "My dear cousin, you have finally arrived." Upon seeing the mounted Kingslayer, Devon Lannister exclaimed with palpable relief, as though he had spotted a savior. "What troubles you, Sir Devon? Is the war not proceeding favorably?" Before Jaime could speak, a hoarse yet magnetic voice emerged from behind him. As the individual rode forth from Jaime's shadow and removed his hood, Paymon Bolton could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The newcomer was none other than the realm's most cunning schemer, the Hand of the King, Petyr Baelish. Known as Littlefinger, he appeared like a shark that had sensed blood in the water, timely arriving in the north, where chaos served as a true ladder for his ascent. Paymon gazed at Petyr with a sense of reverie. He was diminutive in stature, possessing gray eyes, soft, tawny whiskers, and a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Petyr, why are you not in King's Landing arranging our war funds? What brings you to Riverrun alongside my cousin?" Clearly, Devon was equally taken aback by Petyr's sudden appearance. "I shall appear wherever I am needed, Sir Devon. It is the skill upon which my very existence relies," Petyr Baelish replied with cunning. "Very well, let us reminisce after we have taken Riverrun, Devon. Enlighten me about the current situation." James interjected, directly demanding the information, interrupting the conversation between his cousin and Littlefinger. Devon first introduced Edwin Fry and Paymon Bolton to James. "This is Edwin Fry, the eldest son of Lyman Fry, heir to the twins, and this," Devon coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, "is Lord Bolton's son, Paymon Bolton." James clearly regarded neither Edwin nor Paymon with any seriousness, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "I am shocked and saddened by the death of Lord Walder Fry. On behalf of House Lannister, I extend my warmest regards." James raised his golden right hand, placing it upon his chest in a gesture of respect. The phrase uttered by the Kingslayer resonated with Paymon, for it was his father, Lord Bolton, who had spoken those very words to the Stark he betrayed during the Red Wedding. Throughout the exchange, the proud Lannister knight did not cast a single glance at Paymon, while Petyr Baelish observed the bastard with a curious eye. Chapter 19. Resurrection. Paymon Bolton felt a profound sense of confusion, for during the siege of Riverrun, he had gleaned the tragic events that had befallen House Lannister through the drunken ramblings of Devon. The benevolent King Joffrey was poisoned at his own wedding, while the imp, Tyrion, became a scapegoat, only to be released by James and subsequently slay Lord Tywin with a crossbow. All transpired with such rapidity and drama that, aside from Paymon, who was already aware of the truth, the others were left in utter shock. Yet, at that moment, James appeared devoid of any sorrow, as if nothing had transpired at all. "How fares Uncle Lord Tywin?" As James's cousin, Devon Lannister began to lead the Kingslayer through the camp, providing a detailed account of the present circumstances. This question struck Paymon, and the young phrase like a thunderbolt. Wasn't Lord Tywin slain by the imp in the privy of the Hand's Tower? Paymon inquired in a hushed tone to Edwin Fry, who was equally bewildered. He had returned to King's Landing to prepare for Joffrey's wedding. James responded with a heavy tone, expressing neither joy nor sorrow. By the gods, Joffrey, that most foolish and cruel king of Westeros, he has not perished? Paymon felt utterly befuddled. The narrative he understood should not have unfolded in this manner. It is the scheme of Queen Cersei Lannister. At this moment, Peter, unwilling to intrude upon the conversation between the two Lannisters, deliberately slowed his pace and approached Paymon and young Fry. The fate was sealed when Jaime returned to King's Landing with Coburn. After Joffrey was poisoned, Cersei, despite the pain of losing her son, disregarded all objections and resurrected Joffrey with Coburn's assistance. And when Tyrion committed that dreadful crime, our queen once again indulged in her madness. But where is Tyrion Lannister now? Paymon inquired hastily, for in his mind, the imp was the most astute among the Lannisters. He has fled, vanished without a trace. Peter shrugged in response. As they passed outside the camp of Lyman Fry, the sounds of revelry between men and women echoed from within. Jaime Lannister, filled with fury, unsheathed his golden sword and stormed into the tent. Oh no, my father hasn't risen yet. Young Fry realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly followed him into the camp. Paymon and Peter exchanged amused glances and entered as well, eager to witness the spectacle. Indeed, Lyman Fry had not yet awoken, entangled with several women in a tender embrace. Upon seeing the stormy visage of Jaime, the women quickly gathered their garments and fled. Lyman, having shaken off much of his drunken stupor, scrambled out of bed, hurriedly donning his clothes. Lord Jaime Lannister, I have prepared your belongings. Leave the Fry soldiers behind and return to your river run. Your son may stay here, and I shall take charge of all matters. The Kingslayer disdainfully regarded the flustered Lyman Fry, who was still disheveled. To Lyman's surprise, Jaime's words brought him a sense of relief. The prolonged siege had nearly driven him to madness. Eager to return to the Riverlands, he hastily passed all responsibilities to his son, young Fry, and fled with several soldiers. Still grieving the loss of his father, Devon Lannister, seeing his cousin Jaime arrive, decided to abandon pretense and swiftly transferred the burdensome mess to the Kingslayer. In this bewildering turn of events, the situation transformed, placing Jaime in command of the combined forces of the Freys and Lannisters. Fortunately, the Kingslayer overturned his cousin's strategy of surrounding yet not attacking, and through negotiations, he soon compelled the Blackfish, who had been holed up in River Run, to surrender. Paymon felt grateful that this prolonged siege had finally come to an end. Otherwise, they might have starved before Brynden Tully capitulated. The despicable and selfish Fry family only provided supplies for their own soldiers, showing no regard for the lives of the Boltons and Lannisters. I represent the Lannisters and extend an invitation for you to attend King Joffrey's wedding. Please convey the Lannisters' respects to your respective fathers. Although James, like the others, harbored a deep disdain for the Fry family and believed his dismemberment was inextricably linked to the Bolton clan, he nonetheless bade farewell to Paymon and young Fry with a knightly grace before returning to King's Landing with Peter and his troops. The lengthy siege had come to an end, and Paymon, along with Fry, led their forces northward. As they journeyed back, the weather warmed, and the triumphant return lifted the spirits of all, as if the very winds were imbued with a sense of ease and freedom. Will you depart for King's Landing to attend the wedding of Joffrey Baratheon? Edwin Fry inquired, perched upon his steed, taking in the scenery along the way. If my father permits, I shall make my way to King's Landing to witness the masterpiece of Maester Coburn. Paymon scoffed, inwardly contemplating the current images of Joffrey and Tywin Lannister. I have yet to see Joffrey, the greatest king in the history of Westeros. But I have had the fortune of encountering Lord Tywin once. Even if I did not behold him directly, the mere strains of the reign of Castamere are enough to instill fear in us. Young Fry remarked with reverence, as if Lord Tywin were standing before him. The reign of Castamere, whenever played, would evoke memories of the events that transpired beneath the Fry roof. We are all stained with the blood of the Starks and Tullis. Do not presume you are morally superior, Edwin Fry retorted, feeling particularly irked by Paymon's words. At that moment, a soldier from House Fry galloped towards young Fry in haste. Bad news, my Lord Fry. Lord Lyman has met with misfortune on his return to the twins. The soldier, parched and breathless, managed to convey. What has happened to my father? Speak quickly, or I shall have your tongue. Edwin Fry barked, his agitation palpable. He has been hanged in the woods, along with his guards. When the bodies were discovered, they were already frozen. The soldier replied, trembling. Upon hearing this dreadful news, young Fry nearly toppled from his horse. But Paymon swiftly steadied him. It must have been my uncle, Blackwalder. He seeks to eliminate my father to claim the lordship of the twins for himself. Now, the only obstacle between him and the lordship is I. Young Fry, ever pragmatic, immediately shifted from grief to concern for his own safety. Chapter 20. Friends. Paymon had heard of Blackwalder. He was known not only for his formidable physique and volatile temper, but also for his tumultuous relationships with several women of House Fry. Upon witnessing Edwin Fry's timid demeanor, Paymon was suddenly struck by an idea. If he were to select a supporter from the living Fry, according to the plan conceived with Lus Bolton, he believed this inept fellow might indeed be a suitable choice. After all, they were brothers. Surely he would not resort to violence against you, would he? Paymon deliberately provoked young Fry. Brothers? Humph. For the sake of seizing control of Riverrun, Blackwood would not hesitate to betray anyone. Did you not hear the soldier's words? Blackwood hanged our own father. Edwin replied passionately after listening to Paymon Bolton's remarks. If you were to gain the support of the Bolton family, I believe Blackwood would think twice. Paymon subtly hinted rather than stating it outright. Lord Paymon, if you and Lord Lus Bolton can ensure my safety, or even extend your benevolence to help me ascend to the lordship of Riverrun, I swear by the honor of the Fry family that I will become the most loyal ally of the Dreadfort. Young Fry clung to this lifeline like a drowning man, earnestly assuring Paymon Bolton, the audacity of the Fry family's honor is something I have never witnessed before. Paymon mused silently, though his face betrayed no emotion. It was only now that he began to comprehend that these so-called noble lords wore masks that could never be removed, and even on the day of their demise, they might be resurrected by peculiar scholars like Cobain. The Bolton family has always been eager to assist its friends. Lord Edwin, would you care to befriend the Dreadfort? Paymon's eyes gleamed with cunning as a plan formed in his mind. Fry and Bolton were the closest of allies. Lord Paymon, if you are willing to lend me your strength, I shall become your lifelong friend, just as King Robert and Lord Ned. Edwin Fry nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Although the fates of those two men were rather grim, I agree with your sentiment. We shall become the dearest of companions. Only then did Paymon fully disclose his scheme to young Fry, leaving Edwin momentarily speechless, for even Blackwood might not conceive of such a bloody and ruthless plot. Yet, Lord Paymon, if I truly follow your plan to deal with Blackwood, would I not become the enemy of the entire Fry family? Young Fry still felt uneasy about Paymon's machinations. It is a choice between becoming the enemy of the entire Fry family or transforming into a specter beneath Blackwood's sword. The decision lies with you. However, should Blackwood eliminate you, there will be no Cobain to resurrect you. Through their time together, Paymon had thoroughly discerned Edwin Fry's character. He possessed the ambition of a wolf, yet his courage was scarcely greater than that of a rabbit. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Lord Paymon. Since Blackwood has resolved to take action against me, he should not blame me for forgetting our brotherly bond. At this moment, young Fry finally resolved to act. Before their parting, Edwin once again expressed his gratitude for the support of the Paymon and Bolton families. He then led the soldiers of Riverrun towards the city of Twin Rivers. Meanwhile, Paymon Bolton hastened his return to Harrenhal a few days later. Lord Roose Bolton made no show of welcome. There were no ceremonies nor feasts. In fact, when Paymon went to report the battle's outcomes to his father, Roose was engaged in discussions with his subordinates regarding the handling of Winterfell. It was only after the meeting concluded that the Lord of Harrenhal summoned Paymon. Jaime Lannister took command of the siege of Riverrun and, through negotiation, persuaded Blackfish Brynden Tully to surrender the city. Paymon deliberated over his words, uncertain how to articulate the matters concerning Tywin and Joffrey. And what of it? Duke Tywin Lannister and Joffrey Baratheon, resurrected by Qyburn, were now seated comfortably in the Red Keep of King's Landing. Roose Bolton, somewhat discontent with Paymon's hesitance, interjected, You are already aware, my son? I have many friends in King's Landing, Paymon. I shall send you as a representative of the Boltons to attend Joffrey's wedding, under the name of the heir of Harrenhal. Roose Bolton declared gravely, rising from his seat. Paymon understood all too well that this cunning old fox sought to dispatch him to King's Landing, keeping him as far as possible from the soon-to-be-born Bolton heir. Moreover, no one would willingly traverse treacherous paths to face the terrifying specters of Tywin and Joffrey, both risen from the dead. What, do you not wish to go? Noticing Paymon's prolonged silence, Roose turned to regard his illegitimate son with his dim eyes. Yes, my lord father, I shall obey your every command. Though Paymon's heart was filled with reluctance, he recognized the nature of the man before him and hastily bowed in acquiescence to Lord Roose's wishes. Excellent, Paymon. Remember my words. You shall always be a member of House Bolton, the son of the Lord of Harrenhal. Observing Paymon's compliance, Roose offered him a nod of approval. I am truly grateful for your words, father. Paymon responded earnestly, then proceeded to inform Roose about the disputes within House Fry. I have also heard of Lyman Fry's execution. I have arranged for an investigation into the matter. For this murder may not solely target the Freys, but could entangle us as well. As for the strife between Black Walder and Edwin Fry, we need only observe as those Fry wretches destroy one another, and when they are spent, we can decide how to proceed. Roose analyzed coldly. When shall I depart for King's Landing, my lord father? I overheard your discussion regarding Winterfell. May I accompany you? Paymon inquired at this juncture. You shall embark on your journey tomorrow, heading towards King's Landing. Winterfell has already become the possession of House Bolton. I shall take those 2 children northward, under the banner of House Stark, to seize that stronghold. I have heard that Peter Baelish has also arrived in the north with the usurper. Though he is of slight stature, his ambitions are vast. To prevent any unforeseen delays, I shall march my soldiers into Winterfell tomorrow. Roose Bolton, having meticulously considered every aspect, responded with ease. Observing that his father had arranged everything, Paymon could only nod in agreement before exiting Roose Bolton's chamber. Chapter 21. The Mercenary Knights the following day. Roose Bolton set forth with his soldiers towards Winterfell. During lunch, Paymon encountered his mother, Lady Wyman Fry. This lady of House Bolton seemed to have recovered from the grief of Lord Fry's demise, now glowing with health as she savored clams paired with honeyed bread. My lady mother, Paymon Bolton greeted Wyman before taking his seat. The haughty mistress of the Dreadfort hardly lifted her head, merely grunting in acknowledgement. Are you not to journey to King's Landing for King Joffrey's wedding? Why the delay? Wyman inquired, her mouth full, rendering her words muddled. I must await Lord Edwin Fry. We shall depart for the capital together once he has concluded the affairs concerning Lord Lyman Fry, Paymon replied, enunciating each word while relishing Wyman's expression as it transformed from pride to shock, then to panic. What? The fork in Lady Bolton's hand clattered onto the table. Surely, my lord father withheld this news to spare you distress. Moreover, I have heard that Black Walder is in the Twins, ruthlessly slaying those who obstruct his claim to lordship. I worry for your family. They may be in peril. Paymon sighed heavily, expressing his deep concern. Bring forth a carriage and servants. I must return to the Twins at once. Upon hearing Paymon's words, Wyman Fry could no longer remain seated and resolved to return to the Riverlands. My lady mother, I advise you to wait until nightfall to leave the city. Father has not yet traveled far, and should he learn of your return to the Twins, he would undoubtedly disapprove, Paymon observed, unable to suppress a chuckle at Wyman's urgency. Paymon, you are truly a good child. Fear not, even when my child is born. I shall remain your mother, Lady Bolton declared with maternal affection. Paymon merely smiled, offering no reply. Subsequently, he donned his armor and, accompanied by his guards, departed the city, traversing the King's Road. Yet, as they passed through Sunset Town, a sudden thought struck Paymon, prompting him to command his soldiers to abandon the King's Road and steer their course towards Sunset Town. As Paymon drew closer to Sunset Town, an increasing heaviness settled upon his heart, for he could scarcely ascertain whether the human skin tossed to him by little peeling that fateful night had indeed been skinned from Raymond, the blacksmith. Yet, at that moment, hardened like iron, he commanded his soldiers to stand by not far off and, mounted upon his steed, approached the entrance of Raymond's forge. A throng of curious townsfolk crowded outside the forge, all straining to catch a glimpse inside. Dismounting and tethering his horse, Paymon exerted considerable effort to finally squeeze his way to the front of the gathering. Upon spotting Raymond's robust figure, he let out a sigh of relief. 2 knights clad in plate armor, their helmets glinting, were attempting to make off with swords and blades forged by Raymond. Gentlemen, you have yet to settle your payment. These weapons took me months to craft, Raymond implored, his balding forehead glistening with sweat. We are the hired knights of the Lyswell family from Streamvale. You insolent old fool. Release your grip at once, or I shall sever your hand. The leading knight barked, his hand moving towards his sword at his waist. The Lyswell family from Streamvale, Paymon recalled, recognizing them as merely one of the many vassals of the Bolton family, yet a noble not to be trifled with by the likes of Raymond, the blacksmith. Esteemed knights, I am honored that you admire my craftsmanship. Allow me to gift each of you the finest sword I possess. What say you? Raymond proposed, bowing and scraping before the 2 mercenary knights. Have you no sense of propriety? One knight, incensed by Raymond's words, drew his gleaming sword with a swift motion, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Those at the front hastily retreated, fearing the knight's blades might inadvertently strike them. Streamvale? That desolate land teeming with reeds and aquatic plants? At this tense moment, Paymon deliberately raised his voice, interjecting with a bold commentary. Are you seeking death? Do you not comprehend their identities? A nearby farmer whispered urgently to Paymon, while the rest of the spectators watched with an eagerness for the unfolding drama. Another fool seeking his demise. Indeed, feeling insulted, the two knights sheathed their swords and advanced menacingly towards Paymon, causing the onlookers beside him to retreat, maintaining a cautious distance to observe the impending confrontation. Hired knights? Which blind fool conferred upon you the title of knight, only to bully an innocent blacksmith? Is this your so-called chivalry? Paymon sneered at the two encroaching knights. Paymon, it is truly wonderful to see you. Upon encountering Paymon, Raymond rushed over with palpable excitement, his voice resonating like a bell. Though robust in stature, his movements were remarkably swift. Accompanying Raymond was a sturdy boy with black hair and striking blue eyes. Raymond, let us engage them, the boy exclaimed, gripping a hammer tightly, the definition of his muscular arms evident. Jindrai, I have long informed you that we are blacksmiths, not soldiers or knights. Raymond bluntly dismissed the boy's proposal. In that instant, Paymon recognized the lad before him, the one set to succeed him as the blacksmith apprentice, Jindrai Baratheon, the last scion of the former king Robert Baratheon. Although puzzled by his presence, Paymon chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding events. Very well, you shall come at me together. My sword has long thirsted for blood, bellowed the hired knight, ready to strike. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, accompanied by a cloud of dust. As the soldiers of House Bolton appeared at the blacksmith's door, the rider raised the flayed man banner high, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. The two knights, who had been poised for confrontation, sheepishly sheathed their weapons. Who are you? Raymond was utterly bewildered. The last time the flayed man's banner graced his doorstep, it was the small flayers searching for Paymon, and the former blacksmith apprentice had transformed into a pivotal figure of House Bolton. You will either vacate my presence now or... Paymon was interrupted as the two hired knights hastily apologized and scrambled away. Chapter 22. The Queen Paymon effortlessly resolved the situation without drawing his sword, having already tasted the intoxicating thrill of power, despite his recent entry into this Game of Thrones. Lord Paymon, we are grateful for your generous assistance, Raymond acknowledged, now comprehending that the boy before him was no longer his apprentice, Paymon Snow, but the noble Paymon Bolton of House Terror. Master Raymond, I am deeply appreciative of your prior care, Paymon insisted, producing some silver stag coins and, disregarding the blacksmith's protests, pressed them into Raymond's hands. We shall meet again. Paymon's gaze lingered on Jindrai for a brief moment before he mounted his horse, bidding farewell to Raymond as he departed Sunset Town amidst the fearful glances of onlookers. As they journeyed southward, the temperature rose, and the vegetation along the roadside transitioned from firs and pines to broadleaf trees. The hooves of their horse sank into the soft, grassy terrain, where butterflies and bees flitted about in the underbrush. Feeling the oppressive heat, Paymon was compelled to shed his inner garments for some relief. By nightfall, they arrived at the oak grove where he had arranged to meet Edwin Fry. As little Fry adheres to the ancient traditions of his lineage, his tardiness compels Paymon to command the soldiers to set up camp and await Edwin's arrival. After arranging for the night watch, the remaining soldiers, having dined, reclined within their tents to rest. Above them stretched an expanse of stars, the moonlight gleaming, and a gentle breeze caressed Paymon's cheek. In contrast to the biting cold of the north, this place momentarily made Paymon feel as if he had stepped into the realm of the gods. Suddenly, a muffled horn pierced the tranquil night, shattering Paymon's brief serenity. Enemies approached. A scout galloped toward the camp, urgency in his every stride. Yet, swift as his horse was, it could not outrun the arrows that sliced through the air. The scout, struck by several arrows, fell silently into the grass, while his startled steed continued to gallop wildly. Form ranks. Prepare to engage the enemy. Paymon drew his sword, bellowing at the disoriented Bolton soldiers. Only then did they awaken from their stupor, hastily seizing their spears and swords to brace for the impending assault. A low, menacing roar echoed, akin to thunder rumbling beneath the earth, causing the entire camp to tremble with the pounding of hoofs. Were it not for the sea separating them, Paymon might have suspected that the cavalry charging at them hailed from the Dothraki plains. Kill! A woman's furious cry heralded the onslaught as countless axes were hurled from the shadows. The frontline spearmen, caught by surprise, faltered and suffered heavy casualties. Archers, ready to fire. Paymon was unaware of the identity of his assailants, but they granted him no respite. As the front soldiers raised their shields, the enemy, mounted on their war horses, surged toward the Bolton's lines. With a thunderous crash, the galloping steeds collided with the shields, the deafening sound mingling with the whinnies of horses and the anguished cries of soldiers. Paymon's forces were few, and although the enemy had also launched a small-scale attack, They managed to penetrate the ranks of infantry, advancing straight into the heart of the Bolton soldiers. This sudden and lethal strike delivered a profound lesson to Paymon, who had never before faced the battlefield. Everyone, retreat to the forest. Paymon realized that if the enemy continued to ride them down, they would soon face total annihilation. The soldiers, obeying his command, began a tactical withdrawal, while the cavalry, wary of pursuing them into the woods, held their ground. Just as Paymon prepared to mount a counteroffensive, another volley of arrows rained down. Several Bolton soldiers fell, leaving Paymon with but a handful of unfortunate survivors. At that moment, a tall figure emerged at his side. "Skinsmen of House Bolton, come forth if you dare," the woman shouted from the moonlit forest. "Who are you, and why do you attack us?" Paymon still felt utterly bewildered, struggling to recall when she had ever provoked a stranger. "I am the daughter of King Balon, Captain Asha Greyjoy of the Black Wind, and sister to Theon Greyjoy," the woman shouted at Paymon, her voice laced with fury. "I do not know you," Paymon retorted, shaking her head. "You conspired to murder my brother. Today, I shall use your blood to appease the drowned god." As Paymon heard the enemy's tentative footsteps encroaching upon the forest, she realized she was surrounded. "Those damned Ironborn," Paymon cursed under her breath, gripping her sword tightly. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed from beyond the forest, louder than before. Paymon silently rejoiced. The tardy fry had finally arrived. Even Edwin, despite his dim-wittedness, could discern from the disarray of the camp that Bolton's soldiers had been attacked. Immediately, young Fry commanded his men to begin slaying the enemies who had yet to enter the woods. Upon witnessing the shift in circumstances, Asha Greyjoy's Ironborn hastily burrowed deeper into the trees, putting their horses at risk. Although Edwin Fry dared not follow the soldiers into battle, in a display of bravado, he struck down the warhorses of the Ironborn. Amidst the chaos and the neighing of horses, Asha Greyjoy could only retreat further into the depths of the forest with her Ironborn. Paymon halted the soldiers eager to continue the pursuit, and instead led the surviving Boltons out of the woods to rendezvous with Edwin, not pursuing the frightened, fleeing steeds. Young Fry, panting and blood dripping from the edge of his sword, regarded Paymon with a hint of confusion. "Who attacked you?" "My queen." Paymon managed a bitter smile in response. "That madwoman Cersei? How could she send people to assault you?" Young Fry's confusion deepened upon hearing Paymon's explanation. "It's not the queen of House Lannister, but Asha of the Iron Islands, daughter of Balon Greyjoy." Paymon brushed the dirt from her clothes, responding with resignation. "What sort of queen is she? Merely a roving pirate leader." Young Fry scoffed coldly at that. At this juncture, Paymon ordered a resumption of watch rotations, and, to prevent a recurrence of recent events, the Fry family dispatched their own scouts. "My Lady Paymon, when will she arrive in Riverrun?" Once only Paymon and Edwin remained. He lowered his voice to inquire. "Soon. Have you prepared everything?" Paymon asked with a grave expression. "My grandfather, Walder Fry, left behind countless descendants, many of whom are fools and madmen," Edwin replied confidently, oblivious to the cold glint in Paymon's eyes. Chapter 23. The Golden Mask. After days of arduous travel, Paymon and Edwin Fry finally arrived at the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. Before him, the royal city stood as majestically as he had envisioned. Its towering structure graced by the swiftly moving clouds above the Red Keep, while the stained glass windows of the Great September of Baelor reflected a kaleidoscope of radiant light. This city was established by the conqueror Aegon, and the Targaryens once ruled this land. However, a chaotic series of events transpired between the Green and Black factions, culminating in the downfall of House Targaryen at the hands of the Mad King Aerys, extinguishing the bloodline of the dragon. Young Fry gazed upon the magnificent royal city and mused, "Is the Targaryen bloodline truly extinct? I have heard tales." Realizing he was in King's Landing, he abruptly swallowed the latter part of his sentence. "What of the mother of dragons? The daughter of the Mad King Aerys? I say that is but a fanciful lie. Even the fools in the Riverlands know that all the great dragons perished in the Dance of Dragons." As they approached the city gates, Edwin carelessly remarked. Paymon, wishing to avoid a dispute with Fry over this matter, noticed they were nearing the towering gates of King's Landing and spotted the city watch patrolling the walls. Jaime Lannister, adorned in his red cloak emblazoned with a lion, had been waiting for them outside the gates for quite some time. Beside him stood the smirking Peter Baelish. "You arrived earlier than expected. How about a visit to my establishment for some merriment?" Littlefinger teased with a sly grin directed at the two northern lads. Paymon, aware of Peter's dealings in King's Landing, politely declined his invitation. "My Lord Baelish, let us attend to our business first, and then we shall visit you. It is never too late to dutifully hand over our silver stags and golden dragons. The king and the hand are awaiting us." The gold hand of the king's assassin glinted in the sunlight, causing Paymon to squint. "Of course, we shall proceed as you direct. I wager these two lads are still innocent." Littlefinger whispered to Jaime, extending his little finger. Jaime merely chuckled, then turned his horse, leading the boys of House Bolton and House Fry toward the mud gate. As they entered the city, a pungent smell of urine assaulted Paymon's senses. Urine and excrement littered the streets, and drunken men lay sprawled alongside the road in broad daylight. Taverns, trading houses, sorcerers' guilds, as well as gambling dens and markets, crowded every inch of King's Landing, with the shimmering harbor in the distance where sailors and boatmen busily toiled. Edwin Fry, equally curious, surveyed the bustling city, observing mercenaries, knights, and fishmongers selling herring as they passed by. Yet, all of this abruptly vanished upon their entrance into the inner city. Dismounting, as they ascended the long, extending steps, Paymon felt his heart begin to race. He had long heard tales of Lord Tywin's formidable presence and the cruelty of Joffrey, yet at this moment, how transformed would the biochemically enhanced Tywin and Joffrey appear? As they traversed the marble-paved corridor and turned down a lengthy, dim passage, surrendering their weapons to the guards, they were finally permitted to enter the throne room. The Iron Throne loomed even larger than Paymon had envisioned, each sword that constituted it merging in various directions. Its surface forged by dragon fire, adorned with spikes and barbs, exuding an ominous black hue. Below the towering steps of white jade stood the King's Guard, with the mountain of 1,000 corpses at the forefront. Seated upon the Iron Throne was the once great Emperor Joffrey, his visage shattered, eyes hollow. His face resembled shattered glass, crudely reassembled, his bloodshot eyes and pale, trembling lips betraying a fragile state. Cersei Lannister occupied a slightly lower position to his right, while on his left sat a figure adorned with a golden mask, from the king's hand emblem pinned to his chest. Paymon deduced that the man behind the mask was none other than the most powerful figure in the Seven Kingdoms, Lord Tywin. Also present was the spider, Varys. Along with Peter Baelish standing behind Paymon, the pinnacle of power in the realm had convened in the throne room of King's Landing. Paymon and Edwin knelt on one knee, greeting King Joffrey and Lord Tywin, ensuring not to overlook the haughty and detestable Cersei. "Your valiant efforts in the Battle of the Twins have significantly contributed to quelling the Stark rebellion, and I shall generously reward you." Joffrey commanded them to rise, his tone awkward and stiff, as if manipulated by invisible strings like a puppet. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister remained silent behind his mask. Paymon even harbored doubts about whether the figure behind the golden mask was truly Lord Tywin. The entirety of the North now lay predominantly in the hands of the Boltons and the Freys. Peter Baelish seized the opportunity to interject into the conversation. All of this was won by Lord Roose Bolton and Lord Walder Frye at the wedding in the Twins. The eunuch Varys remarked, scrutinizing Paymon and Edwin with a piercing gaze. It was the Lannisters who led everyone to victory in this war. With the formidable trio of the Mountain, the biochemically enhanced Tywin, and Joffrey, Cersei Lannister felt emboldened. The throne room fell into an awkward silence. "You are Edwin Fry, son of Lyman Fry." The spider observed Edwin momentarily before swiftly redirecting his attention to Paymon. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but how is it that I have never heard of your name?" As the Master of Whisperers in King's Landing, Varys possessed no knowledge of Paymon Bolton. "My Lord Varys, I am Paymon Bolton, son of Lord Roose Bolton." In the presence of the gathered assembly, Paymon could not reveal his identity as the illegitimate son of the Lord of the Terror Castle. "You should address me as Paymon Shue Nua, yet another loathsome bastard." Cersei, once wounded by Robert Baratheon, delivered her scathing remark without mercy. "I can see that Lord Roose Bolton is eager to fill the entire North with his own people." Perceiving Cersei's disdain for the bastard before her, Peter hastily embellished the situation. He represented House Bolton, not merely as an individual, and Lord Roose Bolton, alongside Terror Castle, stands as a crucial ally to the Lannisters. At this moment, the previously silent Duke Tywin finally spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were speaking through a throat that had been cruelly cut, enduring the pain with each word. Chapter 24. Hand of the King, even through the golden mask. The oppressive presence of Tywin Lannister compelled Cersei to obediently seal her lips. "The royal wedding is to take place in 3 days. My lords, please ensure your punctual attendance." Varys, the round and rotund bald man, addressed Paymon and Edwin in his customary greasy tone. In truth, Paymon was perplexed by the incident of Tyrion's escape. How could this master of intelligence still stand unharmed in the throne room? However, he surmised that for a man like the spider, finding a scapegoat was not a daunting task, especially since everyone knew how formidable his little birds could be. Paymon and Edwin took their leave from the high-ranking Lannisters on the Iron Throne and exited the throne room alongside Petyr Baelish. My lords, having journeyed from the north to King's Landing, you must be quite fatigued. The ladies at my establishment possess remarkable talents and eagerly await your esteemed presence. As soon as they stepped onto the street, Petyr extended his invitation to the two northern lads. Then it would be remiss not to oblige, Lord Petyr. Your consideration is truly commendable. Small Fry offered a satisfied smile and promptly nodded his acceptance of Petyr's invitation. Lord Petyr, I am grateful for your hospitality, but I fear I must decline your proposal. Paymon Bolton was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the man before him. It could be said that, to some extent, Ned Stark met his demise due to Petyr's subtle machinations. Thus, it was only prudent to maintain a respectful distance from such a figure. Since Lord Bolton is so lacking in charm, do not blame us for leaving you behind, Edwin Fry remarked, somewhat disheartened. I suspect that our Paymon Bolton intends to remain chaste until his wedding night. Petyr teased, then cast a knowing smile at Paymon, leading Edwin Fry toward his establishment of indulgence. Watching their retreating figures, Paymon suddenly realized that Edwin Fry was not the ideal choice he had envisioned. Though timid and cowardly, this fellow lacked conviction and was indulgent in pleasures. Paymon even worried that he could not control his tongue, despite having cautioned him along the way. 3 days remained until Joffrey's wedding, and Paymon understood that he could not remain cooped up in his chamber. Thus, he first visited the magnificent Great September of Baelor. Standing upon the expansive marble plaza, he gazed upward at the dome encircled by 7 crystalline towers, marveling at the grandeur of the structure. Outside, the nuns quietly prayed in the gardens, while other clergy passed through the arched entrance of the church, books clasped in their hands. Paymon discerned that the ambitious bishop of the Great Sparrow might be within the very church before him. Yet this scheming cleric could stir no turmoil for Tywin Lannister. The Lord of Casterly Rock, the Warden of the West, and the current Hand of the King had been resurrected by that scientific aberration, Qyburn. After touring the Great September, Paymon strolled past the Red Keep and arrived at the Dragon Pit. Its dome collapsed and damaged. This once honeycombed edifice had been commissioned by the cruel Maegor I. Yet during Queen Rhaenyra's occupation of King's Landing, it had been ravaged amidst a bloodbath, now reduced to ruins engulfed in dragon fire. Paymon fixed his gaze upon the locked bronze doors, overrun with moss and rust, yet he was acutely aware that the Targaryen bloodline had not been extinguished. Not only was there Daenerys, who had hatched 3 great dragons, but also the bald Varys, who covertly supported young Aegon. The remainder of Paymon's time was spent wandering the streets of King's Landing. As dusk settled and the shops and towers illuminated with flickering lights, Edwin Fry finally returned, his face etched with exhaustion. He appeared utterly drained, his legs trembling uncontrollably. You should have joined me, Paymon. Lord Petyr's arrangements were truly enlightening, Edwin boasted, still caught up in the thrill of the day. Paymon, we find ourselves in the capital of the realm, surrounded by the watchful eyes of Varys and Littlefinger. You would do well to guard your tongue and your lower half. Paymon admonished seriously. Why must you always wear that earnest facade? I dare say Stannis Baratheon might find you amusing. He merely indulged in the company of a few women. It isn't as dire as you suggest, Edwin drunkenly retorted, his words slurring. Paymon recognized that further discourse would be futile, so he escorted Edwin back to the lodgings arranged for them by the Lannisters. Upon returning to their quarters, Edwin collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. Paymon opened the window, and warm breezes from the distant harbor wafted in, carrying the salty scent of the sea. Standing before the window, he beheld the twinkling lights of King's Landing below. The nearby harbor flickered with the glow of fishing boats. As vessels continually docked or set sail towards the expansive sea, Paymon knew that those ships might be bound for the Summer Islands, the Stormlands, or even the Free Cities, rumored to be the very place where the Mother of Dragons, Daenerys, resided. Just as Paymon prepared to retire for the night, a sudden knock echoed at their door. Good evening, Lord Paymon. The Prime Minister wishes to see you. A visitor's voice called out from outside the door, prompting Paymon to open it. 2 soldiers draped in Lannister cloaks stood solemnly at the threshold. Lord Tywin. Paymon wondered what business could prompt the hand of the king to summon him at such a late hour, and cautiously inquired. Indeed, Lord Paymon. We come bearing the command of Tywin Lannister, the hand of the king. The leading Lannister soldier impatiently reiterated, demonstrating the family's formidable influence that had even seeped into the ranks of their soldiers. Very well, I shall accompany you. Paymon understood that, even if this were a trap orchestrated by Littlefinger, he lacked the courage to refuse at this moment. The soldiers escorted Paymon directly to the Prime Minister's tower, and after a lengthy ascent along the spiraling staircase, he finally stood before the chamber of Tywin Lannister. Paymon recalled that it was in this very tower, indeed in this room's restroom, that Tyrion, the son of the Duke, had slain his father. The soldiers of House Lannister opened the door, gesturing for Paymon to enter. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Paymon stepped into the hand of the king's office. The candles within flickered quietly, illuminating Tywin Lannister seated at his desk, lost in contemplation over a letter. He removed his golden mask, but the distance prevented Paymon from discerning his features. "You have arrived." Tywin set down the letter, his voice tinged with anguish, beckoning Paymon closer. "I have something for you to see." Chapter 25. Decay. Paymon hesitated momentarily before gradually approaching the resurrected Tywin Lannister. A pungent odor of decay assaulted his senses, reminiscent of stagnant waters in the peak of summer, stifling the urge to retch. Paymon advanced to stand before the hand of the king. In the flickering candlelight, he beheld the decomposed visage of Tywin. The face was horrifically rotted, marred by necrotic patches and pits, with a significant loss of beard and hair. Indeed, the Duke before him resembled a corpse unearthed from its grave. Could that old wretch, Qyburn, have mastered the art of necromancy? Paymon speculated wildly. "Take a seat." Tywin rapped his fingers, adorned with rings, upon the table, indicating for Paymon to sit in the chair beside him. Battling the instinct to recoil, Paymon steeled himself and sat beside the hand of the king. Tywin's skin was grotesquely ulcerated, leading Paymon to doubt whether even a skilled skinner like Qyburn would know where to begin peeling away the flesh of the hand of the king. "You are the heir of House Bolton. The entire Dreadfort, and even Winterfell, will soon fall under your dominion." The astute Tywin remained cunning, uttering these words while quietly awaiting Paymon's response. "My Lord Prime Minister, I am but Paymon Snow, the illegitimate son of Lord Bolton, just recently emerged from Sunset Town. Moreover, my mother, Lady Vaden Fry, is already carrying the true blood of my father." Paymon Bolton replied bitterly, shaking his head. "What does true lineage matter? Tyrion is my son, yet in the end, he has left me profoundly disappointed." Tywin sighed. "Are you truly the living Duke Tywin, or a revenant resurrected from the grave by Cobain?" This question lingered on the tip of Paymon's tongue, yet he lacked the courage to voice it. "Very well, I summoned you for this." Tywin snapped back to attention, handing a letter to Paymon. Receiving the parchment with skepticism, Paymon meticulously read its contents. The letter originated from the Dreadfort, penned by his father, Lord Roose Bolton. "Tell me, child, how much do you know about this matter?" Tywin Lannister turned, opening the window behind him, as the night breeze finally alleviated some of the stench surrounding him. "When I departed the Dreadfort, there were no signs of this, my Lord Tywin. I was unaware." Paymon Bolton gently placed the letter on the table, responding softly. "It is a dreadful tragedy, my Lord Paymon," the Prime Minister said, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. "The descendants left behind by Walder Frey are numerous, and one of those foolish Freys unexpectedly attacked Lady Vaden Fry, Lord Bolton's wife, resulting not only in her miscarriage, but also driving your father to madness. As the letter states, that imbecile Fry insists that Black Walder incited him to commit these acts." As the hand of the king narrated, his sharp eyes scrutinized Paymon's reaction. A horrifying tragedy. Paymon's face was etched with shock as he mournfully commented. "Or perhaps a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy." Tywin Lannister replied coldly, clearly holding a perspective starkly different from Paymon's. Paymon felt as if a vice had clutched his heart, making even the act of breathing difficult. Yet he struggled to maintain his facade, attempting to shield his turmoil from the old lion before him. "Lord Bolton has begun summoning vassals and warriors. In his letter to me, he mentioned he would personally lead an assault on the twins, capture Black Walder, and then deal with him according to the traditions of your Bolton family," Tywin continued. "I wager he will personally skin Black Walder alive and hang him from the walls of the twins, or simply cast his corpse into the trident." Paymon understood all too well the dire consequences of inciting the typically composed lord of the Dreadfort. "This has been the tradition of the Bolton family for millennia, and I do not wish to compel you to alter it. However, we have just emerged from the ravages of war, and I desire nothing more than for Joffrey to sit quietly upon the Iron Throne, governing a peaceful and tranquil north." The hand of the king's stance is quite evident. He does not wish to see the flames of conflict ignited between the Boltons and the Freys. "I share your sentiments, my Lord Prime Minister. Rather than engage in fratricidal strife, we have far graver enemies and troubles to contend with." Paymon nodded in agreement, obediently speaking. "Oh, do enlighten us." Duke Tywin discerned the implications in Paymon's words and inquired. "My Lord Prime Minister, you must have heard the rumors. The scions of House Targaryen have not entirely vanished, and it is said that a certain girl has hatched 3 great dragons. Even more alarming, beyond the wall, the White Walkers loom, and the Night's Watch is now comprised mostly of the old, weak, and sickly. They are severely undermanned. And should the day come when the White Walkers breach the wall, the consequences would be dire, confronting the most astute prime minister in the Seven Kingdoms. Paymon Bolton expressed his apprehensions. Upon hearing this, Tywin Lannister let out a derisive chuckle, and as he spoke, a dark green liquid dripped from the corner of his mouth. That so-called Queen of Dragons, daughter of the mad King Aerys, is merely a fabrication conjured by a band of foolish idlers. As for the White Walkers you mention, I believe that the Night's Watch, along with their commander, have all lost their wits. Even if there were such creatures, they would turn to ash upon seeing the sun. Duke Tywin responded with an air of arrogance and certainty, evidently deeming Paymon's concerns to be quite juvenile. My Lord Tywin, since my father intends to wage war in the Riverlands, I believe I must return to the Dreadfort post-haste. Upon hearing this, Paymon felt that remaining in King's Landing was of little significance, and thus prepared to make his way home. I shall instruct a raven to carry my orders to your father, in the name of the Hand of the King. I will mediate the disputes between the Dreadfort and the twins. The Fry family will surrender the Blackwood, while Lord Roose Bolton must abandon his plans to assault the Riverlands. Tywin proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Paymon had to concede that, as the Lion of House Lannister, Duke Tywin, the Hand of the King, indeed possessed the strength and assurance, bolstered by his formidable forces stationed at Casterly Rock and King's Landing. You and that Bolton lad shall remain in King's Landing to attend Joffrey's wedding. By the way, it would be prudent to ensure he does not linger in Peter's establishments of ill repute. Those women are exceedingly dangerous. Before departing, Tywin took care to issue a warning to Paymon. You, old lion, must have some profound insights. Paymon chuckled to himself, nodding in agreement before exiting Tywin's chamber. Chapter 26. The Prince. When Paymon returned to the inn, Edwin remained sound asleep, snoring thunderously while muttering about Peter's maidens. Approaching the window, Paymon could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Clearly, the Hand of the King harbored doubts regarding Paymon's assertions. Even if Tywin believed in the existence of the Dragon Queen, he deemed it unworthy of concern for King's Landing. As for the White Walkers beyond the wall, in his eyes, they were merely a legend whispered among the Night's Watch. The more troubling news was that Tywin Lannister aimed to thwart Roose Bolton's war on the Riverlands. Should Black Walder fall into Bolton's grasp alive, the danger of exposure loomed large. Coupled with the slumbering Edwin Fry, Paymon recognized the precariousness of his situation. His head throbbed painfully. After sipping a few mouthfuls of wine, he managed to recline on the bed and succumb to a fitful sleep. As dawn's first light graced the horizon, the streets of King's Landing were already bustling with activity. Awakened from his slumber, Paymon drew back the curtains, stretching and gazing at the busy scene below. Upon turning around, he discovered young Fry still lost in deep sleep. Approaching Edwin Frey's bedside, Paymon roused him from his dreams. Reluctantly, the latter opened his eyes, groggily sitting upright. Why are you awake so early? Young Fry yawned, rubbing his bleary eyes, seemingly oblivious to Paymon's departure from the room the previous night. Edwin, your scheme has succeeded. That Fry has caused Watton Fry to miscarry. But Duke Tywin Lannister intends to prevent Bolton from waging war on the Riverlands, Paymon declared, aiming to jolt the slumbering Edwin into awareness. Upon hearing this news, Edwin was so startled that he slid off the bed and collapsed onto the floor. My Lord Paymon, if Black Walder survives, our plan will be exposed, and both you and I will be in grave peril. You must devise a strategy. The dazed Edwin crawled beside Paymon, clutching his trouser leg in desperation. It is not our plan, Lord Edwin Fry. It is your plan. Paymon replied coldly and mercilessly. However, if you heed my directives from this moment forth, perhaps there is still hope for this predicament. Paymon recognized that the foolish Edwin still held some utility, thus he had no intention of completely abandoning him. I shall follow your guidance, my Lord Paymon. I will adhere to your plans. Edwin Fry, seeing Paymon relent, eagerly pledged his compliance. First and foremost, you must distance yourself from Peter and his entourage of women. Lord Baelish is not as benevolent as he appears, Paymon stated, having sensed young Frey's capitulation. At this moment, Edwin had no desire to contest the demand and nodded repeatedly in agreement. Also, regarding Watton Fry and Black Walder, you have not disclosed this matter to anyone, have you? Paymon pressed further. Young Fry shook his head vigorously, swearing that he had confided in no one about the affair. Let this matter remain locked within your heart, never to be uttered to another soul, otherwise, no one shall come to your aid. Paymon threatened the despondent Edwin. Should you comply with my directives, we shall remain the closest of allies, united by shared interests and adversaries. Ultimately, Paymon's tone softened somewhat. He feared that pushing Edwin too far might provoke him into reckless actions. His strategy of balancing firmness with leniency proved effective, as Edwin was now entirely under his influence. In the afternoon, a gentle rain began to fall outside, the droplets tapping against the window with a crisp resonance. The humid warmth of King's Landing made Paymon acutely aware of a sheen of sweat upon his skin, and for reasons unknown, red welts had appeared on his back. A cacophony of noise erupted from the street below, driving the restless young fry to spring from his bed and rush to the window to witness the commotion. It was the Martell family, having traveled from Sunspear. Upon reaching the window, Edwin Fry exclaimed with excitement. Paymon joined him at the window, gazing down at the street. The banner of Sunspear fluttered in the light rain, a golden spear piercing the red sun. The Dornish, with their olive skin and dark hair, sat solemnly upon the backs of horses that could only be found in Dorne, entering the inner city of King's Landing with grave countenances. At the forefront of the procession was a robust woman clad in form-fitting leather armor, twin blades slung across her back. Paymon surmised that she was likely the centerpiece of this wedding, the bride to Joffrey, the Sand Snake, Myrcella Martell, the illegitimate daughter of Oberyn Martell. Beside the Sand Snake stood a stern, elderly man, tall and broad-shouldered, with a cascade of curly black hair falling to his shoulders, bearing a pitch-black spear upon his back. Prince Doran Martell, the Lord of Dorne? Edwin inquired curiously of Paymon upon sighting the elegantly dressed, noble-looking elder. Prince Doran, long afflicted by gout, had been unable to stand for quite some time, let alone ride a horse, and he seldom left Dorne. Paymon observed the gathering and explained to the inquisitive Edwin. Lord Doran is timid and cowardly. To preserve his own life, he thrust his brother, the Red Viper, into the spotlight. And what was the outcome? Prince Oberyn perished at the hands of that fearsome creature on the mountain, his head crushed. Little Fry, watching the Dornish warriors on the street, remarked with a tinge of regret, the Dornish are numerous as sand, yet only he could wear the armor of the world. Prince Oberyn was indeed skilled, but his arrogance and underestimation of the mountain ultimately cost him his life. At this moment, the Dornish retinue neared the Red Keep, where Lannister soldiers awaited to escort them into the castle. Before long, the king's guards delivered a message from Joffrey, requesting that Paymon and Edwin attend the evening feast, which, of course, was held in honor of the Dornish guests. After receiving Paymon's confirmation, the guard turned to depart. The chefs of King's Landing were undoubtedly 100-fold more skilled than the fools from Riverrun, left unchecked. The cooks of the Riverlands would dare to chop up rat meat to make pies and serve them to your mouth. This evening, I must indulge in a sumptuous meal. Although it was still early, young Fry could hardly contain his eagerness to savor the culinary delights. Yet Paymon was preoccupied with thoughts of the mysterious elder from Dorne. Chapter 27. The Mountain of Magic. As the streets and towers of the royal city gradually illuminated with the glow of lamps, Paymon and Edwin departed the inn, making their way to the Red Keep for the banquet held in honor of House Martell. Throughout the journey, Paymon felt a profound sense of apprehension. For behind the facade of merriment and festivity lay countless bloody massacres and vile conspiracies. Upon their arrival at the Red Keep, they found Cersei Lannister proudly seated upon the dais, sipping from her goblet of wine. Beside the queen sat King Joffrey and his betrothed, Myrcella. The elder, whose identity remained a mystery to both Paymon and young Fry, occupied a seat next to the Sand Snake Myrcella, while Littlefinger and Varys were positioned further along the edge, with the powerful Tywin Lannister conspicuously absent from this lively gathering. The grand hall was resplendent with light, the long table laden with exotic dishes that Paymon could not name. Servants and wine stewards navigated the banquet, ensuring each noble present received ample hospitality. Paymon and Edwin Fry were seated in a central position, though naturally lower in stature than Cersei and her entourage. Once settled, Paymon surveyed the surroundings and noticed the mountain, now known as Robert Strong, standing behind Cersei, clutching his broad sword, his crimson eyes alertly surveying the guests. The scene was indeed peculiar. Edwin leaned closer to Paymon and whispered, "We both know that the colossal figure encased in armor is none other than Gregor Clegane, who during the War of the Usurper, murdered Prince Rhaegar's infant son and brutally violated and killed Princess Elia Martell. Yet here he stands, perfectly poised behind those Dornish guests." Paymon too found the spectacle before him astonishing. The resurrected mountain, feasting alongside the Dornish, who bore a deep-seated grudge against him. Everything felt surreal. Silence. Silence. Once all the guests had gathered, Joffrey rose from his seat in a most peculiar manner. "Tonight, we gather at the Red Keep to welcome our esteemed guests from Sunspear. They are the acting Lord of Sunspear, Prince Oberyn Martell, and of course, my beautiful fiancée, Princess Myrcella Martell," Joffrey proclaimed loudly. grasping the hand of Nymeria with his bruised palms. The faces of the onlookers were painted with shock and disbelief, as many noble merchants from King's Landing witnessed Joffrey's terrifying visage for the first time. Littlefinger, seizing the moment, shattered the awkward silence by leading a cheer, prompting the guests to join in with their own applause and blessings. Paymon noticed Cersei Lannister surveying the scene with satisfaction until her gaze fell upon him, causing the queen to furrow her brow in discontent. Paymon could not fathom the source of Cersei's disdain. Was it his status as a bastard, or merely the notorious reputation of House Bolton? Joffrey then declared the banquet to commence, and Edwin, who had eagerly awaited this moment, began to devour the food laid before him with abandon. Paymon watched with disdain as the gluttonous young fry gorged himself, as if he had journeyed from afar to King's Landing, shoving whole roasted pigeons into his mouth. What was worse, he insisted on sampling every dish as soon as it was presented by the servants. Observing the peculiar stares from those around him, Paymon sighed softly, remarking, "When it comes to Lannisters, one must taste everything." As the feast progressed, Manfred Martell, the acting Lord of Dorne, abruptly rose from his seat, prompting an immediate hush among the guests. His heavily accented Dornish speech was difficult for Paymon to decipher, but it was clear that the Lord of Sunspear wished to witness a thrilling display of swordsmanship, and he had chosen the mountain, standing behind Cersei, as his champion. Even Cersei, despite her folly, understood the intentions of the prince. However, with both Duke Tywin and his twin brother Jaime absent, she found herself at a loss. Nymeria, with a gaze full of longing towards Joffrey, also expressed her desire to see a knightly duel. The king, unable to resist such provocation, immediately rose and commanded the brutish Robert Strong to step forward and accept the challenge. This bloodthirsty, deranged king, despite having met death once, showed no sign of improvement. A spectacle was surely in the making. Gregor Clegane, the brutal killer, was a foe none in attendance could hope to match. Edwin Fry, belching contentedly, prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama, while Paymon Bolton readied himself to witness the spectacle. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Cersei managed to force a strained smile, and the mountain, upon receiving the command, hefted his massive sword and strode to the center of the hall. It was only when he stood before Paymon that he realized the mountain's formidable stature. He resembled a moving iron tower, his footwear encased in iron plates, and his breath echoed like a beast within his helmet. "Who among you dares to challenge the warrior before you?" Joffrey exclaimed with excitement, raising his fists to incite the crowd. Yet, none among the guests were fools. They recalled the horrifying moment when Prince Oberyn's skull was crushed by the mountain's grip. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to allow me to introduce a valiant warrior of exceptional swordsmanship." Just as the atmosphere was on the brink of discomfort, the diminutive figure rose from his seat. "Oh, speak quickly." Joffrey's interest was piqued. The thrill of combat and bloodshed was his greatest delight, the only means to evoke true exhilaration in this twisted king. Lord Paymon Bolton, hailing from the terrifying fortress, is said by Lord Edwin Fry of the Riverlands to be a warrior worthy of comparison to the legendary Dawnblade, Arthur Dane. Paymon noticed Peter pointing at him, while Varys at his side wore an enigmatic smile. As for Joffrey and Cersei, their faces were almost beaming with delight. The Dornishmen were indifferent to who their adversary was, for if the mountain emerged victorious, it was likely a Dornish warrior would take matters into their own hands. In that moment, all eyes were fixated upon Paymon Bolton. A mixture of astonishment, indifference, and, predominantly, schadenfreude reflected in their gazes. Paymon longed to slay Edwin Fry at that instant. This scoundrel had roasted him over a metaphorical fire and even sought his life. "I shall settle this with you later, if I survive." Paymon gritted his teeth at little Fry and, amidst the sound of applause from the table, rose from his seat. He approached the mountain, the steel behemoth casting a shadow like a giant, enveloping Paymon entirely within its darkness. Chapter 28. A Night of Tempestuous Rain Lords. "I wager 100 golden dragons that our warrior from the terrifying fortress shall emerge victorious in this duel." The diminutive figure capitalized on his strengths, boldly instigating a wager during the banquet. This proposal quickly ignited the fervent participation of the noblemen, and Paymon observed even Cersei and Joffrey joining the betting initiated by Peter with faces alight with excitement. Meanwhile, the guests from Dorne regarded the spectacle with cool detachment. The banquet fell silent once more as two Lannister soldiers worked in unison to bring forth the mountain's shield. It was a robust shield, crafted from oak and encased in iron, emblazoned with the Lannister lion insignia. Gregor Clegane seized the shield from the soldiers, deftly brandished his broadsword, and raised the shield, preparing for battle. Paymon Bolton unsheathed his sword, accepting the shield thrust into his left hand, gripping the straps tightly while assuming a combat stance. Lightning tore through the night sky above King's Landing, and torrents of rain pounded the streets outside, rendering the hall eerily silent. The mountain, akin to a charging war chariot, lunged at Paymon wielding his broadsword, but Paymon nimbly sidestepped Gregor's assault. The modified mountain had become more agile, swiftly pivoting and swinging his broadsword, delivering a lethal strike towards Paymon. With the howling wind of the blade approaching, Paymon could only raise his shield to deflect the oncoming forceful blow. Crack! After a sharp crack, Paymon Bolton's wooden shield was shattered into pieces, splintered with scattering beneath his feet. Excellent. This boy won't last 3 rounds. The Dawn's divine sword? Humph. I doubt he can even grip the hilt steadily. Paymon hastily retreated a few steps, feeling as though the bones in his shoulder had been shattered, his left arm tingling as he raised his sword once more. The rain intensified, the entire hall resonating with the thunderous sounds from outside, as deep rumbles echoed from above to the distant harbor. Die! The roar of the demon mountain resembled a beast's growl as he strode menacingly towards Paymon, wielding his great sword. At the moment the colossal sword descended again, a shower of sparks stunned everyone present. Paymon Bolton, the flayer from the Terror Fortress, had managed to block Gregor's lethal strike with his sword. Even Prince Doran Martell and the Sand Snake, Melia, were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Then, Paymon began to nimbly evade and thrust, the sword in his hand transforming into the striking fangs of a venomous serpent, the blade flashing with deadly precision. Though the Demon Mountain's great sword possessed the might to destroy all, no matter how strong or agile he was, he could not surpass the speed of Paymon's sword. Gregor, incensed by Paymon's agility, circled around in search of his opponent's shadow. Finally, he discarded his cumbersome shield, aiming to cleave Paymon in two with a single strike of his great sword. This played right into Paymon Bolton's hands. He feigned an attack towards the Demon Mountain's lower flank, and at the moment Gregor lowered his head, Paymon leaped high, plunging his long sword directly into the Demon Mountain's right eye. The Demon Mountain barely felt any pain as the blade sank deeply into Gregor's eye socket, and he began to flail wildly, trying to grasp Paymon Bolton and tear him apart. The uncontrollable Demon Mountain crashed through the tables, plates and goblets shattering onto the floor. Enough. Finally, Queen Cersei could no longer remain seated, rising in fury from her seat. You filthy bastard, cease this at once, she shouted at Paymon. Yet the rampaging Demon Mountain continued its chaotic path, and despite soldiers attempting to intervene, they could not halt the furious Gregor. One unfortunate guest was even seized by the Demon Mountain, thrown like a kite, crashing heavily to the floor and losing consciousness. Cersei's insult completely enraged Paymon. In front of so many guests, the queen had publicly humiliated him. Paymon resolved to teach this arrogant woman a profound lesson. Amidst the chaos, he approached Prince Doran Martell, politely requesting to borrow his Dornish spear. Initially taken aback, the prince quickly understood and smiled, readily handing over his weapon to Paymon. Stop! I command you to cease. Cersei Lannister shouted desperately at Paymon, realizing his intentions. The ominous rumble of thunder echoed once more, and lightning slithered across the rain-soaked sky like a great serpent. In that fleeting moment when the mountain reached the window of the Red Keep, Paymon tightened his grip on the spear, summoning all his strength to charge at Gregor. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers and Cersei's piercing scream, Paymon thrust the spear directly through the mountain's neck, and before Cersei's beast could react, it was forcefully toppled backward. With a resounding crash, the mountain plummeted from the towering spire of the Red Keep, accompanied by the shattering of glass. Paymon gazed down at the swirling mixture of flesh and rain, satisfied as he turned away. A warm wind, laden with relentless raindrops, surged through the vacant window frame behind him, pattering against the ground. In that moment, Paymon radiated an aura of death, his overwhelming presence silencing all the guests in sheer terror. Peter's face was a mask of disbelief, gold coins scattering from his hands, while Varys stood frozen, nervously scratching his bald head. The ashen visage of Cersei Lannister filled Paymon with an exhilarating delight, surpassing even the pleasure of consuming 10 barrels of wine. What have you done? You wretched fool! You have murdered a Lannister warrior. After a prolonged silence, King Joffrey snapped back to reality, realizing that the lethal weapon bred by House Lannister had now become a mere puddle of mud. Seize him. I will personally interrogate him, Joffrey shouted excitedly, pointing at the flayer of House Bolton. Meanwhile, Cersei, the queen, glared at Paymon with a venomous hatred, wishing to cast him from the Red Keep to join his fallen ally. Your Grace, Your Highness. Prince Oberyn Martell rose to his feet, declaring, this was merely about to enliven the feast. Bloodshed and death are not uncommon in such duels. When Prince Oberyn perished in this arena, all for your Lannister dwarf. Were you equally enraged? Besides, the one who has fallen is but an insignificant knight. Manfred's words struck like daggers, leaving Cersei and Joffrey momentarily speechless. King's Landing has already avenged Prince Oberyn's death. We have delivered the mountain's head on a platter. Now, I too demand the execution of this criminal. Joffrey bellowed, unable to contain his fury. Dorne does not consent to your course of action, and do not forget, your majesty. He is the lord of the Dreadfort, and soon to be the son of Lord Roose Bolton, the warden of the north, Manfred steadfastly countered. The Dornishmen are valiant and fiery, and they will not bow to Joffrey. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Paymon felt a sense of astonishment, unable to comprehend that a prince of Dorne would rise to his defense. Chapter 29. Tensions rise. Prince Manfred, I am the king, the true ruler of King's Landing. I desire the head of whoever has wronged me. They must die. In a fit of rage, Joffrey's face contorted uncontrollably, rendering his already fractured visage even more terrifying. Paymon recognized that Joffrey's fury had been ignited, while that foolish woman Cersei was resolute in her intent to see him dead. Indeed, it was true. It was the king's own hand that severed Lord Ned Stark's head. Sparking this devastating and costly war, the prince retorted, disregarding the queen's ashen complexion. Guards! Guards! Arrest them all. I shall have their tongues cut out. Paymon observed as Joffrey wildly flailed his arms, commanding soldiers to encircle the Dornishmen. The fierce desert warriors, undeterred, unsheathed their swords, with even the sand snake Nymeria brandishing twin blades, forming a defensive stance against the encroaching Lannister soldiers. Cease this at once. At that pivotal moment of impending chaos, Paymon noticed the calm Duke Tywin entering the hall, flanked by Jaime Lannister's guards. Under the oppressive and authoritative gaze of the king's hand, the Lannister soldiers immediately withdrew, and the Dornishmen, seizing the opportunity, sheathed their weapons. Father, this bastard has slain Robert Baratheon. Upon the arrival of her ally, Cersei swiftly rose from her seat to report to the hand of the king. Despite the stench emanating from Tywin's decayed features, Paymon could still sense his formidable presence, even in his ghastly state. The Lord of Casterly Rock could instill fear in every noble present. It was merely a splendid display of combat. Lord Paymon has bested Robert Baratheon. His swordsmanship is truly commendable. The death of a mere knight shall not tarnish the friendship between House Lannister and Sunspear. Tywin fixed his gaze on Paymon's sweaty countenance, declaring, although Cersei was profoundly foolish, she understood her father's dominance and tyranny. Thus, she merely cast a cold glance at Paymon without further comment. Lord Tywin, he has slain the bravest warrior of House Lannister, Ser Kevan, to ease the king's fatigue. Take him away to rest. Tywin coldly interrupted Joffrey, addressing Cersei with calm composure. I am not tired. I want to cleave off his dog's head. Paymon watched as Joffrey suddenly drew the guard's sword, marching furiously toward him. The regicide, sensing the escalating tension, rushed forward, joining forces with Cersei to pull the frenzied king away from the banquet. We have witnessed mad kings and foolish kings, but a king who is both mad and foolish, that would be Joffrey the Great. Paymon silently contemplated, acknowledging Tyrion's assessment of Joffrey. The hand of the king, having quelled the uproar, sat beside the Prince of Dorne amidst the gazes of the assembled crowd. The banquet continued, yet upon returning to her seat, Paymon found herself devoid of any appetite. The nobles at her table dared not look down upon the illegitimate child before them. In fact, a wealthy merchant even took the initiative to engage her in conversation. Paymon, you truly gave me the impression that it was not Paymon Bolton who battled the behemoth at the Mountain of Magic, but rather Arthur Dayne, the Dawn's sword, wielding your blade against that fearsome bio-warrior. Young Fry regarded Paymon with awe, as though she were indeed the Dawn's sword herself. Our affairs are not yet concluded. Once the banquet comes to an end, I shall show you the true Dawn's sword. Paymon, nearly undone by the foolishness of this boor, shot a fierce glare at Edwin Fry. Sir Arthur Dayne is the most formidable swordsman I have ever encountered, my Lady Paymon. Your swordsmanship has equally left a profound impression upon me. Varys, clad in his soft slippers, had materialized behind Paymon without her notice. Upon seeing him, Paymon rose from her seat to greet the octopus spider. Varys, you have made me a considerable fortune in gold dragons. Peter Baelish approached Paymon, a cryptic smile upon his face. Even in defeat, witnessing such magnificent swordplay would still be immensely worthwhile. I appreciate your generous praise, Lord Baelish. Paymon thought of throwing the treasurer of King's Landing into the Mountain of Magic, but, as the hypocritical noble he was, he responded to Littlefinger with a smile. Lord Baelish, I gather you did not anticipate that Lord Bolton could triumph over the blade of Robb Stark? Varys seized the opportunity to taunt Littlefinger with a hint of sarcasm. Varys, I wagered on Our Lady Paymon from the very beginning. Unlike you, who shifts with the winds, ever trailing behind the victor. Littlefinger's gray eyes glimmered with cunning, his words laced with biting irony. Paymon, unable to comprehend the subtle duel between these two master players, refrained from speaking up. Speaking of shifting with the winds, Lord Baelish, you are quite the expert in that regard, considering how fiercely Lord Ned Stark once trusted you. Though Varys conversed with Baelish, his gaze remained fixed upon Paymon. She recognized that the octopus spider was covertly warning her. Lord Varys, you are always clinging to the past, unwilling to let go. Do those fallen houses and bygone days truly merit your nostalgia? Observing the brewing tension between the two, Paymon sensed an impending clash. People often conceal their true intentions with certain facades, Lord Baelish. Your cleverness and craftiness have elevated you to your current position, but you have climbed too high. Below lies an abyss. Varys's tone softened as he remarked, even if you bear the weight of 10 Dornish lances, you cannot mask your flaws, Varys. I suspect your 2 sons have long since set. Edwin Fry could no longer contain himself upon hearing those words, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Paymon struggled to maintain composure, preserving the expression on his face. Power is a ladder, Peter, but also a den of serpents. Varys left this profound remark and turned to conclude the debate with Peter. My Lord Edwin, after the banquet, would you care to visit me while the evening's enthusiasm still lingers? The ladies are quite eager. Littlefinger, with familiarity, draped his arm over young Frey's shoulder, extending a warm invitation. Of course, Edwin began, but suddenly recalled his promise to Paymon. Lord Peter, the last time those ladies were quite exhausting. I think I shall wait a few days before visiting again. Fry shook his head in disappointment, declining Peter's invitation. Certainly, my Lord Fry, the doors to those chambers are always open to you. Peter cast a knowing glance at Paymon, having already surmised what had transpired, before taking his leave. Chapter 30. The dagger. Upon returning to the inn, Edwin Fry continued to savor the exquisite dishes from the banquet, oblivious to the cold glint in Paymon's eyes. My swordsmanship rivals that of the Dawnblade. Where did you hear such news, and when did you tell Littlefinger? Paymon asked coldly, addressing young Fry. Lord Paymon, I was quite inebriated at Peter's establishment that day and may have let slip what I should not have. I beg your forgiveness this once. Seeing Paymon's temper rising, young Fry quickly admitted his fault and pleaded for mercy. No, my Lord Edwin, fear will only make you remember this moment. Before long, you shall cast it from your mind. Paymon retrieved the unique skinning knife of House Bolton from its sheath, a weapon he had unearthed from the armory of the Dreadfort. Only the deeply ingrained terror can ensure you remember this forever. Upon catching sight of the dagger with its crimson hilt, Edwin collapsed at Paymon's feet, fervently beseeching the skinning man for clemency. Extend your hand, Paymon commanded coldly to the trembling Fry. Edwin began to sob softly, yet he extended his quaking left hand before Paymon. Paymon swiftly tore a piece from the bed linens and stuffed it into Edwin's mouth, then adeptly used the skinning knife to slice through the skin on young Frey's finger. A scream shattered the stillness of the night, echoing through the inn's chamber, and the cloth in Edwin's mouth seemed ineffective as sweat poured from him, his body convulsing in pain. The Boltons possess a grotesque talent for skinning. Once all was concluded, Paymon returned the dagger to its sheath and dragged Edwin Fry to a vacant room next door, locking him inside. After executing Edwin Frey's punishment, Paymon reclined on the bed, the torrential rain outside unabated. He left the window open, listening to the thunderous sound of raindrops upon King's Landing, and drifted into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Paymon heard the faint sound of a chair shifting behind the door, a noise so subtle it could scarcely escape his keen ears. Rather than acting recklessly, he chose to wait patiently for the door to creak open. A woman's silhouette slipped into the room, approaching Paymon's bedside. He feigned slumber, yet peered through half-closed eyes to discern that the figure was none other than Shauna Amelia, the betrothed of King Joffrey. Her sheer outer garment, thoroughly soaked from the torrential rain, clung to her voluptuous form, illuminated by the dim candlelight. Lord Paymon, you need not pretend to be asleep. Open your eyes. Shauna Amelia's voice was wild and fervent, akin to the searing heat of dawn. Paymon propped himself against the headboard, while Amelia cast aside her cloak and crawled toward him. He could feel her warm breath, as well as the allure of her enchanting body. Yet he fought to suppress the flames of desire rising within him and gently pushed the Dornish woman away. Lord Paymon, are you, like the octopus spider Varys, a man incomplete? Amelia retorted, her disappointment evident as she donned her coat once more, casting a scornful glance at him. That is not the case. But I am acutely aware that such pleasures do not simply fall into my lap. You are like a flower in the desert, beautiful yet perilously dangerous. Paymon replied, shaking his head in refusal. Consider it a repayment for your slaying of the mountain for Dorne, or perhaps a gift I offer you. What say you? Melia persisted, licking her lips in query. Princess Melia, perhaps you should take your leave. Paymon indicated the ajar door, suggesting she close it upon her exit. If only you possessed half the valor of a gladiator while in bed, Melia exclaimed, feeling humiliated, before storming out of Paymon's chamber. Once the woman had departed, Paymon hurried to the window, gazing at the rain cascading in white streaks outside, seeking solace to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He was acutely aware that he had thoroughly angered Joffrey and Cersei during the banquet, and the preceding encounter had likely offended the Dornish Amelia as well. Upon returning to the Eyrie fortress, he would be met with the interrogation of Roose Bolton, for with Lord Bolton's cunning and shrewdness, he could not escape suspicion regarding the miscarriage of Watton Fry. Before embarking back to the Eyrie fortress, he needed to find a more formidable ally or devise a reason that would deter Roose Bolton from laying a finger on him. Furthermore, Paymon contemplated the day when the White Walkers would breach the wall and launch an assault on the north. He believed that when the White Walkers descended, the flames of war between the north and the southern kingdoms would inevitably be rekindled. Tywin Lannister would surely command all northern lords and vassals to defend the wall with their lives. Yet Paymon knew all too well that the northerners alone could not hold back those terrifying whites at the haunted forest. When Daenerys, the mother of dragons, landed with her three-headed dragons and Dothraki cavalry, where would they go next? The current situation was already enough to give Paymon a headache, and the impending disasters filled him with despair. After much contemplation, Paymon recognized a crucial issue. He needed to find a way to meet with Maester Coben to uncover how Tywin and Joffrey had been resurrected, and to discover their fatal weaknesses, which might enhance his odds in front of Roose Bolton. With this thought, he reclined back onto his bed, undisturbed until dawn broke. When he finally rose, upon releasing the pale-faced Edwin from the room, Paymon found him muttering to himself like a fool. And it wasn't until after breakfast that little Fry began to regain some semblance of normalcy. Paymon noticed the gaze Edwin cast upon him was filled with fear and avoidance. In that moment, Paymon understood that, to some extent, Edwin Fry, the eldest son of Lyman Fry, had been transformed into his own lackey. If it were possible, Paymon would desire for all of Westeros to become his minions, including the self-proclaimed noble and clever Cersei Lannister, the formidable and astute hand of the King Tywin, Littlefinger Peter Baelish, and the spidery Varys, as well as the black-clad knights watchmen on the wall and the armored gold cloaks in King's Landing. At this moment, Paymon finally realized that his ambitions extended beyond merely acquiring countless lackeys. He sought to seize the entire empire, even the whole continent, as depicted on the map. Yet, his quest must be undertaken step by step, and the daunting challenge before him was how to meet Coben. Chapter 31. Maester Coben. Gaining an audience with Coben was no simple task. Ever since the resurrection of Tywin and Joffrey, he had become a favored subject of the Lannister family. Now, Coben not only served as the chief maester of the Royal Council, but also managed the Sorcerers Guild in King's Landing, with even the Alchemists Guild falling under his control. Paymon understood that a direct visit to Coben would surely result in rejection. After much deliberation, he concluded that only one person could assist him in securing an introduction, though he was reluctant to engage with this individual. As Paymon and Edwin Fry made their way to Littlefinger's establishment of pleasure, Little Fry followed quietly and submissively. Devoid of his usual vigor, he wrapped his fingers in a layer of gauze, hastily keeping pace with Paymon's strides. They traversed the streets of King's Landing. Passing blacksmiths and granaries, Little Fry was well acquainted with the route. Before long, they arrived at the pleasure house owned by Peter Baelish. The young women there hailed from various regions of the kingdom, and upon seeing Paymon and Edwin enter, they warmly welcomed them. Were it not for Paymon's presence, Edwin Fry would undoubtedly have lost control again, but at this moment, he did not dare linger with the enticing women. The guards of Peter obstructed Paymon and Edwin, scrutinizing them with a vigilant gaze. "We have come to pay a visit to Lord Peter Barees, and we kindly request you to announce our arrival," Paymon addressed the guard. "Who are you?" "Lord Peter is quite busy and has no time to meet with you." The guard huffed coldly, clearly dismissing Paymon and Edwin. "We are." Paymon raised a hand to interrupt the eager young Fry, then retrieved a gold dragon from her pocket, presenting it to the guard before her. "We are friends of Lord Peter. Please kindly inform him of our presence. We shall wait here." The sound of the gold dragon jingling was more enchanting than any flattery or melody, a truth Paymon understood deeply. "Of course, esteemed guests. It would be my pleasure to assist you." The guard bit the gold dragon with his teeth, satisfied, before pocketing it, and promptly disappearing into the office of Littlefinger. Before long, the guard returned, announcing to Paymon that they could enter, as Lord Peter awaited them inside. Upon entering Peter's office together, Paymon and Fry found Littlefinger seated in an elegant chair, a broad smile on his face. Behind him, a vivid portrait of a mimicry bird adorned the wall, emblematic of the Peter family. "Ah, Lady Paymon, have you finally come to your senses? Life is fleeting, and I shall arrange for the finest lady to accompany you." Peter, clad in a fine silk robe, meticulously groomed his grizzled hair. "Lord Peter, I am here to discuss a matter of great importance." Paymon calmly approached Littlefinger, settling into the plush chair, while Edwin Fry stood respectfully behind her. "How may I serve you, Lady Paymon?" Littlefinger inquired with his characteristic cunning yet affable tone. Paymon hesitated, surveying her surroundings for any potential risks. "Lady Paymon, you need not worry about safety here. Even the tiniest of 8-legged spiders cannot approach my office. And as for your friend from the Fry family, I believe he is entirely trustworthy now." Peter astutely noted Edwin's bandaged finger and assured Paymon with a smile. "In that case, I shall be direct, Lord Peter. I wish to meet with the royal scholar Cobain, and I wonder if you might assist me in making an introduction?" Paymon revealed her intent. "What? Lady Paymon, are you more intrigued by that old fellow who spends his days with corpses and potions than by the lovely ladies here?" Peter refrained from making a hasty declaration, opting instead to ascertain Paymon's true purpose. "I have some important matters to discuss with Scholar Cobain, Lord Peter." "This should not pose a challenge for someone as capable as yourself," Paymon replied, her words intentionally vague due to Littlefinger's excessive cunning and caution. "I have numerous friends in King's Landing. Yet, dear Paymon, every friendship requires the sustenance of mutual interests and wealth. To manage these relationships has consumed a considerable amount of my time and golden dragons." Littlefinger meticulously scrutinized the jade ring adorning his finger, patiently engaging in a verbal dance with Paymon. "You may step outside and await my return." At this juncture, Paymon commanded Fry to exit the chamber. "Dear Paymon, every endeavor demands a price, much like the guard stationed at the entrance. Since I seek his loyalty, I must, alas, turn a blind eye to the benefits I must extract from him. What manner of reward do you require from me, Lord Peter?" Paymon comprehended that a person like Littlefinger would not readily divulge his intentions. "I can be of service to you, dear Paymon, but one day, perhaps I shall require your assistance. I hope that when that time comes, as a friend, you will extend your hand of camaraderie, and I shall be eternally grateful." Peter rose from his seat and extended what he termed a hand of friendship towards Paymon. After a moment's hesitation, Paymon ultimately reached out, clasping Littlefinger's soft and cold palm. After a further exchange of words, Paymon departed from Littlefinger and, accompanied by Edwin, made his way toward the inn. Littlefinger had promised Paymon to arrange a meeting between him and Cobain that evening. As they passed the flea bottom, a group of ragged children rushed towards them, each holding a battered bowl, their appearances disheveled. Just before they reached them, Paymon noticed the children reaching into their garments. Not good, although Edwin had yet to react. The astute Paymon had already sensed the impending danger. Indeed, the children produced gleaming daggers from their cloaks and charged at Paymon and Edwin. Edwin let out a frantic shout, attempting to draw his sword, but Paymon was swifter, having already grasped his blade. The children, evidently trained with discipline, lunged at the vital points of both individuals. Paymon swiftly severed the arm of the foremost assailant and subsequently dispatched several more beggars. At this moment, Edwin finally drew his sword, joining forces with Paymon to fend off their attackers. After a fierce battle, Paymon and Edwin succeeded in repelling the assailants, with the surviving children fleeing without a glance at their fallen comrades. "That wretched eunuch Varys, I shall confront him immediately," exclaimed the shaken Edwin Fry, sheathing his sword in anger. "It need not be Varys's little birds. There are countless souls within King's Landing who wish us ill," Paymon replied, shaking his head as he and Edwin returned to the inn. Chapter 32. Dark Magic and Curses. Having just endured an attack in Flea Bottom, Paymon and young Fry dared not venture beyond the confines of King's Landing's inner city. They remained at the inn until dusk, and after admonishing Edwin Fry not to wander about aimlessly, Paymon departed the inn to seek out Cobain. The Sorcerer's Guild of the Royal City is prominently situated beside the Scarlet Fortress, its grand arched entrance flanked by intricate and exquisite carved inscriptions. Yet Paymon could not decipher their meaning. "You are the one mentioned by Lord Pater, here to see Scholar Cobain?" Before Paymon could utter a word upon reaching the guild's entrance, a guard wielding a spear inquired. Paymon nodded in affirmation, and the guard instructed him to wait while he entered the guild to announce his presence. Upon the guard's return, he led Paymon into the dim and damp edifice. Inside the guild, the floor had long succumbed to rot and mold, their shadows elongated against the slick walls, creating the illusion of a confined space steeped in decay and a foul odor. The guard guided him to a dark and cramped corner, where a passageway descended into an abyss of stairs leading underground. Scholar Coben awaits you below. He is preoccupied with his experiments. The soldier gestured towards the pitch-black entrance of the basement. If you could lead the way for me, I would be immensely grateful. Paymon ventured, sensing the ominous nature of the trap before him. Scholar Coben does not permit entry into his laboratory, were it not for Lord Pater's insistence. He would not even agree to meet you. If you are frightened, you may leave with me. I shall declare you never arrived, the soldier nonchalantly declared. With no other choice, Paymon steeled himself and approached the entrance to the basement. The last flicker of candlelight was consumed by the encroaching darkness as Paymon's feet met the cold, hard stone steps. His hands groped along the smooth, greasy walls as he ventured into the unknown depths below. The staircase seemed interminable, and despair began to envelop him. He was utterly unaware of his surroundings, surrounded only by a profound silence and darkness. Naturally, the eccentric Coben would not reside in a conventional place. As Paymon silently cursed Coben 100 times in his mind, a blinding light suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The spiral staircase vanished, and he found himself standing in a spacious, flat hall. Scattered around were various experimental materials, including goat heads infested with flies, raven feathers, and haphazardly discarded herbs. In the center of the marble floor, a vast pool filled with a green liquid beckoned ominously. "Good evening, Lord Pater." A sudden voice startled Paymon, and as he regained his composure, he noticed Coben standing at the side of the hall. He was tall, slightly hunched, with wrinkles on his face resembling deep ravines, and his restless blue eyes darted about. "Good evening, Scholar Coben." Paymon was uncertain of this peculiar individual's intentions in this shadowy basement, but recognizing the need for his assistance, he resolved to present himself with sincerity. "Lord Pater mentioned you had matters to discuss with me, Master Paymon. I am all ears." Coben poured the potion he held into the basin before him, his voice raspy and unpleasant, reminiscent of Tywin Lannister. "My Lord Coben, it appears your experiment is progressing quite smoothly." Paymon approached Coben, pondering how to extract the secrets he yearned to uncover. "Do you think wielding dark magic is an easy feat, my lord?" At Paymon's flattery, the scholar's irritation flared, and he returned the potion he had just picked up to the shelf. "Certainly not, my Lord Coben. Only a learned scholar such as yourself could undertake such formidable magical experiments," Paymon hastily clarified. "I am not a learned individual. On the contrary, the use of dark magic has subjected me to an unending curse. Behold." Coben rolled up the sleeves of his loose robe, revealing arms interwoven with black threads. "I am neither truly alive nor a mere specter, much like Lord Tywin and King Joffrey." Seizing the opportunity, Paymon inquired, "Indeed, we are all afflicted by the curse of dark magic. Seemingly alive yet devoid of sensation. Hunger, cold, or pain are no longer relevant to us wretches." Coben gazed fearfully at the basin beneath him, murmuring. Paymon sensed that this old man had become enraptured by his studies of dark magic, yet his inquiry remained incomplete, compelling him to continue. "Is there truly no way to end this suffering? What is your purpose here, Lady Paymon?" At this moment, Coben seemed to awaken, piercingly interrogating Paymon. "I am merely curious about dark magic, Master Coben. I hope you do not take offense." Paymon forced a smile in response. "Some secrets belong solely to this dark, lightless underworld. Once spoken, they would surely cost me my life." At least this statement confirmed that Tywin and Joffrey were not immortal. Paymon interpreted Coben's words, yet he yearned to comprehend more. "Master Coben, if you could satisfy my curiosity, I would not hesitate to offer a substantial reward. Spare me your insincerity, child. Could you possibly possess the wealth of Casterly Rock like Lord Tywin?" Coben revealed a sinister smile, shaking his head in rejection of Paymon's proposal. "My Lord Coben, if you desire dignity, I shall ensure you possess it. If you wish to forego dignity, then I shall be compelled to bestow it upon you." Paymon retorted coldly, drawing forth his longsword. "Lady Paymon, you understand neither my experiments nor the darkness I confront." Terror etched Coben's face. Yet Paymon felt it was not a fear instigated by him. Gurgle, gurgle. Enormous bubbles began to rise from the basin, accompanied by the clattering of chains being dragged. Boom. After a muffled thud, Paymon beheld a monstrous creature with a serpentine body and a human head struggling out of the water basin. It bore the ravaged visage of the Red Viper, Oberyn, followed by the figure of Robert Baratheon, his upper body exposed, with a pale serpentine abdomen below, densely covered in scales. More menacingly, the abomination known as Coben had pieced together a pair of arms for them. The Red Viper wielded a long spear, while Robert Baratheon brandished a rusted warhammer, charging directly towards Paymon. By the gods, this is truly a nightmare. Paymon cursed under his breath and frantically fled back up the staircase from whence he came. The two creatures moved with astonishing speed, the serpent's belly slithering over the floor with a viscous echo. Paymon, disregarding his breathlessness, desperately ascended the spiraling stairs, while the serpentine-headed monster relentlessly pursued him. When he finally tumbled out of Cobain's basement, he dared not pause for breath, sprinting from that terrifying sorcerer's guild. Chapter 33. A life in peril. By the time Paymon escaped from Cobain's lair, the night had deepened, and the streets were sparsely populated by a few drunken souls and thieves hurrying past him. The mere thought of Oberyn and Robert emerging from the water basin sent shivers down his spine. Upon returning to the inn, an instinct warned him that something was amiss. He stood at the entrance, leaning in to listen. The silence within was deathly, and the door stood ajar. "Edwin," he called tentatively into the room. But only silence answered him. With a sense of foreboding, Paymon placed his right hand on the hilt of his dagger and cautiously pushed the door open. Edwin Fry lay sprawled on the floor, blood oozing from his twisted arm, spreading ominously forward. His eyes were vacant and filled with terror, a sharp weapon protruding from his heart, culminating in his tragic demise within that room. A perilous trap. The realization struck Paymon, prompting an immediate desire to retreat. Yet, it was too late. A dozen members of the city guard in golden cloaks surged in, blocking his sole escape route. "What is this? Lord Paymon, are you in a hurry to be elsewhere?" Peter's face wore a disingenuous smile, revealing himself as the orchestrator of this capture. "You are indeed living up to your reputation, Lord Peter." Were these the same golden cloaks that apprehended Ned Stark? Paymon was acutely aware of the puppeteer pulling the strings in the shadows. However, voicing it now would be futile. With evidence and witnesses at hand, what more could he say? Peter signaled to the golden cloaks beside him, indicating they should apprehend Paymon. Although he was confident he could fell 4 or 5 of them, he understood that such an act would be futile and might lead to him being branded a criminal by the very man behind it all. Thus, he sheathed his sword and allowed the soldiers to escort him from the inn. "You arranged for me to meet Cobain merely to ensnare me? Lord Paymon, chaos is but a staircase. Only by endlessly ascending can one remain invincible." Paiter strode ahead with hurried steps, scarcely bothering to glance back. The guards escorted Paymon into the dungeons of Liyue, where the cells were filled with inmates cohabiting with rats and cockroaches. However, he was confined to a solitary room. Indeed, Lady Caitlin Tully was correct. "Paiter, you are solely enamored with yourself." Before Paiter turned to leave, Paymon shouted at his retreating figure. Paiter paused momentarily, then quickened his pace out of the cell. When the door creaked open once more, a hooded figure clad in gray entered, brandishing a crossbow. The moment the hood was lifted, Paymon felt a chilling despair wash over him. "Tomorrow marks my wedding. Tonight, I shall indulge in the thrill of the hunt." Joffrey Baratheon aimed the loaded crossbow at Paymon, a twisted smile of satisfaction gracing his face. "My lord, I cannot fathom why you would send someone to capture me here." Paymon trembled in fear before the deranged Joffrey. "You know full well that you murdered Edwin Fry. Paiter and those golden-robed men can attest to it." Joffrey's scarlet eyes bore into Paymon as he raised the crossbow. "That was not my doing, my lord." Had his sword not been confiscated by the guards and his hands not bound, Paymon would have surely pierced Joffrey's heart with a single strike. Eager to ascertain whether the so-called immortal truly felt nothing. Whoosh! The trigger was pulled, and the bolt was released. The arrow whizzed past Paymon's groin, nearly transforming him into a diminutive version of Varys. Observing Paymon's disheveled state, Joffrey wore a satisfied grin, proceeding to ready his second arrow. "You killed Gregor Clegane. Now you must pay with your life." Joffrey raised the crossbow once more, this time aiming directly at Paymon's head. "I have heard tales of how the Boltons of the Dreadfort delight in flaying their enemies. Once I slay you, I shall skin you and use your hide as my wedding sheets. What say you?" The exhilaration of the hunt and murder caused Joffrey to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, Paymon questioned whether that old coot Cobain had deceived him. This resurrected king seemed to feel nothing at all. At that instant, Paymon sensed his fate drawing to a close. With Joffrey's white-cloaked knights stationed outside the cell, even if he evaded this arrow, he would ultimately fall victim to Joffrey's cruelty. "Joffrey," just as Paymon's life hung by a thread, he heard a calm voice. Opening his eyes, he beheld the Kingslayer, Jaime, entering the cell. "What brings you here?" Joffrey reluctantly lowered the crossbow, casting a disdainful look at his uncle. "My lord, he is the lord of the Dreadfort, and now also the son of Roose Bolton, the guardian of the North. Should you kill him, the Boltons will not let this transgression go unpunished." Jaime Lannister endeavored to maintain the dignity of Joffrey as he respectfully elaborated. "Uncle, has the courage of House Lannister been severed along with your arm?" Joffrey, brandishing a crossbow. Mockingly inquired of the Kingslayer, who was merely a vile and despicable bastard, while he, the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, was Joffrey Baratheon. Jaime let out a weary sigh. Yet he understood that he could not chastise his son in front of so many soldiers. Perhaps we should consult the hand of the king, Lord Tywin, on how to address this matter. The Kingslayer, witnessing Joffrey's escalating madness, resorted to invoking the only one capable of tempering the king, the Old Lion. Yet he had committed a grave offense, having murdered Edwin Fry, and must pay for it with his life. Joffrey still clutched the last remnant of leverage, intent on avenging the death of the Mountain. Your Grace, Peter was responsible for capturing him, and in exchange, Littlefinger acquired the authority to mint new coin. Jaime Lannister fixed his gaze upon Joffrey, his tone resolute. Are you truly a Lannister, or merely a dog of House Bolton? In a fit of anger, Joffrey shoved Jaime aside and departed the cell with his Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister untied Paymon and returned his sword. Thank you for your generous assistance, Lord Jaime. Paymon rubbed his sore wrist, expressing his gratitude to the Kingslayer. I merely did what was right, Lord Paymon. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Or else I would have been turned into a pincushion by our king. Paymon replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Jaime Lannister escorted Paymon out of the dungeon and arranged alternative accommodations for him. As for Edwin Fry, arrangements were made to retrieve his body and return it to the Riverlands, with the intention of declaring that young Fry had met with a terrible accident. Once the Kingslayer had departed, Paymon wearily leaned against the headboard, realizing that Edwin Frey's demise was not entirely detrimental. At the very least, the sordid secret between him and the Freys had been interred with the short-lived Edwin. Chapter 34. The Horn of Dragons. The following day, Harrenhal dispatched a messenger, and Roose Bolton urged Paymon in his letter to return promptly, citing urgent matters for discussion. Upon finishing the letter, Paymon understood that Harrenhal had fallen into the hands of the old flayer, and the astute lord had begun to suspect him. Yet, Paymon's fear had somewhat abated, as through deep contemplation, he had devised a means to preserve his life. Joffrey's wedding was to take place that evening. Coburn and his sorcerers had prepared a grand display of fireworks, while Peter had organized a troupe of acrobats for the royal banquet. Paymon deliberately chose a position near the corner to avoid drawing Joffrey's attention. This scene felt eerily familiar to him, save for the presence of the little imp Tyrion and Sansa Stark, while the protagonists of that infamous purple wedding, the Tyrells, had long since turned to dust. The terrifying visage of the king, even when adorned with a smile, appeared peculiarly grotesque, while the faces of the Lannister family bore little trace of joy. Both Cersei and Lord Tywin were present, while the Kingslayer, Jaime, vigilantly observed the wedding guests alongside a cadre of white-cloaked guards. After all, the red wedding and the purple wedding had left an indelible shadow over every attendee. The High Sparrow officiated the union of Joffrey and Margaery, and in the presence of the seven gods and the assembled guests, Prince Oberyn relinquished Margaery's hand to the now-corpse king, Joffrey. This sight evoked an indescribable nausea in all present, including Paymon, who could only watch impassively as Tywin regarded the king and queen before him. As guests began to raise their goblets and indulge in lavish feasts, the tables soon overflowed with exquisite dishes. Distracted and unsettled, Paymon hastily filled his stomach and then retreated alone to a tranquil balcony. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the impoverished souls below, scrambling for sweets. He would embark on his journey back to Harrenhal at dawn, and the mere thought of facing Roose Bolton and Blackwood caused a throbbing pain in his head. Is the food inside to your disliking, my lord Paymon? The sudden voice startled Paymon, and he turned to find the spider, Varys, standing behind him, clad in his cursed soft shoes. Ah, how could I have forgotten about Varys, the master of whispers in King's Landing? Paymon chided himself for his oversight. I feared that the king and queen would disapprove of my presence as a bastard, that I might dampen their merriment. Paymon replied with a forced smile. They hold no affection or disdain for anyone, my lord Paymon. The true rulers see all as mere pawns, mercenaries, knights, vassals, adversaries, and even kin. The kingdom itself is but a chessboard for them. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin, Varys remarked quietly, observing the fireworks that erupted before them. And you, Lord Varys, to whom do you serve as a pawn? In other words, who is your true allegiance to? Despite his aversion to Varys's riddling manner, Paymon recognized the necessity of continuing the discourse. I serve this kingdom and everyone who requires my assistance, my lord Paymon. Varys's response left Paymon somewhat speechless, for he realized he had no time for Varys's circular conversation. Lord Varys, I possess certain information regarding the Mother of Dragons. I wonder if you might be interested? Paymon queried directly. That would depend on whether the information is genuinely valuable or merely the whispers of rumor, the Master of Whispers replied, his words as precise as ever. The girl from House Targaryen, believing that the mere hatching of 3 colossal dragons would grant her security, remained blissfully unaware of the genuine peril that approached her from the depths of the ocean. To pique the appetite of the octopus spider, Paymon feigned an air of mystery. I am not one to be intrigued by rumors, my lord Paymon. If there is nothing further, I shall return to the king, Varys stated, preparing to turn back to the wedding festivities. It pertains to the dragon binder and tidings of the Horn of Dragons. Paymon called out to the eunuch's retreating figure. Varys hesitated briefly before deftly pivoting to return to Paymon's side. This indeed stirs my curiosity, my lord Paymon. How did you come by such information? Varys inquired, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by a gaze sharp as a dagger, seemingly piercing into the depths of Paymon's soul. Everyone harbors secrets, Varys, and this one belongs to me, Paymon responded with a mysterious smile. Very well, my lord Paymon. What do you desire from me in exchange for this information? Surely, you do not intend to divulge such vital news without recompense. Paymon, having achieved his objective, articulated his terms. My little birds have indeed brought me some tidings, yet, my lord Paymon, perhaps you could enlighten me about your secret first. Varys, wary of Paymon's potential deceit, took the initiative in the conversation. After a moment's contemplation, Paymon acquiesced to Varys's request. To my knowledge, the Horn of Dragons resides with those Ironborn, and now, some of them have set sail from Pike, navigating their longships towards Meereen, aiming to conquer the Dragon Queen and her mighty dragons. It is said that the horn was discovered in Valyria, where, according to legend, the Dragon Kings utilized it to bind their dragons before the fall of Valyria. But now, no one knows if the Horn of Dragons can control a single dragon or all of that girl's dragons. Upon hearing Paymon's words, Varys stood momentarily stunned, though he soon regained his composure. If what you say is true, then the Lannisters shall reign over the 7 kingdoms until the mountains crumble and the seas run dry. For only Dragonfire can slay Tywin and Joffrey. Varys glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. That is the only way. After delivering this statement, the Master of Whisperers departed the balcony, leaving Paymon feeling as though he had been struck a heavy blow. If Varys was not deceiving him, then before Queen Daenerys of the Stormlands made landfall, Tywin and Joffrey would be insurmountable. Once the wedding concluded, Paymon seized the opportunity to seek out Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne. Upon hearing Paymon's request for the protection of Dornish soldiers, the prince displayed little surprise. Now, Paymon had not only to guard against Cersei and Joffrey, but also to remain vigilant against Varys's little birds. Fortunately, with the Dornish warriors sent by Prince Oberyn at his side, Paymon managed to pass the night unscathed. At dawn the following day, he bid farewell to the king and Lord Tywin, leading the soldiers of House Bolton back to their northern lands. Chapter 35. Blackvard Luz is devoid of any emotions. As one can see, over the years, his fervor has been entirely siphoned away by those leeches he so ardently cherishes. He neither loves nor hates, nor does he experience sorrow. To him, everything is merely a game, gentle yet intriguing. Some relish the thrill of the hunt, others find joy in falconry, while some indulge in the roll of dice. Luz Bolton, however, engages in games with people. You, I, the members of House Frey, Count Manderly, his newlywed wife, and even his illegitimate son, are nothing more than his playthings. On the journey back to the Dreadfort, Paymon reminisced about a certain lady's assessment of his father, Luz Bolton. Although he believed himself prepared, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. Despite Lord Bolton's incessant promises of granting him the fief and his castle, Paymon Bolton was acutely aware that such assurances were likely mere aids to placate him. Days later, upon returning to the Dreadfort with soldiers, Luz Bolton awaited him atop the castle walls. The cold wind rustled the banners behind the lord, and his countenance was as dark as the overcast sky. Upon entering the castle, Paymon spotted Watton Frey, who was dining at the table. The recent tribulations had stripped her of her former arrogance. She had grown gaunt, her appearance aged and haggard. After greeting his father, Paymon reported the occurrences in King's Landing to Lord Bolton, who listened patiently, but offered no commentary. Paymon sensed something amiss, for 2 bodyguards had shadowed the lord closely throughout their conversation. Edwin Frey is dead? At last, Luz Bolton inquired calmly. He was stabbed through the heart with a dagger. His body has been returned to the twins. Paymon nodded in response. His timing is indeed quite fortuitous. Do you not find it all too coincidental? Luz Bolton's eyes were pale as the moon, meticulously scrutinizing every expression and movement of the illegitimate son. All mortals must meet their demise, my lord. Despite the dread coursing through his veins, Paymon Bolton maintained his composure. Excellent, Lord Bolton finally declared, Follow me. Paymon trailed behind Luz Bolton into the dim, damp dungeon, where the Lord led his guards inside first. Paymon was acutely aware of what awaited him. Thus, he inhaled deeply before stepping into the dungeon. The moment he entered, a desire to flee arose within him, yet he understood that retreat would only lead to death. He struggled to suppress his fear as he faced Blackvard Fry, who stood there, half his skin flayed away. Blackvard trembled under the torment of fear and pain. His battered arms bound tightly, suspended in the very center of the dungeon, blood incessantly dripping into the iron basin beneath him. Lord Bolton, I truly had no part in Lady Bolton's miscarriage. Heathward opened his mouth, revealing that only 2 or 3 teeth remained after a brutal beating. His speech now mumbled and indistinct. The exposed rarely harbor secrets, and those who have been flayed possess none at all. Heathward, the dim-witted fry lad, divulged that everything was orchestrated by you. Lucius meticulously selected from a row of flaying knives, interrogating the suspended Heathward before him. As you have stated, Lord Lucius, he is merely a fool. No one would believe his words. Heathward writhed in agitation, akin to a fish out of water. Paymon observed the nearly lifeless fry being interrogated. Yet within him, tranquility had already taken root. What is your perspective on this, Paymon? Lucius suddenly turned, fixing his gaze upon Paymon. Father, we must punish those who dare challenge the Bolton family, lest they continue to encroach upon our territory. Only then can we instill fear through our family's flaying banner. Paymon met the Lord's gaze without flinching, responding to the Leech Lord. It is my banner, not yours. Lucius retorted coldly, asserting that if Paymon desired it, he must claim it for himself. Paymon found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly lowering his head in response. At that moment, the Lord of the Dreadfort had finally chosen a suitable flaying knife. Bring him to me. Hang him up. Lucius Bolton abruptly shifted direction, pointing the flaying knife at Paymon. Before Paymon could comprehend the situation, soldiers had suspended him beside Heathward, confronting the horrifying visage of Fry, half-flayed. I do not understand, my lord. Paymon exclaimed, astonished and enraged, questioning Lucius Bolton. You should comprehend, Paymon, that Vayton was carrying my child, and she coincidentally returned to the Riverlands while I journeyed north to Winterfell, only to be attacked by the fool instigated by Heathward. Ultimately, Edwin Fry was murdered in King's Landing. Was it mere coincidence, or a conspiracy that has long been brewing in your heart? Lucius approached Paymon, preparing to interrogate him. I am utterly unaware, my lord. Paymon replied without hesitation. Lucius Bolton pressed the knife's point against Paymon's forehead, and Paymon could feel the cold, sharp blade. I shall pry open your mind to ascertain the truth of your statements. With a slight exertion, the blade cut into Paymon's skin, blood coursing down the blade toward the black hilt. Father, even if you flay off all my skin, I am not involved in this matter. Paymon gritted his teeth, assuring Lord Lucius. In the end, Lucius Bolton relinquished the flaying knife and commanded the soldiers to lower Paymon. He cruelly murdered the brother within your mother's womb, Paymon. It is your responsibility to resolve this. Then come to the meeting room to find me, for I have significant matters to discuss with you. Lucius Bolton handed the bloody dagger to Paymon before departing the interrogation chamber. Please, my lord, grant me death. Even in death, I shall express my gratitude towards you. At that moment, Blackwood was still alive, yet he perceived death as the ultimate liberation from the prolonged agony he endured. Paymon had to concede that the act of killing a man paled in comparison to the arduous task of flaying an enemy alive. The latter was undoubtedly a formidable challenge for a novice like him. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that displaying even a hint of weakness or mercy would spell his own demise. Resolute in his decision, Paymon grasped the dagger firmly and approached the visibly relieved Blackwood. After the grim conclusion, he had no time to cleanse the blood of Fry from his arms before he entered the conference room. Lord Bolton and his loyal confidants were already seated. Regarding the cold-faced Paymon, the Lord gestured towards the vacant seat at the table. Paymon understood that the Northern Guardian still harbored distrust towards him. However, he could only temporarily exploit this situation. With a calm and determined stride, he took his place beside Bolton. Chapter 36. Winter is coming. Stannis prided himself on being the last of the Stags. Not only had he captured the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, but he had also reportedly garnered some support from the Night's Watch. The Battle of Blackwater had decimated his forces, yet many warriors had fled with him to the wall. It was Locke, a confidant of Robb Bolton, who spoke. It was due to him that Jaime Lannister bore the injury to his arm. Moreover, he had won the allegiance of numerous northern houses, some openly, while others secretly supported him from the shadows. Another subordinate of Lord Bolton analyzed the situation. Although Paymon possessed far greater knowledge than they realized, He refrained from interjecting and instead listened attentively to their discourse. Wyman Manderley, that fat and foolish wretch, and Hollandreed, that despicable scoundrel lurking in the dark, he was the closest friend of Ned Stark. Locke seethed with rage at the mere mention of these names. Paymon, what is your perspective on this matter? Lord Bolton inquired, having noticed the silence of the bastard. Paymon felt the collective gaze of the assembly upon him. An overwhelming sensation of anxiety washed over him. After gathering his thoughts, he began to speak slowly. Stannis desires far more than the loyalty of the Night's Watch or the cold, unyielding wall. His true ambition is to conquer the entirety of the North before advancing southward. Yet, before long, the true winter will arrive, and blizzards will render his army immobile. Are you suggesting he intends to wait at the wall until winter recedes and spring arrives to proceed with his next move? Locke, displaying evident disdain for the bastard son, regarded Paymon with mockery and derision. I fear that obstinate second son of House Baratheon does not share that sentiment. He has the support of the Red Woman, and it is said that she assassinated that short-lived fool, Balon Greyjoy. Moreover, once that young scion of House Stark submits to Stannis, the situation will only deteriorate further. An older knight, deeply concerned, confided in Roose Bolton. The martial prowess of King Robert Baratheon is unquestionable, yet when it comes to leading troops into battle, Stannis presents an immensely formidable challenge. Had it not been for him during the siege of Storm's End, the outcome may have been drastically different. Finally breaking his silence, the disheveled Aiden, who had been managing the cavalry for Roose Bolton from a corner, spoke up. Paymon observed that Roose merely listened attentively to everyone's opinions, and his patience struck Paymon as almost astonishing. Once all had spoken, Roose Bolton began to articulate his thoughts. Stannis is stubborn and inflexible, yet he commands considerable military strength, and that red-robed sorceress poses a significant threat to us. Although everything remains uncertain, I must ensure that reliable individuals remain at Harrenhal while I take soldiers to Winterfell. After issuing his commands, Roose Bolton dismissed the assembly, leaving only Paymon at the long table. His bodyguard remained steadfastly behind him. Winter is coming, Paymon. We are surrounded by numerous predatory foes, the Manderleys of White Harbor and those gray men of the Neck, who feign loyalty while harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, many vassals are watching from the shadows. Should we reveal any weakness now, they will descend upon us like ravenous wolves, devouring us whole. Once his soldiers had departed, Roose turned to Paymon, for aside from him, there was no one else he could trust. We can deploy individuals to keep a constant watch on Stannis and his forces. Paymon suggested. Stannis will undoubtedly assault Winterfell. We must respond immediately. But before that, I need to arrange your marriage. Paymon's first reaction was disbelief, though he dared not voice it. My marriage? Father, I do not comprehend your meaning. Paymon inquired, utterly perplexed. To secure our position as rulers of the North, we must harness the power of House Stark. Although we triumphed in battle, a considerable number of individuals remain secretly loyal to the Starks. Therefore, I require you to wed one of Ned Stark's daughters, Roose Bolton declared with an air of authority. Ned Stark's daughter, Sansa Stark? Though fully aware of his father's scheme, Paymon feigned confusion. You will understand in due time. Simply follow my directives. Roose Bolton responded confidently. The following morning, Roose Bolton, accompanied by Paymon, led the cavalry, spearmen, and archers of Harrenhal towards Winterfell. Should we send a message to Lord Frey and Lord Tywin of the Riverlands, father? Paymon, perched upon the back of a towering and robust warhorse, turned to the solemn-faced Luspedon and inquired. Following the demise of Walder Frey, the heirs of House Frey had descended into fratricidal chaos, and with the recent execution of Blackwalder, the phrase could not be more advantageous for us. As for the Lannisters, their promises would likely remain confined to parchment until this war concludes. Their soldiers would never set foot in the North. Luspedon gently shook his head, his gaze dark and unforgiving, leaving Paymon perpetually unable to fathom his thoughts. Luspedon's army resembled an elongated serpent sprawling across the land, the clashing of armor and mail producing a piercing cacophony. The snorts of horses intermingled with the muffled sound of horns, while scouts darted ahead of the troops. The sky became engulfed in pale gray clouds, which soon morphed into ominous black, descending ever lower, shrouding the great road in thick fog, and the wind grew increasingly frigid. Paymon sensed that it would not be long before heavy snow would fall, heralding the true winter's arrival in the North. Upon their arrival at Winterfell, Paymon observed that the banners that once bore the sigil of the Stark direwolf had been replaced by the pale and unyielding standard of House Bolton. Those who dared oppose Luspedon had been flayed and displayed upon long pikes, their crimson forms frozen in the cold. serving as grim declarations of the Bolton family's ancient traditions to the inhabitants of Winterfell. Upon entering the castle, Luspedon promptly led Paymon to meet his bride. Although aware that the lovely girl before him was not Arya Stark, but rather the steward's daughter, Ginny, Paymon refrained from exposing Luspedon's pretense. "Your wedding will take place this very night," declared Luspedon, the new lord of Winterfell, before turning on his heel and departing. Ginny appeared somewhat intimidated by Luspedon, for Paymon's family's actions against the Starks had already begun to circulate throughout the north. Paymon glanced at Ginny's face for a fleeting moment before following his father away. Chapter 37. Hypocritical lies. When Paymon inquired about the two Stark boys, Luspedon merely offered a vague assurance that he had taken care of the matter. Though perplexed by his father's cryptic words, Paymon chose not to press further. As night enveloped the land, the hall of Winterfell was filled with the silent and somber faces of northerners. Among them were expressions of skepticism, shock, and hatred. Yet there was a conspicuous absence of genuine well-wishes for the newlyweds. Paymon and the girl masquerading as Arya Stark stood upon the dais, while Luspedon and the girl's father occupied seats below. The officiant, Wyman Manderly, slowly maneuvered his rotund frame towards Paymon and Ginny. Paymon had heard that this Lord Manderly was so corpulent that he could not mount a horse, relying on his servants to carry him wherever he went. The thought brought a suppressed smile to Paymon's lips. When Lord Eel uttered some insincere blessings, those words nearly cost him his life. Lord Mandalore's white beard trembled with each labored gasp as he was hastily assisted back to his seat. Fortunately, this utterly hypocritical wedding concluded swiftly, and the banquet commenced. Yet, the northern nobles and the inhabitants of Winterfell seemed devoid of any inclination to relish the fare before them. For the massacre of the Starks at the Twins was still a recent memory. The North never forgets. Paymon observed the duplicitous northerners before him, understanding that the Bolton family had not garnered their loyalty, especially the seemingly jovial Lord Eel of White Harbor, who was far more astute than he appeared. Hardly anyone touched their goblets. All were meticulously chewing their food, as if they were gnawing on wax. Lord Roose Bolton, in particular, was more cautious, consuming only what Lord Eel had sampled, ever vigilant of his surroundings. The feast, like Paymon's wedding, came to an abrupt end, and he and Ginny were ushered into the chamber that had long been prepared. Outside, the gentle snow began to fall, and Paymon closed the window, instantly warming the room to a spring-like comfort. Ginny possessed beautiful hair, her dark eyes glimmering like black onyx in the candlelight. Paymon could discern the fear within her, her frail shoulders trembling nervously. Outside, the howling winter wind raged. Paymon gradually removed Ginny's garments, then lifted her effortlessly and laid her upon the wedding bed. The following morning, Paymon rose early, only to find Roose Bolton and his new bride already seated at the breakfast table. Once Ginny finished and departed, Roose set down his knife and fork. "Are you pleased with your bride?" he inquired, wiping his mouth. "Yes, my lord father," Paymon nodded. Stannis had already departed from the wall, leading his forces, along with some wildlings and defecting soldiers from the north. Roose Bolton's voice was imbued with indifference, as if recounting a matter wholly unrelated to him. The true winter of the north was imminent, bringing with it blizzards and frost. "Father, we need only hold Winterfell. Stannis and his army will fall without a fight." Paymon believed Stannis's men would not endure long in such merciless winter. Stannis must also grasp this, Roose cautioned. "Do not overestimate your own wisdom, nor underestimate the cunning of the enemy. He desires a swift resolution to the conflict. We are backed by Winterfell, while they are stranded in the wilderness of winter, indeed holding a certain advantage. However, the vacillating nobles of the north present an uncertainty for us." A hint of concern finally crept into Roose Bolton's typically calm tone, revealing his distrust of his vassals. "Perhaps we might endeavor to secure the support of the Freys, for they are, in name, your vassals at this moment. And Stannis is hardly a benevolent ally in their eyes. As for the Lannisters, we may truly find no reliance upon them." Paymon contemplated this before articulating his thoughts. "I shall take this into consideration. However, at present, I have more pressing matters to assign you." With a nod, Roose rose from his chair and approached Paymon. Upon hearing the old flayer's scheme, Paymon was seized with the desire to leap up and thrust a dagger into the old man's heart. "Prove to me your Bolton lineage, Paymon. Vanquishing Stannis and his forces will earn you your true identity." Roose Bolton fixed his gaze intently upon Paymon's eyes, his voice imbued with expectation. Yet the two guards, lurking like shadows behind him, constantly reminded Paymon of the vigilance and mistrust that the northern warden held towards him. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I shall fulfill the task you have set forth." Paymon knelt, replying with solemn reverence. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Jenny engrossed in her needlework. As she noticed Paymon entering, she promptly rose from her chair. "Are you feeling cold?" Paymon inquired, noticing the window ajar. Jenny shook her head, explaining that she had grown up in Winterfell, accustomed to the chill of the north. He refrained from disclosing the impending assault by Stannis' army, and even omitted his imminent departure the following day. Roose Bolton's words rang true. Within Winterfell, few harbored genuine affection for the Boltons, and perhaps a spy lurked among those familiar faces. The following day, before dawn, Paymon quietly rose from his bed, his new bride still slumbering in the warmth of their sheets, oblivious to the looming peril. Fresh snow blanketed the ground, and Winterfell stood silent and solemn under the morning light. Leading the cavalry assigned to him by Roose Bolton, Paymon departed the castle, braving the swirling snow. The wind howled fiercely and coldly, and Paymon felt as though his armor had turned to solid ice. Their march was slow, and he had ordered men to keep a watchful eye on their tracks, ensuring that the blizzard could completely obscure the hoof prints. The sky was shrouded in gray, nearly devoid of any light. Mirroring his own trepidation, the impending conflict loomed perilously over him, and all he could do was execute Roose Bolton's commands. Paymon stationed his cavalry in a village not far from Winterfell, promptly ordering the soldiers to seal off the entire area to prevent any leaks of information. Although they carried ample provisions, Paymon still commanded the villagers to surrender their food and weapons. In that moment, Paymon resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised at any moment to deliver a lethal strike to his adversaries. The forthcoming days were marked by an excruciatingly protracted wait as the blizzard raged on, its winds growing ever colder, howling like a banshee as they swept through the forests beyond the village. When the scouts finally returned with the news of Stannis' army advancing towards Winterfell, Paymon felt his heart quicken, as though a multitude of giants were beating war drums within his chest. Chapter 38. Ashes without delay. Paymon commanded the heralds to prepare the troops for departure. All cavalry mounted their steeds and followed him towards Winterfell. The scouts continued to relay information, revealing that Stannis, undeterred by the tempest, had brought a formidable force, complete with siege ladders and battering rams. In accordance with Roose Bolton's strategy, Paymon deliberately slowed the march. It was a clear, moonlit winter night, the brightness illuminating the air, allowing Paymon to hear only the snorts of the horses and the anxious breaths of the cavalry surrounding him. The entire army stealthily entered the forest bordering Winterfell, a high vantage point from which the entire battlefield could be surveyed with clarity. As Paymon and the cavalry reached the edge of the forest, the sight before them caused him to gasp in astonishment. Stannis' forces resembled a dark swarm of ants, rallying behind the towering wildlings, launching a fierce assault on the gates of Winterfell. The clarion call of the horns rang out, echoing through the frigid night. The blades and armor on the battlefield reflected a chilling light, while the shouts seemed to pierce the heavens. As the vanguard reached the pre-dug trenches, a volley of arrows rained down from the towering walls, like a sudden shower of meteors emerging from the darkness, igniting the kindling in the ditches below. When the eerie green flames roared to life, enveloping the battlefield in an ominous glow, Paymon realized that Roose Bolton had been prepared all along, merely withholding that knowledge from him. The green inferno was an indelible nightmare for Stannis and his warriors. Upon witnessing the sudden eruption of the wildfire, some soldiers hesitated, even showing signs of retreat. "Charge with me. Conquer the castle before you." Paymon spotted Stannis on the battlefield, brandishing his longsword, leading the charge at the forefront, closely followed by the Onion Knight. The horns sounded again, this time with an even more resounding clarity, as if they could shatter the interminable night. Paymon observed the wildlings sheathing their horns, drawing forth their massive axes and warhammers, fearlessly surging through the wildfire, racing towards the gates. The king's rallying cry reinvigorated his men, who pressed forward in succession, crossing the trenches, the battering rams and siege ladders advancing steadily towards Winterfell. "Paymon, should we not charge?" asked the toothless Aedan, who stood alongside Paymon on horseback. "When the time for the charge arrives, I shall give the command." Paymon cast a cold gaze upon the battlefield below, where flames raged fiercely, and resolutely declared. Though Aedan harbored discontent, he dared not defy the young lord's son. Stannis' army surged forth like an unstoppable black tide, relentlessly assaulting Winterfell. The archers stationed atop the walls took refuge in concealed nooks, unleashing a rain of crossbow bolts that felled numerous soldiers at the forefront. Arrows pierced the wildlings, yet they continued to charge, wielding their massive axes. For the king. The battle cry echoed clearly across the hills, and the sound of the battering ram striking the gates resounded with a deafening roar, causing the entire north to tremble. As the ladders approached the walls, brave soldiers yearned to ascend to Winterfell's battlements. Meanwhile, those on the walls, shielded by the archers, poured scalding oil upon the soldiers clambering the ladders, while heavy stones rained down, the screams of the wounded reverberating across the battlefield. For Stannis, this war was a fight with no retreat. Defeat meant death. Despite the mounting corpses, the soldiers surged forth, treading upon the bodies of their fallen comrades to persist in their assault on Winterfell. The wildlings shouted their guttural war cries, propelling their battering rams forward with each collision. The gates of Winterfell began to tremble ominously. Aiden, now is the time. Charge with me. Paymon, sensing the moment had arrived, commanded Aiden, the cavalry captain. The banner of Bolton was swiftly raised, and upon receiving the order, the cavalry donned their helmets and visors, readying their shields and weapons. Paymon had never experienced such a peculiar sensation. Everything around him seemed to slow. He led the charge, racing down from the steep forested slopes, the hooves of his horse kicking up a flurry of snow and dirt. Lances and swords, gleaming silver armor and sturdy shields, the cavalry formed a torrent of metallic brilliance, launching a fierce charge against the enemies below. As they closed the distance where Stannis' soldiers became discernible, Paymon unsheathed his sword. At that moment, the horn of Bolton sounded, followed by the sounds of horses whinnying and the resounding thud of impact, as several horses and their riders fell victim to the spears. Stannis, indeed, was valiant and cunning. Well prepared for the onslaught, Paymon plunged into the ranks of the spearmen, wielding his sword with fervor, cutting down foes around him. Amidst the chaos, Paymon glimpsed Winterfell before him. The gates remained firmly shut, his father failing to execute the planned ambush against Stannis' forces. A wave of bitter betrayal washed over Paymon. Yet he had no time for such thoughts. All he could see were the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the raging flames, and the crushed helmets alongside fallen steeds. The cries and wails surrounding him pounded in his head, while Stannis, noticing the incoming cavalry, began to organize his men to surround Paymon. Although, propelled by their recent charge, Paymon and the cavalry had slaughtered numerous foes, they now found their advance thwarted by the corpses strewn before them. In contrast, Stannis' forces gradually consolidated into a tight circle, encircling them towards the center. The mingled sense of blood and sweat invaded Paymon's nostrils as their steeds collided, some pierced by enemy lances, galloping wildly in a frenzy. When the horn sounded once more, Paymon felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. Upon the appearance of the twin banners of House Frey, he could not ascertain for whom this capricious family had arrived. At that moment, the gates of Winterfell stood wide open, and the Bolton's army surged forth on horseback, while Frey's soldiers charged onto the battlefield. Amidst the chaos and slaughter, Paymon caught sight of Stannis Baratheon in that fleeting instant. Ashes from the raging flames billowed behind him. He was as tall and grave as the rumors suggested, slightly balding. Yet his stern visage was etched with bitterness and despair. Frey and Bolton's soldiers swept through as if in an uninhabited realm, the cries and screams gradually fading from the battlefield, leaving only a grave-like silence. Ashes fell like gray snowflakes from the sky. When they finally found Stannis on the battlefield, he had already severed his own throat with his sword. Lying beside him was the Onion Knight, his face marred with dust and blood. Fortunately, this time Frey had not arrived late. Paymon gazed at the Frey reinforcements before him, exhaling a long breath, as the rising white mist ascended into the night sky. Slay all the captives, strip Stannis and that smuggler of their skins, and hang them upon the walls, commanded Lord Roose Bolton, coldly surveying Stannis' lifeless form. Addressing his soldiers. Chapter 39. Miracles. Yet, the elation of victory did not linger long. For Paymon observed that the fallen Stannis and the Onion Knight's faces began to melt and contort like wax candles, ultimately transforming into two entirely unfamiliar visages. Roose Bolton and the arriving Frey reinforcements also sensed something amiss. The battlefield fell silent. Even the soldiers pursuing the captives ceased their actions. A chilling wind howled across the plains, and then, the ominous sound of horns was once again blown, as a dark mass of troops emerged upon the horizon. The striking red of the Red Priestess Melisandre stood out vividly among Stannis' forces. She possessed a heart-shaped face with alabaster skin, her eyes burning like red flames. The true Stannis rode resolutely before his thousands of soldiers, his gaze unwavering and sharp, with the Baratheon stag banner fluttering behind him. "It is that damned witch who has allowed Stannis' army to evade the scouts," spat the toothless Aiden, glaring at the priestess across the battlefield. Form ranks. Form ranks. Prepare to face the enemy." Lustporton quickly emerged from his shock, commanding his troops to reform their ranks as he galloped forward. Paymon had believed the battle was over, only to realize it had merely begun. He did not stand alongside Bolton, but rather concealed himself behind the figure of Lord Leech. He feared that Melisandre would once again replicate the sorcery she had used against Renly, summoning a shadow to deliver a chilling blow. Paymon! Paymon! Paymon could scarcely believe it. Despite his attempt at concealment, the cunning Bolton still discerned his presence. You and Lord Frey will charge straight at Stannis' vanguard. I shall flank with the toothless Aedan. Bolton commanded decisively. Upon hearing this, the grotesque Lord Frey reacted much like Paymon, wishing fervently to behead Bolton on the spot and deliver his head to Stannis. You treacherous Skinner, this is merely a ploy to use Frey's soldiers as cannon fodder, while you sacrifice your own son to silence Frey. Paymon thought bitterly, his gaze fixed upon Bolton's dim eyes, which revealed no discernible emotion. Stannis, however, afforded them no further time, as the horns sounded again. The Stark banner of the dire wolf was raised, fluttering beside the stag's standard. Paymon then beheld Stannis draw his sword, which, under the Red Priestess's enchantment, suddenly blazed with heat. Flames engulfed the blade in an instant, rendering the fiery sword a dazzling sight amidst the darkness. The North remembers. For Bran and Rickon. For Stark. The cavalry of Stannis charged forth, followed closely by the spearmen, while at the rear, infantry wielding swords and axes prepared for battle. Charge! Lord Frey, fully aware of the lack of retreat, led the cavalry of the Riverlands directly into Stannis' vanguard. Paymon recognized that retreat was no longer an option. He urged his steed forward, sword in hand, leading the men of Bolton into the fray. Just as Paymon caught sight of Stannis' blazing sword, two shadows shrouded in dark mist suddenly surged forth from either side of Stannis. Not good, Paymon gasped, but it was already too late. Robert Baratheon raised his heavy warhammer, his muscles rippling with strength and fury, while Ned Stark, mounted on another chariot, held his sword aloft, his battle cry echoing across the land. They resembled the gallant figures of yore, akin to those who had once overthrown the Targaryens, charging forth as if bathed in flames, side by side in battle. Paymon understood that it was merely an illusion conjured by the Red Priestess through the power of the Lord of Light, yet regrettably, those at the forefront, the charging phrase, remained oblivious. The phantoms of Robert and Ned had yet to strike them, when the soldiers of Frey descended into chaos. Some cavalrymen desperately tightened their reins, colliding with the horses charging from behind, resulting in a massive upheaval that sent both men and steeds tumbling to the ground, leaving long trails in the snow. Amidst the turmoil of the fray, Stannis had already engaged the combined forces of Bolton and Frey with his cavalry. The knights on both sides immediately began to cleave at one another. Stannis wielded his blazing sword with ruthless precision, dispatching any soldier daring enough to obstruct his path. The true knights of the Onion fought alongside him, their swords dancing in relentless arcs. As the illusions of Robert and Ned vanished, Paymon, mounted upon his steed, felt the weight of his arm, yet still managed to strike down a knight charging directly at him. In the midst of the tumult, his horse galloped in frantic circles within the constrained space, as warriors scoured the battlefield for foes, intent on slaughtering without mercy. At this moment, the infantry and spearmen had also arrived on the field, their sharp lances piercing the bellies of the wailing warhorses. Some cavalrymen stumbled over fallen steeds or corpses, while the infantry swiftly advanced to slay the dismounted riders. Find that red-robed witch and eliminate her, Paymon bellowed hoarsely, yet the blood-maddened soldiers seemed oblivious to his cries. The corpses strewn across the ground caused his steed to stumble, while a knight, pierced through the chest by a sword, continued to gallop wildly atop his horse. Even as a spear pierced his shoulder, Frey fought in a final, desperate struggle, wielding his sidearm with fervor. Stannis' cavalry had plunged deep into the heart of Bolton's forces, embodying the Grim Reaper as their swords indiscriminately reaped the lives of the infantry. Paymon withstood a lethal strike from the enemy, then swung his sword to sever both helmet and head in one swift motion. The headless corpse fell from the horse, which then bolted away like a headless fly. The moon climbed higher, and in a haze, Paymon perceived the moon turning a blood-red hue. Everything around him appeared to be submerged in a tide of blood, the accumulated snow stained crimson, nearly devoid of its white purity. At this juncture, Stannis had secured a decisive advantage, while Paymon, like the other warriors of Bolton and Frey, began to succumb to fatigue and despair. Just then, Tywin Bolton charged in with his cavalry from the flank. Under the onslaught of the heavy cavalry, Stannis' forces suffered grievous losses. Find that red-robed witch, Tywin Bolton commanded sharply, cleaving down an enemy attempting to assail him. Paymon nodded in acknowledgement, as Tywin, accompanied by the toothless Aiden, surged towards Stannis, who brandished the sword of flame. With Lewin and his heavy cavalry providing a distraction, Paymon, along with a few knights, broke free from the melee of cavalry. Yet as the most formidable red-robed witch of Stannis, she remained fiercely protected by an increasing number of knights and infantry. Paymon understood that he must eliminate Melisandre, otherwise, their battle would certainly end in defeat. Thus, he fiercely urged his steed onward, charging towards the servant of the Lord of Light. Chapter 40. The Inferno. At this moment, both sides on the battlefield had nearly depleted their strength. Paymon felt that if he swung his sword once more, his wrist would surely shatter. Just as despair loomed, the Dustin family from Ashen Hollow and the Raysul family from Streamlands finally surged forth, brandishing their banners. They emerged from behind the soldiers guarding the red-robed sorceress, ruthlessly wielding their lances and swords against Stannis' men. Suddenly, a conflagration erupted around the enemy, and Paymon recognized it as the magic of the Red Priestess. Amidst the chaos, he glimpsed Melisandre's wan face. Her relentless casting of spells, fueled by the Lord of Light, had drained her considerable strength. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Paymon summoned the last vestiges of his energy, leaping over the roaring flames on horseback. The remaining soldiers followed suit, and with the support of the Raysul and Dustin families, they swiftly eradicated the guards left behind by Stannis. From his lofty perch upon the steed, Paymon and his comrades circled relentlessly, enclosing the red-robed witch within a tightening ring. "Your King Stannis is unlikely to save you now," Paymon coldly declared, fixating on Melisandre's nearly ablaze eyes. He was aware that Stannis and the Onion Knight were currently engaged in a standoff with Roose Bolton. "I am a servant of the Lord of Light, and require no one's salvation," Melisandre proclaimed, removing the necklace from around her neck. In that moment, Paymon witnessed her utter an incantation. "Be cautious," Paymon shouted, immediately pulling back on the reins. As Melisandre removed her necklace, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by a torrent of flames that engulfed her enemies like the breath of a dragon. Startled, the horses reared, and Paymon was thrown from his mount. He watched in horror as numerous soldiers from the Raysul and Dustin families were consumed by the inferno, while others, aflame, screamed and stumbled through the snow. Paymon felt a searing pain on the left side of his face, as if his entire visage had been scorched. Fortunately, the Red Priestess and her steed were now reduced to mere ashes scattered by the cold wind. Turning around, Paymon noticed that the burning blade in Stannis' hand had vanished, replaced by an ordinary longsword. The soldiers fighting alongside Stannis understood all too well what this signified. Regaining his footing upon his warhorse, Paymon commanded the surviving soldiers to charge alongside him in support of Roose Bolton. Despite the loss of Melisandre, Stannis did not falter. He and his soldiers displayed immense courage, while Paymon's longsword became frayed with battle. Ultimately, Stannis found himself encircled by spear-wielding foes, and the Onion Knight, attempting to protect him during the retreat, met his demise. Pierced by a lance, his sword still clutched tightly in his grasp as he fell. Stannis' face was etched with resentment, not merely towards the war, but against the entirety of his existence. Though he valiantly defended Winterfell, it was Robert who received the gratitude for relieving the siege. Despite being a king of integrity and valor, he ultimately succumbed to the treachery of House Bolton. Yet, Roose Bolton would afford Stannis no opportunity for resurgence. After a volley of arrows rained down, Stannis knelt upon the blood-stained ground, propped up by his longsword. Beside him stood his most trusted hand of the king, Ser Davos, who reached out to close the eyes of his fallen friend. Then, the infamous Ser Aiden approached on horseback, his sword piercing the throat of the last Baratheon king. Paymon observed as Aiden's yellowed teeth gleamed in a victorious smirk. The once righteous and courageous Stannis had fallen to the blade of an ignoble foe. They had triumphed in this brutal and protracted conflict. The eastern horizon was beginning to pale, heralding the dawn. Following a raucous celebration among the surviving soldiers, Roose Bolton ordered the execution of captives, subsequently scavenging the bodies, piling Stannis' soldiers into a towering mound of corpses. Paymon sensed a modicum of respect from Roose towards Stannis, deeming it a fitting conclusion. He fixated on the pyre of ignited bodies before him, flames ravenously caressing the remains of the fallen warriors, as thick smoke drifted skyward, mingling with the breaking dawn, filling the air with a pungent odor. Paymon remained mounted at Roose Bolton's side, flanked by Fry, Lyswell, and the leaders of House Dustin. Once the mountain of corpses was fully engulfed in flames, Roose turned his steed, leading them back to Winterfell. Although they had shattered Stannis' forces, the blood-soaked Winter Night had exacted a heavy toll upon both the Boltons and Freys. Despite their victory, the gravity on their faces was unmistakable. "My Lord Bolton," Only the Lyswells and Dustins have fulfilled their feudal duties. The other northern lords who merely observed must pay for their inaction," thundered Lord Walden Frey, striking the table emphatically. "We shall punish them, Lord Walden, but not at this moment," Roose Bolton replied wearily, flexing his sprained wrist. "The Dustins and Lyswells shall remain eternally loyal to you and Winterfell, my Lord Bolton," declared Lord Ralgy Lyswell, seizing the opportunity, despite the Lyswell family's aversion to the phrase. Stemming from the infamous Red Wedding where members of their house were slaughtered at the Twins. Roose nodded but refrained from further comment. As the phrase, Lyswells, and Dustins descended to assess their own losses, Roose shifted his focus to Paymon. "You displayed remarkable valor, Paymon. I shall proclaim to Winterfell and the entire North that you are a true Bolton." The Lord nodded at Paymon, a look of satisfaction gracing his lips. "I am truly grateful for your words, my lord," Paymon hastily replied. "Very well, you may retire and rest. We shall reconvene to discuss our next course of action." Lord Rusbolton coughed a few times and waved his hand, indicating that Paymon was free to leave. Paymon understood that this man likely wished to seclude himself in a tranquil chamber, allowing leeches to be placed upon his body to siphon away the impurities within him. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to hasten from the meeting hall. Upon exiting, he discovered Jenny anxiously awaiting him by the corridor. "Stannis has attacked Winterfell. Did you endure a battle last night?" she inquired as she rushed towards him. "We thwarted the enemy's schemes, utterly vanquishing that obstinate stag and incinerating his soldiers," Paymon nodded in response. Chapter 41. The Lord's Game. Paymon stood in the warmth of the chamber, gazing at the towering columns of smoke rising beyond the castle walls. After a while, he reclined upon his bed to rest. When he next opened his eyes, twilight had descended, and the battles of the previous night had rendered him in a deep slumber throughout the day. Upon arriving at the meeting hall, he encountered the tense confrontation between Lord Eel and Sir Hoster Frey, while Lord Rusbolton sat calmly in his seat, listening to the altercation with indifference. Paymon quietly approached and took a seat beside the table. "3 members of House Frey have vanished from Winterfell. Lord Wyman, can you claim ignorance of this?" Hoster exclaimed, his chest heaving with indignation like an enraged bull. Thick brows framed his face, and the flesh at the corners of his mouth sagged downwards. "You are correct. I am indeed unaware of this." Lord Eel shook his head, responding with an air of indifference. "Do not presume you can deceive everyone, you cunning eel. The schemes you have plotted in White Harbor will one day be uncovered." As Hoster spoke, saliva flew from his mouth, prompting Lord Eel to recoil in distaste. Observing Lord Rusbolton's stoic demeanor, Paymon felt a sense of incredulity. He had anticipated that becoming the protector of the North would elevate him to a position of commanding authority. But instead, he found himself confronted with a multitude of vexing issues. Thankfully, Lord Bolton's expression remained as impassive as ever, devoid of any sorrow. White Harbor and House Manderley pledged their fealty to Lord Bolton. "Perhaps your Frykin have already taken refuge in some den and refused to emerge." Lord Wyman's laughter erupted, echoing like a bell, resonating throughout every corner of the hall. Paymon noted that Hoster Frey's countenance darkened further. This blatant affront to House Frey had crossed a line he could not tolerate. "It must be the scheming of you wretched fish from the White Harbor." Hoarding, in a fit of agitation, leveled accusations at Lord Eel. They had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Otherwise, upon maturation, they would inevitably become true Freys. Finally, Wyman Mandler, having grown weary of Hoarding's baseless allegations, leaned back in his ample frame and proclaimed with a chuckle. This statement ignited the fury of Hoarding Frey, who immediately reached for his sword, while Mandler, equally unyielding, rose to his feet. Enough. At this critical juncture, when conflict seemed imminent, Lusburton finally parted his pallid lips to intervene, halting both Wyman and Hoarding, thus averting a bloody confrontation. "I shall dispatch individuals to scour Winterfell, and subsequently send others forth to seek out the kin of the Freys. Lord Hoarding, you are to ensure your men are properly managed, and refrain from instigating trouble." Lusburton commanded the Frey with an authoritative tone. "Rest assured, Lord Burden, once we locate them, I shall lead the Frey soldiers towards the coveted River Flow City." Hoarding reseated himself, his gaze towards Lord Wyman brimming with malice. From this assertion, Paymon discerned the terms under which the Freys would mobilize to aid House Burden. Lusburton had promised Hoarding the long-desired Riverflow City. "I shall fulfill my promise, Lord Hoarding, but first, we must address the matter of your missing family." Lusburton spoke softly, and Hoarding, previously seething with rage, instantly calmed. "Lord Mandler, do you have any further objections?" Lusburton shifted his attention to Lord Eel, and upon seeing Wyman Mandler nod in agreement, He expressed his satisfaction with a nod. After Hoarding and Lord Wyman departed the assembly hall, Paymon could still hear their respective curses echoing in the air. Becoming a lord is not as idyllic as one might imagine, is it? Lustburton then sealed the envelope with wax, handing it to a waiting servant behind him. Indeed, my lord, the responsibilities of lordship are numerous and burdensome. Paymon hastily replied. You see, once you ascend to lordship, it is akin to entering a complex and inextricable game. Those lurking in the shadows will devise myriad ways to drag you from your lofty perch into the abyss. Even those closest to you, while greeting you with smiles, may, in the next moment, plunge a dagger into your heart. Lustburton fixed his gaze upon Paymon, his pale lips devoid of color. Could this old man, like myself, be a traveler from another realm? Or perhaps he is merely indulging in a television drama. Paymon felt his mind struggling to comprehend, uncertain if Lustburton had genuinely grasped something profound or was simply engaging in cunning insinuation. I shall remain eternally loyal to you, my lord. And those who dare oppose House Burton, I shall eradicate without mercy. Paymon, disregarding all else, promptly declared his allegiance to Lustburton. Of course, Paymon, you are my son. And I have no doubt about it. Lucius stated, seizing the moment to add, I have already proposed a betrothal to Lord Wyman, and I am soon to wed his eldest daughter, thereby strengthening the alliance between Winterfell and White Harbor. Upon hearing this, Paymon felt his legs tremble, as if struck by a hammer, the shock rendering him momentarily speechless. Glancing at the two guards behind Lucius, who watched him with predatory eyes, he became even more incensed. He had risked his life to assist Lucius Bolton in vanquishing Stannis' army, while his father spoke of elevating him as a true Bolton. Before he could revel in such joy, this old man had begun planning to marry a young woman to bear him true heirs. If you treat me as a mere pawn to be manipulated, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Paymon, weary of Lucius Bolton's indifference and cunning, was fed up with his lord's games. Congratulations, my esteemed father. I genuinely wish you joy. A sincere smile graced Paymon's face as he offered his blessings to his father. You need not worry about your position, Paymon. Marrying that woman from White Harbor is merely a strategy to placate Wyman Manderly's ambitious desires. Lucius Bolton seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through everything. Calmly emphasizing his point to Paymon, Paymon had utterly lost patience with the man before him, and the guards who had always stood behind Lucius had long made their intentions clear. If there is nothing further, I shall not disturb you any longer, my lord. With a heart heavy as ash, Paymon sought his lord's permission to withdraw. You must remain here until I command you to leave. Only then may you do so. Do you understand? Lucius Bolton brusquely rejected Paymon's request, appearing to have finally lost patience with his illegitimate son. Chapter 42. The gloves. Paymon silently nodded, fully aware that he lacked the means to oppose Lucius Bolton. The folk of the Weeping Marsh have never truly submitted to us. Holland Reed saved Ned Stark's life at the Elysium Tower. He has always been a faithful ally of the Starks. Paymon, I require you to take a contingent and teach those marsh dwellers a lesson. Lucius Bolton removed his favorite moleskin gloves and placed them on the table before him. As Paymon gazed at the gloves, he felt akin to a mere tool for Lucius, one that could be donned or discarded at will. I believe we could send the likes of Lame-Lips Aiden or Blackbow Marvin to execute your orders, my lord. Paymon did not wish to become the instrument of Lucius Bolton's slaughter of the marsh dwellers. Thus he proposed an alternative. No, Paymon, I need someone reliable and astute. Blackbow Marvin is valiant yet lacks decisiveness, while Lame-Lips Aiden is decisive but too reckless. You are the most suitable choice. The Warden of the North shook his head, dismissing Paymon's suggestion. Paymon, realizing there were no more excuses to evade his father's command, reluctantly complied. However, the path to Greywater Watch was fraught with marshes, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to directly locate the group of the Greys. Despite Paymon's resolve to fulfill Luss's orders, an undercurrent of worry gnawed at him. Our soldiers have apprehended a fugitive from Greywater Watch. He shall serve as your guide until you and your men reach the lands of House Hollander. Luss Bolton replied with calculated confidence, having orchestrated everything well in advance. That despicable old skinflint had likely arranged even his own posthumous affairs. Paymon thought, somewhat at a loss for words, yet understood that having a guide was preferable to floundering aimlessly in the marshes. When shall we depart, my lord father? Paymon inquired, posing his final question. You shall leave the city under the cover of night. I fear there may be those within Winterfell who would alert that accursed Lord of the Marshes, Hollander. Lord Bolton remarked, donning his gloves once more before rising from the long table and exiting the room. That afternoon, the body of young Waiter Fry was discovered by soldiers in the woods beyond the city, stripped of clothing, his frozen corpse riddled with wounds from blades. a testament to the torment inflicted upon him before his demise. Were it not for Ramsay Bolton's demise, Paymon believed only a sadistic psychopath like him could commit such an atrocity, especially with the benevolent Joffrey far away in King's Landing. Paymon observed the grim countenance of Hoston Frye and Warden Frye, their faces devoid of sorrow, replaced instead by a rage that simmered in the wake of their humiliation. The gathered lords, including Lord Eel and members of the Lysewell and Dustin families, regarded the scene with cold detachment. This was a vile and horrifying murder, a desecration and provocation against House Frye and Riverrun. Hoston clenched his broad palm around the hilt of his sword, vehemently declaring to those nearby. As the current Lord of Winterfell, Lus Bolton could not remain silent. He stepped forward, his gloved hand gently probing the wounds on young Frey's body. The assailant froze him before inflicting these injuries. My Lord Hoston, I am deeply shocked and saddened by this. After examining Frey's corpse, Lus Bolton raised his gaze. Though his words seemed to do little to allay the Frey's mounting panic and fury, Hoston vowed to unearth the culprit, to behead him and cast his head into young Frey's grave as a tribute. Meanwhile, Warden Frye fixated his gaze unreservedly on Lord Eel. Fortunately, with Lus Bolton present, Paymon surmised that a violent clash between the Freys and the Manderleys of White Harbor was averted. Paymon speculated that perhaps those covertly supporting Stannis or wildlings sent by Jon Snow were responsible for the death of this wandering Frye. However, he had lost the inclination to ponder these matters. While they had yet to set forth, he, with the permission of Lus Bolton, assembled a sufficient number of hands. Once night fell, they would embark towards Greywater Watch. When the fugitive captured by Bolton's soldiers was brought before Paymon, he scrutinized the shivering figure of the gray man before him. The man was of diminutive stature, yet his arms and legs were remarkably robust. His grizzled hair curled slightly, and his visage was as rough as stone, with a pair of gray eyes filled with trepidation. What is your name? The towering Paymon gazed down at the fugitive, noting that to prevent the man from fleeing, Lus had ordered the removal of several patches of skin from his toes. At that moment, the prisoner stood barefoot in the icy terrain, his face a hue of blue and purple. I am called Will, my lord. The fugitive from the Vale chattered his teeth incessantly, his lips also turning a shade of violet. You will guide us through the marsh, leading us to the lands of Hollandreed, will you not? Paymon stepped closer, straining to hear the man's feeble response. Yes, my lord. I shall lead you to Greywater Watch. The bitter wind mercilessly tormented his bloodied and battered feet. The prisoner longed to shift his stance, but found his soles frozen to the ground. Excellent. Once we arrive safely at Greywater Watch, I shall grant you your freedom. Paymon nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered the soldiers to drag the frozen Will away. With the war against Stannis concluded, the vassals who had responded to Lus Bolton's summons departed from Winterfell that very day. The corpulent Eel, Wyman Manderley, could hardly contain his eagerness as he squeezed into his litter, borne by servants back to White Harbor. Hotine and Ethel, bearing the corpse of Frye, quietly withdrew from the city after obtaining their desired conquest of Riverrun. When the soldiers of House Lysewell and Dustin followed suit in their departure, the heavy silence of Winterfell returned, characteristic of the deep winter season. After concluding his business, Paymon dismounted from Ginny, feeling as though his body was ablaze, while Ginny's face flushed red, akin to ripe apples in the fields. As darkness enveloped the land, Paymon, accompanied by his personally selected soldiers and the fugitive named Will, exited the gates of Winterfell. Mervyn Blackspear rode alongside Paymon, his vitiligo worsening, nearly spreading to his stubbled chin. I thought you would bring along the toothless Ethel, rather than myself. Mervyn spoke softly, still shouldering his spear. I choose the most reliable, Mervyn, rather than those who are merely silver-tongued, Paymon replied. Will finally donned a pair of ill-fitting boots, perched atop a towering steed, resembling a fragile, paper-thin effigy, poised to be toppled by the biting winds at any moment. Chapter 43. The blood drama troop. The path to Greywater Lookout was narrow and treacherous. The frozen ground was both hard and slippery, making their horseback journey arduous. Occasionally, they passed through lifeless villages, where most villagers opted to remain indoors during this harsh and frigid winter, rendering the streets nearly devoid of any human presence. On a midday several days later, Paymon and his companions encountered a peculiar group of individuals. At the forefront rode a corpulent man, his bald head contrasting sharply with a bushy beard that flourished abundantly. He donned an extravagant blue robe, ostentatiously adorned. Beside him stood another man, sickly and gaunt, with striking red eyes and tightly sealed lips that rendered his emaciated face all the more bizarre. The oldest among them, a stooped figure appearing to be in his 60s, bore a long face, curly black hair, and a prominent scar on his right cheek. They were members of the notorious Warriors Guild. Mawin, the Black Spear, leaned closer to Paymon and whispered a warning. Paymon nodded. Even without Mawin's reminder, the flag emblazoned with the red-horned black goat clearly identified the group before them. Good afternoon. Gentlemen, the man with the glowing red eyes addressed Paymon and his party. Uswick of the Warriors Guild extends his greetings. Paymon recognized that the members of this bloodthirsty troop were predominantly exiles and criminals, notorious for their brutality and malice. Good afternoon, everyone. If there is nothing pressing, we still have a considerable distance to cover, Paymon stated, wishing to steer clear of these merciless mercenaries. Kind sirs, we have gone several days without sustenance. Might we be afforded an opportunity to serve you in exchange for some bread? The corpulent leader implored, his tone more demanding than negotiative as he noticed Paymon's intent to depart. Begone, you bothersome clowns. Mawin, harboring intense disdain for the Warriors Guild members, barked on Paymon's behalf. My lords, in these times, it is better to have an additional friend than another foe, wouldn't you agree? The hunchbacked alchemist interjected, his gaze piercing as it scrutinized Paymon. Once I impale you all with my spear, we shall have no enemies, Mawin retorted, clearly contemptuous of associating with such grotesque beings. As he unslung the spear from his back, all mortals must meet their demise. The alchemist scoffed, one hand continuously twirling a ring upon his finger. Faceless ones, servants of the many-faced god from the house of Black and White and Bravos. Upon hearing this, Paymon felt a pang of uncertainty, but could not ascertain their identity based solely on that statement. However, the alchemist's hooked nose and the scar upon his cheek bore an uncanny resemblance to the manifestation of Jake and Heger that Paymon recalled. Welcome to your joining. People, distribute some food and water to them. Paymon pondered for a moment, a covert plan blossoming in his mind, and thus he generously addressed the members of the Warriors Guild. However, my lord Paymon, most of these individuals are criminals and bandits. Allowing them to join your ranks does not seem to be a prudent idea, Marvin cautiously reminded, his gaze fixed on the mercenaries before him. I am well aware, Marvin, Paymon assured, nodding reassuringly at the black spear. Seeing this, Marvin found himself at a loss for words. Observing the individuals devouring the bread ravenously, Paymon commanded the group to halt for a respite. Through conversation, Paymon learned that the one named Uswick was their leader, the rotund fellow was called Zoro, and the taciturn, peculiar sorcerer was referred to as Lucky Gore. Gore is the most formidable alchemist I have ever encountered. He rescued us from a band of thieves, using his extraordinary magic to instill terror in them. Zoro recounted with evident pride, causing Paymon to instinctively step back to avoid being splattered by the man's spittle. How many sorcerers have you seen in your lifetime so far? Marvin inquired bluntly of Zoro. Including Gore, Zoro extended his carrot-like, pudgy finger, only to dejectedly lower it. There has only been Gore, the solitary sorcerer. This utterance elicited a chorus of laughter from the crowd, while Zoro, embarrassed, muttered a few curses under his breath. My lord, you have yet to inform us of your destination and purpose. Uswick appeared as though he had just clawed his way out of a grave, his vacant red eyes scarcely moving. You shall know in due time. You will prove to be quite useful. A mysterious smile graced Paymon's face as he replied to Uswick. As they set off once more, Paymon deliberately slowed his pace, with Black Spear Marvin leading the way, while he positioned himself beside the alchemist. How did you manage to repel those thieves? I am quite intrigued, Paymon inquired. Quite simply, all it took was 5 golden dragons to hire a band of imposter thieves. The alchemist named Gore's voice was hoarse and deep, as though someone were constricting his throat. Before joining the Warriors Guild, what was your occupation, mercenary? Paymon was uncertain whether Gore was jesting or genuinely gained the trust of such scoundrels. A nameless wretch, Gore mumbled awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable in conversing with strangers. This statement further confirmed to Paymon that the seemingly sordid and eccentric alchemist was indeed a faceless one from Blavith. Yet he remained oblivious to the reason for the faceless one's sudden appearance in this frigid wilderness. Paymon had no intention of immediately exposing the identity of the faceless one, for he understood that even combined, they might struggle to subdue him effortlessly. Moreover, within his strategy, this faceless one could play a pivotal role. Presently, Paymon harbored doubts regarding whether these mad and brutal individuals were connected to the missing phrase from Winterfell. The fugitive will informed Paymon that they were nearing Greywater Watch. To evade the soldiers of Holland Reed, Paymon heeded Will's counsel and chose a route closer to the sea and the Iron Islands. Stealthily circumventing the guards and directly entering Holland Reed's territory to launch a surprise attack on the people of the Fens. Those Finnish folk, peculiar beings who relish catching frogs from the marshes. Upon hearing of the adversaries Paymon intended to confront, Uswick immediately expressed interest and eagerly inquired. Indeed, we need to impart a small lesson to them. Paymon replied, I shall sever their limbs, and then compel them to catch bugs in the marsh like frogs." A glint of savagery flickered in Uswick's eyes as he eagerly raised his axe. Let their women feel the might of the Warriors Guild. The stout Zoro was equally undeterred, thumping his chest and assuring Paymon, "Naturally, I have faith in your prowess. Under the banner and name of the Warriors Guild, we shall vanquish those detestable Finnish folk." "What say you?" Paymon suggested, observing the bloodthirsty zeal of the madman. "Of course, our banner will instill such terror in those fleas of Greywater Watch that they will soil themselves." Uswick cackled maniacally, while Zoro's face brimmed with longing, eager to rush to the Finns and unleash carnage. Only the somber alchemist, Gore, remained silent throughout. Chapter 44. Sharks in the Deep Sea. Prior to this moment, Paymon had never envisioned that he would one day behold the ocean. For an extended period, he had served as an apprentice in the blacksmith shop of Sunset Town. The very borders of Sunset Town constituted the farthest he could venture, and the shop's proprietor, Raymond, was the most formidable individual he had encountered. Yet now, beneath his feet lay the tumultuous, roaring sea, dark clouds seemingly pressing down to the water's surface, as flocks of seagulls pecked at the carcasses of sharks stranded along the shore. The howling sea wind, laden with salt water, crashed against the rocks, unleashing countless bubbles and sprays. "We have ventured too far, my lord Paymon. We belong to the cold, hard earth, not this deep sea." The spear-wielding Marvin appeared disinterested in the magnificent seascape before him, speaking to Paymon in a stiff tone. This statement held some truth. Only those iron-born or pirates who traverse the seas annually can conquer the tempestuous ocean, for they are descendants of the Grey King. Zoro, while relieving himself by the sea, chimed in with a whistle. "The descendants of the Grey King, Perhaps the Isle of Pike has already been submerged beneath the waves." Uswick sneezed, the briny taste of the sea irritating his nose. Balon Greyjoy had perished, and his brother Victarion was foolish beyond measure. As for the captain of the Silence, Euron Greyjoy, Uswick fell into a sudden silence at the mention of his name. Paymon understood all too well the reason for this. Euron Greyjoy had not only severed the tongues of all the crew aboard his ship, but had also navigated to every corner of the vast continent of Westeros. Euron Greyjoy was the true shark lurking in the depths of the sea, lethal and perilous. "We must press on." Paymon noted that the prolonged agony had driven the fugitive into a state of muttering to himself, while the rotund Zoro eyed him with sinister intent. Paymon feared that before they could reach Greywater Watch, Will might either descend into madness or fall victim to Zoro's malevolence. Before darkness enveloped them, they passed through a seaside fishing village. Will refused to take another step forward, insisting on staying the night in that village, for his skin toes had succumbed to rot and infection, turning a ghastly black. Paymon contemplated forcing him onward, but he observed that the mercenaries of the warrior band, even those aside from Black Mance, had sided with the fugitive. Thus he had no choice but to relent. The fishing village was home to dozens of fishermen, their humble abodes interconnected by wooden bridges. Paymon surmised that should a storm sweep through, those dwellings would be swept away by the fierce winds. The members of the Bloodspear troop quickly secured lodging for their group through amiable discourse. However, due to their large number, they could only rest in separate fishermen's homes. Dinner consisted of fish and shrimp prepared by the villagers, which Paymon found delectable, leading to a hearty meal. After dinner, he adhered to his customary routine of arranging a watch. He then retreated alone to the wooden bridge outside, sitting in contemplation as he gazed upon the pitch-black sea. The sensation of unknown dread and profundity led him to feel that beneath the distant waters lay gargantuan sea monsters, adorned with tentacles and suckers, capable of unleashing towering waves surpassing the height of mountains with a mere flip of their bodies. "Lord Paymon." A sudden voice startled Paymon from his reverie. Turning, he discovered the disreputable alchemist, Gorl, standing timidly behind him. Paymon harbored an uneasy feeling that this sorcerer was exceedingly dangerous, yet he nodded, permitting the alchemist to approach his side. "Why are you not asleep? We have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow," Paymon asked, his gaze fixed warily on the alchemist. "Lord Paymon, should we be fortunate enough to assist you in accomplishing your task, might I entreat you for a favor?" The alchemist did not respond to Paymon's query, but cautiously made his request. "Oh, what is it? Speak, and let us hear." Paymon, intrigued, wondered what assistance he could possibly lend to the alchemist or to the faceless men of Bravos. "Winter has descended upon the north, and I find myself weary of wandering alongside mercenaries from the valiant bands of Zoro and Uswick. If fortune permits, I implore you to take me back to Winterfell and secure me a position." Gore squinted his eyes, humbly beseeching Paymon. "How do you know I can assist you?" Paymon inquired with a playful smile, testing the resolve of the sorcerer before her. I cannot say, my lady Paymon, but I wish to see if luck is on my side. Should you lend me your aid, I shall no longer fret about surviving this interminable winter. The alchemist forced an awkward smile, revealing a set of sharp teeth. I shall do my utmost. However, as you rightly noted, you must first assist me in completing this task, Paymon replied. Of course, my lady Paymon, Gore responded, his long-nailed hands eagerly rubbing together. Clearly pleased with her answer. Is there anything else? Paymon, wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with the peculiar sorcerer, inquired. Nothing more, my lady Paymon. I shall not disturb you further. The alchemist Gore stiffly bowed and vanished from her sight. After lingering by the sea for a while longer, the sound of the waves began to lull him into a stupor. Eventually, he rose from the bridge and returned to the fisherman's humble abode, lying down and closing his eyes. In a hazy stupor, Paymon heard the sound of a horn. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but the horn grew louder and closer. Startled awake by the sounds of roaring and frantic cries, Paymon opened his eyes wide. Euron Greyjoy, the newly appointed king of the Iron Islands, had arrived aboard his ship, the Silence, to pillage this place with his Ironborn. Blackbriar Marwyn rushed into the room, breathless. Reporting to Paymon, the horn's sound was his doing. Do we have an escape route? Paymon understood the ferocity of the Ironborn and the inadequacy of their numbers. Blackbriar Marwyn nodded silently, casting a glance at the fisherman who cowered in the corner, clutching his daughter. Euron Greyjoy is a mad and ruthless captain, Marwyn. With these fishermen in tow, we shall not travel far. Paymon discerned Marwyn's thoughts and voiced her concern. Marwyn recognized the urgency of their predicament and nodded in agreement. Exiting the fisherman's house alongside Paymon through the back door. Chapter 45. The Frenzy of the Dragon. They led their horses up the steep rocks, and as Paymon turned to look back, she saw the Ironborn, torches in hand, storming into the fishermen's homes. Amidst a cacophony of screams and wails, the pirates plundered the fishermen's possessions, setting their houses ablaze with the very torches they wielded. Witnessing the villages ablaze along the coast, along with the marauding Ironborn, Blackbriar Marwyn spat in anger. Subsequently, Paymon beheld the tranquil vessel, the Serenity, drawing near the shore amidst the flickering flames. Its hull was immense, adorned at the bow with the lifeless bodies of two prisoners bearing the emblem of the Crow's Eye. However, from such a distance, Paymon could not discern their faces. Then, he observed Euron Greyjoy, clad in gleaming Valyrian steel armor and crowned with a dark diadem crafted from shark teeth and fine steel, slowly rising from the ship's hold. His visage was grotesque and frenzied, one eye obscured by a patch, while the other glimmered with the deep blue hue reminiscent of a summer sea. The crew of the Serenity scurried about the deck like ants, yet there was an eerie silence. For Paymon knew that Euron had cruelly severed the tongues of all his men. As Euron's imposing figure fully emerged onto the deck, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped the onlookers. By the Seven, what have I witnessed? Exclaimed the portly Zorro, who lagged behind due to his considerable girth. The others, including Paymon, were rendered speechless by the shocking sight before them. Euron Greyjoy sat astride a colossal dragon, its scales a dark hue, the creature appearing fully grown. Its eyes glowing like searing embers, teeth sharp as razors, casting a fearsome shadow beneath the flames. The rumors of the dragon horn were indeed true. Observing the dragon ridden by Euron, which emitted a roar powerful enough to shatter eardrums, Paymon murmured to himself. Yet, he speculated that this dragon might have been hatched from an egg Euron had secretly brought to the Shadowlands, for that place was known as the Cradle of Dragons. Given the timeline, it seemed that Vhagar was still a considerable distance from Daenerys. Paymon watched the dragon poised atop the mast of the Serenity, its wings resembling those of a bat, nearly encompassing the entire ship, while the spines along its back glinted with a cold, lethal sheen. Euron Greyjoy had deceived them. He had not cast the dragon egg into the sea, but had instead stealthily transported it to the Shadowlands, where this dragon was birthed. Paymon thought to himself urgently, urging everyone to flee the scene. Suddenly, a sharp axe was hurled from the darkness. The last runner, the rotund Shazo, let out a muffled grunt as he tumbled down the rocky precipice. This is bad. They are upon us. Paymon realized that a group of Ironborn was pursuing them and quickly warned Marwyn, the Black Spear, prompting them to hasten their escape. Axes continued to rain down behind them. To ensure they did not lose Will, their crucial guide, Paymon had no choice but to have a robust soldier carry him as they ascended. At last, the band of pirates relinquished their pursuit, perhaps realizing that their quarry was merely a band of impoverished souls or unwilling to stray too far from the sea. They stood atop a high ridge, breathless, as Paymon beheld Euron Greyjoy astride his colossal dragon, soaring above the fishing village. the creature's expansive wings casting the entire settlement into a shadow of imminent death. Suddenly, the dragon's throat glowed a fierce crimson, akin to a forge fire. Before Euron's beast plunged towards the village below, scorching flames, as hot as molten lava, erupted forth, transforming the village into an inferno in an instant. Even the sea ignited, and the rocks softened and melted under the intense heat. Could this man truly be a Targaryen dragonlord? How else could he wield such dominion over dragons? Uswick, astonished, had his face illuminated by the dragon's flames as he inquired of the alchemist, Gore, beside him. Perhaps it was not magic, but some arcane sorcery unknown to man. At least this winter, the North would not endure its usual chill, for they could warm themselves with the dragon's breath. Gore smirked coldly, surveying the collapsing houses and charred bodies below. Paymon, uninterested in his grim jest, found his thoughts drifting to the time of the blood dragon frenzy, where the sky was filled with illusions of Targaryen dragons. The greens and the blacks, dragon lords clashing against kings, dragons roaring as they slaughtered their kin, the deceased draconic lineage plummeting from the lofty heavens. Let us continue our journey, Paymon finally commanded. The group, regaining their focus, followed Paymon, departing the ravaged fishing village laid waste by Euron. Along the path ahead, the image of the dragon that had emerged from the hull of the Silence lingered in Paymon's mind. If Euron Greyjoy could command dragons without the Horn of Winter, then it meant that even if Victarion were to sound the horn, it would merely serve to adorn the raven-eyed Euron. If such a madman as Euron were to possess 4 dragons, Paymon dared not envision the calamity that would ensue. Moreover, if Victarion, with the Horn of Winter, were to find Daenerys, the mother of dragons would face unfathomable peril. Yet Paymon understood that, at this moment, there was little he could do. He had already warned Varys during his time in King's Landing, hoping that the spider would not dismiss his words as the ravings of a madman, and would convey this news to Daenerys. My lord, we shall reach Greywater Watch by nightfall tomorrow, interrupted the fugitive Will, snapping Paymon from his reverie. Well done, Will, Paymon replied, fixing his gaze on the fugitive, yet refraining from mentioning the matter of his freedom again. The journey the following day proved even more treacherous, as the ground morphed into a mist-laden swamp, overgrown with reeds and aquatic plants. The path through the mire seemed to shift with the passage of time, and had it not been for the fugitive Will guiding them, Paymon feared they would have long since become lost in the fog-enshrouded marshes. Water snakes and leeches frequently emerged from the puddles, and when Paymon and the Black Spear Marvin beheld the dense congregation of leeches, they exchanged knowing smiles. Perhaps I might collect some leeches to bring back to Winterfell as a gift for Lord Lus Bolton, Paymon mused, cautiously riding behind Will. A sudden scream shattered the air as Paymon turned to witness a member of the blood troop, along with his steed, plummeting into the murky mire. As his chest sank beneath the bubbling surface, he wailed in despair, reaching out a hand toward the shore, hoping for rescue. Uswick, Uswick, Gore, Gore, you cursed sorcerer. Save me, he bellowed in a fit of rage, yet no one was willing to risk entanglement to save the crimson-faced drunkard. The swamp consumed the unfortunate soul and his horse, while the others, under Will's guidance, pressed onward. Chapter 46. Death Under the Veil of Night. They stealthily infiltrated Greywater Watch, the castle of Holland Reed looming not far ahead. My lords, I have brought you this far. May I now be allowed to depart? Will, the fugitive, could barely stand, his feet grievously infected. No, Will, you seem to forget. We must still find our way out of here. Paymon coldly denied Will's plea, acutely aware that without a guide, their escape would be fraught with peril. Will attempted to speak further, but 2 patrolling soldiers suddenly approached from nearby. Upon catching sight of these unfamiliar faces, one of them intended to sound the alarm. Swish! A dagger silently embedded itself into the soldier's throat, who staggered back and collapsed, lifeless. Uswick, unable to contain himself any longer, raised the banner of the Warriors Guild, brandishing a weapon as he charged forth, slaying another inhabitant of the marsh. No one discerned from whence the dagger had come, casting suspicious glances at their companions. What are we waiting for? Follow me into that castle and slay every standing soul. Uswick shouted back at the frozen Paymon and the others. Bearing the emblem of the blood troop, they stormed into Holland Reed's castle, where Paymon witnessed the mercenaries of the Warriors Guild sever the hands of the castle guards, leaving them to writhe in agony with their severed limbs. Before galloping into the inner sanctum, perhaps the inhabitants of the marsh never anticipated an incursion into their hidden domain, resulting in such carnage. It was not until they neared the main keep that dozens of hastily assembled soldiers from Greywater Watch finally appeared. With unyielding resolve, Paymon charged at the soldiers, mercilessly cutting down Holland Reed's warriors. Soon, They breached the castle's grand hall, where Uswick and his men ruthlessly slaughtered the male servants. While the fate of the young and beautiful women was to be even more tragic, Paymon mingled among the mercenaries of the Warriors Guild and boldly entered Holand Lyde's chamber. When the leading mercenary forcefully kicked open the door, they were met with the sight of the once mighty Lord of Greywater Watch, who had fought alongside Ned Stark beneath the Tower of Joy to vanquish the fabled Sword of Dawn, Arthur Dane. Time had rendered him frail and decrepit. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, his eyelids darkened, age spots creeping from his neck to his forehead, and his eyes void of life, marred by a persistent cough. Upon encountering the intruders, Holand Lyde exhibited no undue alarm. After a fit of coughing, he calmly leaned back against his bed. Greywater Watch holds no treasures of gold or jewels suitable for your thieving kind, the aged lord remarked, gazing with murky eyes at the strangers who had invaded his sanctuary. I have come in search of you, Lord Holand Lyde, Paymon replied, approaching the head of the lord's bed, where a deep purple flower rested alongside a dusty spittoon. Has the Reaper sent you? Or do you bear tidings from that cold-hearted scoundrel, Ramsay Bolton? Holand Lyde scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice, devoid of fear or panic. This is merely a warning. You ought to comprehend the gravity of the situation, Black Spear Marvin asserted, observing the lord's frail form. Ravaged by pain. You have trespassed upon my lands, slaughtering my servants and soldiers without remorse. This is not a warning, but a flagrant insult. Holand Lyde's pale, withered hand flailed in a futile attempt to rise from his bed, yet he lacked the strength to sit upright. From the hall, the anguished cries of women pleading for mercy and the wails of infants echoed, accompanied by the sounds of shattered vases and porcelain. That despicable skinseller, Ramsay Bolton, attained Winterfell and the North's guardianship through treachery and deceit, his hands stained with Stark blood. One day, the Northmen shall reclaim all that is rightfully theirs. The North shall never forget. Holand Lyde exclaimed passionately, succumbing once more to a fit of coughing. You speak the truth. I too await that day. Paymon thought excitedly, wishing fervently to grasp Holand Lyde's hand in camaraderie, exclaiming how they should have met sooner, were it not for the presence of others. At that moment, a soldier returned to inform Paymon that no trace of Holand Lyde's children had been found. Where have you concealed them? Paymon's original plan to take the Lord's offspring to Winterfell as hostages, akin to Theon Greyjoy's tactics, now appeared to be unraveling. I shall carry this secret to the grave. You shall not pry a word from my lips. Holand Lyde retorted with a mocking laugh. Paymon had intended to seize Holand Lyde and methodically extract information through torment. But at that instant, Uswick, a member of the Warriors Guild, burst in, wild and frantic. Before anyone could react, he leaped upon the old lord's bed, striking down with a blade upon Holand Lyde's head. Blood splattered upon the cluster of purple flowers, staining the petals of vivid crimson. The old lord lay sprawled on the blood-stained sheets, having met his demise within the confines of his own chamber. Observing the mad and ruthless Uswick before her, Paymon exchanged a knowing glance with the black spear-wielding Marvin, who nodded in silent understanding. They reveled in their celebration of bloodshed within the pillaged hall, an indulgence only permitted after receiving Paymon's tacit approval. Uswick and his fellow warrior companions laid out a sumptuous feast of delectable food and wine upon the long table, relishing the fruits of their victory. Notably, the alchemist named Gore abstained from the revelry, a cunning glint flickering in his eyes. As the night deepened, Uswick and his band were thoroughly intoxicated, sprawled haphazardly across the recently looted hall. Will you choose to be my adversary? Or shall we hasten to bring this all to an end? Paymon inquired, addressing the quiet sorcerer seated at the table. If you, my lord, escort me back to Winterhold, I shall gladly sever their heads and present them before you on a banquet table, Gore replied, drawing forth a green dagger from his belt, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Once all was completed, Paymon commanded the lighting of the Hornlid Castle with torches. The grand ancient fortress crumbled beneath the onslaught of flames, and the old lord of Greywater Watch met his end at the hands of a bloodthirsty jester. The sole individual privy to the events of the Bliss Tower years ago carried his secret to the grave. Paymon ordered the banner of the warriors to be planted before the still-burning castle and instructed the fugitive Will to lead them away from Greywater. When Will finally guided the survivors out of the swamp, Paymon informed him that he had regained his freedom and could depart. After repeated assurances, Will knelt in gratitude for Paymon's mercy. Then, with the soldier's assistance, struggled to mount his horse, setting off toward a nearby village. Such a man cannot keep secrets, Marvin, Paymon remarked, her gaze fixed on Will's retreating figure. Marvin nodded, seizing his spear and pursuing the fugitive. Chapter 47. The Faceless One. Upon their return to Winterhold, they did not retrace their steps, but opted for a shortcut through the valley. Though this path was far from smooth, it proved significantly shorter. The cold wind howled through the valley, resonating with the cries of wild beasts, while the trees of the ravine stood bare, devoid of any leaves. The Blackspear Marvin led the soldiers of Bolton at the forefront, while Paymon trailed behind with the alchemist Gore. "What is your purpose in Winterhold?" Paymon inquired, observing the shivering sorcerer. "Merely to endure this protracted, harrowing winter, my lady. In such ghastly weather, only within the safety of the city walls can one avoid freezing to death when the next heavy snowfall descends," Gore replied. "Is that truly the case?" Paymon countered, her tone serious as she regarded the sorcerer's pallid, peculiar visage. "I fail to comprehend your words, my lord," the alchemist, Gol, earnestly explained. "I am but a wandering alchemist, rejected by every sorcerer's guild. Thus I am compelled to traverse these lands." At that moment, they traversed a frozen river, its broad expanse resembling a motionless white python, winding through the gray valley into the distance. On either bank stood crimson maple trees, their fallen leaves forming a thick carpet upon the ground. "You serve the faceless god of Braffos, a devoted follower of the god of death, a faceless one from the house of Black and White," Paymon whispered in a hushed tone, leaning closer to the alchemist's ear. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Gol's face as his hand instinctively moved toward the dagger at his waist. "We can strike a bargain," Paymon hastily proposed, realizing he was now the target of a faceless one's hunt. "What kind of bargain?" the assassin inquired, lowering his hand from the dagger, intrigued. "I can assist you in entering Winterfell, but you must help me eliminate someone." Paymon pointedly indicated a soldier ahead, signaling he was not alone in this endeavor. "That depends on whether you can afford the equivalent price. Without your assistance, I can equally gain entry to Winterfell," Gol replied, shaking his head, clearly skeptical of Paymon's ability to meet the exorbitant costs demanded by a faceless one. When Paymon revealed the target he wished the faceless one to assassinate, Gol, though somewhat astonished, pondered for a moment before offering his own counter. "You speak the truth. Even for me, that is an insurmountable sum," Paymon responded with dismay, reluctantly acknowledging the steep price demanded by the faceless one, a sum even he could not fulfill. "How about this? You grant me something you possess, something easily attainable for you, thus making it fair?" When one scheme faltered, Paymon swiftly conceived a new proposal. Upon hearing what Paymon desired, the alchemist nearly immediately acquiesced to the deal. "What is your purpose in Winterfell? Perhaps I can assist you further." The journey back remained long and arduous, surrounded solely by rocky terrain and withered trees. "That does not fall within the purview of our agreement, my lord," the sorcerer Gol replied coldly, seemingly unwilling to disclose his reasons for venturing from Braffos. "Is silence the first lesson in becoming a faceless one?" Paymon chuckled lightly. "I am quite curious if you have encountered the child of Duke Ned Stark, Arya Stark, within the house of Black and White?" In an attempt to pass the tedious time of their journey, Paymon persistently inquired. "The house of Black and White is inhabited solely by followers of the god of death. Those who cross its threshold abandon their former identities and all pasts. Just as you, Paymon, have had your skin flayed away by a dagger," Gol retorted bluntly. Paymon, upon hearing this, felt a chill run through him. He had believed he had concealed his identity well, only to discover that the faceless one beside him was already fully aware. After days of enduring the elements, they finally beheld the towering walls of Winterfell. "My lord Paymon, are you truly certain you wish to bring this malevolent sorcerer into Winterfell?" Marvin, the Black Spear, cautioned before entering the city gates. "I have my plans, Marvin," Paymon replied, leading the group towards the city's entrance. Upon entering, they were greeted by the toothless Aiden, who informed Paymon that Lord Roose Bolton was not within the city, but had gone to White Harbor to wed his bride. Paymon, accompanied by the alchemist, retreated to a secluded corner behind the barn. And when Gore delivered the items Paymon required, a notable transformation overtook his visage. Gore's elongated face and hooked nose shortened, his hair graying, while his previously beady eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. At last, an unremarkable northerner stood before Paymon. "All mortals must face death," the faceless man declared, before vanishing into the streets of Winterfell. Upon returning to the castle, Paymon found Aiden anxiously awaiting him. "My lord Paymon, I implore you, save me." Aiden rushed forward, pleading with Paymon. "What has happened, Aiden?" Paymon inquired, bewildered. "The two Stark children are missing," Aiden exclaimed, agitated as a fly on a hot skillet. "Maya and Jojen, the children of Hollandreed, must have taken Ned Stark as children." Paymon silently contemplated this, yet said nothing. "With your father departing Winterfell for White Harbor, it was your duty to safeguard those children. What were you doing at that time?" Paymon coldly interrogated Aiden, fully aware that the opportunity he had been awaiting had finally arrived. My lord Paymon. You were preoccupied with your father's maid, Jane, were you not? Paymon Bolton rebuked sharply, causing Aiden to kneel before him in fear. My lord Paymon, please assist me. If you can preserve my life, I shall remain eternally loyal to you. Aiden, now bereft of his previous bravado, pleaded at Paymon's feet. There is a way, albeit not without its demands. You must obey my commands completely, and keep this a secret. Otherwise, death is the only outcome, Paymon stated. I shall do as you say, my lord Paymon. As long as I can preserve my life, I will comply with whatever you require. Hope ignited within Aiden as he embraced Paymon Bolton's leg, fully aware that failing to heed Paymon's directives would result in facing Roose Bolton's wrath upon his return from White Harbor with his bride. Chapter 48. Cruelty. The ensuing days were a torment of waiting for Paymon. He was uncertain when Luke Bolton would return to Winterfell, and even more so, he had no idea where the faceless men he had brought into the city were. He understood that aiding the disgraced Aiden in concealing the disappearance of the Stark children was an exceedingly perilous decision. Should Luke Bolton discover this, he would undoubtedly execute both Aiden and himself. This gnawed at Paymon's peace of mind, even in the stillness of night, as he lay in bed. He found himself restless, rising intermittently to gaze out the window at the trees swaying in the cold breeze. Jenny, too, observed her husband's troubled demeanor, yet he intended to keep his burdens to himself. Days passed, and Jenny, beaming with joy, informed Paymon that she was with child, bearing the heir of the Bolton family. Paymon was genuinely delighted, though he could not ascertain Luke Bolton's reaction to this news. When the Lord returned to Winterfell with his wife, Paymon felt his breath becoming labored. The acute tension was akin to having a hand clasped tightly around his throat, and his heart raced in response. He had to conceal his trepidation, feigning calmness as he offered his congratulations to Luke and the woman of House Manderley. Rise, Paymon, for from this day forth, she shall be your mother, the Lady of the North. Luke Bolton proclaimed from atop his grand steed, surveying the kneeling bastard with satisfaction. The woman from White Harbor spoke quickly yet gently, her tone far removed from the acerbic sharpness of Wyman Fry. Nevertheless, her presence posed a dire threat to Paymon. Paymon, I will care for you as if you were my own child. The new Lady Bolton concluded her speech, offering Paymon a hopeful promise. Now let us go inside. We must prepare for tonight's wedding, Luke Bolton interjected, his long journey rendering his eyes even paler and his thick lips devoid of color. Upon entering the castle of Winterfell, Luke Bolton immediately commanded the arrest of Aiden the Disgraced. I have received word on the road. You allowed the Stark children to escape, Luke declared, removing his moleskin gloves and placing them on the table, his cold gaze fixed upon the trembling Aiden. It was the faceless men, my lord. The assassins from Bravos attacked my men and rescued them. Aiden lied, though Luke Bolton remained skeptical of his explanation, patiently allowing Aiden to continue. He needed ample information to discern the truth of the matter. Surely, it must be some house of the North that has hired the faceless men, those vassals who still secretly submit to the Starks. Paymon felt a sense of satisfaction as he observed Aiden performing the lines he had taught him. This entire narrative is a fabrication of your imagination, Aiden. Reveal what transpired that day. In light of your years of loyalty, I shall grant you a chance for redemption. The cunning lord endeavored to extract the truth from the tight-lipped Aiden through disingenuous promises. My lord Bolton, I assure you, every word I speak is an undeniable truth. Aiden wept, tears and snot mingling as they streamed down his face. Seize him and confine him to the dungeon until I issue further orders. Lord Robb Bolton, observing Aiden's obstinacy, reluctantly commanded his soldiers to escort him away, planning to devise a method to compel his confession after the wedding festivities concluded. You may all leave now, but Paymon, you shall remain. Lord Robb Bolton leaned wearily against his chair. The wood crackling in the fireplace released an inviting aroma, filling the room with warmth and light. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and the dust particles danced visibly in the air. Paymon nervously swallowed, standing uneasily before the Lord, uncertain whether to speak first. Have you dealt with the enemies at Greywater Watch? After a prolonged silence, Lord Robb Bolton finally inquired. Upon receiving Paymon's affirmative response, he nodded in satisfaction. Do you have anything to say regarding the Stark children? Lord Ross's gaze was as sharp as a blade, as if he had stripped Paymon bare, forcing him to stand exposed before his scrutiny. It is a conspiracy long in the making, my lord, though I remain unaware of its orchestrators, Paymon replied cautiously. This has cost us dearly, far more than the loss of hundreds of knights or archers. Lord Robb Bolton retorted. Those two Stark pups are of utmost importance to us. Leaning back in his chair, he shook his head gently. I have dispatched men beyond the city to search for any leads. Paymon could only respond thus. recognizing the futility of hope. We must confront the reality, Paymon. Is there nothing else you wish to report to me? Lord Robb Bolton tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, patiently awaiting Paymon's words. Lady Jenny carries my child, my lord. I intended to share this joyous news with you after the wedding, Paymon disclosed anxiously, his gaze fixed on his father's expression. That child must not come to be, Paymon. His birth would tarnish the honor of House Bolton and subject us to the scrutiny of the Northerners. Lord Robb declared coldly, yet with a calm demeanor. But why, my lord? I do not understand. Paymon, typically composed, now erupted with anger, questioning fervently. Paymon, you are merely my illegitimate son. In your essence, you are a Snow, not a true Bolton. As the guardian of the North, I do not possess a legitimate heir, while my illegitimate child is poised to inherit. Do you believe I would allow this child's birth? Robb Bolton's tone was resolutely uncompromising, leaving no room for dissent. Had it not been for the soldiers poised to charge at his back, Paymon surmised that she and this old wretch would have already reduced each other to ruin. Paymon bit her lip tightly until the taste of blood graced her tongue. I shall obey your command, esteemed father, but I beseech you for some time. I must persuade Jenny to accept this fate. Paymon resolved to first placate Robb before devising further plans. Her thoughts were inconsequential. Paymon, yours are as well. Lord Leech wearily reclined in his chair, closing his eyes, then gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling that Paymon could take her leave. Upon returning to her chamber, Paymon beheld Jenny Poole, still lost in joyful reverie, utterly oblivious to the impending misfortune that had quietly befallen her. In that moment, Paymon ceased her prayers to the deities, choosing instead to seize all that was rightfully hers. Chapter 49. The Iron Vault. The atmosphere at Robb Bolton's wedding remained oppressive and heavy. Paymon, seated nearby, discerned that the Northerners regarded this wedding, held in Winterfell, as a personal affront. The Duchess from White Harbor was immersed in the festivities, oblivious to the numbed and solemn faces in the crowd. As for Lord Robb, Paymon sensed his desire to bring this ceremony to a swift conclusion. Halfway through the wedding, Paymon spotted the faceless man who had entered Winterfell alongside him, seated not far away at another table. Upon noticing Paymon, the faceless man revealed a mysterious smile. On behalf of House Bolton, I extend my sincerest gratitude to House Manderly of White Harbor. Robb Bolton addressed the representatives of House Manderly with earnest respect. Suddenly, the faceless man stood amidst the many guests, causing Paymon's heart to leap into his throat. He had anticipated that the faceless man would stealthily brandish a dagger, delivering a lethal blow to the old skin peeler, yet he merely rose calmly. All eyes in the hall fell upon the faceless man standing among them. I apologize for interrupting your wedding, but I come representing the Iron Vault, Lord Bolton. Surely you have heard of the city of Bravos. The faceless man announced loudly before the northern nobility. I have indeed heard of Bravos, the city established by those vampire bankers. You have intruded upon my wedding uninvited. You had better possess a convincing reason. A murderous intent flickered across Robb Bolton's face, yet he raised his hand to stay the soldiers eager to rush forward. I come on behalf of Lord Tycho Nestoris. Stannis borrowed a considerable debt from Lord Nestoris to finance the war, and now that Bolton's forces have vanquished Stannis' army, this debt should rightfully be repaid by you. The representative of the Iron Vault raised his goblet, saluting Robb before drinking deeply of the fine wine within. Paymon felt as stunned as the Northerners in the hall by that statement. Yet, everyone present had, to some extent, heard of the terrifying reputation of the Iron Bank located in Bravos. Its clientele spanned the entirety of Westeros, and whether they were kings or princes, anyone who borrowed from the Iron Bank was obliged to repay their debts as per the agreed terms. They had previously financed the conqueror Aegon Targaryen and the Lannister family, and their brutal methods of debt collection, closely tied to the faceless men, instilled fear throughout the empire. As you mentioned, Stannis owes the Iron Bank, not House Bolton. Thus, I have neither the means nor the obligation to repay this debt. Lord Robb Bolton, understandably unwilling to bear such a burden, maintained a polite demeanor in his response. May I interpret this as a refusal, Lord Bolton? The envoy from the Iron Bank inquired coldly. Queen Cersei Lannister has just settled her debts with the Iron Bank using funds confiscated from House Tyrell. Do you truly believe House Bolton is stronger than the Lannisters? Strong enough to challenge Bravos and the faceless men? The envoy's questioning rendered the wedding venue as silent as a grave, with guests exchanging incredulous glances. Some were astonished while others savored the unfolding drama. Paymon glanced at the beleaguered old flayed man on the dais, unable to suppress a laugh within. He surely did not anticipate that defeating Stannis was merely the beginning of a troublesome ordeal. I shall consider this. Lord Robb Bolton finally acquiesced to the representative of the Iron Bank, responding softly. The rulers of the Iron Bank will grant you but a month to gather the repayment. Lord Bolton, the Iron Bank does not tolerate delinquency. After stating this, the faceless man loudly proclaimed the amount Stannis owed to the Iron Bank before all present. Paymon observed the crowd erupt in whispers, guests murmuring amongst themselves. If I repay Stannis's debt, will you return my captives? Lord Bolton proposed, fully aware that despite his position as Warden of the North, he could not contend with the wealth and power of the Iron Bank. I do not comprehend your meaning. Lord Bolton, I believe it is time for my departure. The faceless man retorted before striding confidently through the assembly. Once the envoy from the Iron Bank had departed, Lord Bolton insisted on completing his wedding ceremony. As the guests indulged in the banquet, he summoned Paymon and his trusted confidants. Naturally, Lord Bolton dispatched someone to release the imprisoned Reek, who trembled as he returned to Lord Bolton's side, filled with admiration for Paymon. This debt should not fall upon us. Father, it is Stannis who owes this sum, not House Bolton. Once everyone was seated, Paymon commenced a fervent performance, her face alight with righteous indignation as she addressed her father. The vampires of Bravos are indifferent to such thoughts. Their only concern lies in reclaiming their gold dragons. Utterly unconcerned with the identity of the debtor, were the dead capable of settling debts, they would not hesitate to unearth Stannis' grave. Should we default on our loan from the Iron Bank, it is highly likely they would finance our adversaries, or even deploy faceless men directly. Another confidant of Bolton whispered his analysis. The fear-stricken Aiden, with his decayed teeth, seemed to be yet to recover from his terror, sitting vacantly beside the Lord, silent. With only a month remaining and an enormous debt to settle, amassing such a sum in a short time is no trivial endeavor. Roose Bolton, preoccupied, had lost interest in savoring his bride, lost in thought. Perhaps we could seek assistance from Lord Tywin Lannister, my Lord Bolton, suggested an elderly knight with white hair seated at the edge. Casterly Rock boasts vast gold mines, wealth rivaling nations, and Bolton is an ally of the Lannisters. If Duke Tywin is willing to lend aid, we could temporarily alleviate our predicament, subsequently raising taxes to gradually repay the Lannister loan. Alternatively, we could contact Lord Peter Baelish. As the Master of Coin, Littlefinger has maintained close ties with the Iron Bank. He surely possesses some strategies to negotiate, even if it is merely to secure us additional time. In my view, we could simply refuse to repay this debt. Bravos is exceedingly distant from Winterfell. We need only to ensure that faceless men do not infiltrate Winterfell, and we need not fear those vampire merchants. The aides at the table offered their suggestions, while Paymon pondered what decision the Leech Lord, seated in the center, would make on this arduous night. Yet deep within, he preferred that Roose bow to the Lannisters rather than allow Littlefinger to enter this game. Chapter 50. Duke of Harrenhal Tywin Lannister declined Roose Bolton's request, citing the extravagant excesses of King Robert during his reign, which resulted in the crown accruing a substantial debt to the Iron Bank, ultimately repaid by the Lannisters. Paymon recognized this as mere pretext from the shrewd hand of the king. However, the Lion, now allied with Dorne, was beyond their capacity to provoke. With matters thus, the North's guardians found their path narrowed to a single option. The cunning opportunist Peter Baelish, whom all avoided, had become their sole hope. Paymon was eager to observe how these two old foxes would scheme against one another. As days passed, a desperate Roose Bolton reached out to Peter Baelish. The former Master of Coin from the Fingers swiftly responded to Roose's request for a meeting, suggesting Harrenhal as the venue rather than Winterfell. Though Roose did not trust the scheming Duke of Harrenhal, he could conceive of no more advantageous alternative and thus acquiesced to Peter's proposal. Before embarking on their journey to Harrenhal, Lucius Bolton urged Paymon to swiftly dispose of the child within Jenny's womb. Paymon acquiesced to his father's command, promising to fulfill Lucius's order upon their return from Harrenhal. Accompanying Lucius to Harrenhal were the toothless Aiden and the Black Spear Marvin. Lucius harbored a deep mistrust for the schemer Peter Baelish, and Paymon sensed that the suspicious guardian of the North shared this sentiment. Harrenhal, constructed by the malevolent Harren Hoare, stood as the grandest castle of the entire kingdom. Paymon had heard tales of countless captives who perished in the quarries and towers during its construction. Now, it loomed as a dark and terrifying place, seemingly cursed by each of its former masters. Although the current Duke of Harrenhal was nominally Peter, Littlefinger had never spent a night within its dreadful walls. I despise that duplicitous scoundrel, Peter Baelish, Marvin said with concern. He betrayed Ned Stark and is likely to stab us in the back as well. Few relish dealings with a man like Littlefinger, Marvin, Paymon replied. But the current circumstances are dire, and we may have no choice. Peter has served as Master of Coin for many years and maintains close ties with the Iron Bank. Paymon sighed, continuing, I fear he may seize this opportunity to extort us, demanding a hefty price from the Bolton family. Otherwise, he shall never lend his assistance. Marvin scoffed, his face contorted with disdain and loathing for the Duke of Harrenhal. Yet, Paymon viewed Peter, hailing from the Fingers, as an exemplary figure for his lowborn status as a bastard. Littlefinger had once been a boy of equally humble origins, who, through his association with Lysa Tully, rose to become the tax collector of Gulltown. By the time he transformed into the Master of Coin, he had already established himself as a formidable player in the game of power. Paymon remained oblivious to Lucius Bolton's true feelings about Peter Baelish, but he believed that in terms of cunning and intrigue, Old Skinning could rival Peter. Peter would depart from the Vale, accompanied by the Knights of the Vale. En route to Harrenhal, that fellow had, after Lysa Tully's death, usurped the lordship of the Vale under the guise of raising her son, Robert Arryn. As they journeyed toward Harrenhal, Lucius imparted this information to Paymon. Paymon understood clearly that Littlefinger must not be allowed to extend his reach toward Winterfell. Should this ambitious schemer seize the opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize the entirety of the north without hesitation. Beneath the stone bridge leading to Harrenhal flowed a frozen river, with black crows perched upon the bare trunks of trees lining both sides. Crossing the wide stone bridge, they found themselves before the imposing, cliff-like walls of Harrenhal. I severed the arm of the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, within this very castle, Paymon declared. Now, as the Kingslayer revels with his queen Cersei, he is left to wield only one hand. Aegon, the disheveled figure of the past, enthusiastically boasted to Paymon, seemingly oblivious to the humiliation he endured while imprisoned in the dungeon. Paymon tilted her head upward, gazing at the towering city walls, where the catapults appeared diminutive, akin to mere toys, their stones long eroded by the elements. Upon passing through the gate guarded by the Knights of the Vale, they arrived at the stables. Lord Luspin instructed Aegon and a contingent of soldiers to remain outside while he, accompanied by Paymon and Marvin, ventured into the tower. The kitchen and armory within Harrenburg had collapsed into desolation, with withered flora sprouting through the crevices of the walls. Countless crows circled ominously above the spires, resembling dark clouds. They paused before the Tower of the Burning King, its walls still charred and distorted. After the castle's establishment, the malevolent Hurin believed he could rest easy within this fortress, never foreseeing that the conqueror, Aegon Targaryen, would ride his dragon and reduce the entire castle, and the wicked Hurin himself, to ashes. Lord Luspin, Lord Peter is awaiting you inside, a soldier at the entrance stated solemnly upon seeing Luspin and Paymon. As they entered the Tower of the Burning King, Peter Baelish sat patiently within his domain, anticipating the arrival of his guests. Why have you arrived so late, Lord Luspin? Did you lose your way? Peter greeted them with a smirk that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown. We are not as familiar with Harrenburg as you, Lord Peter. After all, you are the master of this castle. Had it been the size of the Fingers, we surely would not have strayed. Luspin replied, taking a seat before Peter, with Paymon and Marvin standing on either side. Ah, Paymon, we meet again. Peter ignored Luspin's jibe and cast a sly glance at the bastard Paymon standing behind Lord Luspin. Paymon was taken aback by Peter's audacity in greeting him, especially considering that in King's Landing, this individual had nearly caused his demise at the hands of the Twisted Joffrey. Yet both Paymon and Peter understood the unspoken truth. Here, no one dared confront him, for he was not only the Duke of Harrenburg, but also proclaimed himself the guardian of the Vale. Since we are gathered within this Tower of the Burning King, Lord Luspin, I am quite eager to hear what pressing matters you wish to discuss with me. Peter's gray eyes glimmered as he focused intently on the Northern Guardian, Luspin. Chapter 51. The Deal. Lord Peter, it is said that Prime Minister Tywin intends to summon you back to King's Landing to resume your role as the Master of Coin. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Luspin removed his moleskin gloves and handed them to the disheveled Aegon behind him. Lord Luspin, we are both acutely aware that the financial situation in King's Landing is nothing short of a colossal disaster. Our King Robb squandered a considerable amount of gold dragons before meeting his untimely demise at the tusks of a wild boar. Allow me to assume my position in King's Landing. It is merely a ploy by Lord Tywin to find a scapegoat to be sacrificed upon the pyre. Peter Baelish, a man of remarkable astuteness, smiled and replied, has not the royal treasury's debt to Casterly Rock and the Iron Bank already been settled with the seized wealth of House Tyrell? The cunning Lord Roose Bolton exhibited extraordinary patience, refraining from directly stating the purpose of his visit, while the old fox Baelish, seated across from him, would not initiate any inquiries. Given the current circumstances, the realm indeed belongs to the Lannisters. Although it is said, a Lannister always pays his debts, I am uncertain whether the Lions have utilized the funds from Casterly Rock to replenish the treasury shortfall. As for the transactions between King's Landing and the Iron Bank, I remain uninformed. The Duke of Harrenhal gazed intently at Roose Bolton, responding with an air of bravado. Pate felt that Littlefinger was shamelessly pushing boundaries. Back when Robert Baratheon was alive, Peter, as the master of coin, had frequently borrowed from the Iron Bank to sustain the extravagant lifestyle of the Stag and the Crown. Yet now he sought to disavow all responsibility. The Iron Bank not only lent to King's Landing, but also provided support to Stannis' army through those Braavosi bankers. Roose Bolton uttered this statement, awaiting Littlefinger's response. Their operations span all of Westeros, Lord Bolton, yet this seems unrelated to our meeting. Pate believed Littlefinger was an expert in feigning ignorance, compelling Roose Bolton to articulate his request outright. Someone has approached me, Peter, demanding repayment of a substantial debt that should rightly fall to Stannis. The Warden of the North, weary of endless circumlocution, finally revealed the purpose of his visit to Harrenhal. The faceless men have infiltrated Winterfell. Lord Bolton, since you have vanquished Stannis' forces and that obstinate stag has turned to ash, you indeed present yourself as the prime candidate for repaying that debt in the eyes of those Braavosi merchants. Littlefinger, akin to a beast sensing blood, felt his eyes gleam and his smile deepen. I have never utilized those funds, Peter. I have not even laid eyes on those golden dragons. This loan should not be repaid by House Bolton. Roose Bolton clearly disagreed with Littlefinger's perspective. Pate observed Littlefinger rising from his seat. Adorned in an elegant gray robe trimmed with gold, a brooch in the shape of a mockingbird pinned at his collar. The Braavosi investors care little for the identity of the debtor. They will grasp at any flicker of hope as long as someone can settle the debt. Lord Bolton, I believe you are familiar with the adage, the Iron Bank does not tolerate arrears. Peter Baelish approached the window, gazing at the cracked and crumbling walls scorched by dragon fire, his tone heavy with foreboding. My lord, could you possibly reach out to those Iron Bank bankers in Braavos? If you would mediate. I dare say there may yet be a glimmer of opportunity in this matter. Upon noticing his father's gaze directed at him, Paymon immediately understood that the esteemed Northern Guardian wished for him to articulate this request. Thus, he hastily spoke. This matter may prove quite troublesome, Lord Bolton. I do indeed possess a few acquaintances in Braavos, yet our camaraderie is entirely sustained by monetary means. Peter Baelish turned around, his eyes brimming with calculation and cunning, and responded with apparent difficulty. Of course, Lord Baelish, I am more than willing to extend sufficient goodwill to establish and uphold our friendship. Lord Bolton provided the response that Littlefinger longed to hear. I am pleased to hear you say that, Lord Bolton, although Paymon noticed Littlefinger's eyes, filled with uncertainty, darting between him and Marwyn, seemingly unsure of their trustworthiness. They are trustworthy, Peter, Lord Bolton assured. Paymon recognized that his father harbored doubts about their reliability. Yet Lord Bolton would not be foolish enough to confront Littlefinger alone. Lord Bolton, I am now the guardian of the Vale. Young Robert Arryn is frail and likely incapable of shouldering such immense responsibilities. As his guardian, I currently face challenges from numerous noble and knightly families. If Winterfell and House Bolton could lend me their support, allowing me to fulfill my duties as guardian of the Vale, I believe our friendship would flourish in stability and longevity. Peter Baelish contemplated for a moment before articulating his terms. Paymon was confident that most understood the underlying truth. Littlefinger was merely using the guise of caring for Robert Arryn to usurp dominion over the Vale. Therefore, the Lords of the Vale demanding the surrender of young Robert and the departure from the Eyrie was hardly unexpected. Lord Bolton's eyes grew even paler, and Paymon noticed that whenever this lord was deep in thought, he exhibited such pallor. Winterfell and Harrenhal shall exert their utmost support for you, Lord Baelish, and you shall become the closest ally of House Bolton. Ultimately, Lord Bolton rose to address Peter before him. Grant me some time, Lord Bolton. I shall leverage all my connections in Braavos to see if I might resolve your troubles. I believe postponing the repayment should not be an insurmountable goal. Witnessing his aim accomplished, Peter Baelish immediately made his commitment. Paymon, having experienced Littlefinger's fulfillment of promises during Joffrey's wedding in King's Landing, harbored distrust towards this impeccably dressed Duke of Harrenhal. Lord Baelish, we are pressed for time, and our House Bolton does not favor those who renege on their word. Lord Bolton clearly shared Paymon's concerns, thus emphasizing to Peter Baelish before their departure. No one appreciates a breach of promise, Lord Bolton, and besides, the dagger you wield offers me no room for dishonor. Peter jested, then nodded towards Paymon and Marwyn. After departing from the Tower of the Burning King, dusk was approaching. The sun hung low in the sky, resembling a ripe blood orange slowly descending beyond the mountains. Bolton preferred to camp in the desolate outskirts rather than spend the night in that ominous place. Throughout the journey, the Northern Guardians maintained a solemn silence. Paymon was unaware of Luz's current thoughts, while Lord Leech's expression returned to its usual coldness and tranquility. It was not until they had traveled a considerable distance from Helrenberg that the Lord commanded the camp to be set up. Chapter 52. The wilderness night had deepened, yet Paymon continued to trail behind Bolton, surveying the entire encampment. Although the ragged-toothed Aiden had already stationed men around the perimeter of the camp, the cautious lord remained uneasy. "Paymon, do you understand why I must eliminate the child within Ginny?" Bolton asked, casting a vigilant glance around. Paymon remained silent for a moment before admitting he was unclear about his father's motives. "You will come to know, Paymon. You have concealed far too many secrets from me. I have permitted you to don the garments of the Bolton family, to bear the name of Terror Keep, and to partake in all the privileges of a lord's son, yet you still choose to obscure the truth from me." In the dim wilderness outside the military encampment, Bolton chastised Paymon in indignation. A pang of alarm struck Paymon. Had the old skinflint discovered the truth about Watton Frey's miscarriage? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that it was highly improbable, as both Edwin Fry and Blackwood, connected to this matter, had perished. He harbored grave doubts that the old man was merely attempting to deceive him. "My lord, I am utterly devoted to you, with no ulterior motives," Paymon proclaimed, kneeling at Bolton's feet. "Then why have you said nothing regarding that dragon by the coast? The one that erupted from the hold of the Greyjoy vessel?" Lord Bolton interrogated sternly. Only then did the weight lift from Paymon's heart as he hastily explained that he believed the dragon posed no threat to them, which was why he had not mentioned it to his father. "I am the guardian of the North, the Lord of Winterfell and Terror Keep. The entirety of the North sprawls beneath my feet." Bolton, still seething, commanded Paymon to rise. "Once the Iron Men seize that dragon, they will ravage the entire coastline, which would severely undermine our dominion." "Indeed, my lord, your admonitions are well taken," Paymon acknowledged, aware of the soldiers trailing behind Bolton. He understood that power equates to truth. When Bolton departed, leaving Paymon alone in the wilderness, he stood solitary, surrounded only by the howling night winds, the mountains rising like the back of a colossal dragon from the distant earth. Looking up, he beheld the shimmering stars against the night sky, the deep winter heavens vast and boundless. In that moment, he felt as though his entire existence mirrored this desolate wilderness. Bolton would never truly be his father, nor could he even be considered a friend. Upon returning to Winterfell, Paymon immediately sensed something amiss. It appeared that everyone intentionally avoided him. Each servant or soldier cast glances filled with evasion and trepidation. A wave of unease washed over him as he hurried back to his chamber, only to be confronted by a scene that left him utterly disoriented. Ginny lay weakly against the headboard, her complexion as pale as parchment, her bloodless lips quivering incessantly. Our child, she murmured in her dying moments. Ginny, even in death, continued to bear the name of Arya Stark. As her lifeless body was laid to rest in Winterfell's dim mausoleum, Paymon felt as though his very soul had been buried alongside Ginny and their unborn child. Once everyone had departed, Paymon stood before Ginny's grave, where statues of Lyanna Stark and Rickard Stark loomed in the mausoleum. Yet now, Ginny lay within the crypt, interred due to a complete falsehood. Paymon understood that all of this had been orchestrated by Roose Bolton, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for him as a bastard, viewing him as a mere pawn to be cast aside at any moment. Upon exiting the tomb, sunlight cascaded upon Paymon, yet he felt no warmth. The people of Winterfell did not exhibit much sorrow over Ginny's demise. Most were acutely aware that she was not the daughter of Lord Ned, but merely a counterfeit created by Roose Bolton to obscure the truth. On his way back to his room, Paymon encountered the approaching figure of the lecherous Aiden. Noticing Aiden's meaningful nod, Paymon passed by him and returned to his chamber, fully aware of the lurking dangers. He contemplated whether he should take preemptive action, but ultimately deemed it unfeasible. As anticipated, that afternoon, Roose Bolton summoned Paymon. Upon entering the meeting room, Paymon found the old Skinner regarding him with an unfamiliar, icy gaze. "Paymon, I lament the news of Ginny's passing. It is undoubtedly a devastating blow to the entire Bolton family." As Paymon approached Roose, the latter spoke softly. "I appreciate your words, my lord father." Paymon noted the old lord's effort to conceal the tremor in his fingers, even keeping on his moleskin gloves. "I have just received a message from Lord Tywin. The Night's Watch at the Wall has discovered traces of the White Walkers, yet they are short-staffed. The hand of the king has ordered us to muster some men from Winterfell to assist the Night's Watch." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Roose Bolton candidly addressed Paymon. However, father, I am your heir, and Jon Snow has now become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Paymon was taken aback by the sinister and malicious cunning of old Skinner, who had devised such a treacherous scheme to eliminate him. Once you ascertain what transpired at the wall, you may return. However, once you don the black attire, you shall become a brother of the Night's Watch, and Jon Snow, as the Lord Commander, would never contravene the traditions of the Night's Watch. Luther Bolton had long prepared his justification, eagerly awaiting Paymon's inquiries. Such eloquence. Why do you not take up this mantle yourself, old man? Should I indeed find myself at the wall, Jon Snow would surely feed me to his dire wolf. Paymon silently mused. Father, do you wish for me to don the black and become a member of the Night's Watch beyond the wall? Paymon still harbored a glimmer of hope regarding old Skinner, thus sought confirmation. This is for the best, Paymon. You have murdered Vaden Fry, which includes the child your mother bore. Only by donning the black and heading north to the wall can you atone for your sins. Luther Bolton coughed violently, a wave of exhaustion sweeping over him like darkness. He struggled against the pain to declare to Paymon. Paymon understood that the current Night's Watch was no longer the noble order once referred to as the Black Knights. Among their ranks were numerous exiles, murderers, smugglers, thieves, rapists, poachers, and bastards, all deemed normal by those standards. Moreover, even if he donned the black cloak and recited the Night's Watch oath, he was uncertain whether Jon Snow would spare him or seek vengeance for his family. I have committed none of the heinous crimes you allege, my lord father. Paymon vehemently denied. I shall prepare a contingent for you. You will depart tonight. Luther Bolton, uninterested in further discourse with Paymon, impatiently interrupted him. He attempted to rise from his seat, but ultimately slumped back into the chair in weakness. Chapter 53. Contaminated blood. Paymon found himself standing at the crossroads of fate. His father, the Guardian of the North, Luther Bolton, had resolutely decided to send him to the wall, and perhaps even command his demise along the way. All he could rely on now was himself and the sword at his side. The daylight felt interminably long, and as the sun hastily descended beyond Winterfell's horizon, Paymon finally resolved to act. He commanded Luther Bolton to prepare the necessary personnel at the city gates. Before joining forces with the likes of Crooked Tooth Aiden and Black Spear Marwyn, who were gathering men on his behalf, Paymon, accompanied by his contingent, stormed towards Luther Bolton's chamber with fervor. My lord Paymon, are you certain we should proceed in this manner? Marwyn inquired nervously as they traversed the dimly lit, arched corridor. Not only was the battle-hardened Marwyn anxious, but Paymon could even hear Aiden's breath beside him, louder than that of a wild boar. Even Paymon's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling the pulse in his temples quicken. They traversed the hall, turned past the assembly room of Winterfell, and crossed the candlelit corridor until they stood before the door of Lord Roose Bolton. The Lord was resting, disallowing any disturbances. My lord Paymon, should you not already be en route to the wall? Influenced by Roose, the Bolton soldiers stationed at the entrance regarded Paymon with disdain, their tones brusque as they obstructed the trio. Stand aside, you obedient hounds. Before Paymon could utter a word, the foul-toothed Aiden barked an admonition. Outrageous. The Lord's personal guards, incensed, reached for their swords. Prepared for such a confrontation, Paymon and his companions surged forward. Paymon raised his wrist, and the hidden blade within his bracer pierced the throat of one guard, while Aiden and Marwyn quietly dispatched the others. Once the soldiers dragged the lifeless body aside, Paymon cautiously pushed open Roose Bolton's door and entered the Lord's chamber with the two men. Lord Roose lay half-reclined in a bath, leeches gorged with blood clinging to his chest, for he believed that regularly purging his body of tainted blood was essential for health. Thus, he employed these leeches to siphon his blood. The pair of moleskin gloves rested on a nearby table as Roose struggled to grip the edge of the tub, attempting to rise. Upon seeing Paymon enter with Aiden and Marwyn, a look of unprecedented fear and panic crept across Roose's face. Paymon, my son, have you not set forth? Quickly, assist me to the bed for rest. Roose Bolton spoke weakly, pain causing him to emit muffled groans. You may leave now. Paymon coldly commanded the trembling maid standing in the corner. As the woman departed, Paymon nodded, and Aiden followed her out. Marwyn, wait for me outside, Paymon instructed. And the Black Spear Marwyn acknowledged and retreated from the room. Was this all part of your scheme? Roose, left alone with Paymon, asked begrudgingly. Each word seemed to drain him of considerable strength. Indeed, Aiden has been entangled with your maid. It was she who informed Aiden that you wear these gloves even while inspecting the leeches, allowing the poison to seep into your bloodstream via them. Paymon unsheathed his sword, lifted the gloves from the table, and submerged them into Roose's bathwater. I found you in the blacksmith shop in Sunset Town and liberated you from the identity of Snow, bestowing upon you the name of Bolton. Roose began to cough violently, blood staining the water in the tub. "No, my father. You shall never grant me the identity of Bolton. I am merely a pawn you can discard at will. Yet in this moment, I shall earn everything for myself." Paymon shook his head and approached Lust Bolton. Casting a shadow as dark and elongated as that of the Grim Reaper, he stood before the old lord. "You shall never become a Bolton, Paymon Snow. You are merely the filthy bastard born of my vile and debased sow." Lust Bolton spat, with venomous hatred, until Paymon's dagger pierced his heaving chest. The old skinflint thrashed violently in the water barrel, the leeches still clinging to him, feeding on his final drops of blood. Paymon forcefully twisted his wrist, causing the blade to turn, and in the last throes of life, Lust convulsed violently, unable to close his lifeless eyes, which remained fixed on the illegitimate son who had brought about his demise. Paymon felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. He had always believed that Lust viewed him as tainted blood, eager to dispose of him at any moment, but now he had personally ended his nightmare. "On behalf of Tywin Lannister, I extend my cordial greetings," Paymon Bolton remarked with a twisted sense of amusement, gazing at the old skinflint lifeless in the tub. Shortly thereafter, Aiden and Marvin entered the room, and upon seeing that Lust had breathed his last, they were momentarily taken aback, yet they quickly regained their composure. Aiden laid the corpse of the handmaiden beside the tub, and after staining a prepared dagger with Lust's blood, he placed it in the woman's stiff hand. Paymon then led the two out of the room, where the guards had already been replaced by Aiden's men. Paymon approached the soldiers waiting at the city gate and announced that the Lord of the North, Lust Bolton of Winterfell and the Dreadfort, had been slain by his personal handmaiden. Although Lust's carefully selected scoundrels were taken aback by the news, they were not foolish. This meant they would not have to venture to the wall to meet their doom. Thus, they dismounted and knelt before Paymon, pledging their fealty to the new head of House Bolton. Aiden and Marvin conveyed the news of the old skinflint's death to their respective men, and after the initial shock, the soldiers swiftly echoed their leader's sentiments, proclaiming support for the new guardian of the North, Paymon Bolton. When Paymon brought Lust's confidants to the scene of the murder, expressions of confusion and distrust swiftly crossed their faces. They could hardly believe that the cunning and cruel Lord Leech had perished at the hands of his own handmaiden. The guards at the entrance heard the cries for help from Lord Bolton and rushed in to deal with the ruthless murderer. "I shall command that her skin be flayed, to avenge my father," Paymon declared in a tone that was cold and unyielding as he gazed upon the two already cold corpses. Rotten-toothed Aiden and Black Spear Marvin immediately knelt before Paymon, expressing their submission to the new lord of House Bolton. Lust's confidants exchanged glances, but ultimately, they too knelt, choosing to accept this young and resolute master. Despite Paymon's awareness of the ulterior motives harbored by several individuals, he resolved to refrain from addressing them for the time being. On the second day following Paymon Bolton's ascension to lordship, Watton Frey was discovered lifeless within the confines of Ramsay Bottom's ferocious hound's cage. The inhabitants of the castle whispered that madness had seized her. The anguish of losing her child drove her into the dog cage, where she ultimately met a gruesome fate at the jaws of the ravenous hounds. While Welfed Mandler had not succumbed to madness, she was nonetheless beset by perpetual sorrow and dread. The abrupt demise of Luz Bolton had left her in tears, rendering the newlywed lady of Bolton a mere spectre, drifting through the halls with a languid grace. Rotten-toothed Aiden appeared to have regained his former vigor, frequently haunting every corner of Winterfell and harassing any woman who caught his eye, as if he were the new lord of Winterfell himself. At this moment, Paymon occupied the chair that once belonged to Luz Bolton, flanked by the grave-faced vassals of House Bolton. Among them were Short, the commander of the infantry, Henry, the captain of the archers, as well as Aiden, Black Spear Marwyn, and several of Luz Bolton's loyal subordinates. "My lord Paymon," Marwyn began, "our scouts have reported that Crow-Eyed Euron is sailing his ship, the Silence, along the coast of the Iron Islands, leaving destruction in his wake. And that dragon has reappeared?" Paymon observed Marwyn's momentary hesitation before continuing. Black Spear Marwyn nodded, affirming Paymon's suspicions. Panic and unease swiftly spread among the vassals flanking Paymon, who murmured amongst themselves about the Iron Islands king and his dragon. Euron Greyjoy was a terrifying lunatic, more deranged and brutal than any of the Ironborn. If left unchecked to wreak havoc upon the seas, it would not be long before suspicions regarding our strength arose. Henry, the captain of the archers, spoke with concern. Paymon recalled Aiden's comment about Henry being exceedingly diplomatic, perpetually posing questions yet offering no solutions. It seemed this assessment was indeed accurate. "We shall not permit him to challenge the rule of Bolton. The Iron Islands once submitted to the Stark Dominion. Now, as the new guardian of the North, I shall certainly bring those Ironborn under my command." Paymon replied with composure, though he had yet to devise a strategy to confront Euron. "My lord," spoke Farmer. Seated beside Paymon, a longtime retainer of Luz Bolton, with a ruddy face and anxious eyes protruding outward, in addition to the troubles posed by crow-eyed Euron. "We must not overlook the debts owed to Bravos, and of course, the warnings from the faceless men." This reminder jolted Paymon Bolton. It was his father who had struck a deal with Peter Baelish. However, he was uncertain whether Peter would still be willing to facilitate the bankers of the Iron Bank upon learning of Lord Luz's demise. "I shall devise a means to postpone the repayment of the loan, subsequently addressing the debts of Bravos through an increase in taxation." Paymon spoke softly yet resolutely, presenting his solution. "An increase in taxes will undoubtedly incite the ire of our vassals, I must candidly state, Lord Bolton." At this juncture, another esteemed lord from House Lannister interjected, "We have only recently come to govern the North. The families once loyal to Stark harbor ulterior motives. Should we recklessly announce a tax hike at this moment, it is likely to invite further complications." Paymon felt a throbbing ache in his head. Indeed, the responsibilities of lordship were as challenging as he had foreseen, fraught with various dilemmas. The relentless raiding by the Ironborn, the scheming vassals stirring restlessly, and those seated beside him, yet not in obedience, all awaited Paymon to resolve their troubles. Yet, he understood that the true challenge had yet to commence. Once the news of Lord Bolton's demise spread, and the populace learned that this young and inexperienced bastard had ascended to the role of Warden of the North, he would be beset by wolves, heralding the true onset of winter. "Since you oppose the increase in taxation, what alternative solutions do you propose?" Paymon turned, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the dissenting lord. The man was momentarily at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped the assembly. "We could leverage the plight at the wall, providing support to the Night's Watch as a rationale to petition the king and the Hand for funding," Farmer suggested at that moment. "I fear Lord Tywin would not acquiesce. They reside comfortably in the warm, tranquil south, basking in the sunshine, and are unlikely to trust the messages emanating from the wall." Shot shook his head, clearly in disapproval of Farmer's proposal. At that moment, Paymon truly grasped that despite his elevation to Lord of the North, he remained beset by financial concerns. "We could increase our manpower, meticulously scrutinizing every unfamiliar individual entering Winterfell. As long as we prevent the faceless men from infiltrating the city, we shall not need to repay those vampiric debts to Bravos." The inebriated Lanty Aiden finally spoke, revealing his mouthful of blackened teeth. A quiet chuckle rippled through the assembly, inciting a fit of rage in Lanty Aiden, who attempted to rise in indignation, only to be met with Paymon's stern gaze, compelling him to resume his seat. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Paymon commanded the soldiers to escort Lanty Aiden to the dungeons. The sight of the flaying knife and instruments of torture within jolted Aiden's drunkenness considerably. "My lord, please forgive me. I have remained steadfastly loyal to you, and I have followed your orders by applying the poison to Lord Lannister's gloves. And I made certain that the maid did so as well." Realizing the gravity of his situation, Aiden fell to Paymon's feet, pleading earnestly. "Aiden, mind your tongue. And your lower half as well," Paymon Bolton commanded coldly. "Yes, my lord Paymon, I shall remember." Aiden, with his decayed teeth, readily complied and hastily fled the terrifying confines of the cell. Paymon stood alone in the dim, damp prison, patiently toying with the cold, flaying knives. Whereupon he found the tranquility to reflect upon everything. He resolved to send a raven to Littlefinger, conveying a message to ascertain whether the pact they had previously forged in Harrenhal remained intact. As for the frenzied plunderer Euron Greyjoy, Paymon was even more apprehensive. He understood that the deranged Ironborn sought more than mere treasures or even the Iron Throne. Euron Greyjoy aspired to conquer the entire world and to elevate himself as a new deity upon this continent. Once all was contemplated, Paymon returned to his chamber and lay upon the desolate bed. Jenny now rested in a frigid grave, rather than by his side, and their child had perished. Paymon felt as though he was utterly alone in this world. Ultimately, he succumbed to a profound slumber amidst the solitude and silence. In his dreams, he encountered Euron Greyjoy and the tranquil ship, the Silence, sailing upon a sea of blood, adorned in his light, yet formidable Valyrian armor. At the dream's conclusion, Paymon beheld the crow-eyed Euron sounding the colossal horn upon the deck. Dragons spiraled through the murky sky above the mast, while tentacled sea monsters surged forth from the abyss. And then came Lucerys Valerion, riding upon a blood-sated, vividly crimson leech, responding to Euron's call, rising from the depths with his pale eyes fixed upon Paymon. Startled, Paymon jolted awake. Chapter 55. Peril lurks. Danger approached more swiftly than Paymon had anticipated. The cunning Littlefinger did not decline to resolve the conflict between Paymon and the Iron Bank, but feigned the need for additional time. Paymon was acutely aware of Littlefinger's machinations, as he sought to leverage Sansa Stark's identity to fulfill his ambition of ruling over Winterfell and the entirety of the North. Possessing more extensive and comprehensive knowledge than others, coupled with the ability to discern the innermost thoughts of individuals, constituted Paymon's greatest advantage in surviving this treacherous environment. After careful deliberation, Paymon recalled that only House Dustin and House Ryswell had emerged relatively unscathed from the War of the Five Kings. He needed to deploy agents to ascertain whether these two families remained loyal to him. As for his distant ally, House Frey and the twins, Paymon felt he could not rely on them in the short term. In their quest for dominion over the Riverlands, the fractious Freys had suffered considerable losses. Yet amidst all the crises, Paymon's greatest concern remained the newly appointed commander on the Wall, Jon Snow, who had yet to make any move, further amplifying Paymon's anxiety. When Jon Snow re-emerged, he might bring with him an army composed of wildlings and Night's Watchmen, and the Lords of the North would likely not remain passive. During a meeting, Black Bess expressed the same concerns as Paymon. Those days were particularly tormenting for Paymon. However, it was not long before he devised an ingenious method to surveil Jon Snow. He intended to place a spy between the Black Castle and Winterfell. For if this war of bastards was unavoidable, he did not wish to find out when Jon was already at the gates. Once his plan was settled, Paymon commanded Marvin the Black Spear to guard Winterfell, while he, accompanied by the toothless Aiden and a handful of guards, silently departed from Winterfell. They journeyed north along the King's Road, the wind growing ever fiercer, surrounded solely by a landscape blanketed in deep snow and smooth ice, glistening under the cold, dazzling sunlight. "Are we heading to the Black Castle to aid the Night's Watch?" Aiden, shivering from the biting cold, finally managed to raise his voice above the howling winter wind. "No. We are bound for the Last Hearth, the castle ruled by House Umber." Paymon called back to Aiden, fully aware that if the rumors held any truth, when the wall fell and the White Walkers descended, there would be no living soul left to withstand the terror of the White Army. "My Lord Paymon, I believe that House Umber is not to be trusted. Their decision to bow to Winterfell is merely due to the fact that Great Jon Umber is still imprisoned in the Twins," Aiden stated, tightening his cloak as the cold wind stung his cheeks. "That very captive, Aiden, is precisely why we are heading to the Last Hearth. He could prove invaluable to us." The cold breeze rustled Paymon's cloak, creating a haunting sound. The Last Hearth, aside from the Black Castle, was the northernmost fortress in the north, situated west of the Bay of Seals and east of the King's Road. The castle, ruled by House Umber, stood atop a low hill, surrounded by pines and oaks. As Paymon and Aiden approached the castle gates, the guards barred their way. "Before you stands the Duke of Winterfell, the Lord of the Dreadfort, the Guardian of the North, and the leader of House Bolton, Paymon Bolton." Before Paymon could speak, Aiden hurriedly announced to the two guards at the Last Hearth's gate. "Is it just the two of you?" The soldier wielding a spear scrutinized Paymon and Aiden with a puzzled expression, his large head, frostbitten nose, and dull, obstinate eyes giving him a rather comical appearance. Paymon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, another soldier, more astute, promptly informed Paymon to wait, and turned to return to the castle to notify Lord Umber. Before long, he returned, accompanied by Lord Umber himself, who had come out of the castle to greet them. Paymon beheld the Lord of the Last Hearth, whose frail figure seemed as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. His gray robe appeared draped over a mere skeleton, and his long white beard was laden with frost. "Lord Bolton, the Last Hearth welcomes your presence." The emaciated Lord Umber, with the assistance of his servants, struggled to kneel before Paymon's warhorse. Paymon hastily commanded the former lord of the city to rise, and then the group entered the castle of the Amber family. Inside, the fireplaces were all filled with crackling wood, yet the vast, lofty hall still exuded an overwhelming chill, leaving Paymon with a sense of desolation. On the ancient, mottled walls hung a colossal mural depicting a gallant man, plunging a blazing sword into the open embrace of a woman. Azor Ahai. He drove the sword of the Lightbringer into his wife's heart, ultimately repelling the White Walkers and shattering the curse of eternal night. Hosea Amber approached Paymon from behind, entranced by the mural, and softly spoke. "Do you believe in these prophecies, Lord Hosea? The white specters that emerge with snowstorms and fog, riding upon the carcasses of dead horses and mammoths?" Paymon, roused from her reverie, turned to inquire of the Lord beside the hearth. "I believe that the living can sometimes be far more terrifying than those legendary specters, my lord," responded Hosea Amber, as he offered Paymon a glass of strong liquor. However, Paymon merely carried the glass to the table, refraining from drinking the spirits within. Lord Hosea, do you still remain loyal to House Bolton? Paymon seated herself across from the Lord of Hearthstone and directly posed the question. Indeed, Lady Paymon, the Amber family and the last Hearthstone stand ready at your command. Hosea Amber bowed in deference. Excellent, Lord Hosea. Do you have any news from the Black Castle? Upon witnessing Hosea's declaration of loyalty, Paymon continued to probe. The scholars at the wall indeed dispatched a raven with tidings. They reported sightings of white figures moving beneath the night in the haunted forest. The Night's Watch is undermanned and seeks our assistance to send reinforcements north. Yet, my lord, you are aware that our soldiers were diminished after the wedding at the twins, leaving us with only a handful of the aged and infirm, the former lord lamented, stroking his white beard. Jon Snow has become the new commander of the Night's Watch, and it is said he has garnered the support of those wildlings beyond the wall, Paymon added. Those accursed wildlings, the untamed savages. Jon Snow should not place his trust in them. The wildlings conspire with the White Walkers and harbor dark secrets. Hosea Amber's disdain for the wildlings was palpable. Lord Hosea, should I wish to one day station Bolton soldiers in this castle, would you consent to become my watchman station beyond the wall? Paymon timely articulated her purpose for this visit. She needed to place a trusted piece on the board as Jon marched towards Winterfell. I would be eager to assist you, Lord Bolton, but alas, we are left with only a few old men, moving at a snail's pace. Though Hosea Amber had no choice but to submit to Bolton, he was reluctant to become Paymon's pawn in monitoring Jon Snow. I shall act as an intermediary, striving to rescue the great Jon Amber of the Amber family. Paymon is acutely aware that, in order to garner the support of the formidable Lady Hoster, he must present an equivalent bargaining chip. Should you, Lord Bolton, assist in rescuing Jon, the Amber family would undoubtedly go to great lengths for you. The former lord pondered briefly before kneeling before Paymon. Chapter 56. The Countess. After departing from the last hearth, Paymon paid a visit to the widow, Lady Babette, in the settlement of the graveyard. A figure of paramount importance to both the Dustin and Lesswell families. Paymon understood that the support of Lady Babette was foundational for the Bolton family's dominion over the north. However, with the demise of Lord Roose Bolton, this already fragile alliance was on the verge of disintegration, susceptible to collapse at any moment. Lady Babette, advanced in years, were the marks of time in the fine lines etched around her eyes, her visage appearing austere and unyielding as she sat upright in her lofty chair. Paymon was acutely aware of her disdain for him, akin to her loathing for Ramsay, due to the heinous act committed against her nephew, the legitimate heir of Lord Roose Bolton, Dominic Bolton. Upon Paymon's entrance with the unsightly Aiden, Lady Babette did not rise from her seat, merely acknowledging him with a curt nod. Have you come to deliver the tidings of Lord Roose Bolton's passing? Two black crows bearing unsettling news. She remarked with a sharp tongue, fully cognizant of Paymon's need for her support, a fact he was equally aware of. Lady Babette, I have come to the graveyard merely to ascertain that the Bolton family remains the liege of the Dustin and Lesswell families, and that you continue your allegiance to Winterfell. Paymon responded, maintaining an air of dignity. You are as ruthless and self-righteous as that bastard Ramsay. I despise him for his destruction of all that is beautiful, and I extend that disdain to you. Lady Babette did not disguise her abhorrence for Paymon. Paymon intervened, restraining the furious Aiden, a patient and amicable smile still gracing his features. Lady Babette, Ramsay has atoned for his transgressions. He has confessed to the heinous crime against Dominic and has faced a severe retribution. Justice has been served, Paymon declared to the Countess with conviction. Delayed justice cannot be deemed justice. Even if he were to perish 1,000 times, it would not restore my nephew's life. Lady Babette remained unconvinced. In that moment, Paymon felt an overwhelming urge to command Aiden to seize her and flay her alive. Yet he understood that ruling the North could not be achieved through fear alone. As Ramsay had done, such a reign was perilous and could easily backfire. Lady Babette, I recognize your animosity towards Ramsay, but I am not he. The Boltons share mutual interests with your family. If the rule of the Dreadfort is undermined in the North, it would serve no benefit to you. I assure you of this. Paymon patiently continued to articulate to the Countess. The words momentarily softened the expression on the Countess's face. She recognized that Paymon spoke the truth. The Dustin and Lesswell families had long been steadfast supporters of the Bolton family. Should Bolton falter, it would indeed spell misfortune for her. Well, I mourn the passing of Lord Roose, yet we remain the closest allies of House Bolton. Lady Bobbolette pondered for a moment before providing her response. Although Paymon sensed her reluctance, nevertheless, he accomplished his objective, graciously declining Lady Babbolet's invitation to a banquet, and they departed from the desolate settlement. As their journey neared its final confrontation, Paymon and the ragged-toothed Aiden visited the Taha family. Despite their castle, Tornfang, having been seized by the Ironborn, the Taha family still retained a contingent of archers and spearmen. Although many of the Taha men had perished or been captured, including several heirs, Paymon was determined to secure their support. He proposed that Bolton would dispatch troops to fend off the Ironborn and assist the Taha family in reclaiming Tornfang, to which the Taha family agreed to uphold Paymon's identity as the North's guardian. After achieving this, Paymon returned to Winterfell. Though he had reassured and contacted several of the most significant northern houses, Paymon was acutely aware that the gravest threat loomed from the fat and cunning eel, Wyam Mandler of White Harbor. The Mandler family not only ranked just below Bolton in power, but also controlled ports and silver mines, posing a concealed and formidable threat to Bolton. The silver lining, however, was that he currently held the granddaughter of Lord Eel, Valefied Mandler, which at least ensured that White Harbor would remain cautious for the time being. Days later, Paymon received a missive from Lord Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King, which mentioned Admiral Redwine's fleet encountering an ambush by Euron Greyjoy in the Sunset Sea, suffering devastating losses. However, the letter made no mention of the dragons, leaving Paymon uncertain whether no one had survived to return from the battlefield or if Lord Tywin had intentionally concealed the truth. Duke Tywin expressed concern that the Crow's Eye, Euron, might feign an attack on Casterly Rock while secretly leading his fleet straight to King's Landing. Thus, he requested that the Northern Guardian Paymon march south to aid the capital. The cunning Duke Tywin would certainly not allow the Lannisters to face Euron alone. Paymon could not help but curse this sly old lion aloud. He understood that Tywin had initially intended to watch the Northern Lords deplete one another through infighting, only to reap the benefits in the end. Yet now, with Euron Greyjoy and his dragons ravaging the land, Tywin sought to have the Northern soldiers act as his vanguard. Tywin Lannister, you treacherous and despicable old lion. How clever you are. Paymon cast the letter into the fireplace, where the flames swiftly consumed the parchment. Before Paymon lay a dilemma. If he preserved the main strength of Bolton's forces, rallying more northern houses to join the fray, he anticipated that his bannermen would be reluctant to shed blood for the Lannisters. If Bolton were to dispatch his main forces, it would inevitably result in significant casualties. At that juncture, Jon Snow would find himself in a precarious position, raising the Stark banner. After much contemplation and a painful internal struggle, Paymon finally composed a response to the Prime Minister. He first indicated that he required time to address the disputes with the Iron Bank. Furthermore, he pledged to lead a coalition of Bolton, Frey, and Manderley forces to King's Landing. Naturally, other lords from the north would also contribute their troops to the conflict, and he would enlist mercenaries and hired knights to accompany him southward. Paymon intended to keep the main forces of Bolton in reserve, recruiting soldiers from the Frey and Manderley families to prevent a surprise attack on Winterfell, while simultaneously leveraging Tywin Lannister's formidable strength to weaken his adversaries. Indeed, Tywin Lannister responded affirmatively, agreeing to assist Paymon Bolton in settling the Iron Bank's debts and consenting to the recruitment of soldiers from the Frey and Manderley families. Subsequently, Paymon promptly summoned his troops, preparing to march south to assist the Lannisters. Chapter 57. Gathering the troops, the Riverlands swiftly heeded the call of their lord. Hosty and Frey mobilized a contingent of soldiers from Riverrun and the Twins, bringing them to Winterfell. The Dustin and Ryswell families also dispatched archers, spearmen, and a small number of cavalry, while the Manderley family of White Harbor remained conspicuously silent. The tardy Freys, now likened to late eels, faced derision for their lord's considerable girth, which prevented him from mounting his poor steed. The mocking remarks from the Dustin family incited considerable discontent among the Freys, nearly escalating into a fierce conflict, but Paymon adeptly quelled the discord, restoring peace. Just as Paymon Bolton was on the verge of losing patience with White Harbor, the Manderley soldiers finally arrived, brandishing their trident-bearing mermaid banner. Due to the excessive corpulence of Lord Manderley and his son, they were unable to ride into battle, thus designating Sir Wyman Manderley, the commander of the White Harbor garrison, to lead the expedition. His imposing figure, adorned with a gleaming silver helmet and a beard as lush as seaweed, commanded respect. Fortunately, invoking Tywin's name ensured that both White Harbor and the Freys mustered sufficient forces. However, when Paymon announced the march toward King's Landing, Hosty and Frey and Wyman Manderley noted with dismay that Bolton had not dispatched a significant number of warriors, darkening their expressions, though they refrained from voicing their concerns. On the march, Paymon gradually realized that uniting the Freys, Manderleys, and the remaining families posed an almost insurmountable challenge. Moreover, Despite the close ties between the Lannisters and Freys, those bonds had been forged during the lifetime of the late Lord Walder Frey. As for the inhabitants of White Harbor and the Dustin and Ryswell families, their sentiments toward the Lannisters were decidedly unfavorable. Every day, disputes and conflicts erupt within the army, mockery escalating into a deadly confrontation. Horston and Mauron, although appearing united, harbor a mutual animosity, each wishing to send the other to meet the cold deity with a single thrust. Paymon, recognizing that this infighting would inevitably lead to disaster, summoned Horston Frey and Mauron Mandler to his tent during the army's respite. Horston's demeanor was brash, while Sir Mauron boasted a commanding voice. As soon as they took their seats, they eagerly began to deride one another. "You eels have been lurking in the Whiteblade River. What tricks are you playing?" Mauron accused. "Moreover, your soldiers have seized control of Woodward Castle, a territory that rightfully belongs to the Mandler family." Horston pounded the table, unflinchingly striking at Mauron's vulnerabilities. Paymon understood that Horston's words were directed at him, recalling how Lord Waymond of Whiteport had once dispatched forces to wrest Woodward Castle from Ramsbottom's grasp. "We fish in the Whiteblade River and mine for silver. The Mandler family indeed occupies Woodward Castle, just as your Freys claim ownership over Riverflow Castle," Mauron retorted incisively. "Riverflow was won through blood and sacrifice. Countless Frey soldiers gave their lives for that fortress, while you seized Woodward without a single fight." Horston erupted, standing in fury and shouting at the commander of the Whiteport garrison. "To trample on the rights of guests beneath your own roof, to slaughter unarmed soldiers and pregnant women with crossbows, can hardly be deemed as valorous combat." Sir Mauron, thoroughly incensed, coldly responded to Horston. With a clang, Horston drew his sword, and Mauron, not one to back down, unsheathed his weapon in preparation for battle. "Enough," Paymon interjected sternly, his dark gaze sweeping across the two would-be combatants. Reluctantly, Horston and Mauron sheathed their swords and returned to their seats. "We march south to aid King's Landing. You should reserve your anger and strength for the crow-eyed Euron, rather than turning on each other." Despite viewing Paymon as a mere fortunate inheritor of lands, they still felt compelled to regard him with a degree of respect due to his title as the Guardian of the North. "Mutual aggression would only diminish our strength. Those marauding Iron Men on the seas are our true adversaries." With the tension between the two men subdued, Paymon continued. "Seizing through plunder is more fruitful than arduous toil. Those greedy, savage pirates, who claim descent from the ancient Grey King, engage only in looting and arson. I shall ensure they taste the edge of my blade." Horston Frey clearly harbored no affection for the pirates of the Iron Islands, vowing fervently, "Euron Greyjoy, rumored to wield magic to control the winds. I'm quite eager to witness that." Sir Mauron, equally resolute, replied with a serious countenance. Paymon Bolton was acutely aware that his mere words might not suffice to resolve the superficial discord between Frey and Manderley. In truth, he never intended to mend their rift, for the unity of Frey and the eel would instill within him a profound sense of dread. In the ensuing days, Paymon did not overhear many quarrels between Frey and Manderley. When he led the army gathered from Winterfell to Pig's Peninsula, he beheld soldiers galloping across the verdant expanse ahead, a Lannister banner emblazoned with a golden lion on a crimson field fluttering behind the cavalry. Ser Jaime Lannister, accompanied by his knights, rode forth until he reined in his steed before Paymon. His golden arm shimmered under the sun, adorned with a lion-headed helmet featuring a visor, and at his waist hung a jeweled long sword, while his cloak billowed in the warm breeze. "Lord Paymon, Lord Hotine, Sir Marlon." The Kingslayer acknowledged the northern reinforcements with a nod, his gaze lingering in surprise upon Paymon, who had transformed from the illegitimate son of Roose Bolton into the formidable warden of the North. "Ser Jaime." Paymon returned the salute, followed by Marlon and Hotine Frey, who similarly paid their respects to the Kingsguard. "On behalf of House Lannister, I express my profound sorrow and condolences for the passing of Lord Roose Bolton." Jaime then spoke gravely to Paymon. This reminded Paymon of his decision to return to Winterfell, where he intended to incinerate old Flayed One without delay. For who could endure the emergence of another rogue scholar like Cobain? "Your father shall find peace, Ser Jaime. Many mourn his departure." Paymon replied somewhat disingenuously, eager to shift the conversation away from such an uncomfortable topic. "The Iron Men have decimated the fleet at Redwine and now divide their forces, targeting both Casterly Rock and King's Landing." When Jaime turned his horse to accompany Paymon towards the capital, the Kingslayer expressed his fury. From his words, Paymon sensed that despite possessing the intelligence, the Lannisters did not believe Euron had a dragon. This notion filled Paymon with an unsettling apprehension. Chapter 58. The royal council, upon entering the city of King's Landing, Jaime Lannister and Paymon were summoned by King Joffrey, who was eager to convene a royal council. As the Warden of the North, Paymon was required to attend, while Hotin Fry and Sir Marlon stationed their forces within the city. Once Paymon and the lords took their seats at the council table, and after King Joffrey settled in, he surveyed the assembly with a sense of impending doom. He believed the entire realm was on the brink of collapse. With the Emperor's king and prime minister present, along with the peculiar scholar Cobain, he mused that if Lord Tywin were here, 3 out of the 8 ministers would surely be zombies. Seated opposite Paymon was the commander of the Kingsguard, who was missing an arm. Cersei, who sat closely beside Joffrey, was not only malevolent but also foolish. As for the 2 scheming spy masters, Varys and Petyr Baelish, they could hardly contain their eagerness for King's Landing to descend into chaos, enabling them to seize their own gains amidst the turmoil. Utterly absurd. Paymon could not help but exhale a sigh, drawing the astonished gazes of the council members. Your Majesty, the fleet of Euron Greyjoy is expected to arrive in King's Landing in approximately 3 days. He has dispatched some of his ships and Ironborn towards Casterly Rock. The Spider was the first to speak, delivering intelligence gleaned by his spies. The Warden of the West, hand of the King Tywin Lannister, has returned to Casterly Rock. With his forces stationed in the west, we can rest easy. Before the king could utter a word, Queen Cersei was quick to express her perspective. I fear the matter is not so straightforward, Your Grace. Both the Iron Islands and the Shield Islands have suffered plundering at the hands of that pirate leader. The islanders report witnessing unimaginable monstrosities amidst flames and ashes. Varys's cunning eyes darted across the faces of the lords, gauging their reactions. There are no such monstrosities. It is merely the fabricated tales of terrified islanders. Joffrey retorted coldly, clearly dismissive of the spymaster's reports. I too believe these to be mere fabrications. Perhaps some form of trickery, Paymon noted, observing a sinister smile form on Petyr's face as he concurred with the king. He sensed that Petyr hardly listened to Joffrey's words. After all, aligning himself with the king would undoubtedly yield him considerable wealth. Regardless, that one-eyed pirate has defeated the fleet of red wine. We must be fully prepared to thwart any attack on King's Landing. Jaime Lannister interjected at that moment. Uncle, it seems you are frightened by those islanders' rumors. What storm could a band of ironborn pirates possibly stir? Joffrey shook his head, clearly displeased with the regicide's remarks. Paymon felt momentarily at a loss for words. This cruel and deranged individual had died once, yet learned little from the experience. Jaime's face reflected irritation, but he refrained from showing his anger before so many. Maester Coburn, you have been silent. What are your thoughts on this matter? Cersei inquired, having noticed the Grand Maester's lack of input. The Ironborn may possess some form of dark magic or blood magic. We should prepare ourselves thoroughly, Maester Coburn replied succinctly. Paymon imagined that once the battle commenced, this fellow might unleash his modified Red Viper, Oberyn, alongside the former king, Robert Baratheon. The scene would undoubtedly be magnificent. My lords, why do we not employ the strategy from the Battle of Blackwater to confront these pirates? Lord Petyr Baelish proposed that the Alchemist Guild indeed harbors a substantial stockpile of wildfire, which could serve as an excellent strategy. Varys, unusually, concurred with Littlefinger's suggestion. Paymon considered wildfire to be a formidable weapon against the Ironborn, thus supporting Littlefinger's idea as well. I have doubled the number of those in golden robes and recruited approximately 1,000 mercenaries. The city is currently garrisoned by Lannister soldiers, and I shall lead the Kingsguard to ensure His Majesty's safety. At this moment, Jaime Lannister articulated his plans for the impending war. I have no need for you and your Kingsguard, Lord Jaime. I shall personally command the forces and incinerate those invading pirates at the harbor, just as I once vanquished Stannis' fleet. Joffrey declared arrogantly, completely disregarding the peculiar glances from Varys and Petyr. Paymon silently prayed that their king would not act recklessly. However, Cersei dared not rein in her son. At the meeting's conclusion, Joffrey stubbornly announced to the attending lords that he would lead the charge against the Greyjoys and their fleet. Jaime vehemently opposed this, only to be met with the king's merciless mockery, while Cersei maintained her silence. As for Paymon, Varys, and Littlefinger, they recognized their inability to dissuade Joffrey and thus refrained from voicing any opinions. Maester Coburn seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of preparing wildfire, hastily departing from the seemingly interminable debate. I am your king, the protector of the realm. Joffrey shouted in fury at his uncle Jaime, the atmosphere reaching an awkward zenith. Cersei grasped Joffrey's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her son's temper, only to be callously shoved away. It was evident that in Tywin Lannister's absence, no one could rein in the arrogant and foolish king, Paymon mused silently as he observed the scene. At your command, your majesty. Ultimately, Jaime resignedly rose from his seat, bowing to Joffrey before exiting the chamber. As he made his way out, Peter Baelish caught up with Paymon from behind. My lord Paymon, I am doing my utmost to contact our friends in Bravos, though they have yet to provide me with any news, Littlefinger said with a familiar warmth, as if they were longtime friends. Oh, is that so? I truly appreciate Lord Peter's efforts. Paymon replied in a somber tone, not wishing to be perceived as a fool to be toyed with by Littlefinger. We all require more allies, my lord Paymon. In such chaotic and perilous times, allies can offer you greater protection, Peter suggested in a persuasive tone. You speak the truth, Lord Peter. Indeed, truly reliable allies are of paramount importance. Paymon responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Paymon, the Littlefinger departed from his presence, while the cunning spider, Varys, seized the opportunity to approach. My dear Paymon, you have surely heard about the dragon aboard the Ironborn's ship. It is indeed a cause for concern. Varys glided silently beside Paymon, akin to a nimble serpent. Paymon was acutely aware of Varys's apprehension, should the raven-eyed Euron truly possess a dragon. The reality of the dragon's horn would be ever more tangible. Chapter 59. The eve of battle. Isn't the dragon queen of House Targaryen said to have multiple dragons? Paymon replied with a smile, deliberately waiting to see how the eunuch would respond. The Targaryen dragons perished long ago in that bloody civil war. The queen's claim to dragons is merely a ruse to deceive us. Varys murmured softly, his voice as gentle as his footsteps. It was difficult for Paymon to fathom that this seemingly fragile eunuch had orchestrated the assassinations of Tywin Lannister and Maester Pycelle, and that even Tyrion's crossbow slaying of his own father was intricately linked to him. Realizing he could extract no useful information from Paymon, the spider bid him farewell and departed. Throughout King's Landing, soldiers were busy preparing for battle. Golden-robed men lined up with spears, marching onto the city walls, while Lannister soldiers readied catapults and crossbows atop the battlements, archers seeking optimal positions from the parapets and towers. Jaime Lannister had been appointed by his father Tywin as the commander of this defensive effort, weaving through the ranks of soldiers on horseback. However, Paymon noted the absence of Joffrey, who had just boisterously declared his intention to lead the charge in the council meeting. The taverns and inns within the city remained bustling as usual, filled to capacity, as if the citizens of King's Landing were unconcerned by the pirates from the Iron Islands. Paymon sensed that in the eyes of the citizens, Euron Greyjoy and his Ironborn could easily be vanquished by the golden-robed soldiers. All 7 gates leading into King's Landing were heavily guarded, with Paymon's Northern Alliance stationed at the River Gate and the Iron Gate, ready to support the Lannister soldiers stationed on the walls of the Red Keep. Paymon observed the absence of Dornish and other family warriors, but noted some vassals and soldiers loyal to House Lannister, including the Greyjoys of House Crakehall, the Blackwoods of Raventree Hall, and the Laytons of Deepwood Motte. Various banners fluttered before Paymon as couriers and scouts galloped through the streets of King's Landing. Jaime had ordered the requisition of fishing boats and merchant vessels from the harbor, their holds filled with wildfire concocted by the Alchemists Guild. As night descended, the skies over Blackwater Bay ignited in a fiery glow, the heavens resembling a blazing inferno, transformed into a deep crimson. Paymon stood atop the towering walls of King's Landing, gazing at the sun as it descended into the depths of Blackwater Bay. A gentle, warm breeze caressed his cheeks, while the unkempt Aiden stood beside him. Ser Hoster Fry and Sir Mandon Moore had been assigned to guard the same gate, and Paymon found it difficult to imagine the nature of their interactions should battle commence. Would circumstances be different if Tyrion were still in King's Landing? Suddenly, Jaime Lannister appeared behind Paymon, his iron hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his cloak fluttering softly in the breeze. Paymon exchanged a glance with Aiden, who bowed and departed from the wall. Lord Tyrion, ever astute, had withstood Stannis' assault, saving the lives of all the citizens within the city. Paymon nodded in agreement, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Kingslayer Jaime at the wall's edge. Yet, my sharp-tongued younger brother had been falsely accused of poisoning Joffrey. In the eyes of the people of King's Landing, he was merely a grotesque, pitiable dwarf. Jaime leaned against the wall, lamenting his brother's fate. Paymon found himself at a loss for words, for Jaime Lannister's father had risen from the grave, a living dead, while the imp had vanished, and their shared progeny, King Joffrey, was a topic too fraught with discomfort. My Lord Jaime, many tragedies arise from desperation. Had Lord Tyrion possessed a choice, I believe he would never have committed such a cruel act. Paymon pondered before responding with solemnity. Oh, it seems you have a deep understanding of this, my Lord Paymon, Jaime remarked, casting a surprised glance at him. Paymon merely smiled, withholding an answer to the Kingslayer's query. Perhaps he understood within himself that the naturally deformed imp, Tyrion, endured scorn and discrimination that might rival his own as a bastard. Moreover, the notorious coldness of Lord Tywin meant that even his children were mere instruments for safeguarding the family's interests. As for the imp in Tywin's eyes, that was a matter better left unspoken. Thus, their fates appeared strikingly similar. My Lord Jaime, have you heard of the distress signal from the wall? The Night's watch at Castle Black is dreadfully undermanned. They cannot withstand the encroachment of those otherworldly beings. Seizing the rare opportunity to speak privately with the Kingslayer, Paymon broached this crisis. Are you referring to the specters beyond the wall, the tales told among the old and the infant? My Lord Paymon, whites do not exist. Even if such beings were lurking in the woods beyond the wall, they could never breach the fortifications of the Night's Watch. Jaime scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips, his golden hair gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Paymon sighed in despair. He recognized the futility of convincing Jaime, within the warmth of this spring-like capital, to believe in the icy death that accompanied the others. Lord Paymon, ready your soldiers, a fierce battle awaits us. Should we repel the Ironborn's assault, the Lannisters will emerge as formidable allies in your dominion over the north, James assured Paymon before hastily departing from the battlements. The wind suddenly intensified, sweeping the crimson clouds across the evening sky, as the last golden rays of sunlight vanished into Blackwater Bay, plunging the entire wall into darkness. Gradually, bonfires were ignited along the fortifications, and the bells of the Red Keep resonated through the air. Paymon gazed down upon the port, where soldiers scurried about like ants, and after a brief observation, instructed the toothless Aiden to continue patrolling the walls while he descended. As twilight fell over King's Landing, the city remained bustling with activity. Taverns and brothels had long since opened their doors, and many soldiers from the north seized the opportunity for revelry before the impending conflict, keeping Littlefinger busily occupied. That night, Bachelor Coburn was discovered lifeless in his bed, his head and limbs grotesquely absent, leaving only a bare torso and abdomen. This gruesome discovery incited King Joffrey's fury, for it signified that neither he nor Lord Tywin had any hope of resurrection. You ought to dispatch more gold cloaks to safeguard Coburn, rather than allowing him to be beheaded. Joffrey sternly reproached the regicide in the presence of all. Cersei, casting a disappointed glance at James, shared in the king's ire. Paymon suspected that the scheming eunuch Varys was behind this sinister act, yet he was curious to witness how King Joffrey would command his forces henceforth. Chapter 60. The Red Priest and the Sea Monster. As the golden sea monster banner of House Greyjoy unfurled alongside the Iron Fleet upon the waters of Blackwater Bay, the soldiers guarding King's Landing stood resolute upon the walls. Paymon and James stood shoulder to shoulder on the battlements at dusk, with Aiden beside Paymon. The Lannister Lion and the Bolton Flayed Man banner flapped high above the towering bastion. The longships of the Ironborn sliced through the waters with astonishing speed, their scarlet sails billowing in the wind, while the Ironborn, armed with shields and axes, sat poised beside the oarsmen. The largest of the longships, fashioned in the likeness of a sea serpent at its prow, bustled with Ironborn and red-robed priests on the deck, as sailors shouted in a tongue both obscure and unintelligible. Upon sighting the robed figure donned in vibrant red, an ominous premonition surged within Paymon. The strange tattoos adorning their exposed skin glimmered with a grotesque, golden light. Even from a distance, a fleet of 4 to 5 dozen longships appeared on the Blackwater River, advancing toward King's Landing in a fan-shaped formation, their oarsmen chanting in unison. Archers, drawled James bellowed, and the archers atop the walls swiftly knocked their arrows, aiming at the approaching pirates below. Crossbows and catapults, prepare. At this moment, Paymon drew forth her longsword, and Aiden along with the other soldiers swiftly unsheathed their blades, bracing themselves for the impending battle. The leading warship anchored beyond the range of the archers, creating a bizarre scene. The wind continued to howl, yet that vessel remained eerily still, held captive by some malevolent force. Could it be that Yuluen truly commanded the storm? Paymon could now discern the figures of several red-robed monks upon the deck, and at the bow, a blood sacrifice, its throat slit, bore the marks of death from many days past. As the sun vanished in an instant, darkness enveloped the entire city and its walls. The bonfires atop the ramparts flickered to life, followed by the somber and cruel sound of horns echoing through the air. The great bell of the Red Keep tolled relentlessly, and the soldiers upon the walls erupted into a fervent uproar, their confidence unshakable. As Paymon cast a glance at the wildfire lurking among the ships docked on either side of the harbor, then the war drums of the Ironborn reverberated over Blackwater Bay, a fierce gale sweeping in from the south. as if intent on toppling the very walls themselves. Under the cloak of night, the Ironborn fleet advanced once more, their enemies striking their shields in a vigorous response to the defenders on the ramparts. Loose. As the enemy entered the range, Jaime Lannister wielded his sword, and the archers released a volley of arrows that fell like a torrential downpour upon the Ironborn longships. The pirates hastily raised their shields for protection, but Paymon witnessed a red-robed monk struck in the head, collapsing onto the deck. Yet, this did not deter the Ironborn's advance. The red-robed monks formed a triangular sigil, initiating a blood magic ritual. Fire! Paymon bellowed, as the ballistae and catapults emitted a mournful creaking sound, hurling burning boulders and pitch towards the charging fleet. Amidst the chaos, a longship was struck, igniting in flames. As the Ironborn vessels all entered the harbor, Jaime commanded the archers to commence their assault on the ships flanking them. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the land, causing Paymon's ears to ring, and the entirety of King's Landing trembled in response. Suddenly, a strange wildfire erupted from the ship's hold, splintering and scattering in all directions. The leading longships caught ablaze amidst the green inferno, and the Ironborn scrambled to leap into the sea, some engulfed in flames, perishing before they could escape the sinking wreckage. Cheers akin to a tsunami of jubilation erupted from the walls. Thus far, they had nearly replicated the victory of the Battle of Blackwater. However, the fierce and battle-hardened Ironborn would not relent so easily. The subsequent longships surged forth from the smoldering remains, and before the boarding ladders had fully descended, the Ironborn clutched their shields and battle axes, leaping onto the shore, while siege ladders and battering rams were lowered from the vessels. Stop them! Halt their advance! James shouted loudly at the archers, but whether it was a bow or a crossbow, time was required for reloading. The Ironborn surged like a dark, tumultuous tide towards the gates of King's Landing. The siege ladders were swiftly erected, and the battering ram, mounted on a war chariot, crashed against the steel gates. The fierce Ironborn quickly breached the gates, and Paymon observed the Freys and the soldiers of Sir Malin fighting side by side, valiantly resisting the invasion of the Ironborn. Meanwhile, another group of marauding pirates headed straight for the Mud Gate. I will take my men to defend the Mud Gate. Paymon, you must support Lord Hoster and Sir Malin, James commanded, lowering the visor of his helmet. The two split their forces. Paymon, accompanied by Aiden and other soldiers, hastened to the steel gates to engage in combat with the Ironborn wielding axes and spears. The dead shall not remain in their graves. They will rise again, fiercer than before. The Ironborn's armor was heavy and dark, their axes glinting with a cold light, their roars coarse and hoarse, yet their combat skills were remarkably adept. Paymon fought fiercely against the intruding Ironborn, and as he severed the neck of a pirate who fell to the ground, he realized it was merely a boy of similar age to himself. Soon, the defenders at the gates gained overwhelming superiority, and victory came so abruptly that it intoxicated the bloodthirsty warriors, who, like ravenous beasts, rushed after the retreating Ironborn with blades in hand. Stop! Paymon bellowed amidst the crowd. But the frenzied soldiers paid no heed to his warning and surged out of the gates like a swarm. Cease the pursuit. Retreat back inside the city. Paymon's commanding voice was drowned in the crashing tide, and as the soldiers pursued the Ironborn onto their longships, tragedy unfolded irreparably. The entire water surface bubbled as if boiling, the longships rising and falling amidst the tumultuous waves. The defending soldiers, ill-equipped to contend with the seasoned Ironborn, were immediately caught off guard by the counterattack of the pirates. The horns sounded once more, and Paymon beheld an enormous crimson eye emerging from the depths of the ocean. Even from his distant position within the city gates, he could see the eye, covered with tentacles and suckers, swiftly rising from the water. Those tentacles, adorned with suckers, writhed and curled, piercing every soldier of King's Landing they ensnared. The blood-red eye seemed swollen with blood, on the verge of bursting. The soldiers of the North and the Lannisters, in a panic-stricken howl, attempted to retreat, but the blood magic of the Red Priest summoned a tempest. The longships, along with the soldiers boarding them, vanished into the depths of Blackwater Bay, along with the sea monsters lurking beneath the waves. The fortunate survivors scrambled back into the city gates. James Lannister frantically pushed through the throng to reach Paymon. At that moment, Cersei and Joffrey also arrived on the battlefield. Realizing the battle had concluded, their royal majesty arrived fashionably late. We have triumphed in the war. Joffrey drew his sword and shouted at the soldiers within King's Landing. No. The sword in Jaime's hand clattered to the ground. This is merely a ruse. Euron Greyjoy seeks Casterly Rock. Paymon Bolton wiped the sweat from his brow, breathless as he spoke. Chapter 61, The Fall. Casterly Rock is easily defended yet difficult to conquer. Lord Tywin is exceedingly shrewd. This statement was not erroneous, but alas. Euron Greyjoy possesses a dragon hatched in the magical land of Ashai. In just a few short days, 2 members of the small council had perished. Coburn was brutally murdered, and the hand of the king, Duke Tywin, remained unaccounted for. We must rally our forces to support Casterly Rock. The fortresses of the Westerlands are hard to breach, and those Ironborn may not easily seize Lannisport from the hands of the Prime Minister and the Tyrell army. Joffrey exclaimed passionately, beginning to assert his authority as king. Your Grace speaks truly. Moreover, the so-called dragon is likely a fabrication conjured by the cunning Euron to instill fear in us, Varys remarked, an expression of agreement surfacing upon his face. At that moment, Paymon thought that this wretched eunuch was indeed a fool. His plan was merely to exhaust the forces of the Lannisters and their bannermen, thereby creating the most favorable conditions for Daenerys to land upon the shores of Westeros. Lord Varys, so many soldiers and lords just witnessed the Red Priest summon a sea monster from the depths. Since that tentacled creature was seen with their own eyes, why do you not believe in the existence of that dragon? Peter inquired, his gaze shrewdly fixed upon the spider. Should the Lannister family suffer a grievous blow, Varys would undoubtedly revel in secret. However, the benefits and status that Littlefinger enjoyed were, to a certain extent, granted by the Lannisters, and he could not bear to witness the downfall of the Lioness clan. Even if that brigand truly possesses a dragon, we must hasten to the Westerlands. Casterly Rock symbolizes the Lannister legacy, and we cannot allow our father to be besieged. Queen Cersei interjected, her gaze fixed upon the Kingslayer, Jaime, seated beside her. Paymon considered Cersei's words to be valid, yet they merely reflected her position as a member of the Lannister family. As for the lords of the North and the vassals of House Lannister, they may not be inclined to shed blood for the old lioness' sake. I shall lead the soldiers of the North, the Gold Cloaks, and the Lannister men-at-arms to Casterly Rock. I will set ablaze those longships of the Iron Islands and drain the blood of those Ironborn before casting their corpses into the sea. Joffrey impulsively rose from his seat, declaring before all present. A fleeting expression of disgust crossed Varys's face, while a dark smile lingered upon Peter Baelish's lips. King Joffrey, the soldiers from the north have suffered tremendous losses. The men of House Bolton, House Frye, and House Manderley have seen their numbers decimated, and the remaining forces from other families were already minimal. Moreover, we must undertake a long march to reach Casterly Rock. I declare myself the king. I am the one who should issue commands. Do you understand? Joffrey abruptly interrupted Sir Paymon Bolton mid-sentence, berating him in a furious tone. Paymon noticed Cersei gazing at him with a semblance of amusement, while Varys and Peter Baelish observed the scene with a glimmer of intrigue. Anyone who constantly proclaims, I am the king, is not a true ruler. Joffrey retorted, Your Grace, have you forgotten what Lord Tywin said? After a moment of silence, Jaime finally spoke up, prompting Joffrey to relent and forcefully pull out a chair to sit back down. After the meeting concludes, I shall lead the soldiers to Casterly Rock. Of course, I will leave the Gold Cloaks to guard King's Landing. Lord Peter, could you mobilize the cavalry from the Vale to accompany me to aid Lannisport? Jaime Lannister glanced at the ever-calm Peter Baelish, who had been quietly observing everyone, the self-proclaimed protector of the Vale and a master of schemes. Lord Jaime, calling upon the cavalry of the Eyrie requires the consent of Lord Robert Arryn. I fear this matter needs further deliberation. Peter replied, feigning difficulty, as if the frail Robert truly held dominion over the Vale. Lord Baelish, as the master of coin in King's Landing and now the protector of the Vale, summoning the cavalry should be a mere trifle for you. Varys seized the moment to stab at Peter with his words. I shall set forth immediately to return to the Eyrie and seek the summons of Lord Robert Arryn to gather his men for the battle at Casterly Rock. Peter, wishing he could slay the spider, still refrained from giving a definitive answer regarding troop deployment. Lord Baelish, it is in times of peril that one discerns true allies, and you should be aware that a Lannister always pays his debts. Cersei interjected, noticing Peter's attempts to evade responsibility. Indeed, Your Grace, but even the strongest promises and fortresses may be melted away by dragon fire. Peter chuckled in response. Due to the urgency of the situation, the meeting concluded swiftly. Joffrey insisted on accompanying Jaime to Casterly Rock. After much persuasion from Cersei and Jaime, the king reluctantly agreed to remain in King's Landing to prevent Euron's forces from returning. Subsequently, Jaime sought out Paymon alone and requested that he lead the northern coalition composed of the Freys, Manderleys, Dustins, and Reynes to accompany him to Casterly Rock. With all due respect, Lord Jaime, if Euron Greyjoy truly possesses a dragon, we would be marching to our doom at Lannisport. Paymon expressed his doubts. believing that neither Casterly Rock nor Duke Tywin could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Perhaps Euron's dragon had already turned the place into a sea of flames. Casterly Rock serves as the stronghold of House Lannister, and Tywin Lannister is not only the hand of the king, but also my father, Jaime spoke in a somber tone. Yet his demeanor remained resolutely steadfast. A Lannister always pays his debts. My lord Paymon, should Euron truly possess a dragon, I shall not allow you and the soldiers of the north to perish in vain. However, if you could accompany me to provide assistance, I would owe you a significant debt. Observing Paymon's continued indifference, the Kingslayer persisted in his entreaty. Paymon understood that further refusal to Jaime Lannister's proposal would render him even more passive when the Kingslayer compelled the king to issue commands. Thus, it was prudent to acquiesce to Jaime's request. My lord Jaime, I trust you will remember today's promise, if indeed, as you say, a Lannister always pays his debts. With this thought, Paymon agreed to the Kingslayer's plea. Upon announcing this news to the vassals of the north, it sparked intense dissatisfaction from both Lord Frey and Ser Malion. Hostine declared the necessity of returning to the twins swiftly as the Frey family turmoil remained unresolved, while Malion contended that leading troops to Casterly Rock without authorization would invite the ire of Lord Eel. Paymon firmly suppressed the grievances of the vassals and led the Northern Coalition, journeying alongside Jaime Lannister toward Casterly Rock. Chapter 62. Profanation. They marched through the night, the moonlight particularly luminous. As Paymon gazed ahead, he could even discern scouts galloping far in the distance, following the conclusion of the war against the young wolf, Robb Stark. The banners of Bolton, Frey, and the Lannister lion once again graced the battlefield. Jaime and Paymon rode at the forefront, while Hostine and Malion, harboring mutual disdain, flanked either side of the weary soldiers who had just descended from the walls of King's Landing. They advanced slowly in a profound silence, with some spearmen collapsing from exhaustion. Yet, the procession continued, for all understood that Casterly Rock was engulfed in flames of war. The Kingslayer's countenance was grave, his golden hair appeared particularly disheveled, and a thick stubble protruded from his chin. If only Tyrion were here, perhaps we would not be so beleaguered. Perhaps Aunt Jenna was correct. I am more valiant than Tyrion, even possessing greater chivalry, yet it is Tyrion who is the true Lannister, Jaime remarked with a wry smile. Even a diminutive figure can cast a grand shadow. Paymon wholeheartedly agreed. Although Tyrion was a dwarf, within that frail body resided a wise and benevolent soul. But my father does not share this belief. Jaime sighed deeply, continuing, his life has been an endeavor to uphold the family's honor. He despises weakness more than anyone. Upon inheriting the Lannister mess from my grandfather, he swiftly eradicated House Rain. You must have heard the song The Reign of Castamere, have you not? Our impressions may not be profound, but surely Lord Houston Frey has heard of it. Before Paymon could respond, Sir Marlon Mandler, riding behind him, interjected. Humph. Houston Frey snorted dismissively, disregarding Marlon's mocking jest. My father has always believed that Tyrion's birth was a punishment and mockery from the gods, which is why he has consistently been harsh and critical towards my brother. At this point, Jaime paused his narrative. Paymon felt that if he were to honestly divulge the events between himself and his father, Luther Bolton, the Kingslayer might reveal even more. Yet, he remained silent. I have always longed to be a legendary knight like Arthur Dane, but alas, the gods have played a cruel joke on me, rendering me a regicide who betrays his king. Jaime chuckled with a hint of resignation, his golden hand gripping the reins of his steed tightly. The path we must tread has long been determined by the gods, my lord Jaime. Paymon recalled the moment he pierced Lord Leech's heart with his blade while Luther lay in the bath, an expression of bewilderment crossing his face. They journeyed swiftly toward the Westlands, galloping along the Golden Road, pausing only when the warriors could no longer endure, then resuming their march. Upon reaching Deephole City, the scouts they had dispatched returned, bearing ill tidings. The scouts stammered, seemingly terrified by the sight of Casterly Rock, unable to utter a word. Speak, or I shall sever your tongue, depriving you of any chance to report. The Kingslayer anxiously drew his sword, resting its blade upon the soldier's shoulder. I beheld great fires and ashes. The entirety of Lannister Harbor was ablaze. The scout trembled as he reported, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. What else? Jaime Lannister impatiently pressed. There are corpses. Charred corpses. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Jaime went mad, fiercely whipping his steed with the riding crop, and Paymon and the others raced toward Casterly Rock alongside the Kingslayer. Upon arriving at Lannister Harbor, it was indeed as the scout had reported. The waters of the harbor were littered with Lannister soldiers draped in lion cloaks, blood staining the once azure sea. Broken spears and arrows were washed ashore by the waves, while thick smoke billowed from the scorched walls of Casterly Rock, reaching for the heavens. The Lannister banners, once proud, were reduced to tatters, while the golden Kraken banner of House Greyjoy hung limply from the highest tower. On the stone bridge leading to the castle, long lances were planted into the ground, displaying the executed Lannister and Tyrell soldiers. Merchant vessels within the harbor still burned fiercely, half-sunken warships lay submerged beneath the waves, and dragon fire had even melted the formidable walls of Casterly Rock, leaving a vast breach in front of the main keep. Paymon witnessed the Kingslayer's intact arm tremble uncontrollably. It was a blatant desecration of the Lannisters. The expeditionary team, having swiftly entered the city of Casterly Rock, signaled to the remaining members, prompting Jaime to lead them inside. The scene within was nothing short of harrowing. The streets were littered with the slain townsfolk, and the raging inferno had evaporated the fountains, while charred flowers lay trampled beneath the boots of soldiers, instantly reduced to ash. The air was thick with a pungent sulfuric scent, causing Paymon to cough uncontrollably. Paymon surmised that the survivors did not owe their existence to the benevolence of Euron Greyjoy, but rather to his preoccupation with commanding his subordinates to plunder the city's treasures. They regarded the eldest son of Tywin with a mixture of sorrow and despair, their cries and prayers echoing through the air. Upon entering the great hall of the keep with Jaime, Paymon discovered it had been thoroughly ransacked by the Ironborn. The body of Duke Tywin was conspicuously absent, leading Paymon to speculate that perhaps he had been reduced to ashes by Euron's dragon. The Lannister banners that adorned the hall were replaced by those of the Ironborn, while the torn remnants of the Roaring Lion's standard lay bloodied and crumpled upon a long table. In a moment of daze, Jaime approached and unfurled the tattered banner, revealing the sigil of the hand of the king wrapped within. Overwhelmed by a tumult of rage and sorrow, Jaime Lannister lost his composure, advancing with his sword drawn to strike at the heraldry of the sea monster upon the wall. Paymon and the others stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. The once formidable guardian of the West, who had quelled rebellious vassals in his youth, now found Casterly Rock ravaged by Euron Greyjoy in a similar fashion. When the Kingslayer finally regained his composure, he commanded his soldiers to search for Duke Tywin's remains, yet after hours of searching, they found nothing. Indeed, Tywin had died without extracting any gold, Paymon mused. Chapter 63. The captive Jaime Lannister resolved to remain in Casterly Rock for the time being, deciding to oversee the repairs of the damaged walls and castle, despite Euron having plundered the city. The Lannister gold mines and the port were not within the reach of those marauding pirates. Observing Jaime directing soldiers to assist the farmers in repairing their homes, Paymon realized that Jaime had assumed the role of the new Lord of Casterly Rock, no longer merely a member of Joffrey's Kingsguard. I shall restore the former glory of Casterly Rock, Paymon. I remember the debt I owe you. A Lannister always pays his debts, Jaime declared. I know, my Lord Jaime. Perhaps before long, I shall seek your assistance, and I hope that promise holds true then. Paymon bowed to Jaime Lannister before departing Casterly Rock with the Northern Coalition. Are we to return to King's Landing, and then head back to the north? Ser Malin Mandler inquired as he rode alongside Paymon. No, we shall proceed directly north. Ser Malin. Paymon shook his head and replied, as the midday sun warmed his face. I wholeheartedly concur with your decision, Lord Paymon. I doubt our King Joffrey would believe in the existence of that dragon. If someone were to gift him a dragon egg, he would likely use it to concoct a soup. Ser Malron's face revealed a scornful smile. Clearly he was not eager to return to King's Landing and face the illustrious and formidable Joffrey. The war has concluded, and our Lord Peter has vanished without a trace. It seems he shall not emerge from the Vale. Hosteen Fry scoffed. Paymon was well aware that Peter Baelish would not deploy a single cavalry from the Vale. He would merely choose to observe and respond in a manner most advantageous to himself. With Lord Tywin perished by that colossal dragon, King's Landing is now firmly in the grasp of our esteemed Joffrey and Cersei. I foresee prosperous days ahead, Mauron quipped, swatting away the insects buzzing around him. Indeed, our Queen Cersei requires no further introduction. She is willing to open her arms for the men of the Seven Kingdoms to secure her position. As for King Joffrey, I would argue that even the mad King Aerys was superior. Of course, I refer to Aerys post-madness. Hosteen Fry remarked with ruthless sarcasm. Paymon found it surprising that two bitter rivals could reach an agreement regarding their sentiments towards Queen Cersei and King Joffrey. Ser Malron. The Lannisters are currently the most powerful family across the Seven Kingdoms, yet Euron Greyjoy still launched an assault on Casterly Rock. It is conceivable that one day, the Ironborn fleet may appear on the shores of the Weeping River. You must ensure that Lord Wyman is fully prepared, Paymon cautioned Malron of White Harbor, wary of the Manderley family's clandestine machinations. Sir Mauron understood the underlying implications of Paymon's words, merely nodding without uttering a sound. While the north may not be as temperate as the south, the frigid air was still a source of delight for Paymon. However, Hosteen Fry and Sir Mauron Manderley did not share his buoyant spirits. Both the Fry and Manderley families suffered considerable losses during the war, and they faced the daunting task of reporting back to their lord. After parting ways with the soldiers of Fry and Manderley, Paymon led his men directly to Winterfell. Along the way, he encountered a messenger dispatched by House Amber of Last Hearth. Jon Snow is mustering troops at Castle Black. Lord Paymon, the wildlings beyond the wall, the Night's Watch, and several northern lords have responded to the summons of the new commander of the Night's Watch. Before long, he shall embark with that direwolf and his army. The messenger eagerly relayed to Paymon, anxious not to overlook any minute detail. Once the informant received his reward and departed, Paymon promptly sent word to the Dreadfort to begin dispatching soldiers from House Bolton to Winterfell. The war belonging to the two illegitimate progeny has finally arrived, Paymon thought silently. Upon returning to Winterfell, Paymon promptly sent a message to the usurper Jaime, for as the saying goes, a Lannister always pays his debts, and it was high time for Jaime Lannister to fulfill his promise. Paymon was concerned that summoning the Freys and Manderleys, who had just returned to their territories, might provoke their rebellion. Nevertheless, he dispatched envoys to both Riverrun and White Harbor. Should the Fry family refuse his call, Paymon would not be overly surprised. What troubled him more was whether the corpulent fish of White Harbor would secretly align with the Starks, covertly supporting that bastard on the wall. Furthermore, the peril posed by Peter Baelish, who held Sansa Stark, loomed large. He had watched the fierce battle between Jon Snow and Ramsay Bolton countless times. To avoid a fate like Ramsay's, being torn asunder by the Hound and devoured, Paymon knew he must gather all available allies to engage in a bloody conflict with Jon Snow. Simultaneously, Paymon understood he could not be as foolish as Ramsay, waiting until the Vale's cavalry were nearly upon him before realizing the gravity of his situation. He resolved to send forces to guard the entry points that might allow Baelish to bring in the Vale's riders. Just as Paymon had meticulously arranged everything, Blackspear Marwyn entered the hall. "My lord Paymon, we have captured a prisoner," Marwyn reported cautiously, clearly indicating that the identity of the captive was of significant importance. "Just in time, Marwyn. We shall discuss the prisoner later. I have a crucial plan that requires a reliable individual to execute. In my estimation, you are the best candidate for this task." Paymon gestured for Marwyn to take a seat before him. "My lord, what task do you speak of?" Marwyn inquired cautiously as he settled into the chair opposite his lord. "I need you to take a contingent and circle around to Last Hearth, launching a surprise attack on Jon Snow's supply wagons. If conditions are unfavorable, strike at their forces from the rear once the war ignites. Should we miraculously rout his troops, you can intercept their retreat routes." Paymon commanded Blackspear Marwyn. "I fear Jon Snow may have already sent word to Last Hearth, or even dispatched the Night's Watch there." Marwyn replied with some concern. "Rest assured on that matter, Marwyn. The great John of House Umber is currently imprisoned in the Fry-S Water Dungeon. That old coot, Hosteen Umber, knows this better than anyone. If he wishes for his nephew to live, he will not act recklessly." Paymon replied with utmost confidence. "By the way, who is the prisoner you mentioned earlier?" Paymon finally inquired. "The Queen of the Iron Islands, or at least she claims to be, Asha Greyjoy, daughter of King Balon." Blackbriar Maven replied with a grave expression. Chapter 64, Asha. Asha Greyjoy, sister of Theon Greyjoy? Paymon recalled the night he was ambushed, struggling to believe that this woman had reappeared in Winterfell. "Indeed, my lord Paymon, I have confined her in the dungeon, awaiting your judgment," Blackbriar Maven solemnly responded. As Paymon pushed open the iron door of the interrogation room and stepped inside, he found Asha Greyjoy bound to a wooden post with her arms outstretched, her booted feet similarly secured. Paymon locked the door behind him and strode towards the woman. "Once again we meet, Queen from the Iron Islands." Paymon smiled, addressing the furious Asha glaring at him. Asha spat, cursing Paymon in rage, wishing she could break free from her bindings and rend him to pieces. "So, you were the one who killed those Freys." Paymon disregarded Asha's violent struggles, fixating on the slim, long-legged woman before him. Compared to the elegant and quiet Jenny, Asha Greyjoy truly resembled a tempest. "They sought warmth in my embrace, yet could not escape my axe. They have only their misfortune to blame." Asha replied nonchalantly, as if she believed deep down that the deaths of those Fry lads were well-deserved. "However, I suspect the lords of Riverrun would disagree. Should I deliver you to House Fry, they would surely keep you awake all night long." Paymon chuckled darkly, scrutinizing the daughter of Balon Greyjoy. "Isn't that the tradition of your infamous castle of skinning men? You and your father, Roose Bolton, are both cruel and merciless. Asha retorted disdainfully. When it comes to cruelty, perhaps no one in the Seven Kingdoms can rival your uncle, the Crow-Eye, who has just attacked King's Landing and Casterly Rock. The night is still young, and Paymon found great interest in spending the lonely hours with the obedient daughter of Balon Greyjoy. He is a cold-blooded madman, willing to slaughter his kin without a second thought to achieve his aims, just like you and Ramsay Bolton, a thorough scoundrel. Asha finally exhausted her struggles, yet her curses continued unabated. I am nothing like Ramsay, my dear queen. Paymon shook his head, intrigued as he appraised her curvaceous form. Ramsay delights in torturing others, whereas I enjoy all that lies before me. How could Yoren possibly attack both Casterly Rock and King's Landing, with only those Ironborn following him and the mute crew aboard the Silence? Asha Greyjoy, sensing the intensity of Paymon's gaze, felt a surge of fear and panic rising within her, hastily shifting the topic of conversation. Your uncle Euron is far more formidable than you can imagine. His ship is not only home to red-robed sorcerers capable of wielding blood magic, but it even harbors a dragon. Paymon Bolton patiently responded to the inquiries posed by Asha. A dragon? Are you suggesting that the tarnished horn and the dragon egg he mentioned are indeed real? Asha Greyjoy could hardly conceal her astonishment as she pressed Paymon for clarification. It is indeed true. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to what your uncle is truly pursuing? What does he desire? Is it the Iron Throne? Paymon stepped closer, her face mere inches from Asha's, even feeling the searing breath of the sea creature. If Euron's ambition were solely to ascend the Iron Throne or to share Queen Cersei's bed, then we ought to pray to the gods. What he seeks is the annihilation of the entire world, so that he may establish a new continent upon the ruins, where he shall reign as a deity. Asha Greyjoy's face was a mask of terror, as if Euron were standing before her. It sounds like a classic case of delusion and megalomania. Paymon muttered under her breath. What are you saying? Asha inquired, bewildered. Let us not stray from the topic, my lady. Perhaps you could now disclose why you are near Winterfell? Paymon continued her interrogation. To slit your throat and exact vengeance for my brother, Theon. Asha shouted vehemently at Paymon. Is that all? Perhaps after stripping you bare, I shall personally uncover the answers I seek. Paymon remarked, selecting a suitable skinning knife from the rack nearby. This is the reason the Bolton family and the Dreadfort will never be embraced by the North. You rule solely through fear, while the Starks are the true lords of this land. Asha Greyjoy scornfully retorted, attempting to provoke the Lord of Winterfell. Perhaps you are right. The Starks are indeed the masters of the North, but tonight, I shall become your master. Paymon had chosen an exceptionally sharp skinning knife, its handle polished from repeated grips. Yet the blade still gleamed with a mesmerizing metallic luster. I wager your weapon is certainly not larger than that of the Unsullied. Asha Greyjoy taunted, her eyes fierce. You are correct, but it is certainly larger than your brother Theon's. Paymon replied, stepping forward to slice open Asha's tunic, the blade gradually trailing downward until the woman's form was fully revealed before her. May the drowned god unleash storms and tidal waves to engulf Winterfell and the Dreadfort. You cowardly bastard. Asha Greyjoy cursed at Paymon in fury. Paymon drew closer to Asha's healthy, firm skin, feeling its soft, scorching warmth. After everything had concluded, Asha continued to curse Paymon in a fit of rage. Yet, Paymon, indifferent, donned his clothing and exited the interrogation room, commanding the guards not to allow anyone inside. Upon returning to his chamber, Paymon shed his garments and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following day dawned as a cold and damp winter's day, with mist enveloping Winterfell like thick milk. Paymon was aware that at that moment, the illegitimate son of the Wall was gathering his strength, while he himself awaited patiently after meticulously planning every detail. Crows circled ominously above the barn's spire, emitting raucous and foreboding cries. Paymon tightened his cloak, standing on the upper floor, observing the toothless Aiden as he trained soldiers in the yard. It would not be long before Jon Snow returned to Winterfell, and he would soon face the ultimate showdown with that illegitimate son. Chapter 65. Nights and sheep in the afternoon. The oppressive fog finally began to dissipate, though the wind grew even chillier. After Paymon had finished his evening meal, Aiden approached him, accompanied by 2 men. One of the men was clad in heavy knightly armor, adorned with the emblem of his family's thorny flowers on his helmet. He had a square face, and the tip of his large nose was red and swollen. The other man was dressed in tattered, thin clothing, his weather-beaten visage marked by a pair of sharp, fierce eyes. He was of considerable girth, with arms and legs that were remarkably robust. Step aside, Aiden, Paymon commanded, seated in the position of the North's guardian. My lord Paymon, I am Baron Leon of the Red Hills. It is an honor to meet you. The armored man removed his helmet and bowed before Paymon, his countenance bearing the marks of age and weariness, suggesting he was in his 60s. Paymon nodded and shifted his attention to the man standing beside Baron Leon. "My lord, I am a farmer from the border of the Red Hills." The man spoke in a deep, powerful voice, evidently unfamiliar with the intricacies of noble etiquette. "What brings you to Winterfell?" Paymon inquired directly, as pressing matters occupied his mind. "My lord Paymon, this ruffian refuses to pay his taxes and has even injured my hired knight with a hoe," Baron Leon exclaimed, his agitation evident as he sought the lord's intervention for his predicament. "What is your name?" Paymon replied not to Baron Leon's concern, but patiently addressed the farmer. "Jim." "My lord, that is my name. I have duly submitted my taxes to Baron Leon, yet he seeks to seize the apples from my cellar." Farmer Jim explained without fear. "You lie, you despicable, wretched farmer. You have only paid a fraction of your taxes, and even with that pile of rotten apples, it is still far from sufficient." The aging baron, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusing finger at Jim, exclaiming, "I have toiled from spring until the harvest of those apples. My hands and feet afflicted with frostbite, Baron Leon. Those apples are my family's sole hope for surviving the winter." Jim, suppressing his fury, attempted to elucidate the situation to the lord beside him. "They are merely crates of nearly rotten black fruit, and you owe me that, so do not dare to resist, or I shall have your apple trees set ablaze." Baron Leon's face flushed with indignation, and he began to cough uncontrollably, the weight of his heavy attire making him almost unsteady. "Did you bring this fruit farmer to Winterfell merely to convey such grievances?" Paymon asked calmly and coldly, addressing the baron below. "My lord Paymon, I have come in hopes that you would dispense justice on my behalf." Leon of the Red Hills spoke with a tremor in his voice, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "Are you but a docile sheep? From your armor, I would have assumed you were a true knight." Paymon retorted scornfully to Baron Leon. "I govern the subjects of the Red Hills with the lash of mercy and rule. Yet I find myself confronted by this uncouth, barbaric farmer, which is why I sought your assistance." Baron Leon responded with a touch of pride. "It appears your subjects are not in agreement, Lord Leon. Now, pray tell, do you possess the capability to resolve this dispute? If you find yourself too frail with age, I could arrange for another to alleviate your burdens." Paymon announced to Leon with an unwavering expression. "I can manage the affairs of the Red Hills, my lord Paymon. I apologize for taking up your time." With that, the baron attempted to escort the farmer out of the hall. "Hurry along with me, you filthy bastard," he threatened Jim, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Halt!" Paymon called out to the knight and farmer, who had turned to leave the hall, and Baron Leon, perplexed, turned back. "How many knights do you have in the Red Hills, Lord Leon?" Paymon inquired. "Approximately 40 to 50, my lord Paymon. They are valiant warriors." Leon replied proudly to his lord. "Upon your return to the Red Hills, once you have settled your dispute with the farmer, bring your knights to Winterfell. As the protector of the North, I summon you and your knights," Paymon commanded the elderly baron in an authoritative tone. "But my lord Paymon, just the upkeep of those knights' steeds and the expenses on their armor and weapons amount to a considerable sum. And the Red Hills possess only apple trees, and—" Paymon firmly interrupted the rambling old knight, turning to the farmer beside him. "Can you wield a sword?" Jim nodded decisively. "I have served as a mercenary for over a decade, my lord." Paymon rose, drew his sword, and approached, placing it into the farmer Jim's hands. "What do you mean, Lord Paymon?" Baron Leon asked, bewildered and confused. "Jim, henceforth, I bestow upon you the title of knight. Are you willing to challenge Baron Leon before you?" Paymon coldly regarded the flustered Leon and inquired loudly. "I am eager to serve you, Lord Paymon." Jim skillfully brandished his longsword a few times before stepping back, readying himself for the duel. "But this defies tradition, Lord Paymon. He is merely a farmer from Red Hills, lacking any right to challenge me," Leon exclaimed, growing more agitated and coughing violently, even bending at the waist. "Only the strong may dictate the rules and uphold traditions, Baron Leon. If you do not draw your sword, I fear his weapon will pierce your throat." Paymon warned the baron coldly. Left with no choice, Leon donned his helmet again, lowered his visor, and drew forth a splendid longsword with his right hand. The weapon was so pristine and bright that Paymon, having trained as a blacksmith's apprentice, felt certain that the aged baron had never used it since acquiring it, wielding it merely to intimidate his subjects. Jim's footwork was solid and agile as he launched a fierce assault against his sovereign. Initially, Leon managed to hold his ground, but the weight of his armor and his advanced age soon took their toll, leaving him breathless and sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Jim struck decisively, thrusting his long sword toward his opponent's throat. The aging baron barely parried the blow, stumbling backward, and Jim advanced, delivering a final strike that claimed the life of the Lord of Red Hills. "Thank you, Lord Paymon." Farmer Jim knelt, offering the bloodied sword back to Paymon. "I shall send my men with you to Red Hills. From this day forth, its lands and people belong to you, Baron Jim. Gather your knights and come to Winterfell to fight for your lord," Paymon declared to the kneeling farmer. Jim gratefully acquiesced, shouldering the unfortunate Leon's corpse as he departed the hall of Winterfell. At that moment, Paymon knew he must not exhibit the same weakness as Leon of Red Hills. Otherwise, both his subjects and enemies would see him as a sheep, ready for slaughter. Chapter 66. The debt collector. Once Farmer Jim and the Baron's corpse had vanished from Paymon's sight, he yawned wearily. The relentless warfare and travel had left him exhausted. And as he closed his eyes, the sounds of neighing steeds, the clang of bloodied swords, and the sight of pale, lifeless bodies began to surface before him. Rising from his seat, Paymon intended to return to his chambers to rest, pondering how to compel the troublesome Asha to speak. Just then, the gap-toothed Aiden entered through the hall's doorway. "What brings you here, Aiden?" Paymon inquired upon seeing Aiden's arrival. "Master Paymon, I have arranged for personnel to follow that farmer back to the Red Hills," said the ghastly-voiced Aiden. Paymon was taken aback, for the voice belonged entirely to a stranger. "You are not Aiden. Who are you?" Paymon instinctively recoiled, reaching for her sword. "A nameless wretch, Master Paymon," the stranger replied impassively. Realizing the identity of the intruder, Paymon deduced that he was a faceless man from Bravos, a collector in service to the bankers of the Iron Bank. "My father, Lord Lustporton, is dead. His debts are of no concern to me," Paymon asserted to the emissary of the Iron Bank. "But you are alive. You are his son," the faceless man coldly retorted. Paymon felt momentarily speechless, recognizing that the Bravosi bankers were akin to vampires, relentlessly pursuing the debts of the deceased through their offspring. "I shall repay the Iron Bank's debts. But not at this moment. I require sufficient time to gather the taxes for repayment." Paymon resolved to take a step back, wary of being ambushed by the assassin before her. "The Iron Bank does not tolerate delays." The collector responded curtly. "What if we strike a bargain, emissary from Bravos? Hiring a faceless man is exorbitantly costly, my lord. You might consider how to repay the Iron Bank instead." The faceless man showed little interest in negotiating with Paymon. "But what if I perish in the impending war? Even if you scour Winterfell, you shall find no trace of my son, and that debt will be uncollectible." Paymon gazed past the faceless man, noticing there was not a single guard in sight. "Pray tell, what is your so-called plan?" The faceless man pondered briefly, deciding to hear Paymon's intentions. "This is but a fool's errand. I will not agree." Upon hearing Paymon's words, the faceless man could not suppress a derisive laugh, convinced that Paymon had lost her wits to conceive such a perilous notion. "I shall dispatch cavalry and the finest personnel to ensure your safety. Upon success, I will reward you with a substantial sum of gold, though lacking the immediate funds to settle the Iron Bank's demands." As the protector of the North and lord of the Dreadfort and Winterfell, Paymon found the cost of hiring the faceless man within her means. "But what assurance do you provide, Master Paymon? I have heard much regarding the reputation of your family." The faceless man, evidently intrigued by the proposed reward, remained cautious of Paymon's verbal assurances. "What of my head is collateral? Since you can approach me so easily, severing it should be a trivial task for you," Paymon replied resolutely. After reaching an accord with the faceless man, the debt collector quietly withdrew from the hall of Winterfell, as abruptly as he had appeared. Only then did Paymon exhale a sigh of relief. He chose not to return to his quarters, but instead ventured into the dungeons, standing before Asha Greyjoy. "You despicable, vile bastard, the spawn of Roose Bolton." Asha spat angrily upon seeing Paymon. "You speak true, my queen," Paymon replied, advancing toward the terrified Asha. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with the tempestuous sea creature, Paymon donned his garments with a sense of satisfaction. Asha's eyes seemed ablaze with fury as she glared at him with a seething hatred. "One day, I shall personally sever your manhood and compel you to consume it." The Queen of the Iron Islands cursed Paymon. "I shall await that day. By the way, had it not been for my intervention, the grim fate you described would have befallen your deceased brother long ago," Paymon coldly retorted before exiting the interrogation chamber, leaving Asha to continue her furious cursing in his wake. The weather grew increasingly frigid, with slender icicles hanging from the eaves. Paymon felt as though all of Winterfell had been encased in ice. The surroundings were eerily silent, the entire world as quiet as an immense grave. The spies of House Amber had yet to arrive, and only a handful of vassals responded to Paymon's summons. The men of Frye and White Harbor remained unmoved, while support from Jaime Lannister appeared to be a distant prospect. Despite having arranged several guards around him, Paymon remained convinced that they would be of little consequence to the faceless men. During this time, Paymon received some news. It was rumored that Prince Rhaegar and Princess Elia Martell's son, young Aegon, had landed in Storm's End under the guidance of Jon Connington and had taken Griffin's Roost. Paymon was uncertain of the veracity of this rumor, but if Rhaegar and Elia's child were indeed alive, coupled with the impending arrival of Daenerys Targaryen, the mother of dragons, and the wandering Euron Greyjoy, Paymon could scarcely imagine how Queen Cersei and her beloved son would respond to such developments. In a matter of days, the eyes of Last Hearth once again reached Winterfell, bearing tidings of Jon Snow's imminent approach with an army. Paymon immediately dispatched Blackbald Marwyn with a contingent of cavalry to flank the Night's Watch commander's forces. As he rode out to survey the situation beyond Winterfell, he found that the craftsmen and soldiers had already dug trenches and set traps. Every day, hired knights and mercenaries arrived seeking golden dragons, and Paymon welcomed them all. "My lord Paymon, the Knights of the Red Hills await your command." Farmer Jim, having stripped the armor from a corpse and donned it himself, now sat astride the steed of Baron Leon, solemnly saluting Paymon. "Rest well, for war shall soon descend upon Winterfell, and you shall fight for your lord." Paymon nodded towards Baron Jim and the knights behind him. The knights, in unison, drew their swords or raised their spears high. Paymon, satisfied, watched as the Knights of the Red Hills entered Winterfell. He squeezed his legs against the flanks of his steed and rode alone to the site where the corpses of Stannis' army had been burnt. After the snow melted, the ground remained charred, littered with the scorched bones and armor, carelessly discarded before him. The cold wind howled ominously, mirroring Paymon's current tumultuous emotions. Chapter 67. A gift. Days later, Paymon received news from the Sentinels that a large contingent of Lannister soldiers was en route to Winterfell. To Paymon's surprise, leading these soldiers was not Jaime Lannister, but rather his cousin, Lancel Lannister. As Lancel arrived with the soldiers of House Lannister, Paymon, accompanied by the toothless Aedan and the spear-wielding Marvin, rode out to greet them. "I come on behalf of Lord Jaime Lannister, my lord Paymon. A Lannister always pays his debts." Lancel, with the Lannister family's signature golden hair and piercing blue eyes, was tall and handsome, his thin lips reminiscent of a blade. He bore a striking resemblance to Jaime, though with a more delicate demeanor. "I extend my highest regards to House Lannister on behalf of House Bolton, and I thank you for your timely support, Lord Lancel," Paymon replied, harboring some confusion as to why Lancel was not alongside the High Sparrow, but had instead come to the north in place of the Kingslayer. "My cousin is otherwise engaged at Casterly Rock, so he entrusted me with leading the family's forces to repay his debts." Lancel Lannister seemed to perceive Paymon's doubts and offered this explanation. Paymon nodded in acknowledgement and led the Lannisters through the city gates. Later that day, host Edmure Fry arrived from the Riverlands with 200 archers and 500 spearmen. Although they did not deploy cavalry, this still proved to be a fortuitous boon for Paymon. "The Fry family has always been close allies of the Dreadfort, my lord Paymon. I have come for the sake of friendship." Edmure Fry, clad in chainmail, spoke gravely to Paymon. Paymon surmised that the large contingent of Freys had likely heard of the Lannister reinforcements and, not wishing to be left out, could no longer contain themselves, hastily arriving at Winterfell with their soldiers. However, he could not betray his true feelings and maintained an expression of profound gratitude. "It is my honor to fight alongside you, Lord Edmure. House Bolton shall never forget this moment." Paymon earnestly responded to Edmure Fry. Lancel and Edmure were unfamiliar with one another, yet, owing to the alliance between the Lannister and Fry families, they exchanged a few polite words. The late Marquis of Walder Fry and Lord Tywin Lannister have both passed from this world, and Paymon is uncertain how long the camaraderie between House Lannister and House Fry can endure. That accursed fat fish, as expected, is hiding in the riverbed of the White Knife, too afraid to emerge. Observing that the forces from White Harbor have not appeared at Winterfell, Hostine Fry coldly remarked, "Perhaps by the time Lord Wyman Manderly mounts his steed, the war will have already reached its conclusion." The jest of the toothless Aedan elicited laughter from the assembly, even drawing a chuckle from the usually stern Blackbow Mervyn. "Lord Paymon, do we have any intelligence on the enemy's forces?" After the laughter subsided, Lancel Lannister inquired. "The knights watch at the wall. Their actions are a violation of their sacred vows, betraying the promises made to the gods." Lancel continued after hearing Paymon's report. "In this world, oaths are as light as a feather, Lord Lancel." Hostine Fry sneered contemptuously at the mention of vows. "How can you still find amusement in this?" Paymon was taken aback by Hostine Fray's brazen audacity. For House Fry, indeed, oaths are but trifles. He then convened the assembly to deliberate on their battle strategy, which included representatives from House Lannister, Lancel, and the commanders of House Fry, Hostine Fry, along with the toothless Aedan and Blackbow Mervyn. Paymon meticulously outlined his plan to confront Jon Snow, though he refrained from disclosing a word about the clandestine arrangement he had reached with the faceless men. In this impending storm, he feared that a traitor might infiltrate their ranks, thus he must exercise utmost caution. Are you suggesting that the Night's Watch commander, Jon Snow, may come with giants and wildlings to besiege Winterfell? Hotin Frey expressed skepticism regarding Paymon's intelligence. Indeed, and there may also be archers from the mountain clans, along with bandits from the woods, mingling among mercenaries, Paymon affirmed with certainty. A rabble, before Lannister cavalry, those bandits and foolish mercenaries are no different from stationary targets. Upon hearing the information relayed by Paymon, Lancel Lannister remarked, the wildlings and giants beyond the wall will certainly pose a formidable challenge. We must exercise caution. Blackbow Mervyn shook his head, clearly adopting a wary stance towards Eddard Stark's illegitimate son. We are backed by Winterfell, Lord Paymon. Even if we remain within the castle and do not engage, they cannot withstand such a harsh winter. Stannis' total defeat suggests he learned nothing from his folly. Hotin Frey flippantly stated, lightly tapping his finger on the yellowed map spread across the table. Paymon observed a fleeting displeasure on Lancel's face upon the mention of the name Stannis. For it was the Battle of Blackwater against the Stag that had left him grievously wounded, barely clinging to life. We shall adapt as needed, Lord Hotin. But I assure you, no enemy shall depart this battlefield alive. Paymon's eyes glimmered with a thirst for blood as she coldly replied. After agreeing upon a specific battle strategy, Lancel Lannister retired to rest, while the disheveled Aiden and the Black Mace Marwyn took to the night patrol with their men, leaving only Hotin Frey and Paymon in the conference room. Lord Hotin, as a token of my gratitude for your long journey, I have a gift for you. Paymon addressed Hotin. What gift? Hotin Frey looked at the Bolton before him with a mixture of surprise and suspicion, even within the scheming depths of Frey's mind. The terrifying flayers remained enigmatic. Do you recall the Freys who were hanged in the woods outside Winterfell? Paymon inquired of the perplexed Frey. Of course. Hotin replied without hesitation. I have captured the culprit, and now I present him to you as a gift, Lord Frey, Paymon humbly stated, her smile broadening. Where is that bastard? I wish to interrogate him myself. Hotin Frey erupted in fury, his earlier fatigue vanishing, replaced by a fierce, bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Chapter 68. Born of bloodshed, Paymon escorted Hotin Frey to the dungeon, and along the way, he heard the Lord's labored breathing, uncertain whether it was due to the atmosphere or anxiety. Upon the opening of the dungeon door, Hotin rushed inside impatiently. The woman before them was bound to a wooden frame, her face etched with terror and pain. Upon seeing Paymon and Hotin enter the cell, she began to struggle violently. Are you suggesting this woman single-handedly murdered our Freykin? Hotin gazed in confusion at the pleading woman, incredulous at Paymon, suspecting that the fearsome lord was mocking him. Not she alone, Lord Hotin, but her family orchestrated the murders of those Freys, Paymon clarified to the bewildered Hotin. My Lord Paymon, are you jesting with me? I journeyed north to Winterfell with my family's soldiers not to indulge in your riddles. Hotin retorted, his face flushed with indignation. The woman before you is none other than the daughter of Lord Manderley of White Harbor. She can testify as to who murdered those unfortunate Frey boys, Paymon interjected hastily. Noticing Hotin's growing impatience. I remember her now, but is she not the lady of Lord Roose Bolton? How has she found herself in such dire straits? Huston gazed incredulously at the frail and weakened woman before him and inquired. Paymon did not respond to Huston's question. Instead, he stepped forward and removed the cloth stuffed in the woman's mouth. Are you the daughter of Wyman Mandler? Upon witnessing the cloth being taken from the prisoner's mouth, Huston impatiently commenced his interrogation. The woman nodded fervently, repeatedly affirming her identity. If you ensure my safe return to White Harbor, my father will undoubtedly reward you handsomely with gold dragons, she assured Paymon and Huston earnestly. Did you hear your father plotting to murder the Frey family? Huston disregarded the woman's plea and interrogated her with a stern tone. The woman instinctively wished to deny it, but upon seeing Paymon Bolton beside Huston, she hastily began nodding in affirmation. I overheard my father arranging for someone to kill the Frey boy shortly after my wedding with Lord Lus Bolton. The daughter of Mandler earnestly recounted, her gaze fixed anxiously on Paymon's reaction. Lord Paymon, may I have some time to interrogate this prisoner alone? Huston, astute as ever, recognized the profound fear the woman harbored towards Paymon and proposed the request. Of course, my Lord Huston, as you wish. Paymon readily acquiesced to Huston's request, then exited the cell and secured the iron door behind him. After waiting in the quiet, dark corridor for what felt like an eternity, Huston finally emerged from the cell. That foolish, gluttonous lout from White Harbor dares to conspire against the Frey family, He shall pay dearly for his blood debts." Huston Fry roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Not only has he murdered members of the Fry family, but as far as I am aware, that cruel, depraved criminal has even turned Fry flesh into Fry pies." To further incite Huston's wrath, Paymon continued to embellish the tale. Huston was about to draw his sword and rush back into the cell to slay Mandler's daughter when Paymon swiftly intervened to restrain the enraged Fry. "Once this war concludes, I shall personally lead an army with you to lay waste to White Harbor, incinerating every vessel upon the Blood River and conquering Mandler's castle," Paymon vowed to Huston. Only then did Huston begin to calm slightly, yet his lips continued to mutter about making Mandler and the denizens of White Harbor pay for their transgressions. After a strenuous effort to return Huston to his quarters for rest, Paymon finally exhaled in relief. Unlike others, he did not retire to his room. He was keenly aware that even if he lay in bed at that moment, sleep would elude him. Paymon descended the long staircase alone. The moonlight casting shadows of the trees upon the dim stone steps, the shimmering moonlight both faint and ethereal. After navigating several turns down the staircase, Paymon arrived at the chamber that his father had forbade anyone from entering during his lifetime. Upon unlocking the door and stepping into the chamber, a pungent odor of mildew and decay assaulted his nostrils. Lighting the candle affixed to the wall, amid the flickering glow, Paymon beheld the neatly arranged human skins suspended before him. This room, a repository of gruesome trophies, was as ancient as the history of House Bolton itself. After his father assumed the mantle of Winterfell's new lord, he had surreptitiously transported all these Stark skins from the Dreadfort to Winterfell. Though Paymon had never truly comprehended the depths of Roos's soul, in this moment, as he stood alone facing the desiccated hides overhead, he felt for the first time the blood of House Bolton coursing through his veins. The skinning family of the Dreadfort had never genuinely submitted to the Starks. Even as the lords of House Stark had conquered the North, compelling nearly all families to bow in submission, Bolton nurtured within him a seed of vengeance. Now, the banner of House Bolton had been entrusted to Paymon. The impending war was not merely a personal vendetta between two bastards, but a brutal clash between Bolton and Stark. Only through bloody combat could there be any hope of survival. Paymon understood this all too well. He tilted his head, scrutinizing each Stark skin, each representing a vibrant life extinguished beneath Bolton's skinning blade. He was uncertain whether the skin of the young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark, was among them. The haunting images of the Red Wedding flashed before his eyes. Soon, he would once again fight alongside the Freys and Lannisters against Ned Stark's other son. It was not until his eyes grew weary and his heart settled that Paymon returned to his chamber. However, once sprawled upon his bed, slumber eluded him. It was not solely the impending vengeance of Jon that troubled him, nor the lurking faceless man. These thoughts rendered true sleep an impossibility. As dawn broke, sunlight streaming through the window onto the floor, Paymon remained wide awake, staring vacantly into the empty room. Born of bloodshed, in a haze of confusion, he experienced a vision. He saw Ginny standing before him, cradling the lifeless infant that should have been theirs. Roose Bolton, his father, stood behind her with an impassive expression. Then Edwin Fry, Ramsay, and Wyman appeared successively beside Ginny. Born of bloodshed, their voices were low and hoarse, echoing with a pain that seemed to originate from the very depths of hell. Chapter 69. The bastards' war pikes stood tall. Archers stood silently before the spearmen, quivers brimming with arrows at their backs. The war horses of the cavalry whinnied anxiously as Bolton, Lannister, Fry, and the loyal vassals of Paymon stood shoulder to shoulder. The sun shone brightly, yet devoid of warmth, as a cold wind swept mercilessly across the barren fields before them. Jon Snow appeared first atop a majestic white steed on the low hillside, his dire wolf running closely beside him. Paymon gazed coldly at the illegitimate scion of House Stark, who possessed broad shoulders and eyes as dark as a winter's night. Soon, the wildlings and the Night's Watch surged forth like a tidal wave from the hills behind him. The Night's Watch still clad in black, their anxious glances sweeping over the looming Winterfell. Giants joined Jon Snow's ranks, their bare feet striking the cold, hard frozen earth. Clad in rudely fashioned leather armor, wielding hefty wooden clubs, Paymon also discerned the presence of mercenaries and mountain clans within Jon's army, thieves brandishing axes among them. Regrettably, Paymon lamented, he no longer had the Stark children in his grasp. Jon Snow's gaze was rife with the desire for vengeance, for it was the very three families before him that had conspired to orchestrate the Red Wedding, the massacre of House Stark. The wildlings beyond the wall sounded the charge for their commander, and Jon Snow drew his sword, leading his troops into a furious assault fueled by his thirst for retribution. The Lions and Bolton cavalry charged side by side, while the Fry spearmen and archers prepared for battle. Under the pallid sunlight, the thundering hooves of the steeds kicked up a cloud of dust, their frantic and chaotic footsteps mingling with the roars of the wildlings and giants as they advanced. When the enemy drew within the archers' range, a volley of arrows struck down several of the foremost Night's Watchmen. The giants, despite being hit by numerous arrows, continued their fearless advance. After another round of archery, the Bolton cavalry led the charge, flanked by Lannister and Fry forces. Following a dull thud, the leading Night's Watchmen fell into the traps that Paymon had ordered to be dug beforehand. With broken legs, both horse and rider tumbled into the deep pits, their anguished cries echoing. Yet, a greater number of cavalry surged directly over the traps, the armored giants plowing through as if in an uninhabited realm, their wooden clubs swinging with force, knocking Bolton soldiers from their mounts, sending them to their demise. As the Northern Alliance and Jon Snow's soldiers became fully entangled in battle, Jon suddenly spotted Paymon, commanding from horseback and fiercely engaging in the fray. Hatred blinded Jon Snow, and under the cover of the wildlings, he charged directly toward Paymon. Despite the protection provided by the spearmen, with the indomitable wildlings at their side and the giants moving with impunity, the Night's Watch quickly gained the upper hand. Jon Snow resolved to press the advantage, for he noticed Paymon casting a mocking expression in his direction. The giants cleaved a path through the throngs of spearmen, and Jon Snow led his soldiers forward, sword raised, aiming straight for Paymon's head. Yet, what took the Stark bastard by surprise was the sight of Lord Bolton, the head of his house, galloping away from the phalanx, veering towards the flanks upon spotting the advancing enemy. Jon Snow presumed that Paymon was retreating, and thus, he spurred his steed in pursuit. His troops had no choice but to follow their commander, straying from their previously established course of assault against the foe. At that moment, Paymon unveiled the visor of his helm, rallying the Bolton cavalry with a fierce cry, "Charge forth!" Inspired by their lord's fervor, the Bolton horsemen surged ahead, while Jon Snow had already redirected his forces towards the battlefield's flank. Meanwhile, the enemies from the wall began to sense the shift in momentum, yet it was too late. Paymon led a ferocious charge, with the Lannister and Fry cavalry penetrating deep into enemy territory. Simultaneously, the concealed Black Spear Marwyn emerged with his contingent of Bolton cavalry, bursting forth into the fray. Mounted on his galloping steed, Paymon gripped the reins tightly with one hand, wielding his long sword with precision, mercilessly cleaving through the Night's Watch and brigands alike. The thunderous gallop of the horses sent tremors through the earth, while Paymon was enveloped in the cacophony of clashing steel, the mournful whinnies of the steeds, and the deep roars of battle. Jon sought to regroup his forces, but Paymon was quicker to act. Spearmen and archers swiftly encircled the giants. Despite their formidable strength, the giants were no match for the dense phalanx of pikes and arrows that fell upon them like rain. Before long, Paymon witnessed several giants tumble to the ground, their immense bodies crashing down and raising a cloud of crimson mist. The remaining wildlings and Night's Watch were similarly ensnared by the Northerners' cavalry. Paymon observed Jon Snow, now maddened by bloodlust, his sword drenched in gore as he relentlessly struck at the Bolton soldiers. "Show no mercy," Paymon commanded his men, recognizing the enemy's utter refusal to surrender. The somber sound of the horn echoed through the air. Within the tightening encirclement, Jon's steed and soldiers jostled against one another, trampling underfoot, the suffocating despair rendering them nearly breathless. This time, Paymon would not afford Jon any chance of resurgence. Scouts had ensured that Littlefinger's cavalry and Sansa Stark would not make an appearance on this battlefield. Meanwhile, archers had advanced, relentlessly targeting the enemies approaching from the wall with their crossbows. The outermost foes fell to arrows or were dispatched by the cavalry's blades, while those deeper within could scarcely lift an arm, let alone draw their swords to break free. Paymon directed his forces with cunning, methodically wearing down Jon Snow's ranks. Corpses began to accumulate at the center of the encirclement, and soon, only Jon and a handful of his loyal retainers remained amidst the carnage. Paymon gazed upon Jon Snow, whose visage was marred by blood and dirt. Despite the seething hatred evident in his eyes, Paymon remained composed and indifferent. "You understand nothing, Jon Snow," Paymon scoffed, gesturing towards the crossbowmen. The battlefield was attended to as it had been before, with thick columns of smoke rising above the charred corpses. The giant had been flayed, and Paymon mused that its hide could be fashioned into a splendid carpet to be displayed upon the walls of Winterfell, pierced by several long spears. Ultimately, Paymon granted Jon Snow a dignified demise, incinerating him along with his soldiers. Chapter 70. The commander of the Night's Watch that night. Paymon reveled with Lancel Lannister and Hoteen Fry, as the cold winter winds howled outside, contrasting sharply with the spacious and brightly lit hall of Winterfell. Lancel appeared to be succumbing to the effects of alcohol, his face flushed after several cups of wine, while Hotin Fry, evidently more resilient, indulged in the sumptuous food and drink laid before them. The toothless Aiden and the recently elevated Baron Jim had already forged a bond of brotherhood over a few pints of beer, while the Blackwood soldier, Marwyn, abstained from toasting. They celebrated within the halls that rightfully belonged to House Stark, as though this revelry were their birthright. Before the festivities commenced, Paymon had a private meeting with the faceless man from Bravos, during which, in addition to providing a sufficient sum of gold dragons, he pledged to repay all debts to the Iron Bank by the next autumn harvest. "I hope you remember your words, my lord Paymon," the faceless man remarked before vanishing without a trace. Before him now were the phrase, "toasting with abandon," and the grinning Lannister. While only a portion of Bolton's soldiers were authorized by Paymon to partake in the celebration. "You ought to have seen the expression on that Night's Watch commander's face before he met his end, my lord Lancel. I wager it was paler than the skin of a White Walker." Hotin mumbled through a mouthful of roasted pork. Lancel Lannister merely nodded and smiled out of courtesy, and Paymon sensed that he bore little interest in the festivities, constrained only by appearances. White Walkers. The very name pierced Paymon Bolton's heart like a sharp lance. Jon Snow and the majority of the Night's Watch had perished in the recently concluded war, rendering the Wall, a once formidable bastion, an empty fortress, its gates wide open. The thought filled Paymon with dread. Previously, the presence of the black-clad cavalry stationed at the Wall offered a semblance of security. Should the White Walkers truly appear, they might at least receive word of their approach. But now, if the White Walkers were to cross, there would be no one left to sound the alarm. Paymon Bolton felt that his blood-soaked endeavors had finally secured his position as the protector of the North, and should the White Walkers invade, all his previous efforts would amount to naught. "Lord Blancel, the Night's Watch has been entirely eradicated by us. However, the Wall stands as a mere fade at this moment. Should we not honestly report this predicament to King Joffrey?" Paymon, reluctant to shoulder the burden of confronting the White Walkers alone, hastily presented this prickly dilemma to Blancel before he could depart. "Upon my return to King's Landing, I shall promptly inform the King and Queen of this urgent situation. You need not worry, my lord Paymon," Blancel assured gravely. "I trust you. Yet I have little faith in Emperor Joffrey and that foolish, lascivious queen." Paymon lamented inwardly, gazing across the gathered northern lords, who had just rallied to his call and aided him in winning this brutal war. He realized it would be ill-advised to request their assistance in garrisoning the Wall at this juncture. Observing the drunken revelry of the toothless Aiden and Farmer Jim, Paymon doubted their capability to bear such a weighty responsibility. After much contemplation, he concluded that Blackspear Marwyn would be the most suitable candidate. Marwyn was not only valiant and fearless, but also possessed a commendable prudence, consistently formulating his own strategies. However, persuading him to abandon his family and don the black to guard the Wall for an extended period would be no trivial task. Given the harsh and perilous conditions there, a decidedly undesirable assignment. As Paymon discussed the Night's Watch issue with Blancel, he discreetly observed Blackspear Marwyn seated nearby. Even with Joffrey appointing a new commander for the Night's Watch, Paymon felt compelled to place a trustworthy individual at the Wall. For, should the White Walkers breach its defenses, the entirety of Westeros would face cataclysmic ruin. After the celebratory feast concluded, Paymon approached Asha Greyjoy once more, relaying the news of his victory over Jon Snow. "Does slaying that Stark bastard and his men elevate your sense of nobility? No, you prevail in this war solely because you are more ruthless and undoubtedly more despicable." Asha derided with disdain. "I have vanquished Stannis' grand army, and now Jon Snow. I shall tightly grasp the North, even reign over all of Westeros and ascend the Iron Throne. What? Has the Crow's Eye infiltrated your mind? Or have you succumbed to madness like him?" Asha smirked contemptuously, clearly dismissing Lord Bolton's aspirations as delusional. "What shall I do with you? Perhaps I should flay you alive and hang your corpse alongside those giants outside Winterfell." Paymon retorted with a cruel laugh, unfazed by Asha's mockery. "Then why don't you act, you damned coward?" Asha Greyjoy taunted. "And if I were to request you to captain a ship and transport me to Meereen, what would you think of that?" Paymon was suddenly struck by a wild idea and turned to the captive Asha with a question. "I would suspect that your mind has been drained by the leeches of Lustbarton. I would hold you beneath the waves until you drown, and then cast your lifeless body into the sea to feed the sharks." Asha Greyjoy replied without hesitation. "That aligns closely with my imagination, save for the part about feeding me to the sharks." Paymon Bolton chuckled, emboldened by his inebriation, and leaned in to fervently kiss Asha's neck, slowly drifting downward. Asha initially struggled violently, cursing Paymon with fervor. Eventually, she began to passionately return Paymon's kisses, as if a surging tide sought to engulf him entirely. Be my queen, not a prisoner in this dark cell. After their encounter, Paymon invited Asha, who was still gasping for breath. I shall consider it when you prove yourself a true man. Asha Greyjoy responded, I will bring you the head of Yoren, and then you shall acquiesce. After uttering these words, Paymon helped Asha don her clothes before departing the cell. He now needed to send Marvin to the wall, clad in black, regardless of the means necessary. Subsequently, Paymon resolved to journey to Meereen, for he believed that only Daenerys Targaryen, the Queen of Dragons, held the potential to vanquish the malevolent entity known as the Crow's Eye, Yoren. Chapter 71. The Hound. The following morning, Hostine Frey and Lancel Lannister bid farewell to Paymon as they departed Winterfell. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Lord Jaime Lannister, Paymon said to Lancel before he led the surviving soldiers back from the war. I shall, Lord Paymon Bolton. But I must first return to King's Landing to report to King Joffrey and Queen Cersei about the situation at the wall. The Night's Watch is in dire need of reinforcements, and King's Landing must promptly send new members to fortify their ranks. Lancel nodded at Paymon and then rode out of the city, the banner of the Lannister lion gradually vanishing from Paymon's sight. By the time Hostine Frey finally emerged from his hangover, it was already the afternoon, and his countenance was as dark as the overcast sky. Upon my return to Riverrun, I shall summon the Frey family to recount the sacrilege committed by White Harbor against the Riverlands. I shall ensure that the fat-headed eel pays for his transgressions. Hostine vowed passionately to Paymon, before being assisted onto his steed by soldiers, finally steadying himself in the saddle. Should the Freys seek retribution against the Manderleys of White Harbor, the Bolton family would certainly not stand idly by. Although Paymon harbored mistrust towards the Freys, he recognized that these men were a formidable weapon against their foes. I shall see that the Manderley family pays in blood for their debts. Indeed, Hostine muttered as he rode forth with the soldiers of House Frey on their journey back. Once the Lannisters and the Freys had departed from Winterfell, the former apple farmer Jim, now the Baron of the Dreadfort, approached Lord Paymon with his cavalry. My Lord Paymon, is there anything further I may assist you with? Clad in armor, Jim indeed resembled a formidable baron, wielding a splendid longsword, and even flying a banner adorned with a rusted apple blossom motif. One day, Jim, I may indeed require your assistance, but for now, you may return to the Dreadfort with your men and assume your duties as Baron. Paymon replied with a smile, addressing the solemn Jim. At your service, my Lord Paymon. The entire Dreadfort stands ready at your command, as long as I remain its Baron. Jim deeply bowed in gratitude to Paymon before turning his steed and, like a tempest, swiftly departed Winterfell with his retinue. It appeared that mastering the courtesies of nobility would require a considerable amount of time for him. Paymon reflected as he watched Jim's retreating figure. Upon retracting his gaze, he noticed the toothless Aiden had approached him. My Lord Paymon, Aiden awaits your command. Aiden's countenance was still flushed. He had imbibed even more than Hostine Frey, exhaling a foul scent of alcohol with each breath. Aiden, are you truly my man? Paymon inquired, his piercing and cold gaze fixed upon Aiden. Indeed, I am your man, my Lord Paymon, your most loyal servant. Aiden, fearing he had erred in some way, hastily knelt, swearing his allegiance. Excellent, Aiden. I shall take care of my own. You have displayed remarkable bravery, and a valiant and loyal individual deserves reward, Paymon announced to Aiden, who knelt before him. This unexpected honor left Aiden momentarily flustered, but once he regained his composure, he fervently expressed his gratitude to Paymon. However, such loyalty is not singular. Blackspear Marwyn is equally valiant and steadfastly loyal to Bolton. Paymon gestured for Aiden to rise, fixing him with a scrutinizing gaze that caught Aiden's furtive eyes. My Lord Paymon, I am willing to undertake any task for you, and I shall not be outdone by Marwyn. Aiden, feeling cornered, fervently affirmed. Very well. If Marwyn were to depart Winterfell and take up residence at the Night's Watch in the Black Castle, what do you think? Paymon observed as Aiden unwittingly fell into his trap, smoothly inquiring. That would indeed be advantageous, my Lord Paymon. Marwyn is undoubtedly fit to become the commander of the Night's Watch, and the Black Castle has long been unoccupied, which is certainly not favorable for Winterfell. Aiden could not suppress a laugh, eagerly contemplating the prospect of rendering Marwyn unconscious and hastily sending him to the far north at the wall. I have a method, Paymon declared, feigning difficulty. However, I require a reliable individual to assist me in its execution. Upon hearing this, the toothless Aiden eagerly sprang forth, offering his services to aid Paymon in this endeavor. Then I shall place my trust in you, Aiden. Do not disappoint me, nor let Lord Bolton of the terrifying castle down. Paymon replied with a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement to Aiden's proposal. I shall execute your orders flawlessly, my lord Paymon. Aiden responded with enthusiasm, as if he could already envision the prosperous days that awaited him post-promotion. Consider your response carefully, Aiden. You are well aware of how I deal with those who break their word. Paymon warned softly, gazing at Aiden, who was beaming with joy. Once Aiden had once again prostrated himself at Paymon's feet, fervently promising to fulfill his task and keep it a secret, Paymon finally divulged his plan to him. Your strategy is simply impeccable, my lord Paymon. Aiden exclaimed excitedly after listening to the lord's arrangement. Complete your task and maintain confidentiality. You may take your leave. Paymon replied, somewhat distastefully, as he wished to avoid Aiden's intoxicated countenance. Aiden hurriedly departed, not lingering for even a moment. Subsequently, Paymon commenced his quiet waiting, not only for Aiden to fulfill the task assigned to him, but also for the next move from the Freys. Should the Freys decide to wage war on White Harbor, he would seize the opportunity to completely uproot the Manderley family. The Lannister family had just endured the roasting of Duke Tywin, while young Aegon had landed amidst the storm, creating chaos that would surely preclude them from concerning themselves with the conflicts in the north. Furthermore, the north was far too distant from King's Landing. The hand of King Joffrey could not possibly reach so far. Days later, Paymon received the good news from the toothless Aiden. The matter has been settled, my lord Paymon. Aiden said, bowing obsequiously, his face alight with excitement. Well done, Aiden. Now you need only keep this a secret. Paymon waved him off, and a satisfied Aiden retreated from his presence. At that moment, Paymon was acutely aware that the day when Marvin would depart Winterfell for the Wall was drawing near. As the Lord, Paymon required not only valiant warriors but also hounds ready to heed his command. Black Spear Marvin represented the former, yet Aiden, without a doubt, was a hound of his own. Chapter 72. The Shepherd. That evening, a ragged shepherd arrived at Winterfell, urging an audience with Lord Paymon Bolton, accompanied by his dilapidated cart. To the soldier's annoyance, the shepherd insisted vehemently that the lord emerge from the castle to meet him outside. However, upon hearing this request, Paymon hesitated briefly before acquiescing to the plea of the subject. As he accompanied his servant to the hall, he encountered the man who had sought his audience. The man appeared to be in his 60s, his hair, white as if touched by frost, framed a face etched with deep lines of worry. Beneath his furrowed brow, his anxious, protruding eyes spoke of distress, and the rough, dark complexion of his weathered skin bore testament to years of hardship. The hand gripping the whip was marred by countless cracks. What is your name? Paymon inquired with a hint of curiosity, observing the shepherd before him, who neither bowed nor offered a greeting. Peter, the shepherd. Peter, that is my name, my lord, the shepherd replied, his voice trembling as he cast a cautious glance at the guards behind Paymon. Paymon sensed an incessant tremor in the man's body, uncertain whether it arose from the biting cold of the winter wind or the weight of the words he was about to utter. Then, Shepherd Peter, what brings you to Winterfell? Is there anything I can assist you with? Paymon continued to press the shepherd for answers. I implore you, my lord, to deliver justice. Peter's voice strained against the sorrow and despair that threatened to overwhelm him, yet the anguish etched upon his face betrayed his inner turmoil. What justice do you seek? Paymon inquired calmly. Peter hesitated, turning away to lift the curtain that draped over the wagon. Before Paymon lay the lifeless, frozen body of a boy. The child appeared even younger than Paymon himself, his waxen face devoid of color, eyes tightly shut and sunken, with a visible wound in his chest. A clear sign of being pierced by a spear. You have brought a corpse into Winterfell. You must provide me with a compelling reason for my forgiveness, Paymon stated firmly. My lord, the body that lies in this wagon was once my son, Luke. He was murdered by a soldier wielding a black spear, and according to my son's friends, that man was accompanied by soldiers and banners of House Bolton. The shepherd could no longer suppress his grief. The agony of losing a child piercing his heart like a dagger, twisting it asunder. His voice quivered with the weight of his accusation. Peter, do you realize what you are saying? You are accusing the soldiers of House Bolton of murdering your son. Paymon warned, his gaze fixed upon the young, frozen body. I am fully aware of my actions, my lord. My son's playmate can attest to this. Yet, that child was terrified. The soldiers of House Bolton thrust the spear into my son's chest before extracting it only after his blood had drained. The shepherd recounted the horrific ordeal, trembling as he spoke of the nightmarish events. The black spear, could it be Marvin? Silence. Paymon snapped at the soldier behind him who dared to speculate, the soldier promptly quieting, afraid to utter another word. This is merely your one-sided account. I shall dispatch someone to accompany you and locate the boy who can substantiate your claims. Bring him to Winterfell, and I shall investigate the matter thoroughly. Paymon declared with a grave tone. "I will lead you to our village at once, my lord," exclaimed the shepherd, Peter, his eyes alight with hope. "There's no need." At that moment, the spear wielder, Marwyn, emerged from the crowd of onlookers. It was he, the one with the black spear in his face. "He is the one who brutally slaughtered my son." The shepherd, upon seeing the perpetrator before him, trembled with fear as he pointed an accusatory finger. "Indeed, I exacted severe punishment upon your son for the heinous, beastly acts he committed." Marwyn spat back, filled with indignation. "This is a shameless accusation. My child is more timid and meek than my most docile sheep," Peter retorted, his emotions boiling over. "Sheep? Huh. I see him more as the embodiment of a black goat demon. Ending his life sooner spared him from committing even graver atrocities." Marwyn boldly countered, unafraid of the shepherd's accusations. Paymon observed Peter's hands trembling even more violently as he struggled to contain his seething rage. "Marwyn, what transpired that led you to slay this young boy with your spear?" Paymon inquired, unwilling to show undue favoritism towards Marwyn in front of Peter. "Will you speak for yourself, or shall I? Or perhaps we could allow that shameful son of yours to recount the dreadful deeds he and his accomplice committed," Marwyn challenged. But Peter chose to remain silent. "My lord Paymon, while patrolling the forest with my soldiers, I discovered his son defiling a farmer's daughter. They had bound her in the woods, and it was only after they slit her throat that they began their vile acts." Marwyn recounted, his eyes aflame with hatred. "Despite having executed the boy himself, that is merely a fabrication to evade the horrific crime of murder. My son would never commit such a monstrous sin. He must have been coerced." Peter insisted vehemently. "If you insist he was coerced, you are not entirely mistaken. That coercer lies between his legs." Aiden, the toothless one, interjected, clearly siding with Marwyn, or at least feigning to do so. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, Peter once again demanded that the boy testify. "We buried the girl's corpse, my lord Paymon. The pile of stones that forms her grave stands as the best evidence." Marwyn defended himself. "That girl was consorting with my son. Her mother was a harlot." In a moment of desperation, the shepherd revealed the truth. "However, this does not absolve your son of the heinous crimes he has committed against her." Blackspear Marwyn remained obstinate, refusing to yield an inch. "Your words are indeed silver-tongued. Yet regardless of your arguments, your hands are still stained with my son's blood." Observing Marwyn's refusal to acknowledge his atrocities, the shepherd concluded, "Lord Paymon, I admit that I executed him without your consent, and I am willing to bear the consequences." Blackspear Marwyn knelt before Paymon, his tone sincere as he awaited Paymon's judgment. Chapter 73. The piercing bird bring his companions, as well as that girl's mother, the harlot. Paymon did not hastily render a verdict, but instead instructed the foul-toothed Aiden. "I shall attend to it at once, my lord." Aiden promptly accepted the command and departed from Winterfell with the shepherd, Peter. "My lord, that criminal defiled the corpse of the deceased. I was merely administering justice." Blackspear Marwyn still knelt before Paymon, his voice laced with intense resentment. "You believe you are enacting justice, Marwyn, but only through my judgment do you possess the right to execute that boy," Paymon stated in a tone laden with authority. "I believe that had you been in my position, Lord Paymon, you would have made the same decision," Marwyn retorted. "You are merely a soldier of the Bolton family, and I must remind you of this. When you stand in the light, arrogantly judging the fates of others, you cast shadows over the weak," Paymon replied coldly. "Yes, Lord Paymon, I am willing to accept your judgment." Marwyn lowered his head further, sensing the concealed anger within Bolton's icy words. "I shall pass judgment upon your offenses, but first, I will investigate the matter thoroughly. Guards, take him to the dungeon." Paymon commanded the soldiers behind him, who promptly stepped forward to escort Marwyn away. Upon returning to the castle, Paymon intended to rest briefly, awaiting Aiden's arrival with the witnesses when a soldier entered to report that Baron Jim of Red Hills requested an audience with Paymon. Did he not return to Red Hills to fulfill his duties as a baron? Why has he come back? Paymon inquired, to which the soldier, looking perplexed, replied that he did not know. "Let him in." Paymon ultimately instructed the soldier. As Jim entered the hall, he was gasping for breath, clearly having ridden hard to reach Winterfell. Paymon did not rush to speak, but waited for the Baron of Red Hills to catch his breath and address him. "Lord Paymon, I have received alarming news from Red Hills." Jim, now a baron, spoke directly, his labored breathing resembling that of an enraged bull. "What news?" "Concerning the Iron Men and the pirates?" Paymon inquired. "It concerns you, my Lord Paymon," Jim answered with a resounding voice. "Do not keep me in suspense, Jim. If what you say is true, it is better that I know sooner rather than later." Paymon realized that Jim's usual straightforwardness was now shrouded in hesitation, which could only signify something dire. A family is swiftly rising to prominence north of the neck, spreading word that they are fighting for the heirs of House Stark, the lords of the north, and they claim to wrest Winterfell from your grasp. Jim, observing Paymon's growing concern, hastily divulged the information he had gathered. What is the name of this family, and what of their sigil? Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Paymon. The Byrne family, my lord Paymon. It is said that their banner bears a butcher bird, a creature that thrives in decaying swamps, feasting upon venomous serpents and spiders. Jim reported to Paymon, his words laced with profound reverence for this family, as though they were a clan more merciless and bloodthirsty than the Boltons. Although Paymon had never previously heard of this family, he recalled a mention of such a bird by Raymond, the blacksmith in Sunset Town. This bird, after dispatching its prey, would impale the carcass upon sharp spikes or thorns, as if to display its trophies and assert its dominion. The Byrne family, I have never heard of this name. Is there any other news? Paymon pressed Baron Jim further. It is rumored that they have slain several members of House Lyswell and a few Fry lads, those idlers from the Fry clan, and then impaled their corpses along the sides of King S Road. Jim relayed all the intelligence he had acquired to his lord. At this moment, Paymon sensed that if Jim's reports were indeed accurate, then the newly emerged Byrne family surely had its ultimate sights set on him, a Bolton, while the Lyswells and the Bolton youths were merely an appetizer for those butcher birds. You have done well, Jim. Should any further news arise, report to me immediately. Paymon commended the Baron of Red Hills. After Jim bowed and departed, Paymon fell into a deep contemplation. He could not believe that such a butcher-like family could rise so rapidly without reason. The once mighty Reed family of those swamps had been utterly annihilated by the time Paymon and his army reached Greywater Watch. Intuition warned Paymon that there must be an unseen force clandestinely supporting the Byrne family in their opposition. Judging by their terrifying actions, akin to those of butcher birds, they would not relent easily. The Byrne family. Is it possible that a clan more brutal than the skinning men of Horror Castle is truly emerging in the north? Paymon found it difficult to believe, uncertain of the veracity of the tidings Jim had conveyed. However, he was acutely aware that he needed to dispatch personnel promptly to ascertain the situation. If he allowed the flames to ignite unimpeded, by the time the fury was sufficient to engulf everything, it would be too late. With this thought in mind, Paymon sent out a team to investigate north of the neck, to determine whether the family bearing the emblem of the piercing bird truly existed. Simultaneously, he dispatched a raven to Horston Fry, inquiring if there had been any further sightings of the missing Fry. Paymon had to concede that this was an exceptionally grave challenge for House Bolton. For centuries, the flayed men of the Dreadfort had ruled over his subjects through fear. And should another family, more ruthless than his own, dare to challenge House Bolton, it would fundamentally undermine their power in the north. As the new lord of House Bolton, Paymon understood he had no choice but to be even more bloodthirsty, instilling terror in the vassals and subjects of the north. When the disheveled Aiden returned with a cowering boy and a woman reeking of heavy perfume, Paymon commanded that Black Mervyn be brought forth from his cell. Do you recognize the shepherd before you? Paymon inquired of the woman. Of course I know him, along with his son Luke, who reeks of sheep dung. My daughter has been consorting with that wretched boy, she replied with a sharp tone. Luke murdered your daughter and then desecrated her corpse, Paymon coldly asserted. And so what? She was merely the child of a whore. Who cares about all this? Am I to mount a horse and wield a sword for her revenge like those noble knights? The woman responded indifferently, her face betraying not the slightest hint of sorrow. Now, tell me what transpired. Paymon fixed his gaze upon the boy who had remained silent. Luke and they were playing some dangerous game, and then Luke accidentally killed her, he began. But a glance from the witness toward Black Mervyn caused him to hastily shut his mouth. Someone has already avenged you, Aiden interjected, gesturing towards the bound Mervyn. I would prefer some silver stags instead, my lord. Have pity on the living. My daughter is dead and cannot return. The woman lamented, spreading her hands in a beseeching manner. Shepherd Peter, I shall pass judgment on the one who murdered your son. Now, you may leave, Paymon announced to the shepherd. But my lord, the shepherd appeared somewhat unsettled, yet upon noticing the lord's cold demeanor, he departed with the other two. Chapter 74, Judgment, my lord Paymon. Mervyn awaits your decree. Black Mervyn finally realized the folly of his impulsiveness in taking the life of the shepherd's son on the spot. Mervyn, Aiden has informed me that the boy you killed was the sole child of Shepherd Peter. As the guardian of the north, I am tasked with upholding the integrity of the kingdom's laws. Paymon, with a proud demeanor, perched high in the lord's seat, proclaimed to the anxious Marwyn below. The black spear Marwyn felt an unsettling dread penetrate his very bones, unable to meet the gaze of Paymon, the lord of Winterfell, for he was acutely aware that, according to the laws decreed by the king, he would face severe punishment. Marwyn, If I were to provide you with sufficient manpower to seize the Wall of Despair and become the commander of the Black Castle, what say you? Paymon continued. But my lord, the Black Castle has long since fallen into ruin, and if the rumors hold any truth, the wights lurking in the Ghost Wood are far more terrifying than the dark dungeons. Marwyn replied reluctantly, clearly disinclined to march to his doom at the Wall of Despair. I shall allow you to select your preferred companions, and I will accompany you northward to ensure your successful appointment as the commander of the Night's Watch. Once the crown assigns a new commander, I will find an opportunity for you to return to Winterfell. Paymon generously displayed his intentions to compel the Black Spear Marwyn's agreement. Thank you for your kindness and generosity, Lord Paymon. I shall abide by your arrangements. Marwyn, seeing that his lord had orchestrated everything, reluctantly acquiesced to Paymon's plan. When shall we depart, my lord? At this moment, with Paymon's permission, the soldiers untied the ropes binding Marwyn's hands. As he flexed his sore wrists, he inquired of Paymon. We shall set forth at dawn. Spend a tranquil night with your family, Marwyn. Paymon gestured for Marwyn to take his leave. The Black Spear glanced at the gnarled-toothed Aiden beside him, and after a brief pause, exited the hall. My lord Paymon, your arrangements are nothing short of impeccable. I am truly impressed. Aiden immediately flattered Paymon once Marwyn had departed. I shall reward you appropriately. However, Aiden, before that, have you ever heard of the Byrne family from the Neck? Paymon inquired, having learned that Aiden had previously served with Lord Bolton at the Bay of Carlin. The Byrne family? You mean those hunters and butchers residing in the Putrid Marsh? Aiden appeared momentarily bewildered, questioning in confusion. Do you know anyone from that family? Paymon pressed, surprised to find that Aiden was familiar with the Byrne family. My lord Paymon, they can scarcely be deemed a family. They are merely villagers who subsist by hunting and trading their catches. They even established some nonsensical hunters' alliance, marked by a bat, or perhaps a monstrous bird. Aiden scoffed dismissively, clearly underestimating the hunters of the marsh. Their banner features a butcher bird that delights in hanging the corpses of its prey upon thorns. Paymon interjected. Indeed, Master Paymon. How could I forget? It is the carrion bird, the one known for its morbid penchant for collecting the remains of its prey. The toothless Aiden slapped his forehead, finally recalling the name of the bird. But, Master Paymon, what has sparked your sudden interest in the hunters of the marsh? Aiden inquired cautiously. Paymon did not withhold information from Aiden. He recounted the tidings brought by Baron Jim of the Red Hills. The hunters and butchers in those marshes are numerous, yet they would never dare to provoke Bolton. I suspect there is some hidden force supporting them. Aiden, despite his fondness for drink, had not rendered his mind incapable. I have dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of this so-called Byrne family, but more urgently, I need to ascertain the power that stands behind them. Aiden, I require you to venture into the rotting marsh and unearth the puppeteer orchestrating all of this. With the conversation having reached such a point, Paymon straightforwardly issued his command. At your command, Master Paymon, I shall show those rustic simpletons who only know how to hunt black-striped fish and water snakes, who the true hunter is. Aiden exclaimed, eager to teach the marsh-dwelling Byrne a lesson. Aiden, proceed with utmost caution. After all, that land is not ours. Pride will only transform you from hunter to prey. Paymon solemnly warned before Aiden took his leave. After arranging matters for his absence from Winterfell, Paymon returned to his chamber. His expedition north to the Wall was not solely to clear obstacles for Black Spear Marwyn. He also wished to behold the grandeur of the fortifications and ascertain the veracity of the so-called threat posed by the others. As he lay upon the bed, he soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Night was abruptly devoured by day, and brilliant sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting its rays upon the spacious, bustling hall. Before Paymon unfolded a macabre banquet of corpses. Edwin Fry voraciously gnawed at blood-smeared bones. The armored Mouton poured wine into the goblet of Duke Tywin, while Jenny, clutching the blood-drenched sheets, sat at the end of the long table with a peculiar smile. Meanwhile, Luke Bolton, with his pallid eyes reminiscent of the moon, fixated intently on Paymon, a sharp stiletto protruding from his chest, blood splattering onto the plate before him. Paymon recoiled in shock, only to find his retreat blocked by a robust figure behind him. Turning, he beheld the malevolent eye of the eye-patchless Corvid Iuluin, brandishing a massive horn adorned with strange patterns, while a mountain of corpses lay drenched in blood behind him. Suddenly, Paymon awoke with a start, realizing he was indeed lying safely in his chamber. He flexed his stiff, weary legs and, after a considerable effort, finally managed to sit up. It was a clear, cloudless winter day, the sky a deep blue akin to the summer sea, and the incessant cold wind had ceased, as if the god of winter had temporarily sheathed his icy blade. Paymon and Marwyn rode forth from Winterfell, accompanied by their soldiers, towards the northern realms of the kingdom. Perched upon his steed, Paymon felt a sense of delight. The day was not as frigid as usual, and soon he would behold the marvel constructed by the builder, Brandon Stark, in collaboration with the giants. Conversely, Marwyn of the Black Spear, far from his homeland, exhibited no such leisure. He sat rigidly atop his horse, brows furrowed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the long, winding road ahead. Chapter 75. The Wall of Despair. Paymon's plan had been to utilize Fry to dismantle the threat posed by the Manderley family of White Harbor, and subsequently eliminate the troublesome Fry lads of the Riverlands, ever since feeling the pressure from his father, Lord Russ Bolton. Yet now, the emergence of the butchering bird, the Bourne family, had introduced a new complication, instilling a persistent anxiety within him regarding whether Aiden would successfully carry out his assigned tasks. As their company ventured deeper into the northern territories, the winds intensified, the temperature plummeted, and snowflakes began to drift from the sky. The barren grasslands around them became blanketed in snow, and by afternoon, everything was enveloped in a pristine white shroud, causing them to nearly lose their way in the snowy expanse. Fortunately, an old veteran who had previously journeyed to the Wall of Despair served as their guide, allowing them to continue their trek. They halted upon a distant rise, from where the cold blue walls of the towering castle glimmered in the sunlight, coming into view. The azure fortifications cleaved the heavens from the earth, stretching across the snow-laden terrain, fading from Paymon's sight. With the sun still shining brightly, he could even discern the crossbows and trebuchets perched atop the walls. This grand structure had been erected by Stark and the giants, said to be insurmountable even by the dragons of House Targaryen. An old soldier, wearied yet contemplative, gazed upon the Wall of Despair and remarked, "However, the original intent behind the fortification of this icy barrier was surely not to defend against the dragons of the Dragon Kings." Another veteran interjected, pondering, "Was it to withstand the wildlings and blizzards?" Marwyn of the Black Spear scoffed, his voice tinged with a cold rigidity. "Perhaps it was to stave off death. Let us continue our journey." Paymon averted his gaze and commanded the troops to press onward toward the Black Castle. As evening approached, they traversed a forest of firs and pines, eventually arriving at the foot of the Wall of Despair. Paymon, seated upon his horse, lifted his head high, yet still could not glimpse the summit of the wall. Cages embedded within the ancient, mysterious stone walls could be drawn to the top by massive winches. Ice and frost blanketed the venerable fortifications, while lush pine and cypress trees thrived along the expanse of the Wall of Despair. Upon their arrival at the Black Castle, Paymon discovered that only a handful of elderly scholars remained, alongside the crows that perched upon the wooden fortress. Jon Snow had taken nearly all the Night's Watch and their weapons, leaving them with scant provisions. According to the scholars' accounts, the Shadow Tower and the Castle of Eastwatch still retained a small contingent of the Night's Watch, prompting Paymon to resolve to seek them out the following day. After settling the soldiers, Paymon instructed his men to securely store the supplies they had brought, before leading a small group towards the lift on the wall. The lift was ingeniously designed, allowing a single operator to elevate 6 or 7 individuals to the summit of the fortress. Amidst the creaking of ropes and the groaning of wood, the lift ascended against the cold, unyielding stone of the wall. Paymon watched as the ground below diminished in size, until the Black Castle appeared toy-like from his vantage point. With a resounding clank, the lift came to a halt. Once the swaying ceased, Paymon and his soldiers stepped onto the precipice of the wall. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the icy stones in a breathtaking luminescence. As the sun sank towards the vast, unending forest, it resembled a golden dragon soaring within the confines of the wall. Paymon stood at the edge of the world, with the dense, shadowy ghostwood forest looming on the opposite side. The fishbone and sentinel trees grew right to the base of the wall, and as the last light of day receded, the forest transformed into an immense labyrinth of darkness. A chilling wind howled past Paymon's ears, as if countless tiny blades were slicing against his face. At the world's end, as the sun set, a thought crossed Paymon's mind, reminiscent of Tywin Lannister's antics, leading him to unfasten his trousers and relieve himself in the direction of the fabled shadowy forest, rumored to be haunted by White Walkers. The summit of the wall was so expansive that Paymon felt confident that 10 cavalrymen could ride side by side without issue. However, the catapults and ballistae atop the battlements were either in disrepair, battered by the cold winds and blanketed in thick snow, or entirely absent of stone and boulder. Paymon could scarcely fathom how they would withstand an assault from that terrifying race, should the White Walkers indeed launch an attack. After lingering atop the wall for a while, darkness enveloped the land, plunging the entire realm into a profound stillness. This darkness was far beyond the night of Winterfell. Paymon felt as though he had been confined within a coffin, subsequently buried in a grave. The wind howled through the ghost wood, echoing the cries of countless wraiths, as shadows flitted within the forest. Feeling the encroaching chill threatened to freeze him, Paymon hastily ordered his companions to descend from the wall. Upon returning to the Black Castle, they found that the chef brought from Winterfell had prepared their evening meal. "My lord Paymon," he said, once King Joffrey dispatches a new commander for the night's watch, "I hope you will expedite my return to Winterfell." Marvin was also intimidated by the harsh environment here. During dinner, he made a request to Paymon. Although Paymon superficially acquiesced to Marvin's plea, he was acutely aware that this matter would remain unresolved for an indeterminate time. After dinner, Paymon sought out a scholar residing in the attic. The scholar, who introduced himself as Hogan, informed Paymon that he had studied for a considerable duration at the Hightower Academy in the Old Town. "Our commander Jon Snow has taken the majority of the night's watch and has yet to return," Hogan said, gazing at Paymon with his murky, aged eyes, sighing deeply. "They will not return," Paymon replied bluntly, believing that false hope is more detrimental than the harsh reality. "Even if they return, I fear they will be of little use. I know that some ghastly specters are lurking just beyond the walls." Hogan's weathered face, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, bore the marks of time as he cryptically remarked to Paymon, "Did you not learn how to confront those foes at the academy?" Paymon, eyeing the scholar's necklace, inquired. "The library at the academy is vast, yet I spent much of my life there without discovering the answers I sought. Thus, I decided to venture to this far northern land in hopes of uncovering the mysteries I have pursued my entire life." Hogan gently shook his head, responding to Paymon. "And now, have you unraveled the secrets?" Paymon pressed further. "The scholars cannot resist them, my dear. Nor can swords and knights." Hogan coughed violently, speaking to Paymon in a tone of despair. Chapter 76. The Ranger's Leighton Hightower and his eldest daughter had been hiding within the towering spire. Was it not to study how to combat those wights? Paymon fixed his gaze upon the aged scholar, questioning him. Clearly, Paymon's words startled Hogan, who began to cough incessantly, as if he were about to expel his very lungs. Observing this, Paymon hastily exited his chamber. That night, the wind howled ominously, and the cold seeped through the drafty tower into Paymon's bed. Aside from the faint flicker of his bedside candle, the entire wall seemed to be engulfed in darkness. He wrapped himself tightly in his blankets, drifting into slumber amidst the howling winds and the creaking of the wooden castle. The following day dawned as a dreary winter's day, with cold winds sweeping the snow off the ground and into the Black Castle. Since, apart from the Black Castle, only the Shadow Tower and Eastwatch had Night's Watch stationed, Paymon dispatched Marvin to the Shadow Tower while he led a contingent of soldiers to Eastwatch. Their company journeyed eastward along the wall, grateful that the towering fortifications shielded them from the biting winds sweeping down from the north, allowing them to continue their advance. Donghai Wong, positioned at the easternmost edge of the Great Wall of Despair, lies within a shallow bay ravaged by sea winds, where the vessels of the Night Watch and warships dock. However, Paymon surmises that those ships have long been rendered idle. The snow-capped mountains wind their way deep into the tumultuous sea, their summits shrouded in dark clouds that swirl incessantly, hastened by the biting cold winds. Their arrival soon captured the attention of the Night Watch stationed in the towers. Yet their numbers were woefully insufficient. Paymon nonetheless ascended the formidable Donghai Wong Castle with his soldiers, piercing through the ominous clouds. Commander Catelyn Peake was still present, his already unappealing visage marred further by measles, and his scruffy beard, meant to conceal the affliction, resembled tangled weeds. At this moment, he regarded Paymon and his soldiers with palpable vigilance. "Who are you?" Catelyn inquired, despite his meager contingent of 4 or 5 riders, remaining ever ready to engage Paymon and his company. "Before you stands Paymon Bolton, Lord of the Terror Fortress and Winterfell, the Guardian of the North," declared Paymon's retinue to several members of the Night Watch. Upon hearing this, Catelyn sheathed his longsword, the expression on his face shifting from wariness to despondency. It was evident that he understood the fate of Stannis and Jon Snow, who had both succumbed at the feet of the Boltons. "Why did you not flee with Stannis or your commander?" Paymon queried the few men before him. "Stannis has fallen victim to the curse of that red-robed sorceress, and Jon Snow's situation is even graver, having mingled among those wildlings. We do not wish to follow such individuals," Catelyn candidly responded. "I bring tidings of a new commander for the Black Castle, to fortify the defenses here," Paymon declared, fully aware of Catelyn's brutish and violent nature. "Even if you were to summon all the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms, it would merely result in a few more corpses. We have encountered horrific assaults in the forest. Should you be interested, I could lead the riders to witness it," Caitlin tentatively proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Paymon accepted the commander of Donghai Wang's suggestion, ensuring he brought sufficient manpower to avoid falling into any traps set by Caitlin. They rode lightly, with Caitlin leading the way ahead of the riders, while Paymon and his soldiers trailed closely behind. Crossing through the iron gates of the Great Wall, they emerged on the opposite side of the Great Wall of Despair. The uneven sentry trees had quietly grown to the base of the walls, as the riders skillfully maneuvered their mules into the forest. As Paymon followed Caitlin into the woods, the already dim light grew darker still, allowing him to barely discern the figures of the riders and Caitlin until torches were ignited, held aloft by Caitlin and his subordinates. The torches flickered quietly in the shadowy woods, as if the sea wind had been stifled by the dense sentry trees and oaks. Paymon gazed at the sturdy, cracked trunks on either side, adorned with frost and icy shards. After advancing further, the torch suddenly turned with the ranger and came to rest in a clearing amid the trees. The sight before them compelled the soldiers behind Paymon to dismount and retch, while even Paymon, the lord of the Skinning clan, was taken aback by the brutal scene. Illuminated by the ranger's torch, Paymon beheld the carcasses of mammoths and giant apes strewn across the grass. The long tusks of the mammoths had been neatly severed by a sharp weapon, their innards long since hollowed out. As for the giant apes, they were gruesomely suspended from a massive sentinel tree, the branches adorned with their bloodied remains, casting a particularly terrifying visage in the flickering light. Was this the work of savages? Paymon exhaled as he spoke, turning to Carter Pike beside him. Most of the savages had departed with Jon Snow, and this certainly did not bear their mark, if it truly were them. Then we should begin to pray to the gods. Carter Pike shook his head, evidently disagreeing with Paymon's assessment. At that moment, an unexpected chill swept through, causing the ranger's torch to flicker, momentarily conjuring countless ghostly apparitions within the woods. Paymon tightened his grip on his restless steed, vigilantly surveying the sentinel trees, fearful that something might suddenly leap forth from their shadows. "We must depart from here," Carter Pike declared, glancing at the frozen corpses now resembling ice sculptures. Addressing Paymon beside him, Paymon cast one last look at the bloody scene of slaughter, turned his horse's head, and followed the ranger out of the forest. "Soon, King Joffrey will dispatch a new commander, perhaps even reinforce your garrison here," he remarked to Commander Carter upon their return to the castle. "I would rather confront whatever has slain the giant apes and mammoths than face the reinforcements sent by Joffrey. Tyrion Lannister has been here, and his assessment of King Joffrey is brutally candid. He stated that Joffrey is neither a lion nor a stag." Carter Pike replied with a disdainful laugh. "Then what is he?" Paymon inquired, perplexed. "The little imp said Joffrey is a snarling hound, led by Lord Tywin." Carter Pike, the commander of Eastwatch, responded. Terrifyingly, "Joffrey is now free of the collar around his neck." Paymon replied with a wry smile, informing Carter of Euron Greyjoy's attack on Casterly Rock. Euron Greyjoy, that mad, bloodthirsty captain. Upon hearing this name, Carter from Pike Island immediately grew serious. "You have heard of Euron Crosi?" Paymon asked, somewhat astonished. "People say Balon and Victarion are madmen, but Euron is even more deranged than his two brothers. He not only seduced his brother's salt wife, but even violated his own brother, Aaron." Carter Pike responded, fear evident in his eyes and a grave tone in his voice. Chapter 77. The Tomb of Giants. Paymon did not linger long at East Watch. He swiftly departed with his soldiers, for his mind was preoccupied with the fabled Horn of Winter. According to his recollections, this horn was also known as the Horn of Joramun, which had once been sounded by the exiled King Joramun, awakening the giants that lay dormant beneath the earth, and uniting with the king in the north, Stark, to bring a definitive end to the White Walkers and the Long Night. Paymon had been searching tirelessly for an extended period before he finally discovered the giant's tomb, which had been unearthed by the wildlings. This burial site was several times larger than a typical grave, entirely carved from the solid ice, and its accompanying treasures had long been plundered, leaving only elongated white bones behind. Could this be the final resting place of King Joramun? An old soldier gazed at the desolate tomb, murmuring to himself in confusion. Paymon stood directly above the pit, peering into its unfathomable depths. He understood that the wildlings had excavated sufficiently deep. Even if they ventured inside, they would likely find it impossible to dig any further. "We must return to Black Castle before nightfall," Paymon commanded his soldiers, casting a glance at the overcast sky. Upon their return to Black Castle, Blackspear Maven had already returned from Shadow Tower. The commander of Shadow Tower, Dennis Mallister, had taken all the night's watchmen and vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a desolate fortress and a ground littered with raven droppings. Upon Paymon's return, Maven reported to him. Paymon nodded and recounted the situation at East Sea Watch, deliberately omitting the terrifying scenes they had witnessed in the forest. The situation is even worse than I anticipated. Maven sighed, clearly harboring no fondness for this cold, desolate northern land. King's Landing will not stand idly by, Maven. Upon my return to Winterfell, I shall personally write to King Joffrey, Paymon reassured Black Spear Maven. Although Maven appeared skeptical of Paymon's promise, he had no choice but to temporarily settle the soldiers in Black Castle. After dinner, Paymon once again visited the place where he fed the ravens and found the scholar named Hogar. At this moment, Paymon began to doubt that the massive horn belonging to Mance Rayder, which Stannis had burned, was indeed the horn of Jormungand. He suspected that the true horn was the old relic taken to the citadel by Sam. To validate his suspicions, Paymon resolved to seek useful information from the scholar. He first shared with Hogar the details of the corpses he had encountered in the forest of East Sea Watch. Hogar paused from feeding the doves, laying down the grains. That was not the work of wildlings. Their blades and axes lacked the sharpness to arrange the corpses into totems or hang them from branches. Such grotesque practices belonged to the White Walkers. Hogan's aged face flickered with a trace of terror as he spoke to Paymon in a deep, resonant tone. Paymon was not surprised by Hogan's response, as it largely aligned with his own speculations. He then recounted the existence of a colossal tomb, one that belonged solely to giants. However, this tomb might not exclusively belong to the giants. It could also be the resting place of the once great King Jormungand of the lands beyond, who, alongside the ancestors of Stark, sounded the horn to awaken the giants and ultimately ended the reign of the Night King. Scholar Hogan narrated gravely. Alas, that horn must have long been buried with Jormungand, and no one knows the location of his grave. Paymon feigned regret, closely observing Hogan's reaction. At that moment, a cacophony of cawing ravens erupted, and once the flock settled, Hogan leisurely resumed speaking. Stannis, during a magical ceremony in the presence of the Night's Watch and that red-robed sorceress, burned the horn of that wildling. Yet we all understand that, despite its seemingly exquisite appearance, it is likely nothing more than a counterfeit. Hogan's words only served to reinforce Paymon's suspicions. The battered horn carried by the rotund Sam might indeed possess the power to breach the wall, allowing the White Walkers to surge forth unimpeded. Furthermore, Euron Greyjoy may have known all of this long ago. This chilling thought sent shivers down Paymon's spine. If that deluded Euron Greyjoy, who aspired to become a new god, were to obtain Jormungand's horn, Paymon could scarcely fathom the consequences. Could the fabled horn truly have the capacity to topple the wall? Or was it merely an absurd legend distorted through the ages? Paymon muttered anxiously to herself, contemplating the dire ramifications if Euron Greyjoy were to indeed use the horn to dismantle the wall. The Guardian of the North, Lord of Winterfell and the Dreadfort, would undoubtedly face ruin. If such a day were to come, the entire continent would descend into a hellish nightmare, with riders upon steeds forged from mist and snowstorms, spreading death and cold throughout the free cities. Scholar Hogan resumed feeding the ravens with grains from the platter. The following morning, Paymon bid farewell to Blackbow Mervyn and cast one last glance at the towering wall before returning to Winterfell with her guards. Before departing, Mervyn implored Paymon not to abandon him in this far northern land. Upon her return to Winterfell, a servant reported that her captive, Asha Greyjoy, had harmed her child. Paymon had no choice but to order the soldiers to release Asha from her cell, confining her instead to a room under strict guard. I shall personally rip your spawn from my womb. Asha Greyjoy shouted vehemently at Paymon. That is precisely why I had them bind your hands, Paymon replied coldly, gazing at the woman restrained to the bed, already bearing his child, before closing the door and leaving the room. What troubled Paymon even more was the unsettling fact that the scouts he had dispatched, including the notorious Aiden, had yet to return to Winterfell. He harbored suspicions that the Butcher family, the Bournes, had captured his emissaries and executed them with brutal efficiency. Days later, Paymon received a confidential letter from Hoston Fry, which spoke of the Fry family's intention to wage war against the Manderleys of White Harbor. Cautiously, Hoston inquired whether Paymon would lend his assent. In his response, Paymon indicated that he must first address the vexing matter of the butcher birds before contemplating the eels along the White Knife River, commanding Hoston Fry to await further instructions. He dispatched Marvin to the wall, resolving that if Aiden did not return in a few days, he would personally lead a contingent to the rotting marsh to confront the fabled Bourne family. Chapter 78. The captain after a few more agonizing days of waiting. Aiden and the other scouts remained unaccounted for. Reluctantly, Paymon decided to venture to the neck to uncover the truth of the situation. On the eve of his departure, he received a distress signal from White Harbor, where Euron Greyjoy was piloting his ship, the Silence, towards the White Knife River. Having just attacked the gold-laden castle of Casterly Rock, he was now setting his sights on White Harbor, known for its silver extraction. Paymon suspected that Euron was not aimlessly drifting at sea, but rather hastily amassing wealth. Despite having the daughter of the Lord of Eels as a hostage, Paymon remained wary, fearing it might be a trap meticulously laid by Lord Wyman. After much contemplation, Paymon relayed a message to Hoston Fry and dispatched scouts ahead for reconnaissance while he led Bolton's soldiers towards the White Knife River. Chaos is not an abyss. It is a staircase. Mounted upon his steed, with a long sword at his side and Bolton's banner billowing behind him, Paymon found himself in profound agreement with the words once spoken by Peter Baelish. Euron, at the helm of his ship, spread fear and disorder across the realm. And for someone like Paymon, this presented an opportune moment to ascend amidst the turmoil. Apart from the soldiers defending Winterfell, nearly all of House Bolton's elite were mobilized, their pikes standing tall, banners obscuring the sky, as hooves trampled through the muddy snow, sending splashes of muck flying. Paymon inhaled the scents of sweat and horse urine in the air, the shields of the cavalry reflecting blinding light as the army advanced in orderly fashion, resembling a great black serpent coiling across the land. They traversed the wide, straight road along the banks of the White Knife River, with the rushing waters flowing wide and swift, pushing floating ice downstream, even in the depths of winter. Before setting out, Paymon had mobilized a portion of the forces from the Dreadfort, sending them across the river to White Harbor, instructing them to await his orders before proceeding with their next move. As they finally emerged from the trembling reeds and the biting wind, Paymon beheld the distant harbor, billowing thick smoke. At that moment, the scout returned, reporting to Paymon that no fleet of Ironborn had been sighted. Upon Paymon leading the soldiers to the outer harbor of White Harbor, they discovered the White Knife River ablaze with the burning ships of House Manderley. The tranquility of Lord Euron Greyjoy's vessel had long since vanished, laden with treasures, while columns of smoke rose from the square within the city walls. Mounted on horseback, Paymon and his soldiers entered through the open city gates, where the cobbled streets were strewn with silver trinkets and gold coins. The shops and jewelers lining the streets had been utterly ransacked, and the fountain in the square had been stripped bare of its coins. The marble statues of mermaids flanking the streets lay shattered, and the steps of white stone were splattered with the blood of White Harbor's soldiers. The castle of House Manderley, situated on a gentle hillside, stood before them. As Paymon and his soldiers strode through the grand entrance, they were halted by the garrison of White Harbor. Both Lord Eel and his son were alive, yet the commander of the garrison, Sir Marlon, was nowhere to be found. They had seized nearly all the silverware and jewelry of White Harbor, making off with every golden dragon they could find. Gasping, Lord Eel turned to Paymon as he arrived. Paymon understood that Euron Greyjoy had instilled terror in Lord Eel and his corpulent son. Otherwise, he would never seek aid from a Bolton. Is it the crow-eyed Euron? And that dragon? Paymon inquired of the trembling Lord Wyman Manderley. If there truly were a dragon, I might not be standing here conversing with you, Lord Wyman retorted. It was not Euron Greyjoy who plundered White Harbor. He calls himself Victarion, claiming to be the Iron Captain of the Iron Fleet. Victarion Greyjoy? The name rendered Paymon momentarily bewildered. According to the tale, this man, who mistook the vast Dothraki grasslands for ocean and believed the horn of dragons to be the horns upon a dragon's head, was under Euron's commission, journeying to Meereen to propose to Daenerys. How could he possibly have traversed half the world to appear in White Harbor? Perhaps it matters little. They are all pirates from Pike. What significance does a name hold? Lord Wyman exclaimed in frustration. Lord Paymon, since the pirates have departed, might we request to repair the castle and soothe the citizens of White Harbor before hosting a banquet to express our gratitude for your timely assistance? Lord Eel, having regained his composure, realized that since Victarion had already taken his Iron Fleet away, he had no desire to keep the Boltons lingering in his city. Lord Manderley, given these events, I certainly wish not to disturb you further. However, I have also dispatched forces from the Terror Castle to aid the White Knife River, and they will not arrive in White Harbor until dawn tomorrow. Might we be allowed to spend the night in the city and depart together when we unite with the forces from Terror Castle? Paymon, having managed to enter the castle without losing a single soldier, was not inclined to withdraw so easily. Eel Lord initially intended to refuse, but upon considering that his daughter remained in Winterfell, he reluctantly acquiesced to Paymon Bolton's proposal. To ensure their safety, Paymon insisted that the Mandler family provide protection for their guest rights. Although the ancient tradition of guest rights was egregiously violated during the wedding in Luana City, the majority of families across the continent still adhered to these venerable laws. After a dinner fraught with ulterior motives, Paymon and Lord Mandler made their way to the balcony. The surrounding walls were adorned with exquisite depictions of mermaids and sea lions, while lamps crafted from whale oil flickered softly. Paymon inhaled the drowsy aroma, gazing at the charred warships beyond the city walls. Lord Mandler, when did you construct these vessels? Paymon inquired calmly, fixating on Eel Lord's flushed visage. While your father, Lord Luz, was still alive, Lord Bolton was aware of everything. The seemingly simple-minded plump fish cleverly deflected the inquiry onto the deceased, ensuring there were no witnesses to challenge him. Lord Mandler, if you sincerely submit to me, the Bolton family will swiftly restore your territory to its former prosperous and stable state, Paymon assured Lord Wyman, surveying the desolate remnants of White Harbor left in the wake of the pirates' rampage. My Lord Paymon, everything in White Harbor and the Blade River was granted to Mandler by House Stark. You shall never earn the genuine loyalty of the Northmen. And I have grown weary of the insincerity of your House Bolton, the eel replied, wiping the sweat from his neck with a handkerchief, responding to Paymon without reserve. Paymon's smile faded, a cold, murderous intent quietly creeping onto his countenance. Chapter 79, Revenge that night. Paymon did not stay in the room arranged for him by Eel Lord, but instead remained with the soldiers of House Bolton, for he was acutely aware, as Lord Wyman had stated, that the people of White Harbor did not hold him in high regard. Paymon Bolton remained wide awake throughout the night, waiting until dawn broke in the east, illuminating the dark sky with a pale light, before commanding the soldiers to prepare. Eel Lord and his portly son arrived early to meet Paymon, their expressions betraying a desire to see the Boltons disappear from their sight. My Lord Paymon, thank you for your support of White Harbor. The Mandler family will forever remember this, Eel Lord expressed to Paymon. Lord Wyman, winter is coming. We must huddle together for warmth if we are to survive the impending chaos, Paymon said with a faint smile, addressing Eel Lord, who was already glistening with sweat that early in the morning. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed from the harbor outside the city, as soldiers on the walls reported the sighting of House Bolton's banner beyond the city walls. Then we shan't delay any further, my Lord Paymon. After all, the journey back to Winterfell is exceedingly long. Eel Lord could hardly contain the joy on his face as he delicately urged the Bolton soldiers to depart the city swiftly. Until we meet again, Lord Mandler, said Paymon with a smile, as he and his soldiers proceeded towards the gates of White Harbor. Just as the gates reopened and the Mandler family prepared to bid farewell to Paymon and his companions, the Lord of Terror Fortress suddenly reined in his horse. You are indeed correct, Lord Mandler. Bolton will never gain the loyalty of White Harbor. Therefore, I intend to replace the ruling authority here. With a sharp clang, Paymon unsheathed his sword, and the soldiers of House Bolton followed suit, igniting a fierce battle in an instant. The unprepared garrison of White Harbor scrambled to draw their weapons in defense, while outside, Bolton's cavalry charged into the fray. It is those vile weasels from the Riverlands. The despicable phrase. The Mandler father and son, too corpulent to mount a steed, stood guarded by soldiers. And it was then they noticed the Fry banner emerging alongside the flayed skin standard. Paymon and the Bolton soldiers merely facilitated the Fray's entry into the city, after which the Frays, fueled by a deep-seated hatred for the Mandler family, commenced a brutal massacre of the soldiers and civilians of White Harbor. They were more savage than the pirates of Pike Island, trampling through the cobblestone streets on horseback, mercilessly slashing at anyone in sight. The Fry youths set ablaze the shops sewing sails, toppled stalls selling silver bracelets, and urinated gleefully into the once majestic fountain. Paymon watched impassively as chaos unfolded, and when all was said and done, White Harbor lay in ruins, shrouded in smoke and swirling dust, with shattered flower pots and toppled statues littering the streets. The once vibrant city was now eerily silent, having been utterly ravaged by the ironclad Victorion and the Fry boys, who had captured the Mandler father and son. You shall forever endure the scorn of the Northmen and the curse of the gods, Bolton and Fry, you filthy wretches. As the bound Mandler father and son approached Paymon, the elder Mandler seethed with fury, cursing at him. Lord Mandler, as you have stated, Bolton will never earn your affection. Thus, I must choose another method to govern White Harbor, Paymon replied coldly, gazing down at the furious, red-faced Lord Eel. If you can transform the Frays into a faction, then I believe it only fair to stew you two corpulent fish for a broth. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, and soon after, Hoden urged his steed closer to Paymon. My Lord Paymon, thank you for assisting House Fry in seizing White Harbor. The Fry family will certainly remember your kindness. Upon hearing this, Paymon immediately grasped the implications of Hoden's words. These avaricious weasels from the Riverlands sought not only vengeance, but also to claim this vital northern port for themselves. Lord Hoden, Let us first confine them. We shall deliberate on subsequent matters later. Paymon, unwilling to sever ties with Horst in front of the crowd, cast a glance at the continuously cursing eel father and son, and proposed to Fry. After a brief contemplation, Horst Fry ultimately acquiesced to Paymon's suggestion. Upon their entrance into the Mandrell family's castle, they found it deserted, with the sea breeze sweeping in from the harbor, stirring the blood-stained curtains. My lord Paymon, had it not been for your clever maneuver of blending in with the soldiers of Bolton, our victory would not have come so effortlessly, Horst remarked, removing his helmet as he sat at the long table. Given this, my lord Horst, White Harbor holds immense significance for the Bolton family and the entirety of the North. And since your Fry has long occupied Twin Rivers, it would be more fitting for Bolton's soldiers to be stationed here. Paymon seized the opportunity to put forth his demand. That may be so, yet you must not forget, my lord Paymon, it is my Fry soldiers whose hands are stained with the blood of the people of White Harbor. Bolton merely opened the gates for us, Horst retorted, his flabby lips twitching like an enraged hound. You have already seized the flowing city, a territory that rightfully belonged to House Tully, Paymon reminded him, witnessing Horst's escalating agitation. That was a victory we achieved at the risk of trampling upon the rights of our guests, bearing the scorn of the entire realm. Horst slammed his fist on the table, causing his helmet to tumble to the ground. My lord Horst, I believe you may have forgotten that Fry is a vassal of Bolton. Our alliance is founded upon the bond between lord and vassal. Paymon suppressed his inner fury, still bewildered by how loose Bolton maintained such composure in the face of adversity. Could it truly be as Lady Barbara claimed, that the leech had drained even Lord Bolton's emotions? My lord Paymon, the friendship between Bolton and Fry was forged by Lord Luce and my father, Marquis Ward. They once united to eradicate Robb Stark and his army. Do you wish to see this friendship shattered in our generation? Horst questioned Paymon fiercely, like a bull roused to anger. At that moment, Paymon felt grateful for having utilized the foul-smelling man to eliminate Old Ward. Otherwise, this greedy and unscrupulous family might have brought them considerable trouble. He envisioned dismantling the already fragmented Fry family and nurturing a Fry lord under his control. As he eyed the obstinate Horst before him, secretly plotting. Of course, your reasoning is sound, my lord Horst. I am willing to relinquish the rule of White Harbor for the sake of the alliance between Bolton and Fry. Paymon's expression regained its tranquility as he smiled at Horst. This declaration filled Horst Fry with delight, who repeatedly pledged his unwavering support for Paymon to secure his position as the guardian of the North. Paymon regarded Horst, acknowledging him as undoubtedly the most brutish and uncouth among the Frays, yet, without a doubt, the simplest of minds. Chapter 80. The meeting regardless of the circumstances. After the Mandler family was dealt with, Paymon felt as though a venomous thorn had been extracted from his flesh. Although the dominion over White Harbor had temporarily fallen into the hands of Hoston Fry, Paymon perceived that without the old Marquis of Ward, the Frays had devolved into a disarrayed assembly, easily manageable. Presently, his most pressing concern was the decaying Swampsburn family. At that moment, Paymon suddenly recalled the confluence of the River Gien and the Neck, pondering whether Hoston might possess information unknown to him. Lord Hoston, have you heard of the Burn family in the rotting swamp? Paymon inquired, having located Hoston on the ramparts of White Harbor, reprimanding soldiers. I am indeed familiar with them. Hoston replied dismissively. They were once mere hunters fishing in those foul waters. For reasons unknown, they suddenly acquired cavalry and swords overnight. After slaying several sons of Rosso Fry, they hung their corpses upon spears and returned their heads to Twin Rivers. Have you not dispatched forces to eliminate them? Paymon asked, puzzled. They are not my progeny. Besides, that coward Rosso claims the rotting swamp is too perilous, not worth the risk for a handful of Frays. Look at this, one of the benefits of having many offspring. Even Rosso acknowledges it. What can I do? Hoston retorted, rubbing his swollen nose and sneezing scornfully. Paymon understood well that after the demise of the old Marquis of Ward, Rosso Fry and Hoston Fry had become the two most formidable rivals for the lordship of Twin Rivers, thus fostering mutual animosity. Paymon regarded Rosso Fry as a commendable option, albeit a far more dangerous one than any other living Fry, as he had personally orchestrated many details of the mixed-color wedding. However, the tension between him and Hoston proved advantageous for Paymon. Since he could glean no desired answers from Hoston, Paymon resolved to return swiftly to Winterfell with his soldiers. Having discerned Hoston Frey's eagerness to claim everything visible along the river White Blade for himself, Hoston, brimming with excitement and delight, watched as Paymon departed the city gates with the soldiers of House Bolton, vanishing along the embankment by the harbor before contentedly turning back towards the city. Paymon was acutely aware that he must not allow Hoston Fry to establish a foothold in White Harbor. Should the Fry family secure the River Whiteblade, Twin Rivers, and with the addition of running water, they would not only control the strategic throat of the kingdom between north and south, but also command all waterways of the north. At that point, Paymon's title as the Guardian of the North would be precariously tenuous. A dying, fragmented Fry family was what he truly desired to witness. To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, Paymon immediately dispatched a messenger to Twin Rivers, bearing his missive, inviting the limping Rosso Fry to confer at Carlin Bay. Paymon commanded the army to return to Winterfell, taking only a handful of guards with him as he journeyed to Carlin Bay. Upon their arrival, Paymon discovered the bay was desolate, marked by withered trees and abandoned castles, with crumbling towers overrun by termites and green moss. The parched earth was cloaked in dead weeds, and the sky loomed heavy with leaden clouds. The limping Rosso would not arrive with his soldiers until the following day, forcing Paymon and his companions to endure a night in the forsaken castle. Gazing at Rosso Fry before him, Paymon recalled their last encounter at the Red Wedding in Riverrun. Rosso appeared considerably gaunter, his expression particularly grave. "My Lord Bolton, why convene in this desolate Carlin Bay? Would it not be more prudent to proceed directly to Riverrun?" Rosso surveyed the surroundings warily, fearful that Paymon had arranged for an ambush. The route to Riverrun traversed the vicinity of the rotting marshes, and Paymon, fully aware that the Freys had targeted him and Bolton for elimination, was unwilling to risk such a perilous journey. "The distance from the Riverlands to Winterfell is considerable, which is why I chose to meet here, between the two castles," Paymon replied, contemplating the folly of venturing to Riverrun, where the Freys might reenact the bloodshed of the Red Wedding. "Then, I presume you and Hoston have dealt with those bothersome eels in White Harbor?" Rosso inquired loudly as the two entered the abandoned castle for a private discussion. "Indeed, we have seized that city and captured Wyman Manderly along with his son. Both the port and the Manderly father-son duo are currently in Lord Hoston's custody," Paymon Bolton affirmed. "My Lord Paymon, I trust you would not object to my assumption that it was the Fry soldiers who purged the Riverlands, just as had transpired at the wedding in Riverrun. Although both Bolton and Fry emerged victorious, we bore the brunt of the Northman's scorn. Despite his physical disability, Rosso's intellect was keen. We share a common adversary, Lord Rosso. I believe this is what binds Bolton and Fry together on this tumultuous journey." Although Paymon recognized the truth in Rosso's words, he could not concede to them, as doing so would place him at a disadvantage in the forthcoming negotiations. "Let us return to the matter at hand, my Lord Paymon. Your arrangement of this meeting surely extends beyond mere small talk with me," Rosso urged, his cunning gaze fixed on Paymon. "Indeed, Lord Rosso. I have come concerning the piercing birds of the rotting marshes," Paymon stated, clarifying the purpose of his visit. "They have kidnapped and murdered members of the Fry family. I shall eventually bring them all to Riverrun and drown those butchers of the Boltons in the Green Fork," Rosso exclaimed, seething with indignation at the mention of the matter. "They share a common adversary with Lord Roose, the Boltons and Freys. I shall dispatch soldiers to the Rotten Marsh alongside those of the Fry family," promised Paymon to the limping Roose. "Lord Paymon, you ought to be more acutely aware than I. Those so-called butcherbird clans are merely puppets placed upon the stage by unseen hands. It is the forces that manipulate them that truly pique your interest, is it not? And what of that Stark child? Who is this enigmatic figure that warrants our utmost attention?" The eyes of the limping Roose darted swiftly, his piercing gaze seemingly intent on penetrating the depths of Paymon's soul. "Once we apprehend some members of the burn, the truth will inevitably unfold." Paymon observed the soldiers of Bolton and Fry through the window, and spoke. "They currently pose no significant threat. We need only bide our time, Lord Paymon, until the true orchestrator reveals themselves, at which point we shall ensnare them all. That fool Hosdyne is impulsive and brutish, incessantly clamoring to march upon the Rotten Marsh, which would only serve to disrupt my carefully laid plans." Roose scoffed disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Hosdyne Fry. Chapter 81. The Headless Corpse. Lord Hosdyne possesses his own convictions. He perceives the Fry family's inaction against the burn as a manifestation of cowardice and disgrace. Paymon continued in accordance with Hosdyne's sentiments. "He believes my approach to be excessively timid, does he? Humph. That muscle-bound imbecile." The limping Roose snorted, evidently harboring resentment towards his brother Hosdyne. "Lord Roose, if I may be candid, you and Lord Hosdyne are undoubtedly the two most formidable candidates for the Marquisate of the Riverlands. Inevitably, one of you shall ascend to the lordship of Twin Rivers." Roose's words underscored the discord between the brothers, prompting Paymon to seize the opportunity to speak. "If what you say holds true, which side will the Bolton family take in this rivalry, Lord Paymon?" Upon hearing this, Roose's cunning eyes gleamed with intrigue, greedily regarding Paymon. Lord Roose, I believe you are more suited to be an ally of the Bolton family in comparison to Lord Hosdyne. Paymon lowered his voice, addressing Roose Fry. For in your eyes, I am perceived as weaker than Hosdyne, and with a limp, more pliable to your designs. This is your true calculation, is it not? Roose responded with a cold chuckle, evidently not an easy adversary to contend with. Absolutely not, Lord Roose. I merely contend that you possess a greater respect for the rules of the power game than Lord Hosdyne, which he lacks. Paymon hastily replied, his tone suffused with admiration for Roose Fry. Since you assert such, Lord Paymon, if the Boltons and Freys are such intimate allies, I see no need for further circumlocution. What is it that you seek from me? Roose, having lost his patience, directly inquired of Paymon. I aspire to reclaim dominion over White Harbor, Lord Rosso. You have already acquired the Twin Rivers City, and the Whiteblade River will prove indispensable for Bolton. Upon hearing Rosso's forthrightness, Paymon decided to candidly express the purpose of his visit. What, pray tell, can I derive from this transaction, my Lord Paymon? Rosso Fry continued to inquire. The friendship of Bolton, alongside support from Winterfell and the Dreadfort. Should you wish, my Lord Rosso, I can assist in removing the obstacles that lie between you and the Lord of Twin Rivers City. Observing the progress of the conversation, Paymon offered a generous reward that he had long prepared. It certainly sounded enticing. However, my Lord Paymon, you must recall Edwin Fry, the unfortunate soul who accompanied you to King's Landing for King Joffrey's wedding. Rosso refrained from acquiescing hastily and instead posed a counter-question. Indeed, I remember him. But my Lord Rosso, what does this have to do with our agreement? It bears significance, my dear Lord Bolton. You, like your father, Lucius Bolton, are perilous and cold-hearted. However, you are not he. Lord Lucius is more seasoned and patient than you. I have no desire to meet a tragic fate akin to Edwin's, especially when countless women of Twin Rivers await to bear my offspring. Rosso Fry shook his head, clearly skeptical of Paymon's verbal assurances. My Lord Rosso, if you believe we cannot trust one another for the time being, let us proceed with our collaboration once I have cleared the impediments for you. What do you say? Witnessing the cunning, limping Fry remain obstinate, Paymon had no choice but to compromise. This is perilous for me. To eliminate those Starks and Tullis at the wedding is one matter, but what you're suggesting now entails slaying your own kin. You must understand that those who commit fratricide incur the wrath of the gods. Although Rosso Fry was evidently tempted, he still harbored numerous reservations. I am willing to undertake this burdensome task for you, my Lord Rosso, provided you cooperate with me. Paymon glared intently at the cautious, cunning cripple, confidently pledging his support. After much hesitation, Rosso Fry paced anxiously within the desolate hall before finally turning to face Paymon. You must ensure that no third party learns of my involvement in this matter. Otherwise, it will yield no benefit for either of us. I am not seeking power. Rather, I wish to bring an end to the internal strife within House Fry swiftly. In conclusion, Rosso Fry sought to provide himself with a noble justification. Naturally, my Lord Rosso, everything shall be arranged according to your wishes. With Rosso Fry acquiescing to his request, Paymon readily agreed. Now, tell me of your plan. Having reached an accord, Rosso spoke up, as Paymon meticulously outlined the plan to elevate Rosso to the lordship of Wonna City, step by step, to the limping individual beside him. The brother of the Froston family, Fry, did not perceive Paymon's actions as excessively brutal or bloody. Instead, he calmly suggested enhancements to certain details of the scheme. Although Paymon had personally dispatched his father, Lustporton, he sensed that in terms of ruthlessness, Rosso Fry surpassed him. This realization sparked a flicker of doubt within him, questioning whether he had chosen the right ally, and a subtle anxiety arose regarding whether Rosso would turn against him once the burden of his adversary was lifted. My Lord Paymon, once this is accomplished, you shall become my closest brother, and the entire Fry family will steadfastly support you, Rosso declared, momentarily intoxicated by the impending prospect of lordship as he limped forward to Paymon. Your support is vital not only for me and the entire Bolton family, but for the peace of the North. Paymon, recognizing Rosso's earnestness, engaged in a few symbolic pleasantries. After finalizing all details, both Rosso and Paymon returned to their respective territories, satisfied with the promises exchanged. The parricide shall incur the wrath of the gods. This phrase echoed relentlessly in Paymon's mind on his journey back. He recalled the fearfully contorted visage of Lustporton in his final moments, along with those pale, dim eyes. Paymon mused that if he could one day encounter Tyrion Lannister, he would inquire of the cunning little imp what fate befell a parricide in his astute eyes. After a lengthy trek, Paymon finally returned to Winterfell, where the battered Aiden and the scouts had also arrived. However, when they departed, they They had been mounted on robust warhorses, and upon their return, they were reduced to headless corpses, their severed necks transfixed by long spears. The soldiers of the Bolton family lay sprawled across a massive cart. The driver, his tongue severed, gesticulating frantically in a futile attempt to dissociate himself from the grim scene. Paymon nodded, and a soldier stepped forward, swiftly dispatching the driver with a sword before dragging his lifeless body away. Paymon's icy gaze swept over the decapitated soldiers. Fury simmered within his chest. Yet his countenance remained eerily calm. This affront was not merely a personal provocation, but a sacrilege against the entire Bolton family and the Terror Fortress. Chapter 82. The rainy season of Castmere. After ordering the burial of Aiden and the scouts, Paymon proceeded to the chamber where Asha Greyjoy was confined. She appeared less volatile than before, though it was unclear whether this was due to her prolonged imprisonment or the presence of the child within her. Your other uncle, Victorian Greyjoy, has attacked the White Knife, Paymon informed Asha, who gazed at him with a somewhat vacant expression. One day, they will storm Winterfell with the Ironborn. Hang your lifeless body from the city walls after your execution, Asha cursed weakly. It is likely that they are not the only ones who harbor such intentions. The number of those who wish to display my corpse outside Winterfell could fill an iron warship, replied Paymon with a smile. As long as you are aware. I hope they fulfill their desires soon, Asha retorted with a cold laugh, fixing her gaze on Paymon. Do you not find yourself curious about your father's demise? I suspect you share the same doubts as most Ironborn. Euron Greyjoy murdered his brother, Balon Greyjoy, the king of the Iron Islands. Paymon remained unfazed, calmly inquiring of Asha. And what of you, Loras Bolton? Surely the death of that old Skinner is not so simple. Asha Greyjoy, possessing a sharp intellect, promptly countered Paymon's query. How about we make a trade? Suggested Paymon. The drowned god would never permit me to broker a deal with a despicable wretch like you. That would tarnish the glory of my father, King Balon. Asha Greyjoy disdainfully shook her head, clearly repulsed by Paymon's proposal. To slay the Crow-S I Euron and reclaim the throne of the Iron Islands would be the only true means of preserving Balon Greyjoy's honor. Paymon stepped forward and opened the window, allowing the crisp, cold air to flow in. I wager you have never encountered Euron and his fleet. Otherwise, you would not be daydreaming here. No vessel on this continent can catch his silence, and now he commands a dragon and that formidable horn to bind dragons. It is folly for mortals to even approach him. What could you possibly use to destroy him? Asha scoffed, as if she had heard the most absurd jest, tauntingly questioning Paymon. I know what he aims to achieve, and I am well aware of his subsequent plans. Euron indeed possesses a dragon, but Daenerys Targaryen has 3. Your pirate uncle, who plunders at will, is not invincible. Paymon solemnly stated to Asha. Only a simpleton like Theon would believe your promises are more fragile than a candle flame. Every word you utter is, in my eyes, a deceitful lie. Asha Greyjoy regarded Paymon with caution, responding, Euron is currently assaulting the Riverlands, yet Old Town is his true target. His ambitions extend beyond dragons and conquest. No, it is far more than that. Paymon continued, addressing Asha. Old Town, that harbor city filled with balding scholars? Although it serves as a hub for ships from the Seven Kingdoms and houses the Citadel, I fail to understand why Euron would attack there, Asha replied with perplexity. There must be some secret hidden within, something that drives Crow-S I Euron to pursue it at all costs, Paymon expressed with a sense of foreboding. Contemplating the potential calamity that would unfold should Euron Greyjoy successfully breach Old Town. According to his understanding, the Old Town is far more than merely a collection of ships from distant lands and inconsequential scholars, as Asha would suggest. It possesses a strength and wealth beyond her imagination. The Hightower family resides within an imposing tower of obsidian, ruling over the town that sprawls beneath their feet. It is said that from the pinnacle of this towering edifice, one can gaze through the eye of Myr and behold the wall of despair. The scholarly city constructed by the Hightower family supplies the entire continent with erudite scholars and clergy, wielding an unparalleled influence across the realm. I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from further discourse with me. I am the daughter of King Balon, and I am certainly not akin to my brother, who has been nurtured into a well-behaved pup by Ned Stark. To quell Paymon's persistent hopes, Asha resolutely declared, closing her eyes to signify her desire to cease their conversation. I trust you will acquiesce to my request. Consider your father, who perished in the machinations of the Crow's Eye, Euron. If you do not align yourself with me, it is only a matter of time before Euron finds you, and you will endure torment akin to that inflicted upon Ellen. After exiting Asha's chamber, Paymon began to prepare diligently for the arrival of the Frye lads from the Riverlands. He even stationed additional guards at the gates of Winterfell, having suddenly realized that Arya Stark might have returned from the House of Black and White in Bravos. To prevent Arya from infiltrating Winterfell and demonstrating the assassination techniques of the Faceless Men, Paymon deemed it wise to exercise caution. He instructed Hoster to proceed to Winterfell under the pretext of discussing the manpower shortages at the wall. Naturally, Roose Frey would also arrive with his own retinue, as they had yet to secure the lordship of the Riverlands. Paymon had ordered the cooks to prepare in advance, and he arranged for musicians to entertain during the forthcoming feast. At this moment, Paymon stood in the spacious and luminous hall of Winterfell, observing the musicians as they readied their instruments. "My lord Paymon, what melodies will grace our banquet?" inquired the harpist, rising from his seat to address Paymon, who stood at the hall's center. "The Ballad of the Dawnblade, Arthur Dane, or the Tale of Azor Ahai, who ended the long night with his forged sword. Simply perform the music you excel at during the feast," Paymon replied with a smile to the harpist. However, while the musicians were tuning their instruments, Paymon summoned the leading man forward. "My lord Paymon, the sweet-tongued Roga awaits your command," the musician said, his face beaming with delight. He was a greasy and corpulent fellow, with small, unattractive eyes and hair that seemed perpetually slick with oil. "Very well, musician Roga. I require you to play a specific ballad when I signal you during the banquet," Paymon commanded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Certainly, esteemed Paymon. It is an honor for Robb to serve you. May I inquire which ballad you are referring to?" Robb politely bowed to Paymon and gently asked. "The rainy season of Castim. My guests have a particular fondness for that melody," Paymon replied with a smile. Chapter 83. The cake. The musician was taken aback by Paymon's request, but after a brief hesitation, he promptly acquiesced to her command. Horston Frey was the first to arrive in Winterfell. Having just claimed White Harbor, his spirits were high, and the stern expression he usually bore was replaced by a broad smile as he rode in on a steed with a magnificent mane, accompanied by his aides and soldiers through the city gates. "The weather is dreadfully cold. I suspect a blizzard will soon descend upon us." Upon seeing Paymon waiting at the castle gates to greet him, Horston Frey did not hasten to dismount, but rather looked down with pride at the young Lord Bolton before him. "Let us hope the blizzard does not delay Lord Rosso's journey, Lord Horston Frey. I believe it prudent for us to seek refuge within the castle," Paymon replied enthusiastically, observing Horston Frey's buoyant demeanor. With that, Horston Frey dismounted and followed Paymon into the castle. "I rather wish the blizzard would bury that cripple and his foolish entourage, allowing us to excavate them come spring." At the mention of Rosso Frey's name, Horston Frey could not suppress his disdainful tone. Lord Rosso, due to health concerns, initially had no intention of journeying north. However, as you may have heard, the situation atop the wall is dire. Thus, I have earnestly invited you to confer with Lord Rosso, for both of you are the most formidable heirs in the realm of Riverrun. As Paymon guided Horston Frey towards the hall, she elucidated to Frey. "If that cripple were to govern the Frey family, we would be in grave peril. Even if our enemies from the rotting marsh were to urinate on him, I doubt Rosso would dare utter a word." The gods took not only his leg, but also his courage. Horston Frey accepted the warm milk Paymon offered, merely holding it to warm his hands without daring to take a sip. "Lord Horston Frey, this matter should rightly be the concern of the Frey family. But if I may speak candidly, one of you must bear the responsibility of lordship over Riverrun. Otherwise, this current impasse cannot endure." Once Horston Frey was seated at the long table, Paymon spoke. "Madam Paymon, whom do you believe is more suited to become the Lord of Riverrun, myself or Rosso?" Horston Frey inquired, removing his gloves. "Undoubtedly you, Lord Horston Frey. We have previously stood together against Stannis, followed by the invasion of the Ironborn from Pike. Pray tell, where was he when we fought side by side to vanquish Jon Snow and those wildlings?" In the presence of Horston Frey, Paymon entirely shifted her rhetoric. He was hiding within the walls of Twin River City, under the delusion that he was orchestrating events from the shadows, perhaps even indulging in the caress of a courtesan upon his mangled leg. Upon hearing Paymon's words, Hoston's anger intensified, and with a begrudging expression, he responded, "My dear brother of House Frey may be far more ruthless than you can comprehend." Sensing the moment was ripe, Paymon decided to stoke the flames further. "What is it you wish to convey, Lord Paymon?" Hoston Frey, sensing danger, inquired warily. Paymon then recounted to Hoston everything that transpired during his meeting with Rosso at Carlin Bay, albeit substituting Rosso Frey as the mastermind behind the plot, claiming it was Rosso who invited him to the meeting. "Is this an irrefutable fact, or merely your conjecture?" Though reckless and impulsive, Hoston was not one to easily take Paymon's words at face value. The honey cake adorned with the red little figures, my lord, was meticulously arranged by Lord Rosso. When the banquet reaches its zenith, a servant will present the honey cake, and he will excuse himself, leaving the rest to the soldiers of Bolton. Everything has been premeditated, Paymon assured Hostin with unwavering certainty. To Hostin's astonishment, the cripple had indeed planned meticulously, while I was engaged in battle with Frey's soldiers at White Harbor. He had already devised a scheme to have me slain by a crossbow. With a crash, Hostin Frey smashed the cup in his hand, milk splattering across the floor. My lord, power is like the honey cake envisioned by Lord Rosso, tempting yet perilous. There will always be those willing to take risks to ascend the ranks, Paymon responded coldly, noting the pallor of Hostin's face and the tremor in his hands. In your opinion, how should I deal with a brother who attempts to murder his own kin? Hostin's face darkened with murderous intent as he directed his chilling query at Lord Bolton. I shall offer you any support you desire, my lord, for we have fought side by side on the battlefield more than once. Paymon resolved to give Hostin one last nudge. Then let us wait and see. Should that honey cake you speak of appear on the table, if Rosso dares to rise from his seat, I shall immediately end his life with my sword. Hostin declared resolutely to Paymon. Those who slay their kin will incur the wrath of the gods, my lord, if you have indeed made up your mind. The soldiers of House Bolton are ready to serve you. Paymon nodded at Hostin, offering his earnest proposal. Upon hearing this, Hostin Frey rose from his seat. His brows knitted together, pacing back and forth in the hall for what felt like an eternity. This brought to Paymon's mind the figure of Rosso from that day at Carlin Bay. Let us proceed as you suggest, Lord Paymon. Once the deed is done, the soldiers of House Frey shall return to Twin River City, and the River of Blades will belong to your House Bolton. At last, the indecisive Hostin resolved to speak to Paymon. Paymon nodded in response, scrutinizing Hostin Frey before him, uncertain whether the choice made after much contemplation was indeed the right one. Yet, having arrived at a decision, Paymon understood that there was no need for further hesitation. Everything would culminate at tonight's banquet. As the limping Rosso approached with Frey's soldiers, it seemed as though the dark clouds were poised to descend upon the towering walls of Winterfell. While snowflakes danced down from the heavens, supported by a servant, Rosso laboriously dismounted from his steed, the snowflakes landing upon his exquisitely crafted black robe, accentuating the pallor of his complexion. What of my brother Hostin? He hasn't lost his way by the white knife, has he? Rosso chuckled dryly. But his smile vanished abruptly upon catching sight of Hostin emerging from behind Paymon, replaced by a frigid expression. You ought to go inside and warm yourself. Otherwise, if you freeze that fine leg of yours, you might find yourself being carried back to Twin Rivers. Hostin stepped forward, locking eyes with Rosso Frey as he spoke mockingly. Paymon noticed Rosso's gaze drift past Hostin, landing directly on him. Only when Paymon offered a barely perceptible smile and nodded slightly at Rosso did he feel reassured enough to limp forward, crunching through the snow as he joined the others in entering the castle.